The vanished reef. In the year 1866, an extraordinary event transpired, one that the populace continues to remember. This incident was remarkably peculiar, shrouded in mystery and defying explanation, capturing the attention of a wide array of individuals, from importers and exporters in Europe and America, to captains, ship owners, naval officers, and governments across these two continents. Rather than delve into the myriad rumors that stirred coastal inhabitants and the global discourse, let us focus on the profound excitement felt by the maritime community. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Not long prior, a colossal object resembling a spindle emerged upon the ocean's surface. Among marine creatures, the whale is considered large, yet this entity dwarfed even the mightiest of whales, exhibiting a remarkable speed that surpassed theirs, occasionally illuminating the waters with phosphorescent flashes. Numerous vessels encountered this enigmatic presence. Many navigational journals meticulously recorded the object's shape, velocity, and power. Despite the variations among these accounts, their essence remained consistent. Whether describing the form of this anomaly or marveling at its innate, extraordinary abilities, SW.L as its astonishing speed in motion and its incredible force during shifts, the content echoed in unison. Should this being belong to the cetacean family, its dimensions exceeded those classified by biologists. In the eyes of naturalists such as Cuvier, Lack, Dummerl, and Catala, unless they witnessed this creature with their own eyes, they would not concede to its existence. All of these assertions bear a striking resemblance to one another. Some individuals claim that the creature's length is approximately 200 feet, a rather conservative estima. Others, however, present a more exaggerated view, suggesting that the monster's width could reach a mile, with a length of 3 miles. Should this creature indeed exist, we might find a middle ground between these two estimates, and we can at least be certain that its volume surpasses that of any fish we have ever encountered. Nonetheless, if such a being were to materialize, humanity's profound curiosity would undoubtedly lead us to comprehend the monumental stir it would create across the globe. Conversely, if one were to dismiss this affair as mere nonsense, they would surely encounter considerable opposition. The steamship HMS Challenger, operated by the Benares Shipping Company in Calcutta, had an unmistakable encounter with this colossal moving entity. On July 20th, 1866, while navigating 5 miles off the eastern coast of Australia, this peculiar behemoth suddenly emerged. Initially, Captain Buck presumed it to be an uncharted reef, and as he prepared to ascertain its precise location, the creature unexpectedly expelled 2 jets of water, accompanied by a resounding splash. Soaring into the air to a height of approximately 150 feet, it appears that the entity before the HMS Challenger is a marine mammal capable of expelling water through its nostrils, unless, of course, there exists a geyser atop this suppository. Reef. On July 23rd of the same year, a vessel named Cristobal Colon, belonging to the West India Pacific Steamship Company, encountered a remarkable marine creature while traversing the Pacific Ocean. This extraordinary cetacean exhibited an astonishing speed, enabling it to swiftly transition from one location to another. The vessel's Higginson governor and Cristobal Colon sighted this enigmatic being at 2 distinct points, separated by a distance of 700 miles, within a mere span of 3 days. A fortnight later, the Helvetia of the National Steamship Company and the Shannon of the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company simultaneously witnessed this colossal creature. At that time, these 2 ships met upon the Atlantic waters, en route between America and Europe, at coordinates 42 degrees, 15 minutes north, and 60 degrees, 35 minutes west, a stagger. 2,000 miles distant from the previously mentioned locations. The longest whales in existence measure no more than 56 meters, akin to those frequently encountered in the waters surrounding the Aleutian Islands and the vicinity of Kurashima and Unalaska. However, the creature observed by the Shannon and Helvetia was at least 106 meters in length, surpassing the combined length of the 2 vessels, which measured 100 meters. Indeed, this was a mammal the likes of which had never before been witnessed. News of this nature arrives in a relentless stream. The various observations conducted by the vessel Beryl, which traversed the Atlantic, the collision between the ship of the Emma, in line, the Katina, and this enigmatic creature, The records penned by the officers of the French battleship Normandy and the meticulous calculations made by Admiral Firth Jamisa aboard the vessel Sir Clyde have all elicited a profound response from the public. In certain nations, many regard this affair as mere gossip to be chuckled over during leisurely moments, whereas in countries such as Britain, the United States, and Germany, known for their meticulous and pragmatic approach, it has emerged as a matter of significant concern. This extraordinary creature has transformed into a widely recognized phenomenon. Certain lesser-known publications have begun to exploit this event, fabricating a plethora of sensational accounts regarding bizarre, colossal animals, aiming to captivate the public's attention for profit. They oscillate from discussing the white whale to the fearsome Moby Dick of the Arctic sea sand, infamous whale immortalized in the works of American novelist Herman Melville Beaufort, delving into the gargantuan sea monsters of Scandinavian mythology, whose formidable tentacles can ensnare a vessel weighing 500 tons and drag it into the ocean's abyss. The variety of tales is astonishing, with every conceivable narrative represented. Some individuals even resort to citing Aristotle and Pliny the Elder, both of whom acknowledge the existence of monsters. Others reference Bishop Pontoppidan's Norwegian fairy tale, as well as the travelogues of Paul Eddy, culminating in the inclusion of Mr. Harrington's nautical report. Mr. Harrington's account is irrefutable. He firmly asserts that in 1857, he witnessed a great serpent aboard the vessel Gasterland, a creature previously thought to have only said the waters navigated by the historic Arctic exploration ship, the Constitution. Thus, two factions emerged within the academic community and scientific publications: the believers and the skeptics, who engaged in an unending debate regarding the monster issue. In this memorable skirmish of words, self-proclaimed scientific journalists and ever-pretentious literati expended considerable ink, ultimately leading to a verbal clash incited by the shift of focus from sea serpents to a few arrogant individuals. A handful of participants even sustained minor injuries, shedding a few drops of blood. Regardless, this incident became the principal topic of discussion in cafes, a source of mockery in the press, and a theme for theatrical performances, providing mischief-makers ample opportunity to weave rumors and foster discord. For over half a year, both parties steadfastly held their positions, engaging in relentless debate. Various sensational tabloids churned out endless articles, while authoritative papers published by institutions such as the Brazilian Geographical Institute, the Royal Academy of Sciences in Berlin, the British Academic Union, and the Smithsonian Institution in Washington faced scathing critiques. Discussions in the Indian Archipelago Gazette, Father Moyano's Cosmic Magazine, and news reports from the naturalist Peterman, alongside scientific news in major newspapers from France and beyond, were subjected to merciless attacks. Skeptics invoked a phrase from Linnaeus, which was mockingly echoed by the talented writers of the tabloids: "Nature does not create foolish things," a sentiment that indeed provided support to their arguments. They implored humanity not to defy nature by acknowledging the existence of sea monsters, sea serpents, or the white whale Moby Dick, urging disbelief in the fanciful tales spun by fervent sailors. Ultimately, an article penned by the publication's most esteemed editorial figure likened to the Greek mythological hero Hippolytus graced a highly regarded satirica journal. In a fit of public derision, he delivered a resounding blow to the creature's name, illustrating that intellect ultimately triumphed over science. In the initial months of 1867, news concerning this enigma had seemingly vanished, as if the creature had been entombed, never to rise again. Yet at this juncture, a series of recent occurrences emerged before the public eye. The nature of the dilemma had transformed entirely. The beast had morphed into an island, a rock, a reefed, elusive, and inscrutable reef that darted about with a mysterious agility. Thus, the issue at hand was no longer an urgent scientific query to be resolved, but rather a peril that demanded earnest evasion. No map had ever recorded the existence of rocks at the coordinates of 27 degrees 30 minutes north latitude and 72 degrees 15 minutes west longitude. However, on the night of August 5, 1867, the Moravian of the Monterey Navigation Company traversed this maritime expanse. Fueled by the wind and propelled by 400 horsepower, the vessel achieved a speed of 13 knots per hour. As it approached the coordinates of 27 degrees 30 minutes north and 72 degrees 15 minutes west, The starboard aft of the ship collided with a hidden rock. Fortuitously, due to the superior quality and robust construction of the hull, the Moravian did not shatter upon impact otherwise. At such a rapid pace, the ship would have certainly succumbed, and the 236 passengers aboard, hailing from Canada, would have undoubtedly met their watery demise. The unexpected incident transpired shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning, as the sun had just begun to rise. The crew members on duty aboard the vessel noticed a collision with an unidentified object and promptly rushed to the stern to assess the situation. However, apart from witnessing a colossal whirlpool, they discovered no further anomalies. This immense vortex seemed to have formed as a result of a violent impact on the water's surface. Consequently, the crew meticulously examined the exterior of the ship, finding no signs of damage. After measuring the precise location of the incident and documenting it, the Moravian vessel resumed its voyage. Yet the question lingered: had the ship encountered a submerged reef or the remains of a sunken vessel? No one could ascertain the truth. However, during a subsequent inspection of the portion of the ship below the waterline at the dock, a section of the keel was found to be fractured. Had it not been for a similar incident occurring 3 weeks later under comparable circumstances, this event might have been dismissed as trivial and swiftly forgotten, akin to man. Why other ordinary occurrences? It was solely due to the nationality of the afflicted vessel and the illustrious reputation of the company to which it belonged that this matter garnered such significant attention. Gournay is a renowned shipowner in Britain and a shrewd businessman, whose name resonates throughout the maritime industry. As early as 1840, he established a mail shipping company, which initially operated with merely 3 paddle steamers, each boasting a horsepower of 400 and a carrying capacity of 1,162 tons, traversing the route between Liverpool and Halifax, facilitating postal services. After the passage of 8 years, the company expanded its fleet to include 4 vessels, each with 650 horsepower and a tonnage of 1,820 tons, marking a significant increase in scale. 2 more ships, with even greater horsepower and tonnage, were added to the fleet 2 years later. In 1853, Gournay's charter for expedited mail delivery was renewed, prompting him to boldly invest in new equipment and construct vessels such as the Arabia, Persia, China, Siberia, Java, and Russia, each characterized by superior quality and speed, and among the largest ships afloat, surpassed only by the Great Eastern. By 1867, Gournay's company boasted a total of 12 vessels, comprising 8 paddle-driven ships and 4 propeller-driven ones. Over the span of 26 years, the vessels of the Gournay Company have traversed the Atlantic 2,000 times, achieving their destinations without a single delay, without losing a single letter, and without incurring the loss of any individual or vessel. France exhausted every conceivable method to usurp its business. Yet passengers consistently expressed their preference for Gournay's ships, a fact evident from the statistical RDS of the past few years. The management philosophy of Gournay is both astute and adaptable. No other company has surpassed its accomplishments, thus securing its reputation across the globe. My intention in briefly outlining the aforementioned circumstances is to underscore the significance of this shipping enterprise. With this context in mind, it would not be surprising that an incident involving one of the company's finest steamships would cause a stir. On April 13, 1867, the sea lay calm and serene as the Speedtoya, propelled by a 1,000-horsepower engine, sailed at a speed of 13.5 knots across the waters along it. 15 degrees 12 minutes west and latitude 45 degrees 37 minutes north. At that time, its draft measured 6 meters and 70 centimeters, with a displacement of 6,685 cubic meters, and the paddle wheels struck the water with a steady and rhythmic cadence. Around 4:16 p.m., at the stern of the Scotia, slightly behind the portside engine wheel, it appeared as thought. The vessel had been gently struck by an object, not by a blunt instrument, but rather by a drilling apparatus. That moment, the passengers were indulging in refreshments in the lounge, oblivious to the incident, until a member of the crew rushed onto the deck, shouting, "The ship is sinking. Gee, the ship is sinking." It was only then that the passengers awakened from their stupor, and panic ensued. However, Captain Anderson swiftly reassured everyone, informing them that the Scotia was compartmentalized into 7 watertight sections, and a few minor leaks posed no immediate threat. Once the passengers were calmed, Captain Anderson descended to the lower decks to investigate, he discovered that seawater had already breached the fifth compartment, and judging by the rate at which it was flooding, the breach was significant. Fortunately, the steam boiler was not located in that compartment otherwise. The flames would have been extinguished by the encroaching water. The engineers commenced an examination of the Scotia. What they encountered was beyond belief. A perfectly formed equilateral triangular hole, located 2.5 meters beneath the waterline. Such a precise opening could not have been created by ordinary steel tools. The edges of the breach were remarkably clean, far exceeding the capabilities of a drilling G-machine. Moreover, it seemed as if an entity had struck with astonishing force, penetrating 4 centimeters of steel, and then executed an inexplicably adept retreat. This maneuver was simply baffling, leaving the engineers in utter disbelief. This is a brief account of the recent incident, which has once again stirred public sentiment. From that moment onward, every unexplained maritime disaster was attributed to that monstrous creature, with all similar tragedies laid at the feet of this bizarre animal. Regrettably, the number of sunken vessels is quite substantial according to statistical yearbooks, including both sailboats and steamships. The annual losses amount to approximately 3,000 ships. Furthermore, the number of vessels declared missing due to mysterious disappearances each year exceeds 200. The sheer volume of sunken ships is indeed a lamentable reality. In light of the creature's existence, maritime travel between the 5 continents has become increasingly perilous, prompting a unanimous call for the eradication of this terrifying whale-like monster at any cost. Whether or not the creature has been wrongfully accused, the public has resolutely assigned the cause of missing ships to its malign presence. Chapter 2. Pro and con. This matter became a hot topic at the time, and I was naturally well acquainted with it. It was impossible for me to be unaware of this issue. I turned back to review the various newspapers from America and Europe. Yet I still found myself bewildered by it. It was truly inscrutable. There is no doubt that this phenomenon exists. Those who harbor skepticism should personally examine the gash of the Sargasso. However, I found myself unable to form a definitive opinion, perpetually oscillating between vastly divergent viewpoints. It was precisely during this fervent discourse that I arrived in New York. Once, some believed it to be a drifting isle or an imperceptible reef. However, such assertions are now deemed untenable, with few supporters remaining, and this hypothesis has been thoroughly debunked. Indeed, it can traverse distances with astonishing swiftness. Unless this reef harbors some form of machinery within its depths, such feats would be unattainable. Consequently, the notion that it is merely a floating hull or a colossal derelict vessel has also been dismissed. Thus, only 2 plausible theories remain. Some contend it is an immensely powerful creature, while others assert it is a submarine of extraordinary propulsion. Each theory boasts its own proponents, creating distinctly defined factions. Although the latter theory can be grudgingly accepted, it becomes increasingly untenable following investigations conducted across Europe and America. How could an individual possibly possess such a machine? When was it constructed, and where did this creation take place? How could the existence of such a colossal machine be kept a secret? Following the machine gun came the underwater mines, and subsequent to those, the submersible assault vessels, along with various armaments that mutually counteract one another. This implies that only through conquest could one attain such a devastating apparatus. In an unfortunate era where nations strive tirelessly to enhance their weaponry, it is conceivable that a country could secretly develop this weaponry without the knowledge of others. At the very least, this is my perspective. Given the public interest at stake, especially since maritime traffic has been compromised, the sincerity of governments cannot be called into question. Even for an individual, maintaining secrecy in such circumstances proves exceedingly challenging. How much more so for a nation that is under constant scrutiny from formidable adversaries? The construction of such an immense submarine without attracting public attention is utterly implausible. There exists a book titled Mysteries of the Deep, published in 2 volumes in France, which has garnered significant acclaim in the academic community and established me as an authority in this enigmatic domain of natural science. Consequently, upon my arrival in New York, several individuals sought my insights regarding this peculiar affair. While I initially held a firm stance against the veracity of these claims, I was soon compelled to clarify my position. The New York Pioneer Forum has also invited the esteemed Professor Pierre Aronnax from the Paris Museum of Natural History to share his perspective on this matter. After meticulously examining various hypotheses and scrutinizing all improbable conjectures, I must concede that a formidable marine creature does indeed exist. The depths of the ocean remain unreachable by our probes, leaving us to ponder the enigmatic nature of the abyss. What life forms can endure in the unfathomable depths of 22,000 or 15,000 leagues beneath the surface? What are the anatomical structures of these beings? Such questions are entirely beyond our comprehension. However, I can employ the two-sword theory to address the quandaries before me. A myriad of organisms inhabit our planet, of which we may understand some while remaining oblivious to others. To elucidate this matter, a compelling proposition arises. If our knowledge of all biological entities is limited, and nature keeps certain ichthyological secrets from us, then it is plausible to acknowledge the existence of new species of fish and whales inhabiting the depths inaccessible to our instruments, possibly possessing a non-buoyant organ due to prolonged submersion or an impulsive emergence to the surface. Conversely, if we have a comprehensive understanding of all the creatures on Earth, we must then identify the animal we are discussing within the already classified marine life. Under such circumstances, I am inclined to accept that it is a colossal narwhal. The typical narwhal or sea unicorn measures approximately 60 feet in length. Should one augment its size 5-fold or 10-fold, while simultaneously enhancing its strength in proportion to its length relative to cetaceans or fish, and fortifying its offensive weaponry, it would transform into the formidable creature now prowling the oceans. This creature's dimensions would be determined by the officers of the HMS Mountain Farmer, possessing a horn capable of piercing the hull of the Scotia and a force potent enough to breach the shell of a steamboat. Indeed, as some biologists suggest, the weapon of the narwhal resembles a bony sword or a bony spear. Its principal tusk is as hard as steel. The narwhal frequently engages whales, achieving success in each encounter, with its tusks occasionally discovered embedded within the flesh of its prey. There have been instances where considerable effort was expended to recover narwhal tusks from below the waterline of a ship. These tusks can penetrate the hull as effortlessly as a sharp awl pierces a wooden barrel. One specimen, measuring approximately 2 meters and 25 centimeters in length and 48 centimeters in width, is housed in the exhibition hall of the Paris Medical School. To ascertain the impact force that damaged the Scotia, one might first assume the creature's weaponry and strength to be tenfold, with a hypothetical speed of 20 miles per hour. By multiplying its weight by the square of its velocity, one could naturally calculate its impact force. Thus, in the absence of further information, I perceive this as an exceedingly colossal sea chelan. The sword and spear are not its weapons, but rather resemble the metallic rams affixed to ironclad ships or war vessels. It bears the weight of both ironclads and warships while possessing similar propulsion. This enigmatic and inexplicable phenomenon can only be interpreted in this manner. Alternatively, one might argue that although some have encountered or sensed it, all of this could be mere fabrication. Such a possibility also exists. In truth, I acknowledge the existence of this creature. However, I am reluctant to become a subject of ridicule among Americans, hence my last few statements wavered somewhat, serving to preserve my academic identity to a degree and leaving myself an avenue for retreat. For when Americans laugh, they do so with great fervor. I find myself involuntarily ensnared in a web of fantasies, which I ought to abandon. I must cease these illusions. For to me, these fantasies have been transmuted into a harsh reality by the passage of time. I must reiterate the consensus surrounding the nature of this phenomenon. It has been established that this marvelous entity indeed exists, and there is unanimous agreement that it bears no resemblance to the grotesque sea serpent. However, while a segment of the populace regards this matter merely as a scientific quandary awaiting resolution, another faction, particularly the more pragmatic individuals from the United States and the United Kingdom, believes that eradicating this fearsome creature from the ocean is imperative for ensuring maritime safety. This perspective has notably been the foundation of discourse within commercial publications addressing the issue. Once public opinion coalesced, the United States of America swiftly issued a declaration. The government mandated preparations in New York for an expedition aimed at eliminating the unicorn whale. The formidable second-class battleship, USS Lincoln, equipped with harpoons and boasting remarkable speed, is poised to set sail imminently. Shipyards are diligently collaborating to expedite the outfitting of this vessel for Commander Farragut. Yet, as the decision to pursue this beast was made, it vanished from sight, a phenomenon not uncommon in such circumstances. It seems as though this marine chimera has received intelligence regarding humanity's plans for its pursuit. Speculations arose, even suggesting that the creature intercepted communications via the transatlantic cables. In the ensuing 2 months, there were no further sightings or encounters reported. Thus, it became the subject of jest that this elusive entity, having gleaned forewarning of humanity's intent to attack, chose to remain concealed. The second-class battleship is fully equipped with potent fishing apparatus, ready for its expedition, yet remains uncertain of the direction it should take, as the anticipation grew increasingly unbearable. An unexpected turn of events unfolded on July 2nd. A steamer from the San Francisco Shipping Company, the Tangbridge, which had set sail for Shanghai from California 3 weeks prior, reported sighting the elusive creature once more in the northern Pacific. This news instantly invigorated the crew. Commander Farragut promptly ordered the sailors to load provisions aboard, fill the fuel holds with coal necessary for the voyage, and ensure that all personnel in the ship's departments were accounted for. They awaited only the signal to ignite the engines, cast off the lines, and embark. A mere half-day's delay would be unforgivable. In truth, Commander Farragut himself was more eager to depart than anyone else. 3 hours before the Lincoln was to leave the Brooklyn dock, I received a letter, the contents of which are as follows. Hotel Number 5, New York, Professor Aronnax, Natural History Museum, Paris. Commander Farragut has reserved a cabin on board for your use. Should you agree to join the Lincoln expedition, the United States government would be delighted to have you represent France on this venture. Respectfully, Secretary of the Navy, Hobson. Chapter 3 at your service, sir. Regarding the pursuit of the elusive sea creature, mere seconds before receiving Secretary Hobson's correspondence, I found myself reluctant to embark on a journey to the Arctic. However, upon reading the letter from the esteemed Secretary of the Navy, I was suddenly enlightened to my true mission and the singular purpose of my existence, to capture and eradicate this formidable beast that haunted the depths. Conseil, a Flemish, is my servant, characterized by his calm demeanor and unwavering honesty. He remains unperturbed by the unexpected events of life, adhering steadfastly to his principles while exhibiting remarkable dexterity in all tasks he undertakes. His name, Conseil, signifies advice, yet he is not one to indulge in excessive chatter. He only shares his thoughts when solicited. He treats me with great kindness, and I hold him in high regard, always inviting him to accompany me on my travels. Through frequent interactions with scholars from the botanical gardens, Conseil has gradually acquired a wealth of knowledge. In the realm of biological classification, I would not exaggerate in stating that he is akin to an expert, adeptly categorizing taxa with the finesse of an acrobat, distinguishing domains, kingdoms, phyla, subphyla, orders, families, genera, subgenera, species, and varieties with precision. However, his expertise is confined solely to taxonomy. His daily existence revolves around classification, and beyond that, his capabilities are limited. While he is well-versed in theoretical classification, his practical experience is notably lacking. I suspect he might struggle to differentiate between a sperm whale and a right whale. Nevertheless, he is an exceedingly loyal and dependable companion. Conseil has accompanied me on scientific expeditions for over a decade now. He never contemplates the duration of our journeys or the arduousness of our travels. Whether we are bound for China or Congo, he prepares his belongings and sets off without uttering a single superfluous word. He is robust, with well-developed muscles, immune to ailments, and always exudes a serene composure. As for his capacity for contemplation, that is a matter best left unaddressed. The young man has reached the age of 20, and the ratio of his age to that of his master is 15 to 30. By this means, I express that I am 40 years old, and I hope the readers will forgive me. Conseil. I called to him while busily preparing my luggage for departure. For this journey, I am confident that this loyal young man will accompany me. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not need to inquire whether he wishes to join me. But this journey is unlike any other. No one can ascertain how long it will last, and it entails considerable peril, as we are to pursue a creature capable of crushing a second-rate warship as if it were a mere walnut shell. Even the most composed individual would ponder deeply before embarking on such a hazardous expedition. What thoughts might Conseil entertain? Conseil. I called him for the 3rd time. He responded promptly, Sir, did you call for me? As he entered the room. Yes, I did. Please prepare for me, and make sure you are ready as well. We shall depart in 2 hours. We cannot afford a moment's delay. Pack all the essentials for our journey into the trunk. Clothing, shirts, socks. Do not bother to count. Just take as much as you can, and be quick about it. And what about your specimens, sir? Conseil inquired. We shall address that later. What? What of your peculiar animals, plants, the large horse, the great serpent, and other skeletal remains? For the time being, we shall leave them at the inn. And what about the live wild boar, sir? Do you enjoy making such detours? Huh. It is of no consequence, merely a trifling matter. It is merely a less direct path that we are taking. We are to embark on the illustrious vessel, the Lincoln. You must understand, my friend, that this concerns the monstrous creature, the infamous narwhal. We must eliminate it from the seas. The author of Mysteries of the Deep, a 2-volume work, cannot remain aloof. We must accompany Commander Farragut as he sets forth. This is a noble mission, yet fraught with peril. We are unaware of the true destination. The temperament of this beast is quite capricious. Nevertheless, we shall proceed. Our captain is a man of great courage and intellect. Your wish is my command, sir. A quarter of an hour later, Conseil had organized the luggage. He accomplished this task with remarkable ease, and I am confident that nothing was overlooked. For this young man is as adept at arranging shirts and garments as he is at classifying avian or mammalian species. The fare for this carriage ride was 20 francs. We traversed Broadway directly to Union Square, then along 4th Avenue to the intersection with Boulevard de la Grande, turning onto Callahan Street and coming to a halt at Pier 34. The Callahan ferry transported us, along with our horses and carriage, to Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a large district of New York, situated on the eastern bank of the East River. Moments later, we arrived at the dock where the Lincoln was moored. The 2 smokestacks of the Lincoln were billowing thick, black smoke. As we reached the dock, porters promptly came to transfer our luggage onto the deck of the grand vessel. I hurried aboard, inquiring about the whereabouts of Captain Farragut. A sailor informed me that he was situated on the upper deck at the stern of the ship and kindly escorted me to meet him. The rosy-cheeked Commander Farragut immediately extended his hand towards me, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you must be Mr. Pierre Aronnax?" "Indeed, I am," I replied. "Professor, we are delighted to welcome you. Your cabin has long been prepared." I bowed and excused myself to allow the captain to make the necessary preparations for our departure. Someone guided me to the cabin that had been arranged for me. The Lincoln had been meticulously selected for this new mission and underwent significant modifications for enhanced efficiency. It was a swift second-class battleship equipped with a high-pressure steam engine capable of generating pressure up to 7 atmospheres. With such pressure, the Lincoln could achieve an impressive average speed of 18.3 nautical miles. Yet this was still insufficient for a confrontation with that enormous cetacean. The internal arrangements of the warship were entirely suitable for the demands of this voyage. I found my cabin quite satisfactory. It was located at the rear of the vessel, directly opposite the officers' mess. I remarked to Conseil, "This cabin is quite pleasant." I instructed Conseil to remain in our cabin to properly stow our luggage while I ascended to the deck to observe the preparations for departure. The Lincoln was still tethered to the bollards at the Brooklyn dock, and at that moment, Captain Farragut was calling for the release of the last few mooring lines. Our arrival was remarkably timely. Had we delayed by even a mere quarter of an hour, we would have missed this extraordinary, enigmatic, and almost unbelievable expedition. Although the accounts of this journey are indeed factual, the fervor of our experience may still be met with skepticism. Captain Farragut was eager to navigate the vessel into the waters inhabited by the elusive creatures, unwilling to waste a single day or even an hour. He summoned the ship's engineer. "Is the pressure sufficient?" the commander inquired. "Indeed, Captain," the engineer replied. "Set sail," Captain Farragut proclaimed with great fervor. The command reverberated through the intercom to the engine room, whereupon the crew promptly engaged the machinery. The steam whooshed through the partially opened intake valves, and the rhythmic clatter of pistons echoed continuously, propelling the connecting rods of the engine shaft. The propeller's blades accelerated, churning the sea, and thus, the Lincoln embarked majestically. Surrounded by a flotilla of ferries and motorboats filled with eager spectators bidding farewell, curious onlookers thronged the Brooklyn Pier and the banks of the East River, their jubilant cheers resonating into the sky, a heartfelt cacophony from 5 million voices. Above the densely packed crowd, thousands of handkerchiefs waved excitedly in salute, bidding adieu to the Lincoln. This poignant scene persisted until the vessel reached the mouth of the Hudson River, at the tip of the elongated peninsula that houses New York City, at which point the throng gradually dispersed. The grand ship advanced along the coast of New Jersey, with the picturesque right bank adorned with a succession of charming villas. As the grand vessel sailed through the midst of the battery, a salute was sounded, honoring the ship with a ceremonial cannonade. In response, the USS Lincoln raised the American flag thrice, the constellation of stars shimmering brilliantly upon its rear mast. Subsequently, the ship altered its course, gliding into the navigational channel marked by buoys. As it passed the sandbank, it was met with a heartfelt farewell from the throngs of spectators gathered upon the shore. The clock struck 3 in the afternoon, The navigator disembarked from the grand vessel, boarding his smaller boat to rendezvous with a swift craft awaiting him downwind. The coal fire blazed ever more fervently, and the paddle wheels churned the waters with increasing vigor as the ship sailed along the gently undulating yellow coastline of Long Island. At 8 in the evening, with Fire Island's lights fading into the northwestern horizon, the vessel surged ahead, propelling itself with full force across the dim expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 4. Ned Land. Captain Farragut, a remarkably skilled mariner, was undoubtedly the most fitting commander for this warship. He and the vessel had become one, embodying its very spirit. Regarding the existence of that cetacean creature, he harbored no doubts. Aboard this ship, he forbade any discourse on whether the beast was real. He believed in its existence as fervently as many earnest women believe in the Leviathan, that monstrous embodiment of evil from the scriptures. This belief was rooted in faith rather than reason. The creature existed, and it must be eradicated from the seas. He had sworn an oath to that effect. He was akin to the Knight of Rhode Island, like the one from Gossamer Island who battled the colossal serpent ravaging his homeland. Either Captain Farragut has slain the unicorn whale, or the unicorn whale has claimed Captain Farragut's life. There is no room for compromise in this matter. The crew aboard the vessel unanimously expressed their agreement with their superior's perspective. They incessantly engaged in discussions, debates, and estimations regarding the various opportunities to encounter the monstrous creature, often casting their gaze over the vast expanse of the ocean. Multiple sailors eagerly clamored for the chance to stand watch upon the mast, as anyone else faced with such a daunting task would surely be rife with complaints. As long as the sun remained above the horizon, the area around the mast was perpetually crowded with sailors. The deck was scorching beneath their feet, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. Yet, they stood resolute. As the Lincoln was still far from the waters of the Pacific, the entire crew was intently scanning the surface of the sea, each hoping to spot the sea cheetah, to harpoon it, drag it aboard, and carve it into pieces. Furthermore, Captain Farragut had announced a reward of $2,000. Whoever, be it a sailor or an officer, was the first to report sighting the sea cheetah would receive this bounty. Thus, every eye aboard the Lincoln busily searched the waters, a scene easily imagined. I, of course, was unwilling to lag behind. I would not allow others to perform the observations that were my daily duty. This ship had ample cause to be renamed the Ship of Many Eyes. Among all, only Conseil remained indifferent, his apathy starkly contrasting with the collective excitement that enveloped the crew. I have previously stated that Captain Ahab is a meticulous individual, having meticulously prepared a myriad of equipment for the capture of cetaceans. Even a specialized whaling vessel might not boast such refined apparatus. Presently, our ship's arsenal ranges from hand-thrown harpoons to shotguns with explosive shells, and even to iron bolts launched from cannons, encompassing a comprehensive array of weaponry. Additionally, a modified breech-loading cannon rests upon the foredeck, characterized by a thick barrel and a narrow muzzle, loaded through a breech mechanism. This invaluable artillery, manufactured in America, is capable of firing conical projectiles weighing 4 kilograms, with an impressive range of 16 kilometers. A model of this cannon was showcased at the International Exposition of 1867. Thus, the Lincoln possesses the most extensive array of destructive weaponry. Moreover, aboard is the harpooner extraordinaire, Ned Land, which is a tremendous asset for the Lincoln. A Canadian by birth, Ned Land is an exceptional individual, agile, composed, and audacious. For a right whale to evade his harpoon, it would need to exhibit remarkable cunning, and a sperm whale would require extraordinary cleverness. In this perilous vocation of fishing, he has yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Ned Land is approximately 40 years of age, towering at around 6 feet, with a robust physique and a serious demeanor, rarely displaying a smile. His temper is quite volatile. Should one provoke him, he would erupt with fury. His appearance is striking, particularly his piercing eyes, which lend a vivid expression to his countenance. I believe Captain Ahab's decision to enlist this individual aboard was indeed sagacious. With his keen perception and powerful limbs, he alone is worth the combined strength of the entire crew. I find myself at a loss for a more fitting epithet to illustrate him. I can only liken him to a powerful telescope, simultaneously serving as an artillery piece poised for immediate discharge. To declare that Ned Land is a Canadian is to assert that he is, in essence, a Frenchman. Regardless of the challenges he presents in social interactions, I must concede that he harbors a certain fondness for me. Perhaps my nationality captivates his interest. For him, it signifies an opportunity to engage with the legacy of Rabelais. For me, it allows me to embrace the richness of this archaic French tongue. The French of Rabelais' era is still in use in several provinces of Canada. Quebec, the homeland of this harpooner, was once a bastion of valiant fishermen long before the city fell under British dominion. Ned Land gradually became animated in conversation, regaling me with tales of his adventures in the Arctic seas, which captivated my attention profoundly. His narratives of fishing and combat were imbued with a rich poetic essence. The stories he told came alive with vivid imagery, akin to the verses of an epic poem. Listening to him felt as though I were hearing a Canadian Homer recite the Arctic's Iliad. The reason I endeavor to portray this intrepid harpooner based on my current understanding of him is that we have forged an unbreakable bond through our shared trials, a friendship that has tightly entwined our fates. Brave Ned Land. I sincerely wish I could live for another century, allowing me a more ample span of time to cherish your memory. On July 30th, it will mark 3 weeks since our voyage commenced. The night is enchanting. As our vessel reaches a latitude akin to that of White God, situated 30 nautical miles from the Patagonian coast, we have crossed the Tropic of Capricorn, with the Magellan Strait less than 700 nautical miles to the south. Within a week, the Lincoln will brave the tumultuous waves of the Pacific Ocean. Ned Land and I find ourselves seated on the aft deck, gazing into the unfathomable depths of this mysterious sea while engaging in leisurely conversation about various topics. Naturally, our discussion gravitated toward the colossal sea creature, contemplating the myriad possibilities regarding the success or failure of our expedition. As the conversation unfolded, I noticed that Ned had fallen silent, leaving me to speak alone. Therefore, I decided to be forthright. I have my reasons, Mr. Aronnax. Ned Land, as a professional whaler, you are well acquainted with the immense marine mammals. It should be easy for you to accept the existence of this gigantic cetacean. Yet, you choose to be the last skeptic regarding this matter, which I find utterly perplexing. Professor, your thinking is mistaken, Ned Land replied. It is one thing for the common folk to believe in extraordinary comets traversing the cosmos or prehistoric monsters lurking within the earth. But astronomers and geologists would never acknowledge the existence of such fantastical beings. I am a harpooner, having pursued cetaceans and speared many, even having killed several. Yet, no matter the might of those whales, whether they strike with their tails or their formidable teeth, they could never breach the steel hull of a steamship. However, dear Ned Land, there are numerous legends concerning the narwhal's tusk piercing the hulls of ships. Listen to me, Ned Land. Thus, the biological expert, Ned Land, remarked with an air of mockery, you persist in asserting the existence of colossal cetaceans, do you not? Indeed, Ned Land. I can affirm once more that my belief is grounded in factual evidence. I am convinced that there exists a marine mammal with an exceptionally robust body structure, akin to that of the baleen whale, the sperm whale, or the dolphin, classified within the phylum Chordata, possessing a long, keratinous tusk with formidable penetrating power. Humph! The harpooner shook his head and scoffed, displaying an expression of disbelief. Pray, heed my words, my honest Canadian friend, I continued, if such a creature exists, dwelling beneath the ocean's surface, and if it were to navigate several miles below the water's surface, it must possess an unparalleled physical constitution. Why must it have such a robust structure? Ned Land inquired. To survive in such depths and withstand the immense pressure of the water, it requires an inconceivable strength. Truly? Ned Land gazed at me, blinking in disbelief. It is indeed true. I could effortlessly substantiate this with a few figures. Ned Land replied, figures. How can one manipulate numbers as one pleases? Ned Land, please listen attentively. These are empirical figures. We all know that a column of water 32 feet high exerts a pressure equivalent to 1 atmosphere. In reality, this column would not attain such a height, for we are discussing seawater, whose density surpasses that of freshwater. Now, Ned Land, when you submerge, for every multiple of 32 feet you descend, your body must endure an equivalent multiple of atmospheric pressure. This means that every square centimeter of your body's surface is subjected to a corresponding weight in kilograms. Thus, at a depth of 320 feet, the pressure reaches 10 atmospheres. At 3,200 feet, it escalates to 100 atmospheres, and at 32,000 feet, approximately 2.5 miles down, the pressure amounts to 1,000 atmospheres. This implies that if you were to plunge into the ocean at such depths, each square centimeter of your body would be under a pressure of around 1 ton. However, my brave Ned Land, do you know the total surface area of your body in square centimeters? I do not. I have never contemplated that question, Mr. Aronnax. Allow me to enlighten you. It is 17,000 square centimeters. Is it truly that much? Indeed, one atmosphere exerts a force slightly exceeding 1 kilogram per square centimeter. At this moment, the pressure upon your body, with an area of 17,000 square centimeters, amounts to a staggering 17,568 kilograms. How can it be that I feel nothing at all? Precisely, Ned Land. By such calculations, at depths of 32 feet beneath the sea, one would endure a pressure of 17,568 kilograms. At 320 feet below the surface, this pressure escalates tenfold, reaching a formidable 175,680 kilograms. At 3,200 feet, the pressure amplifies 100 times, culminating in 1,756,800 kilograms. Ultimately, at a depth of 32,000 feet, this pressure surges 1,000-fold, resulting in an astonishing 17,560 tons. In such circumstances, one would be reduced to a mere pulp, as though extracted from beneath the iron plates of a hydraulic press. Heavens! Ned Land exclaimed. Very well, my intrepid harpooner. Should there exist creatures of several hundred meters in length, colossal beings dwelling in such profound depths of the ocean, the pressure upon their bodies, spanning millions of square centimeters, would indeed be measured in hundreds of billions of kilograms. Please contemplate the strength their skeletal structure and physique must possess to withstand such immense pressure. Ned Land remarked. Their bodies would need to be as formidable as ironclad battleships, constructed from steel plates 8 inches thick. As you have mentioned, Ned Land, upon further reflection, one must contemplate the catastrophic consequences of such a colossal creature colliding with a vessel at such a rapid pace. The aforementioned figures have instilled a sense of doubt in this Canadian, perhaps, indeed. He hesitated, yet remained obstinate. Mr. Biologist, he conceded, you have persuaded me of one thing. If such an animal were to inhabit the depths of the ocean, its physical prowess must be as formidable as you assert. However, dear harpooner, you are indeed a tenacious fellow. If no such creature exists beneath the waves, how would you account for the incident involving the Scotia? Perhaps, Ned Land replied, hesitantly. Continue. Summarizing all the deductions, I posit that this creature belongs to the phylum Chordata, class Mammalia, order Cetacea, specifically the whale family. As for its classification, whether it falls under the family Balenidae or Delphinidae, and which genus or species it belongs to, we shall have to await future discoveries to clarify. To resolve this enigma, we must dissect this mysterious beast. To dissect it, we must capture it. To capture it, we must harpoon it. This task falls squarely upon Ned Land's shoulders. To harpoon it, we must first locate it, relying on the collective efforts of the crew to see it. We must encounter it, which is entirely a matter of fortune. Chapter 5. The adventurous undertaking. During the days of navigation aboard the Lincoln, no unforeseen incidents occurred. However, an incident revealed the remarkable prowess of Ned Land, affirming that our trust in him was well placed. On June 30th, the Lincoln sought news of the narwhal from the American whaling fleet in the Maluan Sea, only to learn that they had not encountered it. Yet, one among them, the captain of the whaling ship Menglu, upon hearing that Ned Land was aboard the Lincoln, made a request for his assistance in pursuing a whale that had already been sighted. Captain Farragut, eager to witness Ned Land's skill, permitted him to board the Menglu. Our Canadian friend cast his harpoon, striking the whale's heart with precision, and to everyone's astonishment, his fortune favored him yet again as he discovered another whale, which he successfully captured after a brief chase. I would wager that had the elusive creature we were pursuing crossed paths with Ned Land, its chances of escape would have been virtually non-existent. The warship continued its journey along the southeastern coast of America at an astonishing speed. By July 3rd, we reached the entrance of the Magellan Strait, aligned with the same latitude as the Strait of Magellan. However, Captain Farragut was reluctant to navigate through the convoluted strait and opted for a course around Cape Horn. The entire crew unanimously supported Captain Farragut's decision. For how could the narwhal possibly encounter us in such a narrow passage? Most sailors believed the creature's size was too great for the strait to accommodate it, thus concluding that it would not traverse that way. On July 6th, at around 3 in the afternoon, the Lincoln rounded the solitary island from 15 nautical miles to the south. At the southernmost tip of the American continent lies a rock, which Dutch sailors named Cape Horn after their homeland. Now, our vessel sails northwestward, and by tomorrow, the ship's propeller will stir the waters of the Pacific Ocean. Attention! Keep your eyes wide open. The sailors aboard the USS Lincoln continuously shout, each striving to widen their gaze. Indeed, both their eyes and telescopes seem to blur. lured by the prospect of a $2,000 reward, refusing to rest even for a moment. The crew remains vigilant day and night, scanning the ocean's expanse. While those afflicted with hemerolopia possess an enhanced ability to see in darkness, rendering them more adept at seizing that coveted prize, I, too, observe the sea from the deck. Yet my motivations are not rooted in monetary allure. Apart from a few minutes for meals and several hours for sleep, I remain steadfast on the deck, regardless of sun or rain. At times, I lean against the ship's bow, and at others, I grip the railing at the stern, intensely focused on the endless waves. When a capricious whale reveals its dark, mottled back amidst the tumultuous waters, I share in the excitement of my fellow crew members. Such occurrences have transpired multiple times. The deck of the warship becomes crowded, with sailors and officers pouring forth from beneath the tarpaulin like a rushing stream. Everyone's spirits are lifted, their eyes sparkling, as they observe the whale's every movement. My gaze remains fixated on the surface of the sea, to the point of dizziness, until I can no longer discern anything at all. Consul, ever unperturbed as if nothing had transpired, calmly reiterated to me, if the gentleman's eyes were not to widen so excessively, perhaps he would see more clearly. Ultimately, it was all for naught, a fruitless endeavor that led to nothing but fleeting disappointment. Thus, the Lincoln altered its course, pursuing the creature that had been spotted, which turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary bowhead whale or a common right whale. After a time, these majestic creatures vanished amidst the cacophony of our curses. In regards to this enigmatic beast, Ned Land maintained a skeptical disposition. He would only ascend to the deck when it was his turn to keep watch. Otherwise, he scarcely cast a glance at the ocean's expanse. However, he was an exception when it came to spotting whales. This obstinate Canadian possessed exceptional eyesight, which could have been of great benefit during our observations of the sea. Yet, during the span of 12 hours, he squandered 8 of them in his cabin, engrossed in reading or sleeping. I had reproached him countless times for his indifference and apathy. "Let it be, Mr. Aronnax," he replied. "There's nothing out here. We are merely wandering aimlessly. Even if there were indeed a monster lurking in the depths, do you truly believe we possess the fortitude to encounter it?" It was said that this elusive creature had resurfaced in the northern Pacific waters, and some claimed to have seen it. I wish to believe such accounts. However, it has now been 2 months since that sighting. According to your assertions, the temperament of this narwhal is quite peculiar. It could not possibly linger in one locale for an extended duration. Its speed is remarkable, and it remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, dear Professor, you are undoubtedly more aware of my nature than I am myself. The natural world does not engage in contradictory actions. It would never endow a creature with innate swiftness and yet grant it sluggish movements. Thus, if such an animal were to exist, it would have long since fled. We have finally arrived at the vicinity where this monster has recently been sighted. To speak candidly, the entire crew aboard the ship is scarcely living. None eat or sleep, and all are on edge. Each day, we endure a dozen disturbances triggered by the lookout's miscalculations or misperceptions. This incessant unrest heightens our collective anxiety to an unbearable degree. My own heartbeat has intensified, and I fear I may one day succumb to an incurable ailment, the torment of which defies description. The USS Lincoln has traversed every expanse of the northern Pacific over the past 3 months. In that span, each day has felt like a century. Our warship, undeterred by mechanical strain or energy waste, has scoured the waters from the Japanese coastline to that of the Americas, sometimes charging towards spotted whales, other times abruptly altering course, and occasionally halting altogether. Yet, apart from the vast, silent ocean, we have encountered nothing. Not a single elusive reef, submerged isle, wreckage of a ship, colossal narwhal, or any other enigmatic entity has been discovered. The human mind, by its very nature, is capricious, prone to oscillating between extremes. Those who were once the staunchest supporters of this expedition have now transformed into its most fervent adversaries. The discontent has permeated from the ship's hold, spreading from the position of the warehouse guard to the officers' mess of the ship's staff. It is certain that had Captain Farrago not maintained an unwavering stance, this vessel would have already turned southward. Nevertheless, the USS Lincoln has exerted its utmost efforts. All that could be accomplished has been achieved. This futile search can no longer be prolonged, and there is truly nothing for which to assign blame. Such remarkable patience and enthusiasm have never been exhibited by the personnel dispatched by the United States Navy to this ship. The responsibility for failure does not rest upon them. The only recourse now is to return home. A suggestion for the return voyage was presented to the captain, yet the crew remained resolute in their opinions. The sailors' dissatisfaction was no longer concealed, and they grew increasingly reluctant to perform their duties aboard the ship. While I dare not claim that a mutiny is imminent. After 7 or 8 days of enduring this tension, Captain Farragut, much like the Columbus of yore, has urged everyone to endure for just 3 more days. If that elusive creature does not make an appearance within this time frame, the helmsman will turn the ship around, and the Lincoln will set its course towards European waters. 2 days have already elapsed. The Lincoln is gliding slowly across the ocean's surface at a reduced speed. On this expanse of sea where the creature may appear, the crew has exhausted every conceivable means to attract its attention or stimulate its lethargic senses. The warship trails large slabs of bacon behind it. Yet I fear that this merely satisfies the appetites of the sharks. As the USS Lincoln ceased its advance, numerous small boats were immediately launched, scouring the waters around the battleship, leaving no corner of the ocean unexplored. However, by the evening of November 4th, the mysterious veil shrouding this potential underwater monster remained intact. The noon of November 5th marked the arrival of the stipulated deadline. Once midday passed, Captain Farragut was bound to fulfill his promise, steering the ship away from the northern expanse of the Pacific towards the southeast. At that moment, our vessel was positioned in waters at 31 degrees 15 minutes north latitude and 136 degrees 42 minutes east longitude. With the Japanese archipelago lying less than 200 miles directly beneath us, the ship's bell had just struck 8. Night descended, shrouding the waxing moon in a cloak of dark clouds. The sea's undulations gently rippled behind us. At this juncture, I leaned against the rail on the starboard side of the bow, while Conseil stood beside me, his gaze fixed ahead. Sailors perched on the rigging scrutinized the increasingly dim and darkening horizon. As dusk deepened, visibility dwindled, and officers wielding night binoculars combed the obscured waters. Occasionally, moonlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon the murky ocean. Yet, the clouds would swiftly reclaim their dominion, plunging the scene back into darkness. I glanced at Conseil and discerned that his demeanor too was somewhat influenced by the ambience aboard the ship. At least, I perceived it to be so. Perhaps for the first time in his life, the thrill of curiosity had ignited a tremor within him. I remarked, Conseil, this is the final opportunity to claim the $2,000 bounty. Indeed, that is the case, Conseil. I wonder how many are laughing at us. Please, continue, Conseil. Very well, I shall proceed. I believe the gentleman is reaping what he has sown. You are quite correct. A man as fortunate as him to be a scholar should never act presumptuously. Before Conseil could finish his compliment, a voice pierced the silence of the great ship. It was Ned Land's voice, exclaiming, "Come quickly. The fellow we have been searching for is right there, diagonally across from us. Look, just over there." Chapter 6. Full throttle. No sooner had Ned Land finished speaking than the entire crew rushed towards the harpooner's side. From the captain and officers to the able seamen, apprentices, and even the engineers who abandoned their machines, while the firemen left the boilers. The order to halt the ship had been issued, yet the warship continued to move forward due to inertia. Upon hearing Ned Land's cry, my heart raced with such intensity that I thought it might burst. I pondered how, in such darkness, this Canadian could possibly see anything. What could he have observed? However, Ned Land was indeed not mistaken. We all beheld the object to which he pointed. Approximately 370 meters from the starboard side of the Lincoln, the surface of the sea appeared to be illuminated by a light emanating from the depths below. This was no ordinary phosphorescent phenomenon. None could mistake it. As described by certain captains in their reports, this creature lurked several meters beneath the surface, emanating an intense and wondrous glow. This enigmatic radiance could only be produced by some colossal luminescent force. The luminous portion formed a vast elliptical structure upon the water's surface, with a searing focal point at its center where the emitted light was particularly blinding. The further one moved from this focal point, the weaker the illumination became. "It is merely a collection of phosphorus molecules," remarked an officer. "No, sir," I replied with unwavering conviction. "The cephalopods or sea squirts could not possibly generate such powerful light. This luminosity must originate from an electrical source. Look, look, it is moving. It is advancing towards us." A cacophony of shouts erupted from the battleship. "Silence!" Captain Farragut commanded. "Steer into the wind, reverse." The sailors hastened to the helm, while the engineers rushed to the machinery. The steam valve was immediately closed, and the Lincoln executed a swift 180-degree turn to port, tracing a semicircle across the sea. Captain Farragut bellowed, "Turn the helm to starboard, move forward." The helmsman complied, and the battleship rapidly distanced itself from the radiant center. I had spoken too soon. Our vessel was retreating, yet that mysterious creature surged toward us with doubled speed. In that moment, we were all transfixed, as if our very breaths had been arrested, standing frozen in place. At that moment, our warship was navigating at a speed of 14 nautical miles per hour, while this creature seemed to mock us. Circling around the vessel and enveloping it in its vast electric luminescence, akin to a glowing dust. It then trailed a phosphorescent wake, reminiscent of the vapor emitted by the locomotive of a high-speed train, retreating 2 to 3 nautical miles away. Suddenly, this monster charged towards the USS Lincoln from the horizon with astonishing swiftness, halting abruptly just 20 feet above the destroyer's hull, whereupon the light extinguished. It did not sink to the ocean's depths, for its glow did not fade gradually. Rather, it vanished instantaneously, as if its power source had been abruptly severed. After a brief interval, it re-emerged on the opposite side of the warship, perhaps having circumnavigated it or surfaced from beneath the vessel. A collision could occur at any moment, which would spell catastrophic consequences for us. Yet, I was astonished by the warship's maneuvers. It was retreating rather than launching an assault. It ought to have pursued the creature, yet now it was the hunted. Thus, I conveyed my concerns to Captain Farragut. Regardless of the circumstances, Captain Farragut typically maintained a composed demeanor, yet now his face bore an expression of sheer trepidation. "Mr. Aronnax," he said to me, "I have yet to ascertain the true extent of this monster's power. I do not wish to recklessly risk my warship in such impenetrable darkness. Moreover, how should we approach an attack on this enigmatic entity? And what defensive measures should we consider? I wish to wait until dawn, for when the light breaks, the circumstances shall transform. Captain, do you harbor any lingering doubts regarding the nature of this creature?" "None, sir. It is abundantly clear that this is a colossal narwhal, and a charged one at that." "Perhaps so," I continued. "We must maintain our distance, akin to how one would avoid an electric eel or a naval mine." "Indeed," Captain replied, "should it possess the formidable power of lightning, it would undoubtedly be the most fearsome creation of the Creator. Sir, it is precisely for this reason that I must exercise utmost caution. The creature moves with astonishing speed, and the Lincoln cannot match its velocity. Thus we are compelled to proceed at a sluggish pace." The narwhal, in turn, mimicked the warship's movements, swaying with the waves, as if it had no intention of departing this arena. The entire crew stood vigilant through the night, with none daring to succumb to slumber. As midnight approached, the creature abruptly vanished. More accurately, it ceased to emit its luminescence, akin to a great firefly. Could it be fleeing? This was our greatest fear. We hoped it would not escape. However, just before dawn, a deafening wail pierced the air, reminiscent of the sound produced by a massive column of water expelled under great pressure. At that moment, I, Captain Farragut, and Ned Land were stationed on the aft deck, intently scanning the inky expanse of the sea. "Ned Land," the captain inquired, "have you ever heard the call of a whale?" "Sir, it is often heard. Yet I have never encountered a sound akin to that of the whale's call at this moment, discovering it would reward one with a bounty of $2,000. "Indeed. That sum should rightfully belong to you. However, I implore you to clarify whether this sound is akin to that produced by cetaceans exhaling through their blowholes." "Indeed, sir. It is that very sound. Yet, the current vocalization is notably more resounding. Thus, there can be no doubt that a cetacean is lurking beneath our very eyes." The harpooner added, "Sir, may I be permitted to converse with it once dawn breaks?" "Master Ned Land, that depends on whether it possesses the patience to heed your words." I replied with a hint of skepticism. The Canadian retorted, "If it is but 4 harpoons' length away from me, it shall have no choice but to listen." The captain inquired, "Should I prepare a whaling boat as you approach it?" "Certainly, sir. To embark in a small vessel would be to gamble with the lives of my crew." Around 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 nautical miles ahead of the Lincoln, the glowing focal point emitted the same intense light. Despite the considerable distance and the tumult of wind and waves, the sound of the creature stirring the water with its tail was unmistakably clear, accompanied by its labored breaths. When this colossal narwhal surfaced to breathe, air surged violently into its lungs, reminiscent of steam rushing into the cylinders of a 2,000 horsepower engine. I believe the strength of this whale is equivalent to that of an entire cavalry regiment. It must be an extraordinary creature. Until the break of dawn, no one dared to let their guard down, remaining perpetually prepared for battle. Various fishing apparatus lay beside the ship's railing. The second mate had loaded the large-caliber harpoon with gunpowder, capable of launching the whaling spear over a mile, and had also prepared the long gun with explosive shells. A weapon of lethal potency that could not be escaped by even the mightiest of beasts. Ned Land himself busied himself sharpening his harpoon, a formidable instrument of destruction in his hands. By 6 o'clock, dawn had broken, and the unicorn whale's electric glow was submerged in the morning light. Around 7, the day grew bright, yet heavy morning fog cloaked the sea, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Even the finest telescope could discern nothing. A sense of frustration and disappointment enveloped the crew once more. I climbed to the rear mast, where a number of officers had already gathered. At 8 o'clock, the sea was shrouded in dense fog, yet the thick mists began to dissipate gradually. The horizon widened, and visibility improved. Suddenly, just as the night before, Ned Land's voice rang out. There it is, off the port side of the ship. All eyes followed the direction of his. Approximately a mile and a half from the warship, a long, dark body surfaced. It thrashed its tail with great force, creating a massive whirlpool in the ocean. I had never witnessed a fish's tail strike the water with such tremendous power. The path traversed by the monster is marked by a vast, blindingly white trail of water left in its wake, curving elegantly behind it. As our warship drew closer to this cetacean creature, I took the opportunity to observe and estimate its dimensions. I found the reports from the Mountain Farmer and Helvetia vessels to be somewhat exaggerated. Its length appeared to be approximately 150 feet. Estimating its width proved to be a more challenging endeavor. Overall, it seemed to me that this creature exhibited a remarkably uniform proportion in length, width, and height. While I was observing this monster, it suddenly expelled 2 jets of water and steam from its nostrils, soaring over 10 meters into the air, which confirmed my understanding of its respiratory mechanism. Ultimately, I concluded that this creature belonged to the phylum Chordata, class Mammalia, order Cetacea, and suborder Odontoceti. However, I could not yet ascertain its family classification. The order Cetacea is divided into 3 families: Balenidae, Physeteridae, and Delphinidae, with the narwhal classified under Delphinidae. Each of these families is further subdivided into several genera, which in turn are categorized into species, with each species containing various subspecies. At this moment, I could not determine the specific subspecies, genus, or family to which this monster belonged, but I held faith that, with the assistance of God and Captain Falagu, I would elucidate this creature's classification. The crew aboard the ship awaited the captain's orders with mounting anticipation. After scrutinizing the monster, the captain summoned the engineer. The engineer hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Sir, is the air pressure adequate?" "Very well. Increase the firepower and proceed at full speed." Upon hearing the captain's command, the crew erupted in cheers. The moment of battle had arrived. Soon, plumes of black smoke billowed from the ship's 2 smokestacks, and the deck trembled with the vibrations of the boiler. With powerful thrusts from the engine, the USS Lincoln surged directly towards the monstrous creature. The beast, utterly dismissive of the warship, did not deign to submerge even when the distance between them shrank to merely half a chain. It merely made a slight evasive maneuver, maintaining that half-chain distance without retreating far. This tantalizing chase continued for approximately 15 minutes, during which it proved exceedingly challenging for the ship to close the gap of even 4 meters to the whale. It was evident that persisting in this pursuit would render it impossible to catch the creature. Captain Farragut, stroking his bushy beard thoughtfully, exhibited signs of considerable agitation. "Where is Ned Land?" he called out. The Canadian promptly appeared. "What say you, Master Ned Land?" he inquired. "Do you think it is still necessary to lower the small boat into the sea?" Ned Land replied, "No, sir, I cannot capture this monster unless it willingly surrenders." "Then what shall we do?" "Sir, if our warship is capable, we should exert as much power as possible and proceed at full speed. I shall remain on the rigging of the foremast, and when we are within harpooning distance, I will cast the harpoon. Of course, I must first have your permission." The firepower was exerting its utmost effort, the wheels rotating at a speed of 43 revolutions per minute, steam billowing forth from the valves. Upon releasing the measuring device, it was determined that the Lincoln was currently traveling at a velocity of 18.5 nautical miles per hour. Ned Land had also taken his position. However, that detestable creature was advancing at the same speed of 18.5 nautical miles per hour. The warship maintained this speed for a full hour, failing to close even a mere 2 meters of distance. For one of the fastest vessels in the United States Navy, this was indeed a matter of great embarrassment. The officers and crew could barely contain their frustration, while the sailors muttered curses against the monstrous entity. Yet the creature remained indifferent to the plight of the warship. Captain Farragut was no longer merely stroking his prominent mustache. He was now twisting it in desperation. He summoned the engineer once more. Has the horsepower reached its maximum limit? The captain inquired. Yes, Captain, came the reply. Are the intake valves fully secured? We have reached 6.5 atmospheres. Now increase them to 10 atmospheres. This command was quintessentially American in its nature. Even on the Mississippi River, such a maneuver to outpace an opponent's vessel would likely be impossible. Conseil, I said to my steadfast servant standing beside me. Do you realize that our ship might very well explode? The intake valves have been properly installed, the furnace filled to the brim with coal, and the bellows tirelessly supplying air. The intense glow of the burning coal has significantly increased the speed of the Lincoln, with the mast trembling incessantly, even the base quaking in rhythm. Due to the narrowness of the chimney, the thick smoke billowing forth seems to struggle to find an escape. The speed was measured once more with the velocity gauge. What is our current speed? Captain Farragut inquired. 19.3 knots, Captain. Stoke the fire even more. Following the order, the engineer complied. The pressure gauge indicated that the pressure had reached 10. However, that beast appeared to have stoked its own flames, effortlessly elevating its speed to 19.3 knots. The exhilarating chase was beyond the capacity of my words to convey my emotions. Ned Land, harpoon in hand, stood steadfast at his post. Several times, that creature brought us perilously close. We have caught up with it. We have caught up with it. The Canadian shouted. Yet, just as he prepared to launch the harpoon, the entity swiftly eluded our grasp, its movements remarkably agile. I estimated its speed to be no less than 30 knots. More frustrating still was the fact that while our ship was sailing at maximum velocity, it could circle us, as if mocking our efforts. The crew aboard the warship was irate, their shouts echoing in fury. By noon, our distance from that creature remained unchanged since 8 o'clock that morning. No progress whatsoever. Thus, Captain Farragut resolved to adopt a more direct approach. He remarked with a scoff. Ah, you scoundrel, how is it that you can outrun even the mighty Lincoln? Very well. Let us see if you can evade our conical projectiles. Boatswain, summon the gunners to the fore of the ship. Instantly, the gunners loaded the cannons on the foredeck. Taking aim and firing, the cannonball was launched but missed its mark, merely grazing the creature from half a nautical mile away. Bring forth a more accurate marksman. The captain commanded. Whoever can strike this demon shall be rewarded with $500. An elderly gunner, his beard flecked with gray, approached the cannon with a steady gaze and calm demeanor, his form still vividly etched in my memory. He meticulously adjusted the cannon's position, taking ample time to aim. With a resounding boom, the entire crew erupted in jubilant cheers. The projectile struck its target, landing upon the creature, yet it failed to hit a vital spot, nearly sliding off its rotund body and plunging into the sea beyond 2 nautical miles. The old gunner, seething with fury, exclaimed, "How peculiar! Is this scoundrel clad in 6 inches of iron armor?" Captain Farragut echoed his frustration, exclaiming, "That accursed demon!" A new round of pursuit commenced. Leaning toward me, Captain Farragut declared, "I shall pursue relentlessly until our vessel meets its explosive demise." We hoped that such a chase would exhaust the beast. After all, it could not possibly possess the tirelessness of a steam engine. Yet, as time passed, it showed no signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, the indomitable spirit of the Lincoln in this fierce contest is indeed commendable. I surmise that on that ominous day of November 6th, it traveled no less than 500 nautical miles. Darkness descended once more, enveloping the tumultuous sea in a shroud of night. At that moment, I believed our expedition had come to an end, and that this peculiar creature would forever elude us. Yet I was mistaken. At precisely 10:50 in the evening, a flash of electric light illuminated the sea 3 nautical miles ahead of our warship, as intense and blinding as the previous night. The narwhal appeared almost motionless, undulating with the waves. Perhaps it had exhausted itself during the day and succumbed to slumber. Captain Farragut perceived this as an opportune moment and resolved to capitalize on it. He issued his commands. To avoid rousing the creature, the USS Lincoln reduced its speed, navigating cautiously. It is not uncommon to encounter a sleeping whale at sea and successfully launch an attack. Ned Land had done so on numerous occasions when the whales were in a state of slumber. The Canadian returned to his original position beneath the ship's bow and mast. The warship advanced silently and gradually, and when we were approximately 370 meters from the creature, we closed the valves, allowing the vessel to coast on its inertia. The crew held their breath, and a profound silence enveloped the deck. We were less than 100 feet from the searing focal point, the brightness intensifying to the point of dazzling our eyes. At that moment, I leaned over the bow railing, observing Ned Land below, with one hand gripping the rigging and the other wielding his sharp harpoon. He was less than 20 feet from the slumbering beast. Suddenly, he extended his arm with great force and hurled the harpoon forth. I heard the harpoon emit a crisp sound, as if striking against a solid shell. Suddenly, the electric light across from me extinguished, and two massive columns of water surged violently towards the deck of the warship, akin to a torrential current sweeping from the bow to the stern, knocking the crew off their feet and snapping the ropes of the guardrails. Then, our vessel was struck with tremendous force, and before I could regain my balance, I found myself thrown overboard into the sea. Chapter 8. The unknown species of whale. Although the sudden plunge into the water startled me, the sensation remains vividly etched in my memory. I was abruptly cast into the depths of the ocean, approximately 20 feet below the surface. Despite being submerged in the deep waters, my mind remained remarkably clear. I am an adept swimmer, though I cannot claim to rival masters like Byron or Edgar Allan Poe. With a vigorous kick of my legs, I propelled myself back to the surface. Upon surfacing, my foremost concern was locating the warship. Did those aboard realize I had been cast into the sea? Had the USS Lincoln altered its course? Had Captain Farragut launched a lifeboat? Did I have any hope of rescue? The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. I faintly discerned a mass of shadowy shapes gradually fading into the east, from a distance. Its signal lights were no longer visible. That must surely be our warship. A sense of despair washed over me. Help! Help! I cried out loudly, desperately swimming towards the USS Lincoln. My clothes clung to me, soaked and cumbersome, hindering my movements. I could scarcely breathe. I was sinking. Help! This was my final cry for salvation. I choked on a great deal of seawater. Struggling desperately, I felt myself being dragged into the abyss. Suddenly, a powerful hand grasped my clothing, pulling me above the surface. I heard a voice whispering in my ear. Indeed, someone was speaking to me. If you would be so kind as to rest your head upon my shoulder, swimming would become considerably easier. I seized the arm of my faithful companion, Conseil. It is you, I exclaimed, realizing it was him. Indeed, it is I, Conseil replied. I am here to heed your commands. Were you thrown into the sea alongside me during the collision? I inquired. Not at all. I leapt into the water to serve you, my dear sir. What a commendable young man he was, believing such an act was his duty. Where has the warship gone? I asked. Pardon? I mean, at the moment I leapt into the ocean, I heard the helmsman exclaim, the rudder and propeller are both damaged. What? Both damaged? Indeed. They were bitten by the beast's teeth. I thought to myself that this was merely a minor injury to the Lincoln. However, this situation was not favorable for us, for the ship's rudder had failed. So we are doomed. I lamented. Conseil's steadfast and composed words filled me with encouragement. I swam with renewed vigor. Yet my clothing clung to me tightly, akin to a leaden shroud, restricting my movements and making it arduous to continue. Conseil noticed my struggle. Sir, may I be permitted to cut away your garments? He spoke, placing a knife beneath my clothing, swiftly slicing it open from top to bottom. With deft movements, he assisted me in shedding my garments, prompting me to grasp him and begin to swim. Subsequently, I too removed the clothing from Conseil, and together we continued our journey side by side upon the water. Conseil approached this predicament with a remarkably calm analysis, subsequently devising a plan of action. The temperament of this young man was indeed peculiar. He maintained an air of composure, as if he were in the comfort of his own home. He surmised that, since our sole hope rested upon the Lincoln lowering a lifeboat to rescue us, we ought to devise a means to endure, striving to prolong our survival for as long as possible, thereby awaiting the arrival of the boat, to conserve our energy and prevent both of us from exhausting ourselves simultaneously. I proposed that we alternate our efforts. The method we agreed upon was as follows. One of us would cross their arms, extend their legs, and lie still upon the surface, while the other would swim alongside and propel them forward. This towing task would be limited to 10 minutes per person, allowing us to alternate and potentially remain afloat for several hours, perhaps enduring until dawn. It was a matter of sheer chance. Yet hope is inherently rooted within the human spirit, and we were still two individuals. Ultimately, I could assert with certainty that, although this endeavor appeared improbable, shattering the illusions within my heart was a task I could not accomplish, even if I forced myself into despair. As the clock approached 1 in the morning, I felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping me. My limbs convulsed violently, growing increasingly rigid. Conseil had to come to my aid, thus shouldering the burden of our survival entirely on his own. In a short while, I heard this unfortunate young man begin to gasp, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. I understood that he too could not endure for much longer. "Release me. Do not concern yourself with me," I implored him. At that moment, a thick cloud was blown eastward by the wind, revealing the moon's edge. The sea shimmered under the moonlight. This benevolent moon invigorated me, restoring a flicker of strength. I lifted my gaze and surveyed my surroundings. I spotted that warship, approximately 5 nautical miles away, appearing as a dark silhouette against the horizon. Yet, there was not a single lifeboat in sight. I longed to shout, but from such a distance, what would be the use? Moreover, my lips were swollen, rendering me voiceless. Conseil still managed to utter words. I heard him cry out repeatedly, "Help! Help! Can you hear me?" "I can hear. I can hear," I responded weakly. Then, Conseil let out a desperate call into the boundless sea. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he supported my shoulder as I struggled against one final spasm. He raised half of his body above the water to look around, then collapsed back down, utterly spent. "Conseil, what did you see?" I asked. "I saw." He murmured, "I saw. Let us refrain from speaking for now. Conserve your strength." At that moment, a hard object brushed against me, prompting me to cling tightly to it. Subsequently, I felt someone pulling me toward the water's surface. My chest no longer felt constricted, and then I lost consciousness. My body, invigorated by vigorous friction, swiftly regained awareness. As I hazily opened my eyes, I murmured, "Conseil, did you call for me, sir?" Conseil inquired. At that moment, the moon was slowly descending in the western sky. Illuminated by its final rays, I did not see Conseil's face, yet I recognized him immediately. "Ned Land," I exclaimed. "Indeed. It is I, the one pursuing the bounty," replied the Canadian. "Were you also cast into the sea when the warship collided with that creature?" "Yes, Professor. I was somewhat more fortunate. I almost immediately found myself upon a floating isle." "An isle?" "Yes, or to be more precise, I stood upon the back of that enormous narwhal." "Please clarify, Ned Land." "It is quite simple. I soon understood why my harpoon could not harm it, why it became blunted upon striking its surface." "Why, Ned Land, why?" "Because that creature is made of steel, Professor." The final words of the Canadian transformed the thoughts swirling in my mind. The being or object, which had now become our temporary refuge, was half submerged in the ocean, and I quickly climbed upon its back. I attempted to kick it with my foot, and it was evident that this was a firm and impenetrable object, rather than the soft material that constitutes the colossal bodies of marine mammals. However, this hard entity could possibly be a shell of osseous nature, reminiscent of the exoskeletons of ancient creatures. If that were the case, I could classify this anomaly among the amphibious reptiles, such as turtles, crocodiles, or ichthyosaurs. There can be no further doubt. It must now be acknowledged that this perplexing entity, which has confounded the scholarly community and left explorers from both hemispheres in bewilderment, is an even more astonishing phenomenon, a man-made marvel. Even upon encountering the most bizarre, absurd, or even mythical of creatures, I would not be as astounded that such wonders emanate from the Creator's hand, for that is commonplace. Yet, to suddenly discover an impossible and mysterious object brought forth by human hands right before my eyes is indeed profoundly shocking. There is now no room for skepticism. We are presently reclining upon the back of a submarine, which, in my estimation, resembles a gigantic steel fish. In this regard, Ned Land has already expressed his opinion, and both Conseil and I can only concur with him. Thus, it follows that this vessel must possess a navigational apparatus along with a crew of operators, correct? "It is quite evident that it must," the harpooner replied. "However, I have been on this floating island for 3 hours, and it has yet to stir." "Has the vessel not moved at all?" "It has not moved, Mr. Aronnax. It merely allowed the waves to sway it, yet it remained motionless. However, it moved with remarkable speed, a fact well known to us all. Such swiftness necessitates a sophisticated machine and a skilled crew to operate it. Thus, I surmised that we were indeed rescued." Ned Land, with a hint of reservation in his tone, responded affirmatively. At that moment, the peculiar object seemed to validate my reasoning as it stirred the waters behind it. Its propeller was evidently a screw propeller, and it began to move. We swiftly grasped its uppermost section, which emerged about 80 centimeters above the surface. Fortunately, its pace was not excessively rapid. Ned Land whispered, "If it persists in navigating horizontally, I have no concerns. However, should it abruptly decide to plunge beneath the surface, my life would likely be forfeit." The Canadian made a valid point. Therefore, establishing contact with those inside became our utmost priority. I searched the upper deck for an opening, a hatch as it were, but found only rows of clearly defined, evenly spaced screws securing the steel plates together, revealing no discernible gaps. As the moon descended, darkness enveloped us entirely. It seemed that any attempt to access the interior of this submarine would have to await the dawn. Thus, our fates rested entirely in the hands of the enigmatic pilot commanding this machine. If they were to descend to the ocean's depths, our fate would be sealed. As long as they remain above, we possess the means to communicate with those within. For, should they be incapable of generating their own air, they must frequently surface to refresh their atmospheric composition. Consequently, there must exist a vent that facilitates the exchange of air between the vessel's interior and the external atmosphere. As for the hope of Captain Farragut coming to our rescue, that notion is now utterly abandoned. We are being carried westward by this wretched individual at a pace that, while moderate, I estimate to be around 12 nautical miles per hour. The ship's propeller rhythmically stirs the seawater, occasionally breaching the surface and sending a shimmering column of phosphorescent water soaring into the sky. Just before 4 in the morning, the vessel suddenly accelerated. The waves lashed against us like a whip, leaving us dizzy and on the brink of collapse. Fortuitously, Ned Land's hand, amidst the turmoil, grasped a large ring affixed to the steel backing, allowing us to hold on firmly and prevent ourselves from slipping. The sun rose, shrouded by morning mist, which soon dissipated. The top of the ship resembled a platform, and just as I was about to scrutinize the hull, I felt the vessel gradually sinking. Good heavens! Ned Land, in frustration, kicked the steel plate vigorously while shouting in anger, "Open the door! Let us in, you inhospitable sailors!" The sound of the propeller churning through the water was deafening, rendering it nearly impossible for those inside to hear him. Fortunately, the ship ceased its descent for a moment. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from within, as if someone were forcefully pushing against the iron plate. A metal plate was abruptly lifted, and a figure emerged from the doorway, uttering a strange cry before vanishing instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, 8 burly, masked men stealthily appeared, seizing us and drawing us into their terrifying contraption. Chapter 9. The motion within motion. My companion and I, lacking even the opportunity to discern our bearings, were roughly thrust into this submarine with the swiftness of lightning. Upon being confined within this floating prison, I could only speculate about the sentiments of my 2 companions. However, I was acutely aware of my own. An uncontrollable shiver coursed through me, rendering my entire body frigid. Who were these individuals with whom we were now entangled? It was evident that they were a new breed of marauders, brazenly asserting their dominance upon the seas. The narrow hatch above us slammed shut the moment we entered. Our eyes struggled to adjust from the brilliance to the profound darkness, rendering everything invisible. I sensed the cold metal rungs of a ladder beneath my bare feet, with Ned Land and Conseil firmly gripped behind me. A door below the ladder swung open, and as we stepped inside, it resounded with a resounding thud, sealing us in. Now, only a handful of us remained confined within. Words eluded me, and I could not fathom our whereabouts. All I perceived was a void of inky blackness. This was an absolute darkness, even after several minutes. My eyes failed to catch even a glimmer of light, a faint shimmer that ought to exist, even in the deepest of night. Neil Land was consumed by a profound indignation at the manner in which these individuals received us, erupting in a fit of fury. His outrage was palpable as he vociferously expressed his discontent. "What an abominable situation!" he exclaimed. "Their hospitality is akin to that of the Caledonians. They might as well be cannibals." I was not surprised, yet I must declare in advance that I would not passively await my own consumption. Calmly, Conseil interjected, "My dear friend Neil, let us temper our emotions. We are not yet on the grill, and this is not the moment for ire. Do not lose your temper," I advised the harpooner, for such outbursts serve no purpose. Should someone be eavesdropping on our conversation, it would only exacerbate our predicament. Instead, let us endeavor to discern our current location. After more than 30 minutes, our situation remained unchanged. Suddenly, a brilliant illumination pierced the darkness, transforming it into a dazzling light. Our confinement was abruptly illuminated, as if the room had been filled with an intensely radiant source, the brilliance of which was nearly unbearable. Upon witnessing this stark, luminous glow, I recognized it as the phosphorescent, enchanting electric light that enveloped the submarine. I instinctively shut my eyes, only to reopen them moments later, discovering that the light emanated from a translucent hemispherical fixture affixed to the ceiling. "At last, we can finally see clearly," Neil Land declared, brandishing a knife in a defensive posture. "Indeed, we have gained clarity," I replied, while simultaneously expressing a contrary opinion. "However, our situation remains as obscure as it was before." "Please be patient, sir," Conseil remarked calmly. Suddenly, the cabin was illuminated, allowing me to scrutinize the surroundings closely. The room contained but a single table and 5 stools, with no visible doors or windows, presumably sealed. An oppressive silence enveloped the vessel. We could discern no sounds. I found myself pondering whether the ship was in motion, floating upon the surface, or submerged beneath the waves. I surmised that someone would soon arrive, for the orb would not illuminate without cause. Should we be forsaken by these individuals, this prison would remain ensconced in darkness. My predictions proved accurate. Shortly, the sound of a bolt sliding back echoed, and the door swung open, revealing 2 figures. One of them was diminutive yet remarkably muscular, with broad shoulders and sturdy limbs. His angular visage was framed by a profusion of thick, dark hair and a heavy beard, while his eyes gleamed with agility and sharpness, embodying the essence of a southern gentleman. Diderot aptly stated that human gestures are laden with metaphor. This short man was a vivid testament to that assertion. I imagined that his speech was likely adorned with the rich tapestry of rhetorical devices, though I had no opportunity to confirm this, as his words were peculiar and utterly incomprehensible to me. The other individual, however, warranted a more detailed description. One can discern the essence of a person from the countenance of Gratiola, a French physiologist of the 19th century, or perhaps from the disciples of Engel. Without hesitation, I immediately perceived the predominant traits of this individual. First, he exudes an air of confidence, as his head is held high, forming an arc between his shoulders, while his dark eyes remain remarkably composed when engaging with others. Second, he possesses a remarkable calmness, evidenced by his pallid complexion, indicative of stable blood circulation. Third, he exhibits a resilient character, as demonstrated by the swift contraction of the muscles around his eyes. Finally, he is undeniably courageous, as his substantial lung capacity suggests a vigorous vitality. Moreover, it is worth noting that this individual carries an air of haughtiness. His steadfast gaze seems to reflect profound contemplation. Observing his overall demeanor, along with the consistency of his gestures and expressions, one could surmise, in accordance with the teachings of physiognomy, that he is an open and candid person. Upon this realization, a sense of assurance washed over me, leading me to believe that our forthcoming discussion would yield favorable outcomes. This person appears to be between the ages of 35 and 50, though I cannot ascertain his precise age. He is tall, with a broad forehead, a prominent nose, and distinctly defined lips. His teeth are well aligned, and his hands are delicate yet elongated. To invoke the terminology of palmistry, he embodies a uniquely ethereal quality, suggesting that his hands are perfectly aligned with his emotionally rich spirit. Indeed, he may represent the most exquisite archetype among all those I have encountered. He possessed a particularly subtle characteristic. The distance between his eyes was greater than that of an ordinary person, affording him a wide field of vision, allowing him to simultaneously observe numerous objects. This trait was later corroborated in my experience. His eyesight vastly surpassed that of Ned Land. When he focused intently on an object, his brows would furrow tightly, and his ample eyelids would partially close, encircling his pupils and consequently narrowing his field of vision. Objects that appeared diminished due to their distance were magnified in his gaze. What seemed to us as indistinct waves of the sea, he could perceive with clarity. He could discern everything occurring in the depths of the ocean. With just a glance, he could touch your very soul. Such remarkable vision. These 2 strangers, adorned with caps fashioned from otter fur and clad in sealskin boots, wore garments made from a special fabric, loose-fitting yet allowing for agile movements. It was evident that the taller of the 2 was the leader aboard this vessel. He scrutinized us meticulously, uttering not a single word. Then, he turned away and engaged in conversation with his companion in a language utterly incomprehensible to me. The intonations of their native tongue seemed to vary greatly, resonating with a bright, harmonious, and melodious quality. Conseil suggested to me, "Sir, perhaps you should explain our situation to them. These gentlemen may understand a few phrases." The man exuded tranquility and politeness, listening to my words with great attention, his gaze both gentle and composed. After I finished speaking, he remained silent, his expression revealing no indication that he comprehended the account I had just conveyed. It appears that the only way to communicate with him now is in English. English is virtually the universal language spoken across the globe, so perhaps he will comprehend it. I am proficient in both English and German, capable of reading fluently, though my spoken skills leave much to be desired. Regardless, I must devise a means to convey my intentions clearly. Ned Land readily agreed and reiterated what I had just said, and I understood most of his words. The content was identical, yet the form differed. due to his character. The Canadian spoke with fervor. He vehemently lamented the disregard for human rights, questioning the legality of our detention here. He even cited provisions from the personal security law, asserting his intention to prosecute those who unlawfully confined him. His animated gestures and escalating voice conveyed his growing agitation, culminating in a particularly vivid display of body language, which indicated that we were on the brink of starvation. This was indeed true, although we had nearly forgotten about our hunger. The harpooner appeared utterly bewildered, for his words mirrored mine, yet failed to elicit any understanding from the two individuals, who did not even furrow their brows. It seemed they neither understood the language of Faraday nor that of Alaric. I felt a profound embarrassment. We had exhausted our linguistic resources, yet no issues had been resolved, leaving me at a loss as to what to do next. At that moment, Conseil turned to me and said, "Sir, if you permit, I shall now attempt to communicate with them in German." "Ah, you speak German?" I exclaimed. "I, like any ordinary Fleming, can converse in German. Surely, this will not displease you, sir? On the contrary, I am quite pleased that you possess this skill. Well done, my good fellow, do proceed." Thus, Conseil, with his calm demeanor, recounted our convoluted tale once more. Yet, regardless of how melodious and harmonious his voice might have been, German proved ineffective. Ultimately, I was left with no choice but to delve into the recesses of my memory, retrieving the scant Latin I had once learned to recount our misadventures anew. Cicero, were he to overhear, might well have plugged his ears and banished me to the kitchen. I struggled to articulate my thoughts, but alas, my efforts were in vain. This final attempt met with failure, as the two strangers exchanged a few words in a language unknown to us before turning away, not even bothering to offer the universal gestures of reassurance. The door closed once more. Ned Land shouted, "This is utterly shameless. How is it that we speak to them in French, English, German, and Latin, yet not one of these scoundrels possesses the courtesy to respond?" This marked the 20th time he had expressed his indignation. I turned to my irate companion and said, "Calm yourself, Ned Land. Venting your anger will not resolve our predicament." The irritable companion retorted, "Professor, are we to remain in this iron cage awaiting starvation? My friends, do not despair. We have encountered even more dire situations than this. Please, exercise a modicum of patience and share your thoughts on the captain and crew of this vessel." "Very well. Which nation do they hail from?" "A wretched one. My dear Ned Land, there is yet to be a depiction of this country on the world map. I must admit, it is indeed challenging to ascertain the nationality of these two individuals. They are neither British, nor French, nor German, that much is certain. However, I believe this captain and his assistant are products of the low latitudes, exhibiting characteristics typical of Southerners. They may be Spanish, Turkish, Arab, or Indian, yet their physique suggests otherwise. As for their language, it is utterly incomprehensible. Behold, this is the predicament of not understanding various tongues, as Conseil aptly notes. It underscores the inconvenience of the world's linguistic disunity. What purpose does such a discussion serve? Ned Land retorts, "Do you not realize that these individuals possess their own language, crafted expressly to prevent good souls from begging for sustenance? Yet, in any nation on earth, one need only part their lips, move their jaws, and clench their teeth and lips, and the intent to seek nourishment is universally understood, whether in Quebec, the Palmyra Islands, or in Paris and its neighboring cities. Does it not simply convey, 'I am hungry and desire to eat'? Huh, Conseil remarks, some individuals are simply too foolish." At that moment, the door swung open, and a servant entered, presenting us with garments, shirts, and shorts suitable for the sea, crafted from a material unfamiliar to us. I hastily donned the attire, followed closely by my companions. As we dressed, the servant arranged 3 sets of cutlery upon the table. I sensed that this servant might be mute, or perhaps deaf. Nonetheless, it seemed a favorable omen, as Counsel remarked. The harpooner, burdened with lingering discontent, scoffed, "Humph. In this wretched place, what can one expect to eat aside from turtle liver? Shark fillets and seal's meat? We shall soon discover," Counsel replied. The meals were symmetrically arranged upon the tablecloth, concealed beneath silver domes. We took our seats at the dining table. It was evident that we were in the company of civilized beings, had it not been for the bright electric lights illuminating our surroundings. I might have fancied myself seated in the Adelphi Hotel in Liverpool or a grand establishment in Paris. However, I must clarify that there was neither bread nor wine to be found. The water was refreshingly pure, yet it failed to satisfy the palate of Delon. Among the dishes presented, I recognized a few types of fish, exquisitely prepared, alongside several well-cooked offerings. However, I could not name them. Nor could I discern whether they were plant or animal. The utensils on the table were exquisitely crafted. Each spoon, fork, knife, and plate bore a letter, accompanied by an inscription that we meticulously transcribed below, mobiles and mobiled. This phrase was remarkably fitting for this underwater contraption. The letter N undoubtedly represented the initial of a name, likely that of the enigmatic figure commanding from beneath the waves. Unlike me, Ned Land and Conseil were not lost in thought. They had already begun to devour the meal voraciously, prompting me to join them in their feast. I no longer harbor concerns for our fate. Judging by my instincts, our captor had no intention of letting us starve. However, all things must come to an end. And even a 15-hour fast is no exception. Now, having satisfied our hunger and quenched our thirst, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped us. After grappling with death throughout the night, it seemed only natural to succumb to the desire for sleep. To be honest, I longed for a restful slumber. My eyes are nearly unable to remain open, replied Ned Land as he and Conseil, amidst their conversation, sprawled upon the carpet of the cabin and drifted into slumber. I too felt drowsy, yet I resisted the urge to succumb immediately. A torrent of thoughts surged within me, my mind teeming with insurmountable questions and vivid imaginings that barred me from closing my eyes. Where were we now? What strange force was guiding us deeper into the abyss? I found myself ensnared by a multitude of nightmarish visions. In this enigmatic sanctuary, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a vast assembly of unknown creatures. And this submarine appeared to be akin to them, as lively and as terrifying in its movements. Suddenly, my mind quieted, and all imagination faded into a hazy slumber, soon plunging me into a deep sleep. Chapter 11. Ned Land's Fury. I am uncertain how long I slumbered, undoubtedly for an extended period. As the fatigue I had felt dissipated upon awakening, I was the first to stir, while my companions remained soundly asleep in the corner, utterly motionless, resembling a heap of lifeless objects. Rising from the rigid cot, I instantly sensed a clarity of thought and a surge of vitality. I proceeded to survey our cell once more, noting that the arrangement had not altered in the slightest. The cell remained a cell, and the prisoners. However, the attendant had tidied the dining table while we were in slumber. No indication suggested that our circumstances might transform. I pondered earnestly whether this confinement would be our eternal abode, though my mind was no longer as tumultuous as it had been the previous day. An oppressive sensation weighed heavily upon my chest. I struggled to breathe, as the stale air was insufficient to sustain my pulmonary function. While the cell was indeed spacious, it was evident that we had depleted a significant portion of the oxygen within. In truth, a person consumes approximately 100 liters of oxygen from the air each hour. And once the air becomes laden with a comparable amount of carbon dioxide, respiration becomes impossible. Therefore, it is imperative to refresh the air in our confinement. And perhaps even the entire submarine requires a change of atmosphere. A question arose in my mind. How does the leader of this floating abode manage to ventilate? This led me to ponder how the head of this aquatic residence addresses the issue of air exchange. Does he procure air through chemical means? Does he release oxygen from potassium chlorate by heating? Or does he utilize potassium hydroxide to absorb carbon dioxide? If so, he must maintain some connection to the land. Otherwise, he would be unable to acquire these chemical substances. Or perhaps he simply employs compression to store air, subsequently releasing it as needed aboard the vessel? That could be the case. Alternatively, he might adopt a simpler, more economical, and feasible method akin to marine mammals, resurfacing every 24 hours to breathe. Regardless of the method employed, I believe it is high time to ensure proper ventilation. In fact, to draw even a modicum of oxygen from the air within this cell. I found myself hastening my breathing. Suddenly, a gust of fresh air, tinged with the saline scent of the sea, rushed in, invigorating my spirit. This must be the ocean breeze, laden with a wealth of iodine. I opened my mouth wide, inhaling deeply, filling my lungs with the crisp molecules of oxygen. Simultaneously, I sensed the vessel swaying. This metallic contraption had evidently surfaced, exchanging air in the manner of a whale. At last, I have unraveled the method by which this ship refreshes its atmosphere. As I inhaled the fresh air deeply, I sought the source of ventilation, or rather, the respiratory passage. Before long, I discovered it. Above the door, there was a vent through which a refreshing breeze flowed, replacing the stale air within the room. While I was intently observing, Ned Land and Conseil seemed to awaken simultaneously, stirred by the invigorating air. Both rubbed their eyes, stretched languidly, and promptly rose to their feet. "Did you sleep well, sir?" Conseil inquired, as courteous as ever. "Quite well," Conseil, I replied. And you, Master Ned Land, did you sleep soundly? I enjoyed a most delightful slumber, Professor. However, I am uncertain if I am mistaken, but it feels as though I am breathing in the scent of the sea. A sailor could not be mistaken in such matters. And I recounted to the Canadian everything that had transpired while they were in slumber. Indeed, Master Ned Land, that is the sound of the sea breeze. Yet, Mr. Aronnax, I have entirely lost track of time. What hour is it? Is it time for dinner? Dinner time? My dear harpooner, I fear it is more likely lunchtime, I said. For we must have slept from yesterday into today. So, we have indeed been asleep for a full 24 hours, Conseil remarked. I believe that is so, I affirmed. Ned Land added, whether it be dinner or lunch, I have no objections to your assessment. Regardless of what the waiter brings, I shall greet it with open arms. Dinner and lunch shall arrive together, remarked Conseil. Indeed, Ned Land. Wait a moment, I replied. It is evident that these individuals do not wish to starve us. If they had intended to do so, they would not have delivered dinner to us last night. Alternatively, they might be fattening us up first, replied Ned Land. I do not concur with your sentiments, I retorted. Those with whom we are negotiating are not savage cannibals. Please do not entertain such thoughts, Master Ned Land. I implored the harpooner, do not let your concerns provoke a conflict with our hosts, for that would only exacerbate matters. In any case, the harpooner stated, I am now so famished that my stomach is pressing against my back. Whether it be dinner or lunch, it has yet to arrive. Master Ned Land, I said to him, I believe our appetites are ahead of the mealtime. We must adhere to the ship's regulations. In this regard, I greatly admire your composure. My friend Conseil, the impatient Canadian replied, you remain unfazed even when the sky is falling. You could recite the prayer after the meal before dining instead. I would rather starve than complain. What good does complaining do? Conseil inquired. It is certainly useful. At the very least, it provides an outlet for frustration, I said. If these pirates, which is a term I use out of respect, as the professor forbids me from referring to them as cannibals, and I do not wish to upset the professor. If these pirates believe that confining me within this suffocating cage will spare them from my curses, they are gravely mistaken. Well, Mr. Aronnax, I implore you to speak plainly. Do you think they intend to keep us imprisoned in this iron box for an extended period? My dear friend Ned Land, to be candid, I possess no greater knowledge on the matter than you do. So why not take a guess? Otherwise, they will conscript us into their crew, as Conseil suggests, for it is in this manner that they have captured us, until one day a ship faster or more agile than the Nautilus subdues this den of thieves, liberating both the crew and us, allowing us to breathe freely once more. Well said, Master Ned Land, I reply, but, as far as we know, they have yet to propose any terms regarding our situation. Discussing potential strategies at this juncture is utterly futile. I have reiterated that since there is no immediate threat, we should refrain from creating unnecessary troubles. We must bide our time. Master Ned Land, what do you intend to do? Escape. It is no trivial matter to break free from a prison on land, let alone one beneath the sea. Such an endeavor is entirely impossible. What say you, Ned? Conseil inquires, how will you counter the gentleman's dissent? I firmly believe that an American will never find himself in a state of helplessness. He pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Aronnax, have you considered what a prisoner, unable to escape from his cell, should do? I have not, my friend. It is rather simple. One must devise a way to remain within. Indeed, exclaimed Conseil. Staying inside is certainly preferable to being above or below. However, the first order of business is to eliminate the guards and sentinels, added Ned Land. What? Exclaimed Ned. Do you truly wish to seize this vessel? Yes, Professor, the Canadian replied. How is that conceivable? Why should it be inconceivable, sir? Perhaps we might encounter a fortuitous opportunity. I see no reason to refrain from seizing such an occasion. If this machine ship is manned by only 20 individuals, I doubt they could thwart 2 Frenchmen and a Canadian. Master Ned Land, let us await such an opportunity, and we shall devise a plan then. However, I implore you, do not act in haste. We must patiently bide our time until the moment arises. We must learn the art of cunning. Anger will not create favorable circumstances. Thus, we must not become overly agitated. You must promise me that. Agreed, replied Ned Land. Let us hold to that commitment. I said to the Canadian. Thereafter, we ceased our discourse, each lost in our own thoughts. I must confess that, personally, despite the harpooner's assurances, I harbored no illusions regarding his words. I did not believe that such an opportunity, as described by Ned Land, would ever materialize. The steadiness with which this submarine navigates suggests that there are certainly numerous individuals aboard. Should they unite, we would undoubtedly face formidable adversaries. Furthermore, we must attain our freedom to act, yet at present, we find ourselves shackled. I can scarcely conceive of a means to escape this tightly sealed iron chamber. As long as that peculiar captain harbors even the slightest secret worth safeguarding, he will not permit us the liberty to roam the vessel freely, at least. That appears to be the case for now. How he intends to deal with us remains uncertain, whether through violence or by forsaking us in some remote corner is an enigma at this moment. I find these hypotheses plausible. Only a harpooner like Ned Land would yearn for freedom once more. Ned possesses an insatiable appetite and is increasingly agitated by hunger, despite prior assurances. I still fear that upon encountering the crew, he might succumb to madness. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours have elapsed, and Ned's fury has finally reached its boiling point. He cries out in desperation, but it is futile. The iron walls are soundproof. I cannot even discern the faintest sound aboard, as if the crew has perished. The vessel remains motionless when it does move. I can distinctly perceive the tremors caused by the propeller's thrust. It seems to have descended to the ocean's depths, severing all ties with the land above. This oppressive silence breeds a sense of panic within me. I dread to imagine how much longer we must languish in this forsaken chamber, neglected and isolated. The hope that had arisen upon meeting the captain of this vessel has now gradually dissipated. The amiable gaze, benevolent expression, and refined demeanor of that individual have faded from my memory. Before me now stands a merciless and cold-hearted figure. I perceive him as devoid of humanity, incapable of understanding compassion, an adversary to humankind, harboring a profound hatred for our kind. Yet, this very man confines us within this cramped cell, allowing us to languish in hunger and despair as we edge closer to starvation. My mind is consumed by such dreadful thoughts, growing ever more intense. Ensnared by an inexplicable terror, Conseil remains as composed as ever, while Ned Land is in a furious uproar. At that moment, footsteps echoed on the metallic floor, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock, and a servant entered. The Canadian immediately lunged at the unfortunate servant, and I could scarcely intervene in time. He pinned the servant to the ground, gripping his throat. The servant was on the verge of asphyxiation from the force of his powerful hand. Just as Conseil was about to rescue the nearly strangled servant from Ned's grasp, I too was preparing to assist, when suddenly, a few words in French stunned me into immobility. "Master Ned, please remain calm. And you, Professor, please listen to me." The speaker was none other than the captain of the ship. Upon hearing these words, Ned Land immediately rose to his feet. The beleaguered servant, nearly lifeless from the grip of tension, staggered out at the beckoning of his master, displaying not a hint of resentment towards the Canadians. This attests to the captain's considerable authority aboard the vessel. Conseil wore an expression of utter bewilderment, and I too stood in a daze. As we quietly awaited the resolution of this scene, the captain leaned against the corner of the table, arms crossed over his chest, intently scrutinizing us. Yet, he remained silent. Did he harbor some reservations? Or perhaps he regretted his earlier decision to speak in French. It could well be a combination of both. None of us dared to break the stillness, preferring to remain mute. After a while, he finally spoke, his voice calm and melodious. "Gentlemen, I am proficient in French, English, German, and Latin. I could have conversed with you upon our initial meeting, but I wished to first understand you and then deliberate carefully. You recounted the events in 4 languages, each account mirroring the others, which has affirmed my understanding of your identities. I now know that fate has brought before me Monsieur Pierre Aronnax, a biology professor from the Paris Museum on a scientific mission abroad, his servant Conseil, and the harpooner Ned Land from the North American naval vessel, the Lincoln." He continued, "Gentlemen, you may perceive my return as somewhat belated. This is due to my need to thoroughly contemplate the course of action I shall take towards you after clarifying your identities. I find myself in a quandary. Your arrival has disrupted my life. I am a person who has severed all ties with humanity. It was not my intention to do so," I remarked. Was it truly unintentional? This individual raised his voice, claiming that the Lincoln was relentlessly pursuing me across the ocean. Was that not deliberate? You boarded that warship. Was that not intentional? You bombarded my vessel with cannon fire. Was that not purposeful? Captain Ned Land harpooned my ship. Was that also not a conscious act? Sir, regarding the controversies your actions have incited in both America and Europe, you must be unaware, correct? The various incidents resulting from the collision with your submarine have stirred the 2 continents. You are oblivious to this, I presume? Countless hypotheses have been proposed to explain the enigmatic phenomenon known only to you. For now, I shall refrain from divulging them. However, one thing you must understand. The Lincoln has pursued you into the northern Pacific, still believing it is hunting a sea monster, determined to eradicate it from the ocean at any cost. The captain smiled slightly and, in a gentler tone, inquired, Mr. Aronnax, can you be certain that your warship is not merely pursuing a sea creature rather than the submarine? Sir, the individual continued, you must understand that I have the right to consider you as my adversaries. I replied, that may be the right of a barbarian, but not of a civilized individual. Such thoughts flickered through my mind. At that moment, the peculiar individual remained silent, seemingly indifferent to our presence, as if engrossed in profound contemplation. I scrutinized him. Akin to Oedipus gazing upon the Sphinx, my heart a tumult of anxiety and curiosity. I hesitated. He stated, however, that he believed his interests could align harmoniously with the intrinsic compassion of humanity. Since fate had led you aboard my vessel, you may remain on my ship. You possess the right to act freely while aboard, yet in exchange for this relative freedom, you must acquiesce to one condition. A mere verbal agreement suffices. The gentleman is correct. The condition is as follows. When unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall confine you to your quarters for several hours or days, depending on the situation. I have no desire to resort to violence. Rather, I expect you all to guarantee absolute obedience in such circumstances, more so than in any other. In doing so, I shall assume full responsibility, bearing no relation to you, for I do not wish for you to witness what should remain unseen. Can you accept this condition? This implies that there are peculiarities aboard the ship that those adhering to societal laws ought not to witness. In comparison to the extraordinary events that would later astonish me, this must indeed be something extraordinary. Pray, proceed, sir. You just asserted that we are free aboard the ship, correct? Indeed, entirely free. I must clarify what you mean by freedom. I apologize, sir, but such freedom is merely that of a prisoner who can stroll within the confines of his cell. This freedom is insufficient for us. Yet, you should feel content with such freedom. What do you mean? Shall we never again behold our homeland, our friends, and our loved ones? Indeed, sir, this is an opportunity for you to liberate yourself from the shackles of the mundane. What could be amiss in that? Casting aside those chains that bind you may not be as formidable as you perceive. Ned Land exclaimed, Humph. I cannot guarantee that I won't devise a means of escape in the future. Hearing his cold words, I could not contain my anger. Sir, you are exceedingly arrogant. You are abusing your power. The captain's words indicated that his decision was irrevocable, rendering any further discourse futile. I remarked, Sir, it seems you are merely presenting us with a choice between life and death. Is that so? Quite right. My friends had no retort to such an inquiry. I declared, however, that we are bound by no promises to the master of this vessel. He then spoke in a somewhat gentler tone. Now, allow me to convey what I wish to say to you. I am aware of you, Mr. Aronnax. Unlike your companions, you may have no grievances regarding this serendipitous event that intertwines our fates. Among the tomes that I cherish for their intellectual depth, you shall encounter the esteemed work you once published regarding the mysteries of the ocean depths. This particular volume is one I frequently peruse, within the confines of terrestrial science. You have excelled splendidly in this book. Yet, it must be acknowledged that your understanding is not all-encompassing, nor have you witnessed everything. Professor, permit me to convey that the time I have spent aboard my vessel will not evoke any sense of regret in you. In the future, you shall wander to wondrous locales, where an array of bizarre vistas will unfold before your eyes, leaving you perpetually captivated. Astonishment and wonderment shall often be your mental state. When I embark on my next voyage through the underwater realm, I shall once more behold all that I have previously encountered and studied. Of course, this may well be the final occasion, for the future remains uncertain. By then, you will become a partner in my scholarly endeavors. From this day forth, you shall step into an entirely new world, witnessing phenomena that no one else, save for me and my companions, has ever laid eyes upon. With my presence, our planet shall unveil its ultimate secrets to you. Sir, although you have severed ties with humanity, I still hold faith that you have not entirely forsaken the emotions that bind us. We are but castaways upon the sea, graciously sheltered by your kindness. A favor we shall eternally cherish. As for myself, if my fascination with science eclipses my yearning for freedom, then the opportunity presented by our encounter shall serve as the finest recompense. I ponder that the captain will surely extend his hand to me in a gesture of solidarity, signifying our shared sentiments. Yet he offered no indication, which fills me with regret. There remains one final inquiry. As this enigmatic figure was about to depart, I inquired, please, Professor, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? Upon uttering this, Captain Nemo called out, and a servant promptly appeared. The captain spoke a few words to him in a language I could not comprehend. He then turned to the Canadian and Conseil, informing them, "The meal is prepared in your cabin. Please allow this individual to accompany you to dine." Thus, he, along with Conseil, exited the small chamber that had confined them for over 30 hours. "Mr. Aronnax, our lunch is now ready. May I guide you?" "At your service, Captain," I replied, following him through the door and onto a corridor illuminated by electric light, akin to those typically found on vessels. After walking a short distance, a second door was opened before us. I stepped into the dining room, where the decor and arrangement exuded elegance and sophistication. Tall oak sideboards, adorned with ebony floral inlays, stood at either end of the small dining area. Shelves displayed an array of pottery, porcelain, and glassware, all shimmering and appearing quite valuable. Light cascaded from the ceiling, illuminating the gold and silver tableware in a dazzling spectacle. The ceiling itself was adorned with exquisite paintings, softening the luminosity. In the center of the dining room stood a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Captain Nemo gestured towards my designated seat and said, "Professor, please take a seat. It has been quite some time since you last had a meal. Do not hesitate and indulge yourself." The lunch consisted of several dishes, each distinct in presentation and seemingly abundant in phosphoric content, leading me to surmise that they were entirely derived from the ocean's bounty. There were also a few meat dishes, the nature and origin of which I could scarcely articulate. These dishes possessed a unique flavor, which I found palatable, and I must concede that the food was indeed delectable. Most of these culinary offerings were unfamiliar to you. However, rest assured, they are both hygienic and nutritious, allowing you to partake with confidence. I have not consumed terrestrial food for an extended period, yet my health remains robust. My crew partakes of the same fare, each member a picture of vitality. "So, all these provisions are sourced from the sea?" I inquired. "You are correct, Professor," he replied. "All our necessities are supplied by the ocean. I possess a vast enterprise beneath the waves, one that the Creator himself has sown. At times, I drag a net behind the vessel, only retrieving it when it is nearly bursting. Occasionally, I venture into those depths that seem inaccessible to humankind, hunting and pursuing the game that resides within my underwater forests. My livestock roams freely, much like Neptune's ancient shepherds, across the expansive pastures of the ocean floor." I gazed in astonishment at Captain Nemo and said, "Sir, I fully believe that your nets can provide the various fish upon this table. I also have some understanding of how you hunt within your underwater forests. However, I find it perplexing how there could be meat among your dishes. Although it is but a mere morsel, it leaves me bewildered." Pointing to the remnants of meat on one plate, I inquired, "What is this, then? Professor, do you consider it beef?" "It is merely the tenderloin of a sea cucumber. This dish contains the liver of a dolphin. Perhaps you mistook it for stewed pork. My chef possesses remarkable skills, adept at preserving a variety of marine delicacies. Pray, indulge in these dishes." This is a plate of canned sea cucumbers, which the Malays assert to be the most delectable food on earth. Here is a cream cake, made with milk extracted from the teats of female whales, and the sugar is derived from a species of large seaweed found in the Arctic waters. Lastly, I invite you to try this sea anemone sauce, its flavor rivaling the sweetest of fruit preserves. I savored each dish, not out of gluttony but from curiosity, while Captain Nemo regaled me with his incredible, wondrous tales, which I listened to with rapt attention. He said, "Mr. Aronnax, the sea not only provides me with sustenance but also with garments. It is a miraculous, inexhaustible source of life. The fabric of the clothes you wear is woven from the threads of a certain mollusk, dyed in the cherished crimson favored by ancient peoples, and blended with the purple I extracted from Mediterranean sea hares. In your cabin, there exists a washstand adorned with a spice derived from marine flora. The bed upon which you rest is fashioned from the gentlest of seaweeds. The pen you wield is crafted from the whiskers of a whale, while the ink is extracted from the secretions of cuttlefish or squid. Presently, all that I possess emanates from the ocean, and one day, I shall return it in its entirety. Captain, you hold a deep affection for the sea, do you not? Now, Professor, should you wish to explore our Nautilus, I would be delighted to escort you." Chapter 14. The Nautilus. Captain Nemo rose from his seat, prompting me to follow suit in his wake. He opened the two doors at the rear of the dining room, leading me into a chamber nearly equal in size to the dining area. This was a library. Towering bookshelves of mahogany inlaid with copper wire adorned the walls, each shelf meticulously lined with uniformly bound tomes. Beneath the shelves lay a row of long sofas, upholstered in chestnut-colored animal hide, invitingly comfortable to sit upon. Several dainty tables, easily movable, stood beside the sofas, providing a space for reading. In the center of the library rested a large table, upon which lay scattered pamphlets and a few old newspapers. 4 frosted glass globes were partially embedded in the vaulted ceiling, casting a soft electric glow that bathed the entire room in harmonious light. The library was exquisitely arranged, and I could scarcely trust my own eyes, my heart swelling with genuine admiration. Captain Nemo reclined upon the sofa. I remarked to Captain Nemo, "This library is truly exquisite. Even within the confines of a grand palace on the mainland, it would undoubtedly enhance its splendor. The mere thought of such a remarkable library accompanying you beneath the waves astonishes me. Of course, it cannot compare, sir. Moreover, when juxtaposed with your library, my own study appears rather meager. You possess 6 or 7,000 volumes. In total, there are 12,000, Mr. Aronnax. This is my sole connection to the terrestrial realm. Since the day I descended with the Nautilus into the depths, that world has ceased to exist for me. On that day, I acquired my final collection of pamphlets, my last few newspapers, and my ultimate books. Since then, I have come to believe that mankind has produced no profound thoughts or significant works. Professor, these books are at your disposal. Feel free to utilize them as you wish." After expressing my gratitude to Captain Nemo, I approached the bookshelves. They were adorned with a plethora of scientific, philosophical, and literary works inscribed in various languages. A veritable cornucopia of knowledge. However, I did not encounter a single tome pertaining to political economy. It seemed such texts had been entirely expunged from this vessel. One peculiar observation struck me. All the books, regardless of their language, were not arranged categorically, but rather haphazardly intermixed, evidently allowing Captain Nemo to effortlessly select any volume and read it fluently. I have discovered the masterpieces of ancient and modern masters nestled within these tomes, representing the finest works accumulated by humanity over the years in history, poetry, fiction, and science, ranging from Homer to Victor Hugo, from Xenophon to Michel, and from Rabelais to George Sand. This library's most precious collection comprises scientific texts, encompassing mechanics, ballistics, oceanography, meteorology, geography, geology, and more. The prominence of these works rivals that of natural sciences, and I comprehend that the captain relies on them for his research. I observed the complete works of Humboldt, the entirety of Arago, as well as the writings of Foucault, Henri St. Clair de Villers, Mill Edward, Catafige, Dundal, Faraday, Berthelot, the Reverend Sieschi, Betaman, Major Morley, Agassiz, among others, gracing the shelves. Additionally, the shelves displayed the papers of the Academy of Sciences and the proceedings of geographical societies from various nations. My own 2 works were prominently positioned as well. I surmise that it is likely due to these 2 books that I received such generous hospitality from Captain Nemo. In Bertrand's writings, his treatise on the founders of astronomy even provided me with the specific date of the ship's construction. I am aware that this book was published in 1865, thus allowing me to deduce that the Nautilus was launched sometime thereafter. This implies that Captain Nemo's life beneath the waves has not exceeded 3 years. I fervently hope for more recent publications that could further pinpoint the commencement of Captain Nemo's underwater existence. However, I believe I shall have ample time to conduct my research on this matter. For now, I wish to thoroughly explore the wonders aboard the Nautilus and witness the marvels it harbors. I addressed the captain, saying, "Sir, this vessel is a veritable treasury of science. I am immensely grateful for your generous permission to peruse these tomes at my leisure. I am certain I shall acquire a wealth of knowledge here." "What? A smoking room?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying that smoking is permitted on this ship?" "Indeed, it is permissible," he replied. "In that case, sir, I cannot help but suspect a connection between you and Havana." I took a cigar, examining it. Its shape bore a resemblance to the London-style cigars produced in Havana, and the tobacco appeared to be of the finest golden leaf. Beside me rested an elegant brass ashtray, atop which sat a small brazier. I leaned in to light the cigar, savoring several deep puffs that filled me with an invigorating sense of euphoria. "This is truly exquisite, though it bears no resemblance to traditional tobacco," I remarked. "Captain, those cigars have become inconsequential in my eyes." "Then feel free to indulge," he replied. "As for the provenance of these cigars, there is no need to concern yourself. Although no tobacco authority has inspected them, I have no doubt regarding their quality. Indeed, they are remarkable." At that moment, Captain Nemo opened a door directly leading into the library. I stepped into a grand salon, spacious and resplendent. This is a rectangular hall, approximately 10 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. The gleaming ceiling is adorned with subtle patterns, and a bright, soft light radiates from above, illuminating the exquisite treasures displayed within this museum. For this hall is, in fact, a museum, where a wise hand has gathered the myriad wonders of nature and art, arranged in an artist's eclectic style, resembling a painter's studio. Sir, at best, I can only consider myself an amateur. In the past, I harbored a passion for collecting masterpieces crafted by human hands. My fervor for these artworks led me to amass a collection of considerable value. To me, the terrestrial realm has perished, and these artifacts serve as the final mementos left to me by the land. In my eyes, you modern artists are akin to those of ancient times, belonging to a distant era of 2 or 3 millennia ago. Thus, in my perspective, there exists no distinction between the ancient and the modern. Masters transcend time. A grand piano occupies one wall of the hall, atop which are scattered various musical compositions by Weber, Rossini, Mozart, Beethoven, Haydn, Mebel, H. Rold, Wagner, Op, Gounod, and many others. And what of these musicians? I inquired, gesturing towards the musical works. After my question, Captain Nemo leaned his arm against an inlaid table, falling silent, his gaze averted from me, as if he had forgotten my presence, lost in a reverie. As I gazed at him with deep emotion, I silently analyzed the expressions that adorned his face. Not wishing to disrupt his reverie, I continued to admire the exquisite collectibles displayed within the hall. Beyond artistic creations, the rare products of nature held significant prominence here. These items primarily consisted of flora, shells, and various marine treasures, presumably discovered by Captain Nemo himself. At the center of the hall stood a fountain, its waters illuminated by electric lights, cascading into a circular basin crafted solely from a magnificent shell. This shell belonged to the largest headless mollusk, its edges meticulously refined. Boasting a circumference of over 6 meters, its grandeur surpassed even the beautiful shells gifted to Francis I by the Republic of Venice. And it was from similar shells that the 2 enormous holy water basins of the St. Sulpice Church in Paris were fashioned. Surrounding the circular basin were several glass cabinets, secured by red copper frames, within which the most precious marine specimens were meticulously organized and labeled, objects seldom seen by biologists. As a professor of natural history, the delight I felt was palpable. The cabinets housed numerous specimens of peculiar varieties. Among them were 2 extraordinary specimens from the phylum Cnidaria, coral polyps, and echinoderms. Within the Cnidarian category were tubular corals, fan-shaped corallines, the soft coral from Syria, the sea pin from the Moluccas, phosphorescent corals, and the striking dotted corals from the Norwegian Sea, alongside a diverse array of umbrella corals and 8 coral polyps, all of which had been meticulously classified by my esteemed mentor, Mill Edward. Here, I beheld the enchanting fan corals, the eye-shaped corals of Bourbon Island, the sea gods of the Antilles, a myriad of superior coral polyps, and a variety of peculiar coral skeletons. These coral remnants coalesce to form entire islands, which may one day evolve into land. Among the spiny echinoderm specimens, one can find sea cucumbers, starfish, pentagonal stars, comet stars, flow stars, and sea urchins, collectively representing the entirety of this group. Additionally, some glass cabinets exhibit specimens of mollusks. A somewhat neurotic conchologist, standing before the mollusk specimens, would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with delight. What I encountered here are specimens of immeasurable value. Time does not permit me to describe each one in detail, so I can only note a few broadly to prevent forgetting. Among these exquisite treasures lies the splendid hammer shell from the Indian Ocean. Adorned with a striking pattern of white dots upon its reddish-brown exterior, there is the vividly colored spiny sea urchin, a rare specimen found in European museums, which I estimate to be valued at around 20,000 francs, the rough shell from the seas of New Holland, a species notoriously difficult to capture. The peculiar lip shell from Senegal, whose 2 fragile white shells are so delicate they seem as if they might shatter like ephemeral soap bubbles at the slightest breath. Several varieties of the spouted shell from Java, resembling calcareous tubes with fringed, leaf-like edges, cherished by shell enthusiasts, and a series of concave shells. Some in hues of yellow-green salvaged from the American seas, while others in shades of brown are bred in the waters of New Holland, with the latter originating from the Gulf of Mexico, notable for their scaly texture, while the former are star-shaped shells retrieved from the Southern Ocean. Among this collection, The rarest and most visually captivating is the spurred shell from New Zealand. Moreover, there exist exquisite specimens of shells adorned with sulfurous textures. The rare West German and the elegantly captivating Venus clams, the lattice-patterned shells from the coastal regions of Langba, the iridescent fine-lined cowries. The verdant sail shells from the Chinese seas, the nearly obscure cone shells from the conical family, and the various types of magnetic shells utilized as currency in India and Africa, alongside the most precious shells of the East Indies, renowned for their marine glory. Finally, there are the exquisite Newell's conch, the swallow conch, the pyramid-shaped conch, the sea clam, the oval shells, the spiral shells, the mitre shells, the helmet shells, the crimson shells, the oil conch, the harp shell, the rock conch, the horn conch, the fossil conch, the spindle conch, the sleeve-shaped shells, the winged shells, the cap-shaped shells, the crystal shells, and the ridge shells. These delicate and crisp shells have been bestowed with the most beautiful nomenclature by scientists. Additionally, in some isolated compartments, one can behold strings of remarkably beautiful pearls, shimmering under electric light. Among them, the rose-hued pearls are extracted from the spiny conchs of the Red Sea, while the azure pearls originate from the butterfly conchs. There are also yellow, blue, and black pearls, alongside other wondrous marine treasures, all derived from the mollusks of the oceans, including bivalves from northern seas. Lastly, the invaluable treasure of pearls, harvested from the rarest of pearl oysters, is on display. Among these pearls, several are larger than pigeon eggs. The traveler, Darcy New, once sold a pearl to the king of Persia for $3 million, and the large pearls exhibited here could rival and surpass that price, even outshining the famed pearl of Mascati, which I once believed to be unparalleled in the world. Therefore, it can be posited that the value of this entire collection is incalculable. I surmise that Captain Nemo must have expended millions of currency to acquire these specimens. Yet, from where did he procure such funds to satiate his collector's desires? My contemplation was interrupted by his words. Professor, are you examining my shells? Indeed. These shells would captivate any biologist. However, for me, they hold a different allure, as I personally gathered them. There is not a single ocean on this planet that I have not scoured. I understood, Captain, that you are the one who meticulously collected these precious items. And I comprehend the joy you must experience amidst such rare treasures. No museum in Europe possesses a collection of marine specimens as rich as this. These treasures have left me in awe. Thus, I find myself at a loss for words to extol the vessel that bears them. As for your secrets, I do not wish to pry, yet I must confess that the internal mechanisms of the Nautilus, the immense power employed to operate its machinery, and the means by which it is propelled have sparked my profound curiosity. I observed numerous instruments hanging upon the walls of this parlor. I am curious as to their purpose. Might you enlighten me? Sir, I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Yet I shall not take your kindness for granted by asking frivolous questions. I merely wish to inquire about the purpose of those physical instruments. Professor, I possess some similar instruments in my abode, and when I return home, I shall certainly elucidate their functions to you. For now, I kindly ask you to explore the quarters that have been prepared for you. You should be aware of the accommodations aboard the Nautilus. I am immensely grateful to my host. As he opened the door, he remarked, "Your room is adjacent to mine, and my quarters are connected to the salon we just departed." I stepped into the captain's chamber. The interior appeared quite modest and orderly, devoid of extravagant items, reminiscent of a hermit's dwelling. The room contained an iron bed, a desk, and some toiletries. The lighting was dim, casting a gentle glow throughout the space. Captain Nemo gestured towards a chair, saying, "Professor, please have a seat." I complied, and he began to speak. Chapter 16. Everything operates on electricity. On the walls of Captain Nemo's room hung various instruments, which he pointed out to me, stating, "Sir, these are the essential instruments required for the voyage of the Nautilus. Whether here or in the salon, I must constantly monitor them to ascertain our precise location and direction amidst the ocean. Among the instruments, some are familiar to you, such as the thermometer that indicates the internal temperature of the Nautilus, the barometer that measures air pressure and forecasts changes in the weather, and the hygrometer that indicates the dry temperature of the air. There is also the storm glass, which foretells the impending arrival of a storm whenever the mixture within it decomposes, the compass that guides my course, the sextant that, by measuring the altitude of the sun, reveals the latitude of the vessel, and the chronometer that can calculate the longitude of the ship, as well as the telescope used for both day and night. When the Nautilus surfaces, I shall employ these telescopes to scan the ocean's expanse. This indeed is a fluid manometer connected to the seawater, indicating the pressure of the external waters while also informing me of the depth at which my submarine resides. What purpose do those modern testing devices serve? They are temperature sensors, capable of reporting the temperatures of various water layers. And those? I cannot fathom the function of those instruments. Captain Nemo interjected, "Professor, allow me to elucidate. Please lend me your ear." He paused momentarily before continuing. "On my submarine, there exists a powerful, swift, and convenient source of energy, serving an extensive range of purposes. Everything aboard derives from it. It provides illumination and heating, and it is the very soul of the machinery on my vessel, the sovereign of the ship. This entity is electricity." "Electricity!" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, sir, electricity. But, Captain, the speed at which your vessel traverses the waters is remarkably swift, which seems incongruous with the capabilities of electricity. As of now, the kinetic energy of electricity remains rather limited, capable of producing only minimal force. Seeking it from the ocean? Indeed, Professor, I possess numerous methods. For instance, I could connect metal wires submerged at various depths of the sea to form a circuit, generating electricity through the differing temperatures affecting the wires. However, a more convenient and practical approach is the one I typically employ. What method is that? You should be aware of the composition of seawater. From 1 kilogram of seawater, approximately 96.5 is water, around 2.7 is sodium chloride, along with trace amounts of magnesium chloride, potassium chloride, magnesium bromide, magnesium sulfate, sulfuric acid, and carbonic acid. Thus, you comprehend that sodium chloride constitutes a significant portion of the chemical elements within seawater. The substance I extract from seawater is sodium, which is essential for my purposes. Is that element sodium? Indeed, sir. When sodium is amalgamated with mercury, it forms a mercury alloy, capable of substituting the zinc required in a Daniell cell. Mercury is inexhaustible. Only sodium is consumed, and the ocean can continually provide us with the necessary sodium. I might also mention that sodium batteries should be the most powerful, generating electrical energy several times more potent than zinc batteries. I fully grasp the advantages of obtaining sodium in this context. Sodium is indeed a valuable substance that can be extracted from the sea. However, it must first be produced, meaning sodium has to be extracted. How do you go about extracting it? Certainly, your battery can prove useful in the extraction of sodium. However, if I am not mistaken, the quantity of sodium extracted pales in comparison to the sodium consumed by those electric machines. Thus, a peculiar situation arises. The sodium you expend in production actually exceeds the amount you generate. Professor, I do not extract sodium using batteries. Rather, I employ the thermal energy derived from terrestrial coal. Captain, are you referring to coal on land? I emphasize this point. If that is the case, can you mine for coal from the seabed? Mr. Aronnax, you shall witness my coal mining endeavors, but I kindly ask for your patience. Just remember one thing. All my resources stem from the ocean, harnessing its power to generate electricity, which provides the Nautilus with heat, light, and propulsion. In essence, electricity breathes life into the Nautilus. Yet, electricity cannot supply the air you require to breathe, can it? I am capable of producing the air I consume, though it is unnecessary, as I can surface whenever I please. However, while electricity does not furnish me with breathable air, it can power a formidable extraction machine that channels air into a special storage chamber, allowing me to remain submerged for as long as I desire. I said, Captain, I truly admire you. It is evident that you have discovered what humanity may one day unearth, namely, the true kinetic energy of electricity. Indeed, electricity has other valuable applications. The dial before us indicates the speed of the Nautilus. A wire connects it to the speedometer, and the long needle upon it reveals the true velocity of our vessel. Observe, we are currently sailing at a moderate pace of 15 nautical miles per hour. Captain, you are truly remarkable. I respond. I now comprehend your rationale for employing this propulsion system, as it serves as a substitute for wind, water, and steam. Captain Nemo rises and declares, Mr. Aronnax, we have yet to complete our exploration. Please accompany me to the aft of the Nautilus. At this moment, I have acquired a substantial understanding of the forward section of this submarine. The front half measures 35 meters in total length, precisely divided as follows: a 5-meter dining room, separated by an impermeable bulkhead from the 5-meter library, a 10-meter grand salon, partitioned from the captain's quarters by a second bulkhead, the captain's chamber, measuring 5 meters, my own modest room of 2.5 meters, and finally, a 6.5-meter air reservoir, snugly adjacent to the bow. Each watertight bulkhead is equipped with a door, tightly sealed with rubber stoppers, ensuring that even in the event of a breach, the Nautilus remains secure. Following Captain Nemo, I traverse the narrow passage along the side of the vessel and arrive at the central section. In the heart of the ship, there exists a shaft-like opening between two bulkheads. An iron ladder ascends along the inner wall, reaching the top of the shaft. I inquire of the captain regarding the purpose of this ladder. Captain, do you possess a small boat? I inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I do. It is a splendid little craft, remarkably buoyant and unsinkable, which I often utilize for leisurely excursions and fishing. Then, when you wish to employ the boat, must you surface? Not at all. This small vessel is affixed to the upper section of the Nautilus, nestled within a specially designed recess. The entire boat is decked and entirely waterproof, secured with screws for utmost durability. A ladder leads to an entrance on the Nautilus, and the boat features an entrance of the same dimensions, creating a seamless connection between the two. I ascend to the boat through these openings. Someone assists me by sealing the Nautilus's entrance with pressure bolts while I simultaneously close the boat's entrance. Once I release the hinge, the boat swiftly rises to the surface. At that moment, I lift the previously closed hatch, erect the mast, and either unfurl the sail or paddle, allowing me to glide across the water. Does it respond to your commands? Indeed, it does. We are connected by a wire, and a simple telegraphic signal suffices. Truly remarkable, I remarked. Such wonders are utterly enchanting. As I traversed the ladder leading to the platform, I beheld a cabin, approximately 2 meters in length, where Conseil and Ned Land were indulging in a hearty meal, appearing quite satisfied with the fare before them. Subsequently, there is a door that connects to the kitchen, which is approximately 3 meters in length, situated between two spacious food storage rooms. The kitchen was formerly a 5-meter-long crew workspace. Due to the closed door, I could not see the interior arrangement. Yet I sensed that it was designed according to the number of crew members required for operating the Nautilus. At the innermost part, there is a fourth waterproof partition that separates this workspace from the engine room. Upon opening the door, I stepped into Captain Nemo's chamber adorned with various power machinery. The equipment within the room indicated that Captain Nemo is a top-tier engineer. This illuminated engine room extends over 20 meters in length and is naturally divided into two sections. The first section houses the power generation equipment, while the second contains the machinery that drives the propeller. As I entered the chamber, a distinct odor pervaded the air, which I found quite unfamiliar. Captain Nemo, noticing my reaction, remarked, "This scent is the aroma of sodium decomposition gas, which is somewhat unfortunate. We must surface the vessel daily to air it out and eliminate this odor." At this moment, my interest in the machinery of the Nautilus piqued considerably. "Professor, you see," Captain Nemo explained, "I utilize a Bunsen generator rather than a Rankine generator. The power output of the Rankine generator may be insufficient. The Bunsen generator, while simpler, is more powerful, and empirical tests have confirmed this. The electricity generated is transmitted to the rear, where it passes through a substantial battery iron domain and a unique transmission device composed of levers and gears. This mechanism then transfers motion to the propeller's axle, thus propelling the entire vessel forward. The diameter of the propeller is 6 meters, while the turbine measures 7.5 meters in diameter, capable of achieving a rotation speed of up to 120 revolutions per second. Consequently, what might be the maximum speed? 50 nautical miles per hour. There lies a secret within, yet I have not pursued its inquiry. How can electricity possess such formidable power? From whence does this nearly boundless strength originate? Is it derived from the high voltage produced by a novel transformer, or does it stem from an unknown lever system capable of infinitely amplifying rotation? This conundrum eludes my understanding. Captain Nemo, I stated, I have witnessed the facts before me, yet I do not seek their elucidation. Having observed the force with which the Nautilus traverses ahead of the Lincoln, I have grasped its speed. However, merely enabling it to sail swiftly is insufficient. We must also discern its course. We must ensure it can maneuver left and right, ascend and descend. By what means can you enable it to dive to the ocean's deepest depths? For at such depths, the pressure increases exponentially, with atmospheric pressure reaching staggering magnitudes. Furthermore, how do you manage to bring it back to the surface? Additionally, how do you maintain your position at a depth you deem suitable? Do you not find my inquiries somewhat presumptuous? Chapter 17. Some data. After a while, we found ourselves seated on a long sofa in the living room, each of us holding a cigar between our lips. The captain placed a chart before me. It was the blueprint, cross-section, and elevation of the Nautilus. He then began his description of the vessel's shape. "Professor, Before you is the form and capacity of the ship you are to embark upon. The vessel is cylindrical in shape and notably elongated, tapering to a point at both ends. Upon closer inspection, its silhouette bears a striking resemblance to that of a cigar, a design already adopted by certain ships in London. The length of this cylinder measures precisely 70 meters, with a maximum width of 8 meters. Thus, the construction of this ship diverges from that of conventional ocean liners. It has been crafted on a scale of 1 to 10, ensuring it is sufficiently elongated from bow to stern, with an overall streamlined profile that facilitates effortless navigation through the water, thereby minimizing resistance during its journey. To ascertain the area and volume of the Nautilus, one merely needs to apply the aforementioned dimensions. Its total surface area amounts to 1,011.45 square meters, while its volume is 1,522 cubic meters. This indicates that when fully submerged beneath the waves, its displacement or weight is equivalent to 1,500 cubic meters or tons. As I sketched the design for this vessel destined to traverse the ocean depths, I envisioned it submerged to 9/10 of its entirety, with only 1/10 remaining above the surface, ensuring optimal balance. In this context, the submarine's displacement amounts to merely 9/10 of its volume, specifically 1,356.48 cubic meters, equating to a weight of 1,356 tons. Consequently, during the construction of this submarine according to the aforementioned dimensions, it is imperative that the weight does not exceed this limit. The hull of the Nautilus is constructed with a double layer, comprising an inner and outer shell, interconnected by numerous T-shaped brackets, which significantly enhance the submarine's structural integrity. In fact, due to this intermediate, fully filled, and seamless cellular structure, the submarine possesses resistance akin to that of solid iron. The hull does not fracture. It relies on its inherent adhesive strength rather than on tightly fastened rivets. Given the meticulous assembly of components, the submarine is constructed with remarkable uniformity and harmony, thus enabling it to withstand even the most tumultuous of seas. The materials used for the 2 layers of the hull are steel plates, with the density of steel ranging from 7/10 to 8/10 that of seawater. The thickness of the first layer of the hull is no less than 5 centimeters, weighing 394.96 tons. The second inner shell, with a keel height of 50 centimeters and a width of 25 centimeters, has a weight of 62 tons. Additionally, the weight of the machinery, ballast tanks, various auxiliary equipment, and internal walls and wood amounts to 61.2 tons. When combined with 394.96 tons, this totals the required weight of 1,356.48 tons. Do you understand what I mean? The captain then added, thus, under these conditions, when the Nautilus remains at sea, 1/10 of it is above the water's surface. However, if I were to install a reservoir with a capacity equal to 1/10 of this, the weight of the water would amount to 150.72 tons. Should I fill the reservoir to its brim, the submarine's displacement would reach 1,507 tons, allowing it to submerge entirely beneath the surface. Professor, these reservoirs are, in fact, located in the lower section of the Nautilus. The moment I open the doors of the reservoirs, they will fill with water, causing the submarine to descend until it aligns with the level of the sea surface. Very well, Captain, but here we encounter the true challenge. I comprehend that your vessel can attain the same level as the sea surface. However, what happens when it descends further? When the ship submerges below the surface, will it not confront pressure? Moreover, it will also encounter an upward buoyancy force. This buoyancy is approximately 1 atmosphere for every 30 feet. Meaning that each square centimeter of the submarine must withstand a pressure of 1 kilogram. You are absolutely correct, sir. Therefore, unless you fill the Nautilus completely with water, I fail to see how you intend to submerge the vessel to the ocean floor. Captain, please elaborate. I am listening. The only way to propel the ship to the seabed is to increase its weight. When I decide to do so, I merely need to consider the diminishing volume of seawater due to the added weight. While it is true that water is not absolutely incompressible, it is certainly challenging to compress. In fact, according to the latest calculations, under 1 atmosphere of pressure, equivalent to the pressure exerted by a 30-foot column of water, the compression of water is 436 millionths. If one were to descend to a depth of 1,000 meters, I contemplate that the compression of seawater is akin to being subjected to the pressure of a 1,000-meter column of water, which equates to a pressure of 100 atmospheres. At this juncture, the volumetric compression of water is approximately 436 ten-thousandths. Consequently, the additional weight required to elevate the submarine's total mass to 1,513.77 tons rather than 1,507.2 tons, must be factored in. Thus, an increase of merely 6.57 tons suffices. Is it truly that minimal? Indeed, it is that minimal, Mr. Aronnax. This calculation is readily verifiable. I possess numerous supplementary ballast tanks capable of holding 100 tons of water. This allows me to submerge to great depths in the ocean. When I wish to ascend to the surface level, I need only release the water from these ballast tanks. Should I desire the Nautilus to protrude 1/10 above the surface, I would drain all the ballast tanks entirely. Regarding these deductions based on numerical data, I have no objections to present. Captain, with regard to this information, I concede that your calculations are precise. To stubbornly contest this would be to engage in groundless dispute, as experience continually validates the accuracy of these figures. However, I now confront a genuine dilemma. Sir, what is this dilemma? When submerged below 1,000 meters, the outer shell of the Nautilus endures a pressure of 100 atmospheres. If at this moment you wish to expel the water from the various supplementary ballast tanks to alleviate the weight of the submarine and enable it to surface, then the power of your pumps must overcome the pressure of 100 atmospheres, which equates to 100 kilograms per square centimeter. Therefore, the force required here. This particular force can be supplied solely by electricity. Captain Nemo exclaimed urgently, I have mentioned numerous times that the power of my machines is almost limitless. The pumps of the Nautilus possess incredible strength. The jet of water they expelled towards the Lincoln was as fierce as a powerful torrent, a sight you must have witnessed. Furthermore, to maintain my machinery, I only engage those supplementary ballast tanks at moderate depths of 1,500 to 2,000 meters, and I do so with utmost caution. Consequently, when I suddenly consider the ocean floor lying 2 or 3 miles beneath the surface, I employ an alternative navigation method, which, although it requires more time, proves equally effective. What method is that, Captain? I inquired. I believe it is time for you to understand how I navigate the Nautilus. I am equally eager to learn. To control the submarine's lateral movements and turns, simply put, when it is necessary for it to travel horizontally, I typically utilize a broad auxiliary rudder affixed to the stern column, operated by pulleys and wheels. However, I am also capable of enabling the Nautilus to ascend and descend within the water, a process facilitated by 2 inclined panels fixed at the center of the waterline and along the sides of the vessel. These panels are movable, allowing for position adjustments at will, and can be manipulated from within the ship using powerful levers. When the inclined panels are aligned parallel to the hull, the vessel traverses a level plane. Conversely, when they are tilted, the Nautilus can rise or sink diagonally, propelled by the thrust of its engine, in accordance with my direction. Furthermore, I maintain control over the length of the diagonal. Should I desire a swifter ascent to the surface, I activate the propeller, causing the Nautilus to rise vertically beneath the water's pressure, akin to a hydrogen balloon swiftly soaring into the sky. I exclaimed, This is truly remarkable, Captain. But how can the helmsman navigate according to your directions while submerged? The helmsman remains within a glass-enclosed cockpit, which is equipped with various convex and concave glass panes, protruding from the upper portion of the Nautilus's hull, ensuring he has a clear view of the course ahead. Can such powerful pressure withstand the glass? Indeed, it can. Although glass is prone to shattering, it possesses substantial pressure resistance. In 1864, an experiment utilizing electric light for fishing was conducted in the North Sea. During this experiment, panes of this very glass, only 7 millimeters thick, withstood pressures of up to 16 atmospheres, and despite the intense heat causing uneven thermal expansion, light continued to pass through unimpeded. Moreover, the glass plates we employ are 30 times thicker than those utilized for fishing, which means that the central thickness of my glass plate is at least 21 centimeters. Very well, Captain Nemo, even so, to discern objects in the sea, there must surely be some illumination, correct? I cannot fathom how you dispel the darkness in the depths of the ocean. Behind the helmsman's cabin, there is a powerful electric searchlight capable of illuminating the waters for half a nautical mile. Sir, that was purely an unfortunate accident. At the moment of the collision, I was navigating 2 meters beneath the surface. However, I observed that the Scotia was not significantly damaged. Professor, I must express my regrets regarding this incident. It was indeed one of the bravest and finest warships of the United States Navy. Yet, my actions were purely in self-defense, as it was attacking me. I merely struck the vessel to the extent that it could no longer pose a threat, and the damage it sustained was not severe. It is capable of being repaired at a nearby port. I earnestly exclaimed, Captain, your Nautilus is a truly remarkable ship. Captain Nemo possessed a remarkable eloquence that captivated those around him. His eyes, filled with passion, and his fervent gestures seemed to transform him entirely. Indeed, he cherishes this submarine as a father loves his own child. However, a question that perhaps ought not to be asked naturally emerged in my mind, compelling me to inquire once more. Captain Nemo, were you the architect of this submarine? Yet, how did you manage to construct the extraordinary Nautilus without drawing attention? Mr. Aronnax, every material utilized in this vessel was sourced from various locations across the Earth, and their intended purpose was meticulously concealed. The ship's keel was produced at a factory in France. The main drive shaft was crafted by a company in London. The steel plates for the hull were cast in Liverpool, and the propeller was manufactured in Glasgow. The water tanks aboard were created by a Parisian firm. The main machinery was constructed at a Prussian factory. The ram at the bow was produced in Sweden. And the precision instruments were fabricated by the Hatt brothers in New York, among others. I provided the suppliers with blueprints, which they followed to create the components, though I signed the drawings with the names of different individuals. Yet, I remarked, these individual components must require assembly and calibration, correct? Professor, I established a workshop on a deserted island in the ocean. There, my workers, who were my loyal companions trained by me, assisted in assembling the Nautilus. Once the construction was complete, I set fire to eliminate all traces of our work. If feasible, I would have obliterated the entire island as well. Given this, constructing the vessel must have entailed an immense expenditure, mustn't it? Mr. Aronnax, the construction of a steel vessel incurs a cost of 1,125 francs per ton of capacity. Given that the Nautilus has a tonnage of 1,500 tons, its expenses should amount to 1,790,000 francs, including the refurbishment costs. The total expenditure reaches 2 million francs, and when accounting for all the artworks and collectibles within the submarine, its worth totals 5 million francs. Captain Nemo, I have one final inquiry for you. Professor, please proceed with your question. You must be quite affluent, I presume? One might say that even I am unaware of the extent of my wealth, sir. To put it simply, I could effortlessly settle France's national debt amounting to billions. I stared intently at this peculiar individual speaking to me. Did he perceive me as gullible and deliberately exaggerate before me? I pondered that in due time. I would have the opportunity to clarify this matter. Chapter 18. The warm current. The surface area of the Earth covered by seawater is approximately 383,258,000,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 38 million hectares. The total volume of seawater is about 22.5 billion cubic meters, capable of forming a sphere with a diameter of 60 miles and a weight of 300 billion tons. To grasp these figures conceptually, one must consider that 100 billion compared to 1 billion is akin to 1 billion compared to 1, that is, within 1 billion. There are a certain number of ones, and within 100 billion, there exist an equivalent number of billions. The total volume of seawater is approximately equal to the amount of water that all the rivers on land would discharge into the sea over a span of 40,000 years. In the extensive epochs of geological history, the age of water succeeded that of fire. Initially, the entire Earth was enveloped in oceans. As time progressed into the early Silurian period, certain peaks gradually emerged, and islands surfaced as well. During the deluge, these mountains and islands vanished, only to reappear later, ultimately coalescing to form continents. Eventually, the land took on the shape we recognize today. The solid landmass occupies an expanse of 37,657,000 square miles, equivalent to 160,000 hectares. The land divides the ocean into 5 principal sectors: the Arctic Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean, vast beyond measure, stretches north to the Arctic Circle, south to the Antarctic Circle, west to Asia, and east to the Americas, spanning a longitudinal reach of 145 degrees. It is the most tranquil of oceans, with gentle currents, modest waves, and abundant rainfall. Destiny beckoned me to traverse this ocean first under peculiar circumstances. Captain Nemo remarked, "Professor, if you so wish, let us first record our precise position and designate it as the starting point of this journey. The time is now 11:15. I shall now bring the vessel to the surface." The captain pressed the electric bell thrice. The pumps commenced expelling the water from the ballast tanks, and the barometer's needle indicated the ascent of the Nautilus. Soon after, the ship came to a halt. The captain declared, "We have reached the water's surface." I made my way towards the ladder leading to the platform, ascending the steel steps until I emerged at the pinnacle of the Nautilus through the open hatch. The platform protruded a mere 80 centimeters above the water's surface. The Nautilus, elongated and tapered at both ends, bore a striking resemblance to an elongated cigar. I observed that the steel plates adorning the vessel were overlapped in scales, akin to the protective armor of large terrestrial reptiles. It dawned upon me that even with the finest telescope, one might easily mistake this ship for a creature of the sea. In the center of the platform, a small boat was half embedded within the hull, creating a slight bulge. At the fore and aft of the platform, there were two modest, sideways tilted enclosures, one house-thick, textured glass mirrors, while the other contained a powerful navigation light, serving as the helmsman's cockpit of the Nautilus. The sea was calm, a brilliant azure sky stretched above, unbroken by clouds. This elongated submarine scarcely felt the vast undulations of the ocean waves. A gentle breeze wafted from the east, stirring the surface into gentle ripples. The mist had dissipated, granting a clearer vista that extended to the horizon. Apart from the boundless expanse of the ocean, nothing else was visible, no hidden reefs, no islands. Nor the presence of the Lincoln. Captain Nemo, with a sextant in hand, measured the altitude of the sun, thereby discerning the vessel's latitude. He paused for a few moments, awaiting the solar alignment with the horizon. As he conducted his observations, his muscles remained perfectly still, the instrument steadied as if held by a hand of iron. "Professor," he declared, "it is precisely 12 o'clock noon. Do you believe we may set sail at this hour?" In the living room, the captain recorded our current position on the map and made adjustments based on the recently observed time angle. He then addressed me, saying, "Mr. Aronnax, we are presently at a longitude of 137 degrees and 15 minutes west." The captain continued, "We find ourselves at a longitude of 137 degrees and 15 minutes west of the Paris meridian and a latitude of 30 degrees and 7 minutes north, approximately 300 nautical miles from the Japanese coast. Today is November 8th, and it is noon. Our underwater adventure officially commences." He added, "Professor, I shall take my leave now. Feel free to utilize the living room as you wish. You may immerse yourself in your research. The course I have determined is northeast by east, with a descent of 50 meters. Here is a nautical chart, where you can observe our route." "Very well, Professor. I bid you farewell." Captain Nemo offered me a respectful nod and departed, leaving me in solitary contemplation, my mind awash with thoughts of this enigmatic captain of the Nautilus. This peculiar individual, who considers himself a denizen of no nation, would I ever discern to which country he truly belongs? Will he seek vengeance against those he abhors? Is he a neglected scholar, as Conseil suggested, a genius marred by torment, akin to a modern-day Galileo? Or is he perhaps a scientist like the American Maury, whose lifelong endeavors were obliterated by political upheaval? These questions lingered in uncertainty. I am but a hapless individual cast upon his vessel by serendipity, my fate governed by him, who has taken me in with a distant yet courteous demeanor. However, he has never grasped the hand I extended towards him, nor has he ever offered his hand in return. I was immersed in profound contemplation for an entire hour, yearning to unravel the intriguing mystery that captivated my interest. Eventually, my gaze was drawn to the flat, expansive map laid out on the table, prompting me to place my finger upon the intersection of latitude and longitude derived from observation. Just as continents do, oceans possess their own currents. These are distinctive flows, identifiable by their temperature and hue, with the most notable being the well-known warm current. On our planet, science has delineated 5 primary routes for these currents: the first in the northern Atlantic, the second in the southern Atlantic, the third in the northern Pacific, the fourth in the southern Pacific, and the fifth in the southern Indian Ocean. It is conceivable that a 6th current once existed in the northern Indian Ocean, at a time when the Caspian Sea and the Arabian Sea were still connected to Asia's waters, forming a vast expanse of ocean. The point marked on the flat map of the Earth is traversed by a warm current, which the Japanese refer to as the Kuroshio Current. Originating in the Bay of Bengal, this current is heated by the direct rays of the tropical sun, making it exceedingly warm as it flows through the Strait of Malacca, ascending along the Asian coast, curving in the northern Pacific, and eventually flowing towards the Aleutian Islands. It transports camphor logs and various local products, with the waters of the Kuroshio being warm and vividly blue, distinctly different from the waters of the Pacific Ocean. This current is the very route that the Nautilus is destined to traverse. I gazed intently at the flowing water, watching it vanish into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, feeling as though I too was swept away by this warm current. At that moment, Ned Land and Conseil appeared at the doorway of the lounge. My 2 loyal companions were astounded by the wondrous objects piled before them. "Where are we? Where are we?" exclaimed the Canadian. "Are we in a museum in Quebec?" "If you wish, sir," replied Conseil, "it might be more accurate to say we are in the Sumerla building." "Dear friends," I said, gesturing for them to enter, You are neither in Canada nor in France. Rather, you find yourselves 50 meters beneath the sea, aboard the Nautilus. You must be astonished, my friend, for a distinguished taxonomist such as yourself has much to engage with here. Do take a good look. Before I could finish my encouraging words, the earnest Conseil had already pressed himself against the showcase, eagerly observing, and was murmuring the terminology employed by biologists: gastropoda, olivity, magnetity, Madagascar clam species, and so forth. I divulged all I knew, and even what I did not, and inquired about his observations and experiences. An electric eel. To be candid, that thought had crossed my mind. However, Mr. Aronnax, Ned Land inquired, clinging to his curiosity, how many individuals are aboard this vessel? 10, 20, 50, or perhaps 100. Can you tell me? I truly cannot provide you with an answer, Master Ned Land. I merely wish for you to believe me. At this moment, you must relinquish any thoughts of seizing or escaping the Nautilus. This vessel is a marvel of modern engineering, and had I not laid eyes upon it, I would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of loss. I imagine many would be eager to encounter a situation such as ours, just to behold such a wondrous creation. Therefore, you must maintain your composure. We ought to carefully observe everything around us. What can be observed here? Shouted the harpooner. This is a prison of steel. We can see nothing at all. We cannot perceive anything now, nor shall we in the future. We are sailing with our eyes closed. Before Ned Land could finish his final words, the brilliant ceiling extinguished itself with alarming rapidity. Subsequently, the entire hall was engulfed in darkness, so deep that one could not see their own hand before them. My eyes struggled to adjust, a sharp pain coursing through me, reminiscent of the disorienting transition from utter darkness to blinding light. We were uncertain of what unforeseen events, whether fortuitous or calamitous, might befall us, holding our breath and remaining utterly still. A gliding sound reached our ears, reminiscent of the side plates of the Nautilus shifting. It seems this is truly the end, declared Ned Land. It's a jellyfish, murmured Conseil. Suddenly, light burst forth from two rectangular apertures, illuminating every corner of the parlor once more. The seawater glimmers brilliantly under the illumination of electric light. Between us and the ocean lies a pair of glass panes acting as a barrier. Initially, I feared that this partition might shatter in an instant, my heart racing with trepidation. However, I soon discovered that the glass was supported by a robust framework of red copper, endowing it with almost limitless resilience, which eased my anxiety. Now, we can clearly observe the water within a mile surrounding the Nautilus. The light filtering through the transparent currents creates a wondrous spectacle, while the gentle luminosity gradually diminishes above and below the ocean's surface, a beauty that defies description. The seawater is crystalline, its clarity surpassing that of mountain springs, a truth universally acknowledged. The minerals and organic substances contained within the seawater further enhance its transparency. In certain regions of the Pacific, such as the Antilles, beneath depths of 145 meters, the sandy seabed is distinctly visible, with sunlight penetrating to depths of up to 300 meters. However, in the waters traversed by the Nautilus, the electric light emanates from the depths, transforming the illuminated water into flowing luminescence. Arambier posits that the ocean floor is bathed in magnificent phosphorescence. Should we accept his hypothesis, then nature surely reserves the most extraordinary sights for the denizens of the sea. Based on the infinite variations of this light, I can envision the underwater world in all its resplendence. Each wall of the parlor features a window opening towards this uncharted abyss, and the darkness within the room accentuates the brilliance of the exterior. As we gazed outward, it felt as though this pristine crystal was akin to the glass of a colossal aquarium, with no points of reference in the water. We sensed that the Nautilus had come to a standstill. Yet, occasionally, the swift passage of the water lines, parted by the prow of a ship, would streak past our vision. We held our breath, leaning against the glass pane, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Conseil exclaimed, "Ned Land, are you not eager to behold? The moment has arrived." At that juncture, Canada could no longer resist the allure of the breathtaking vista. He cast aside both his anger and his plans for escape, exclaiming with fervor, "It is utterly magnificent. A true marvel of the world. To witness such beauty, I would traverse any distance." I echoed his sentiments, realizing at last the essence of this man's existence. He had forged an alternate realm for himself, one that bestowed upon him the most astonishing spectacles. However, why could I not see it? The Canadian questioned. "Where are the fish?" "Ned Land," Conseil replied. "It matters not if they are invisible. After all, one cannot distinguish what constitutes a fish." "What do you mean? Am I unfamiliar with fish? Clarify yourself, for I am indeed a fisherman," Ned Land retorted. Thus, a debate ensued regarding this matter, for they all recognized fish, albeit in differing manners. Fish belong to the fourth and final class of the phylum Chordata, a fact well known to all. The precise definition of a fish is as follows: a cold-blooded vertebrate with a dual circulatory system, breathing through gills, and inhabiting aquatic environments. Fish are categorized into two principal classes: bony fish and cartilaginous fish. Bony fish possess a vertebral column composed of hard bone, while cartilaginous fish have a skeleton made of cartilage. Although Canadians may be aware of this distinction, Kinsile's knowledge surpasses theirs, as he shares a close friendship with Ned Land. He cannot concede that his understanding is inferior to that of Ned. Thus, he proclaims, "My dear Ned, you truly are a skilled angler, an adept fisherman. While you have captured numerous fascinating creatures, I dare wager that you are unaware of how to classify fish. I might know, Kinsile. Are you familiar with the minor classifications within these two main groups of fish? Ned, my friend, pay close attention and remember. Bony fish can be divided into 6 orders. The first order is the hard-finned fish, characterized by comb-like upper gills and a complete, movable upper jaw. This order encompasses 15 families, meaning that 3/4 of the fish we are acquainted with belong to this category. The carp is a quintessential example of this order. Kinsile continues. The second order is the abdominal finned fish, where the pelvic fins are not situated on the shoulder bones but rather hang beneath the abdomen, behind the pectoral fins. This order is divided into 5 families, with the majority of freshwater fish falling into this category. The carp and the male fish exemplify this order. The Canadian interjects disdainfully, they are merely freshwater fish. The third order is the auxiliary finned fish, Kinsile continues, where the pelvic fins are attached beneath the pectoral fins and are suspended on the shoulder bones. This order consists of 4 families, with representatives including butterfly fish, flounder, sole, and the great halibut. The fish are exquisite, truly delectable, the harpooner exclaimed, categorizing the fish solely based on their flavor. Kinsile grew increasingly animated as he spoke. The fourth order comprises the abdominal finless fish. This type of fish possesses a long body devoid of abdominal fins, covered in thick, slimy skin. It consists of only 1 family. Typical representatives include eels, congers, and electric eels. Oh, the taste of this category is rather mediocre. Quite ordinary, Ned Land retorted. Not impressive at all. The harpooner shook his head in disagreement. Kinsile continued. Lastly, the 6th order is the fixed-jawed fish, with the jawbone firmly anchored to the side of the inner maxillary bone. The arching bone of the upper jaw connects seamlessly with the skull, rendering the jaw immobile. This category lacks true abdominal fins and is divided into 2 families. The dogfish and the silver eel are typical representatives. To prepare such fish is a sheer waste of a pot. The Canadian scoffed. Ned Land, do you comprehend all that I have conveyed? Kinsile inquired, adopting an air of scholarly authority. Speaking of cartilaginous fish, Kinsile calmly continued, they are classified into 3 orders. This greatly simplifies matters, Ned Land remarked. The first order, the round-mouthed fish, features gills that form a rotating circle containing several gill arches. This order consists of a single family, with the lamprey as a typical representative. The second order, the harsh fish, has gills akin to those of the round-mouthed fish, yet its lower gills are capable of movement. This is the most significant order among cartilaginous fish, encompassing 2 families. Sharks and rays are typical representatives. Kinsile, my dear brother, what do you have to say? Ned Land exclaimed that sharks and bony fish belong to the same order. How fascinating. However, for the sake of the bony fish, I strongly advise against placing them in the same aquarium. Kinsile then continued. The third order is the order of the finned fish, characterized by the presence of bony opercula beside the gills, which typically are only partially open. This order encompasses 4 families, with the grouper being a quintessential representative. Oh, my dear friend Kinsile, you have saved the most delectable for last. At least, that is my opinion. Have you finished your exposition? Indeed, I have concluded, dear Ned Land. Yet I must remind you that merely knowing this is far from sufficient, for families further subdivide into genera, which then divide into subgenera, species, and varieties. Kinsile? My good fellow, the harpooner exclaimed, with his face pressed against the glass, many fish are swimming over. Indeed, they are truly fish. Kinsile echoed. It feels as though we are in an aquarium. Ned Land remarked. Kinsile, my dear brother, could you now enumerate the names of these fish? Please, do share their names. Kinsile is indeed an ardent classifier, yet he does not possess the expertise of a biologist. I suspect he might struggle to distinguish between a carp and a finned fish. In contrast, the Canadians, without hesitation, can effortlessly name these fish. That is a barracuda, I declared, pointing at a school of fish that approached. The barracuda belongs to the genus Sphaerina, the family Sphaerinidae, and the order Perciformes. Conseil quietly articulated the classification of this fish. I believe that the combined knowledge of Ned Land and Conseil would undoubtedly render them exceptional biologists. The Canadian's assertion was indeed accurate. Before us swam a multitude of flying fish. These creatures possessed flattened bodies, their skin adorned with wrinkles, and bore arrow-like appendages along their dorsal spines. They were rhythmically propelling themselves with the 4 rows of sharp spines on either side of their tails, gliding gracefully around the Nautilus. Their skin was remarkably beautiful, exhibiting a gray hue above and a white underbelly, while golden spots shimmered amidst the swirling waves. Among the flying fish, there were also ribbon fish, swaying gently as if delicately caressed by the wind, resembling flowing curtains of water. To my delight, I spotted my favorite species, the Chinese ray. Its upper body was adorned in a striking black and yellow, with a soft rose tint beneath, featuring 3 spines located behind its eyes. This fish is quite rare. Professor Aronnax had even questioned its existence, having only seen it illustrated in a Japanese picture book. For 2 hours, this aquatic legion continued to encircle the Nautilus. In their playful antics, these fish surpass mere beauty and vibrancy, exhibiting unparalleled speed as they leap and frolic. I distinctly recognized the greenish parrotfish, the sea bream adorned with 2 dark stripes, the shrimp goby with its pearly white body and crimson-spotted back, and the splendid blue-bodied, white-finned fish from the Japanese Sea. Without the need for elaborate descriptions, one can envision the exquisite beauty of the azure glassfish simply by its name. The fish with striped patterns and fins interlaced with blue and yellow hues, the true bream flaunting its colorful horizontal bands and trailing black-tipped tail, and the elegantly attired ribbon gurnard with its 6 slender stripes all captivated my attention. The pipefish, resembling a flute or trumpet, can reach lengths of up to 1 meter. Alongside them swam the Japanese salamander, the spiny eel measuring 7 feet, and the serpentine sea snake with its large, toothy mouth and nimble eyes. Our spirits soared as we exclaimed in wonder. Ned Land recorded the fish's names, while Conseil classified them. Gazing at these diverse, vibrant creatures, I felt a euphoric delight. I had never before witnessed such a multitude of lively, free-swimming fish in their natural habitat, thriving in the very waters where they were born. We were dazzled by the array of fish from both the Sea of Japan and the China Sea, too numerous to enumerate. Drawn by the allure of electric light, the fish flocked to the side of the ship, seemingly outnumbering the birds in the sky. I awaited Captain Nemo, yet he did not appear. The clock pointed to 5 o'clock. Chapter 20, an invitation. The following day, November 9th, I awoke after a full 12 hours of slumber. Conseil entered my cabin, greeting me as he always did. "Sir, did you sleep well last night?" He then set about his tasks. The Canadian, resembling a man who had devoted his life solely to slumber, remained undisturbed by Conseil, who left him to continue his restful repose. I soon donned my attire crafted from a fabric woven from the silken threads of the sea. Conseil had expressed his admiration for this exquisite material on numerous occasions. I explained to him that the fabric was fashioned from luminous, gossamer soft fibers derived from a bivalve mollusk abundant along the Mediterranean coast, which clings to rocky substrates. In the past, this resource had been utilized to create fine garments, socks, and gloves, prized for their softness and warmth. The crew of the Nautilus was fortunate to wear such splendid and economical clothing, rendering terrestrial cotton, wool, and silk unnecessary. After I had dressed, I proceeded to the lounge, only to find it deserted. Thus, I immersed myself in the study of the treasures of conchology amassed within the glass cabinets. I had also diligently perused the extensive collection of botanical specimens filled with the rarest marine flora, which, despite being dried, retained their vibrant and beautiful hues. Among these precious aquatic plants, I discovered the rotating seaweed, the fan-shaped green algae, the grape-leaf algae, the granular water plant, the vivid red soft seagrass, the fan-like marine gardens, and the suction cup plant, which resembled a flattened mushroom and had long been misclassified as a plant-like animal. Finally, I beheld an entire assemblage of algal species. A full day passed without a sign of Captain Nemo. The porthole in the lounge had never been opened. Perhaps the owner wished to keep us distanced from those exquisite sights. The Nautilus, gliding at a speed of 12 nautical miles per hour, continued its journey at a depth of 50 to 60 meters beneath the surface, heading in a northeast by east direction. On November 10th, the 3rd day, The atmosphere remained desolate, with no one showing any inclination to acknowledge our presence. Ned Land and Conseil spent much of the day in my company, and the captain's absence was inexplicable, leaving both of them perplexed. Was this peculiar man unwell, or had he devised a new plan for our treatment? However, we deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. As Conseil remarked, we were well provided for, enjoying ample sustenance and complete freedom, and the host had fully adhered to the terms of his agreement, offering us no grounds for complaint. Indeed, this extraordinary encounter had afforded us such favorable treatment that we had no reason to reproach him. From this day forth, I commenced keeping a journal, meticulously chronicling our remarkable adventure. What intrigued me was that my diary was pinned on paper fashioned from large seaweed. On the morning of November 11th, the cabin of the Nautilus was suffused with fresh air, signaling that we had surfaced to replenish our oxygen supply. I ascended the central staircase and reached the platform at 6 o'clock in the morning. There, I settled into a comfortable position on the protruding section of the small boat's hull, inhaling the invigorating sea breeze. The sky was overcast, the ocean cloaked in a gray haze. Yet, the surface was tranquil, with scarcely a ripple. I wondered if I might encounter Captain Nemo on the platform. Would he make an appearance? All I could see was the helmsman confined within the cockpit. The sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its rays slowly dispersing the thick fog, illuminating the sea with a dazzling golden sheen. The clouds drifting through the sky were tinged with varying shades of light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, the presence of scattered cumulus clouds indicated that a strong wind would prevail throughout the day. Yet, for the Nautilus, tempestuous storms posed no threat, let alone a mere breeze. As I was reveling in the beauty of the sunrise, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching the platform. I initially assumed it was Captain Nemo and prepared to greet him, only to realize that it was his first mate instead. He walked past me, seemingly oblivious to my presence, clutching a powerful telescope, intently scanning the horizon. After his observations, he approached the hatch and uttered a phrase. I committed this phrase to memory, as it was consistently spoken every morning under the same circumstances. The phonetic spelling of the phrase was as follows: Nautilus, unrelenting, verily. As for its meaning, I could not ascertain. 5 days elapsed without any change. Each morning, I ascended to the platform, encountering the same individual and hearing the identical words, with Captain Nemo never making an appearance. I picked up the letter and promptly tore it open. The handwriting on the letter was clear and fluid, yet bore a hint of antiquity, reminiscent of Germanic script. It read as follows: Professor Aronnax, it is hereby arranged for a hunting expedition on the island of Crespo tomorrow morning. Your presence would be greatly esteemed, esteemed Professor Aronnax. Should you bring 2 companions along, it would bring me immense joy. Captain Nemo of the Nautilus, November 16th, 1867. Hunting, cried Ned Land, in the forests of Crespo Island, added Conseil. Ned Land continued, is this strange individual truly intending to venture onto land? I believe the letter has made it abundantly clear, I remarked as I reread its contents. How splendid. This invitation must be accepted, the Canadian exclaimed. Once we set foot on land, we shall know precisely what to do. Furthermore, the prospect of savoring some fresh game excites me. But has not Captain Nemo always held a disdain for continents and islands? Why then, does he now invite us to hunt in the woods? I pondered this perplexing question briefly, then contentedly stated, let us first ascertain what Crespo Island is like. I consulted a map and discovered a small island situated at 32 degrees 40 minutes north latitude and 167 degrees 50 minutes west longitude. It was discovered by Captain Crespo in 1801, and its name on ancient Spanish maps was Logia de la Plorada, which translates to Silver Reef. At present, we are approximately 1,800 nautical miles from our point of departure. The Nautilus has altered its course slightly and is now navigating towards the southeast. This small island, located in the northern Pacific, prompted me to remark to my companions, if Captain Nemo ever desires to set foot on land, he would undoubtedly choose a desolate place. Ned Land shook his head in silence and, after a moment, departed with Conseil. The reticent, expressionless steward then brought me my dinner. Following my meal, I lay in bed contemplating the hunting expedition for the morrow, finding it difficult to drift into slumber. The next day, November 7th, upon awakening, I sensed that the Nautilus had come to a halt. I hurriedly donned my attire and made my way to the lounge. There, Captain Nemo awaited me, having already taken a seat. Upon noticing my arrival, he rose to greet me and inquired if there were any inconveniences regarding our hunting excursion together. He refrained from mentioning his absence over the past 8 days, and I felt no inclination to question him. Instead, I simply expressed that my companions and I would be delighted to accompany him. However, I added, "Sir, may I pose a question?" "Certainly, Aronnax," he replied. "As long as it is within my capacity to answer, I shall do so." "Captain, you mentioned that you have had no dealings with the land. Yet why do you still possess a forest on Crespo Island?" "What? A forest beneath the sea?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, Professor," he affirmed. "Are you inviting me to the underwater forest?" "Indeed, shall we walk?" "We shall walk, and not a drop of seawater shall touch our shoes." "Shall we hunt while we walk?" "Yes, we shall hunt as we proceed." "Must we carry a hunting rifle?" "Naturally." I fixated my gaze intently on Captain Nemo. Devoid of any intention to ingratiate myself, I suspected there was something amiss with his mind. Perhaps he had been unwell for the past 8 days and had yet to fully recover. How pitiable. I could only hope he was merely exhibiting a fit of eccentricity and not descending into madness. My thoughts were plainly etched upon my countenance. Yet Captain Nemo uttered not a word, merely beckoning me to follow him. I, like a person resigned to fate, followed him without hesitation. We arrived at the dining hall, where breakfast had already been laid out. I relished this meal, which featured an array of fish, sea cucumbers, and delectable marine invertebrates, all prepared with various enticing seaweeds. The beverage was a concoction of water and enzyme wine, crafted using the methods of the inhabitants of the Kamchatka Peninsula, derived from a type of seaweed known as palm-shaped kelp. Initially, Captain Nemo remained silent, engrossed in his meal, but after a while, he spoke. "Professor, when I invited you to hunt in the forests of my Crespo Island, you must have thought me a paradoxical individual. When I inform you that we are heading to my underwater forest, you may also consider my sanity questionable. Professor, such judgments on your part are rather hasty. However, Captain, please believe me. Professor, I kindly ask you to listen to me patiently until I finish, and then you shall determine whether I am indeed a paradox or of unsound mind." "Very well, Captain, please proceed. You mentioned diving equipment." "Indeed, but once donned, the diving suit restricts one's movements, rendering them less free. The wearer must remain tethered to an air supply via a rubber tube, akin to being chained to the land. If our Nautilus were bound in such a manner, we would be unable to embark on long voyages." "So, how can one achieve true freedom of movement?" I inquired. "The answer lies in the apparatus created by Lugrol and Nautilus, the inventions of your 2 French compatriots. To meet my specifications, I have modified this device. It allows you to thrive under new physiological conditions without harming any of your organs. The apparatus consists of a sealed cylinder crafted from thick steel, filled with compressed air at a pressure of 50 atmospheres. This cylinder, akin to a soldier's backpack, is secured to the user's back with a belt. The upper part of the cylinder resembles a steel box, through which the compressed air is transformed into breathable air under the control of the air delivery mechanism, flowing forth from the box. The unaltered Lugrol apparatus typically comprises 2 rubber tubes extending from a steel container, affixed to a funnel-shaped device covering the mouth and nose. One tube serves the purpose of inhalation, while the other facilitates exhalation. The user employs their tongue to regulate the flow through these tubes according to their respiratory needs. However, given the immense pressure beneath the sea, I must encase my head in a copper sphere to which the inhalation and exhalation tubes are affixed. Captain Nemo, your ingenuity is truly remarkable. Yet, I must inquire whether the air you carry will not be depleted rather swiftly. For air becomes unsuitable for use once the oxygen content drops to 15%. Indeed, Mr. Aronnax, but as I previously mentioned, the Nautilus' compressor enables me to pressurize the canister even under substantial atmospheric pressure. Thus, the air stored within the apparatus is sufficient for a duration of 9 to 10 hours. In light of your explanation, I have no further objections, I replied. But I remain perplexed regarding your source of illumination while operating beneath the ocean's depths. I utilize a device known as the Lankoff lighting system, Mr. Aronnax. I secure the respirator to my back and wear the searchlight at my waist. The lighting apparatus is equipped with a set of Bunsen batteries. However, instead of potassium chloride, I employ sodium chloride, which is abundant in the sea, to generate electricity. An induction coil receives the incoming current, channeling it to a lamp. Within the lamp is a curved glass tube containing a minuscule amount of carbon dioxide gas. As soon as the light is turned on, carbon dioxide continuously emits a white glow. With these devices, I can breathe and see the path ahead. Is it a gas gun? Indeed. I possess neither saltpeter, sulfur, nor charcoal. How could I possibly manufacture gunpowder? Furthermore, Captain, I must clarify that seawater is 855 times denser than air. And to fire a weapon in such an environment, one must first overcome this immense pressure. This cannot serve as justification. Presently, there exists a firearm designed by Fulton, enhanced by the British Filiger and Brel, the French Forcy, and the Italian Landi, equipped with a closure mechanism that allows it to fire under the conditions you mentioned. However, I must reiterate that I can only use compressed air in place of gunpowder, which can be abundantly supplied by the Nautilus's air pump. Yet, this air will deplete swiftly. True, but I also have the Luggerol bottle, which can provide air at any moment. It merely requires the installation of an additional valve. Moreover, Mr. Aronnax, when it comes to hunting, you will witness firsthand that underwater hunting does not necessitate an abundance of air and ammunition. Nevertheless, seawater is significantly heavier than air. And given the limited visibility, the effective range of the weapon will be quite short, resulting in a low accuracy rate, correct? Sir. Every bullet discharged from this firearm is potentially lethal, and any creature struck, regardless of the severity of the wound, will collapse as though struck by lightning. What is the reason for this? The bullets fired from this firearm differ significantly from ordinary ones. They are small glass spheres invented by the Austrian chemist Bloch. I have stockpiled numerous such spheres on my vessel. Each glass sphere is encased in a layer of steel and has a lead base affixed beneath, resembling a genuine grenade. The voltage contained within is exceedingly high, and even a gentle impact can cause it to explode instantaneously. Thus, no matter how ferocious the creature, if struck, it will succumb to the ground. You must remember that these glass spheres are no larger than a number 4 bullet, and a standard firearm can accommodate 10 of them in the magazine. I rose from my seat, stating, "I have no further inquiries. I shall obediently take up my weapon, and wherever you go, I shall follow." The captain led me towards the aft of the Nautilus, passing by the quarters of Ned Land and Conseil. I called them out, and they promptly joined us. Before long, we arrived at a small room adjacent to the submarine's side, where our attire for underwater hunting awaited us. We needed to don these garments in preparation for our expedition. Chapter 22. Strolling on the ocean floor. On the walls of this small space hung 12 sets of diving suits, ready for those who would venture beneath the waves. To be precise, this room served as both the ammunition store and changing area of the Nautilus. Ned Land was quite reluctant to wear these diving suits. He exhibited a strong aversion to the diving equipment. I remarked to him, "My friend Ned, the forests of Crespo Island are but the forests beneath the sea. Do you not know?" Because the dream of consuming fresh meat had been shattered, the harpooner felt a profound disappointment. He turned to me and said, Mr. Aronnax, do you intend to don this attire as well?" "Indeed, it is essential to wear it, Master Ned Land," I replied. The harpooner shrugged and remarked, "Sir, if it pleases you to wear it, then by all means do so. Unless compelled by force, I shall never don such a garment. Master Ned, here no one shall coerce you," I assured him. "Counsel, will you also take this risk?" Ned inquired of Conseil. At that moment, Captain Nemo summoned 2 crew members, who promptly came forth to assist us in donning the cumbersome waterproof suits. The suits, crafted from rubber, were entirely seamless, capable of withstanding immense pressure, resembling a form of soft yet resilient armor. These waterproof garments were a one-piece ensemble, with the top and trousers seamlessly integrated, and the trousers concluded with heavy boots reinforced with lead plates. The upper portion was adorned with layers of copper plates, functioning as protective armor for the chest, designed to absorb the impact of water and facilitate smooth respiration for the lungs. The sleeves were connected to the gloves, allowing for remarkable flexibility without hindering the movement of the hands. In comparison to this flawless diving suit, the inadequately designed and flawed diving garments of the past, such as the bark chest armor, the sleeveless jackets, and the oceanic suits of the 18th century, seemed utterly inferior. Captain Nemo, Conseil, and I, along with the immensely strong Hercules, who was a companion of Captain Nemo, were all clad in our diving suits. With our heads poised to enter the metallic sphere, we were ready for the expedition. However, before donning the sphere, I requested Captain Nemo to present the hunting rifle we intended to take along. A crew member handed me a rather ordinary-looking gun. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the stock was crafted from steel, hollow and substantial, serving as a reservoir for compressed air. It featured a valve. Pulling the trigger allowed air to flow into the barrel. The magazine, situated within the stock, housed 20 electric cartridges, which, propelled by a spring mechanism, could be automatically loaded. After firing a round, the subsequent cartridge would be immediately chambered, enabling rapid succession of shots. After my examination, I remarked to Captain Nemo, "Captain, this truly is a convenient and practical firearm. I can hardly wait to test it." Yet, I pondered, how shall we reach the ocean floor? Professor, the Nautilus currently rests just 10 meters beneath the surface. We may commence our journey, he replied. But how do we exit? I inquired. You shall soon find out. Captain Nemo assured me as he was the first to immerse his head into the spherical helmet. Following suit, Conseil and I donned our helmets. The Canadian, with a tone of mockery, wished us a pleasant hunting experience. A copper collar, affixed with a screw, rests upon the upper part of my diving suit, with a copper cap secured atop it. The circular cap features 3 apertures, inlaid with thick glass, allowing me to behold the surroundings as my head rotates within the sphere. Once I don the spherical cap, the liberal breathing apparatus affixed to my back springs into action without delay. Personally, I encounter no difficulty. My breathing is remarkably smooth. A Langkopf searchlight dangles from my waist, while I grip a hunting rifle, poised for Captain Nemo's command to embark. However, I must confess, this attire is quite burdensome. My feet are encased in leaden shoes, seemingly nailed to the deck, imparting a sensation of immobility. Yet, such a circumstance had already been anticipated, as I feel myself being ushered into a small chamber connected to the changing room. My companions, similarly prodded, follow closely behind me. I hear the sound of the door, equipped with a closure mechanism, sealing behind us, plunging our surroundings into utter darkness. Moments later, a sharp whistling fills my ears, while a chill cascades from my feet to my chest. Clearly, the water lock within the vessel has been opened, and the ocean outside rushes toward us, before long. The chamber is inundated with seawater. At this juncture, another door on the side of the Nautilus swings open, allowing a beam of half-light to penetrate the gloom. Soon, our feet find purchase on the ocean floor. How shall I articulate the experience of strolling beneath the waves, in the presence of such a wondrous encounter? All language pales in comparison. Even the most skilled brush cannot capture the peculiar spectacle beneath the waves, let alone mere words. Captain Nemo led the way, with his companions trailing a few paces behind us. Conseil and I walked side by side, as if we could communicate through the metallic armor enveloping us. All objects seemed to lose a portion of their weight in the water, corresponding to the weight of the displaced liquid. Through this phenomenon, I further grasped the physical principle discovered by Archimedes. The garments upon my body, the shoes on my feet, the air tank upon my back, and the thick, spherical helmet above my head felt markedly lighter. My head could freely rotate within the sphere, akin to an almond rolling inside its shell. My range of movement had significantly increased. I was no longer a mere inert entity. Remarkably, sunlight penetrated to a depth of 30 feet beneath the ocean's surface, a phenomenon that astonished me. The sun's rays forcefully traversed the water layers, dispelling the color of the sea, allowing me to discern objects within 100 meters with remarkable clarity. Beyond that distance, the seabed exhibited subtle shifts in color, fading into a pale blue and then dissolving into an indistinct blur, rendering everything invisible. In truth, the water surrounding me was merely a different form of air, denser than that found on land, yet possessing a transparency akin to terrestrial air. Gazing upward, I beheld the tranquil surface of the sea. The sandy plain appeared boundless, and we pressed onward without pause. As I walked, I gently parted the curtain of water with my hand. Once I passed, it effortlessly closed behind me, and my footprints quickly vanished under the pressure of the water. As I continued my stroll, a faint silhouette gradually emerged in the distance. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it to be a cluster of exquisite rocks adorned with a myriad of vibrantly colored marine creatures. Captivated by such a wondrous sight, I was momentarily transfixed. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sunlight streamed at an angle onto the undulating surface of the sea. The flowers, rocks, plants, shells, and corals at the ocean's floor, upon encountering the refracted and distorted rays of multicolored sunlight, resembled the intricate patterns of a kaleidoscope. All hues were intricately interwoven, forming a vivid tapestry of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, a painter's palette bursting with color. This spectacle was truly enchanting, a feast for the eyes. Regrettably, I found myself unable to articulate my profound sense of wonder to Conseil, unable to share in the mutual admiration. Unlike Captain Nemo and his companions, I could not convey our thoughts through an agreed-upon gesture. Desperate for a better means of communication, I resorted to shouting within the confines of the copper helmet encasing my head, though I was acutely aware that such utterances might squander precious air unnecessarily. Like me, Conseil was equally awestruck, marveling at the resplendent beauty unfolding before us. I could discern that this young man, upon witnessing the abundance of marine life, had begun to classify the myriad creatures, with coelenterates and echinoderms readily at hand. The vibrantly colorful foraminifera, the solitary angularis, the pristine-eyed coral, the fungi-like myxomycetes. The silver anemone anchored to the ground by its suction cups, the starfish, adorned with speckles, wandering along the beach, and the nodular star-shaped fungi, resembling exquisite lace embroidered by fairies, undulating in the ripples stirred by our footsteps. Scattered across the ground, countless mollusks could serve as the most exquisite specimens, making it truly heart-wrenching to tread upon them. Among them are the annulated sea fan, the sea cucumber, and the water lily beetle, which are truly leapfrogging bivalves. The concave shell, the crimson cuirass, the conchs known as angel wings, the leaf-patterned shell, along with a myriad of other oceanic creatures. Yet, we must press onward. Along the way, swarms of tubular jellyfish, with their azure tentacles, float above us. There are also the umbrella-shaped jellyfish, in pearly white or pale pink, adorned with azure lace, shielding us from the sun, and the hemispherical jellyfish, emitting a brilliant phosphorescence in the darkness, illuminating our path ahead. Captain Nemo occasionally gestures for me to follow in his wake. In the vast expanse of the ocean, encompassing about a quarter of its territory, I am surrounded by these wondrous beings. After a while, the nature of the soil beneath my feet changed. The fine sands vanished, replaced by a sticky mire, known in America as ooze, composed entirely of siliceous earth or calcareous shells. Subsequently, we passed through a region lush with seaweed, thriving marine plants that had not been washed away by the tides. As I tread upon this verdant carpet composed of seaweed, I am struck by the softness beneath my feet, a comfort that rivals even the most sumptuous carpets woven by human hands. What astonishes me further is that not only do we stand upon a lush green expanse, but overhead, a canopy of vibrant greenery envelopes us as well. A delicate layer of marine flora gracefully floats upon the water's surface, belonging to the prodigious family of algae, of which we are aware of no fewer than 2,000 species. I observe long strands of kelp drifting in the water, some spherical, others tubular. I also catch sight of red algae, the slender leaves of which are reminiscent of fine threads, as well as rose algae that bear a striking resemblance to cacti. I discern that the turquoise sea grasses flourish near sponge-like formations, while the crimson varieties thrive in deeper waters, at the ocean's abyss. One can find aquatic plants in hues of black or ochre. These marine plants coalesce to create an underwater garden and meadow. The smallest and largest plants on Earth both originate from the realm of algae, as within a mere 5 square millimeters. One can find up to 40,000 of these imperceptible microflora, while simultaneously, humans harvest kelp that can extend beyond 500 meters in length. Such algae truly embody the miracles wrought by the divine, standing as a spectacle within the kingdom of flora. As midday approaches, we have been away from the Nautilus for an hour and a half. I notice the sunlight has begun to beam directly down upon us, no longer refracted. The colors have ceased their kaleidoscopic dance, and the myriad shades of jade and turquoise above us have faded. We walk forward with a steady gait, our footsteps resonating with an unusual loudness. In this underwater realm, even the slightest sound travels swiftly, leaving one's eardrums in a state of disorientation. In truth, water serves as the finest conductor for sound, transmitting it at a velocity 4 times greater than that in air. At this moment, a distinct slope manifested on the ocean floor. The hues of light gradually dulled into monotony. Upon reaching a depth of 100 meters, I was subjected to a pressure equivalent to 10 atmospheres. However, my diving suit was meticulously designed to withstand such conditions, rendering me impervious to any discomfort. I merely experienced a slight rigidity in my fingers, a sensation that quickly dissipated. Initially, I had anticipated that donning such a heavy garment for 2 hours would surely exhaust me, yet I felt no fatigue whatsoever, buoyed by the water. My movements were remarkably agile. At a depth of 300 feet, I could still perceive sunlight, albeit faintly. It had transformed into a gentle rosy hue, reminiscent of twilight, a color suspended between day and night. Nonetheless, the path ahead remained discernible, and the use of the lantern was temporarily unnecessary. At this juncture, Captain Nemo halted his advance. As I approached him, he gestured toward a shadow in the distance, revealing a series of indistinct forms gradually coming into view. Surely, I mused, that must be the forest of Crespo. Indeed, my conjecture proved accurate. Chapter 23, The Underwater Forest. At last, we arrived at the forest's edge. And within the vast territory of Captain Nemo, this forest was perhaps his most cherished possession. He regarded this forest as his private domain. believing himself to possess a certain privilege akin to that enjoyed by the first beings who emerged on Earth during its genesis. Indeed, who could be bolder than such a pioneering spirit, wielding a mighty axe, daring to venture into this wilderness to clear and harvest timber? In terms of ownership over this subterranean treasure, who could possibly contest his claim? Countless towering arboreal specimens thrived within this woodland, and as I traversed beneath the grand arched trunks, the peculiar arrangement of branches captivated my gaze, shapes I had never encountered before. Gradually, I acclimated to these bizarre forms and began to adjust to the surrounding darkness. The forest floor was strewn with sharp stones, making it quite a challenge to navigate without injury. The diversity of marine flora here was astonishing, perhaps even surpassing that found in polar or tropical regions, or so I believed. Yet, within mere moments, I inadvertently conflated the realms of flora and fauna, mistaking insect-like creatures for aquatic plants and animals for vegetation. In truth, the animal and plant kingdoms beneath the sea are remarkably intertwined, leaving anyone susceptible to error. Upon closer examination, I discerned that none of the plants possessed roots. They were merely anchored to the surface of the soil, whether it be sand, shells, crustaceans, or pebbles, all of which provided their sustenance. These plants require merely a fulcrum. They do not depend on soil for sustenance, thriving and perishing autonomously, with seawater serving as their sole source of life. Most of the flora here lacks leaves, instead exhibiting peculiar, diminutive forms in a monotonous palette of colors: rose, magenta, azure green, yellowish green, grayish-brown, and bronze. Some treasures glimpsed aboard the Nautilus have reappeared here, not as desiccated specimens, but as vibrant, fan-like peacock shells, scarlet ceramic shells, and shell-like forms resembling tender bamboo shoots, soaring up to 15 meters, alongside slender, supple bronze algae. Clusters of bottle-shaped aquatic plants, with thickened stems at their apex, flourish among myriad other marine flora, all devoid of blossoms. A biologist once humorously remarked that the ocean is a bizarre and wondrous environment, where animals bloom, yet plants remain unflowered. These diverse shrubs tower like temperate trees, their moist shadows cloaked in thickets of flowering brambles and rows of plant-eating creatures. Above these creatures flourish corals adorned with curving stripes, transparent black and yellow bamboo corals, and stoneflower corals that grow in lush clusters. Schools of flying fish dart from branch to branch like hummingbirds, while groups of puff-cheeked, spiny-scaled mackerel, flying fish, and single-finned fish swim beneath our feet. Around 1 o'clock, Captain Nemo signaled for a brief respite. Thus, I reclined beneath a canopy of seagrass, its slender tendrils piercing the water like arrows. It was a delightful respite to rest in such a manner. The only lament was our inability to speak, to engage in conversation. I could merely bring my head, encased in a metallic helmet, close to Conseil's copper visage. I observed the glimmering light in the young man's eyes, a manifestation of his excitement, as he bobbed his head within the confines of his brass shell, a comical display indeed. What astonished me was that we had journeyed for a full 4 hours. Yet I felt no pangs of hunger. The reason eluded my understanding. However, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped me, a desire for slumber akin to that experienced by all divers. Prior to resting, I had relied on the act of walking to stave off the encroaching fatigue. But now my eyes, sheltered behind thick glass, could no longer resist the urge to close, and soon I succumbed to a gentle slumber. Captain Nemo and his brawny companion had already reclined comfortably in the crystalline waters, providing us with a demonstration of repose. I could not discern how long I had been asleep, but upon awakening, I noticed the sun had begun its slow descent toward the western horizon. As I stretched my limbs, an unexpected sight caused me to spring to my feet. A sea spider, towering nearly a meter in height, was eyeing me from a few paces away, poised as if ready to pounce. Despite the thickness of the diving suit, which shields me from the bites of sea spiders, I found myself trembling with anxiety. At that moment, Conseil and the sailors of the Nautilus also awoke. Captain Nemo gestured towards the menacing creature, and his companion swiftly subdued it with the butt of his rifle. I observed the grotesque claws of the monster thrashing violently. The seabed continued to sink, the incline becoming increasingly pronounced as we reached the depths of the ocean. Around 3 o'clock, a narrow valley emerged before us, situated at a depth of 150 meters beneath the surface, flanked by towering cliffs. With the aid of advanced diving equipment, we surpassed the natural limit of underwater exploration, which is set at 90 meters. Although we lacked instruments to measure the depth of the seabed, I was confident we were indeed at 150 meters, For no matter how clear the water was, sunlight could no longer penetrate this abyss. At that moment, darkness enveloped us. I could see nothing beyond 10 steps, forcing me to navigate by touch. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth. It was the powerful beam from Captain Nemo's searchlight. His companions also activated their lights, and Conseil and I followed suit. I adjusted the screws to connect the coils in the curved glass tube, and the lamp illuminated. In an instant, the area within 25 meters around us was aglow with the brilliance of our 4 searchlights. Guided by the light, I continued my advance, pondering that such an intense illumination would surely rouse the slumbering creatures dwelling in the inky depths below. Yet I am aware that even if these creatures were to swim towards us, they would undoubtedly maintain a certain distance from me. I observed Captain Nemo halt several times, raising his weapon to aim, only to lower it again after a moment's contemplation, continuing onward. Our extraordinary and astonishing journey culminated around 4 o'clock. A magnificent rock stood majestically before us, flanked by heaps of large boulders. The immense granite cliffs bore unfathomable chasms, yet not a single slope was discernible for ascent. Here, no paths leading upward could be detected. This marked the terminus of Crespo Island. Beyond lay the terrestrial realm. Captain Nemo abruptly came to a standstill, gesturing for us to cease our advance as well. This was the final boundary of his territory. He was reluctant to cross this threshold, for beyond it lay the land that he preferred not to tread upon. Although I yearned to penetrate this barrier, I found myself compelled to halt. At a depth of 10 meters, we traversed through a vibrant multitude of small fish, their numbers far surpassing that of birds in the sky, their movements remarkably agile. However, no creatures had yet emerged to fire upon. Suddenly, the captain hastily raised his rifle to his shoulder, aiming at a moving figure within the jungle. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, and a faint whistle pierced my ear. Mere steps away from us, the creature collapsed, struck down. The target was a striking otter, perhaps the sole quadruped inhabiting the sea. The otter measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, rendering it quite valuable. Its fur is a rich chestnut on the upper side and a lustrous silvery white beneath, suitable for crafting exquisite fur garments. Such pelts are exceedingly rare in the markets of Russia and China. The fur is dense and glossy, potentially fetching no less than 2,000 francs. This creature, characterized by its rounded head, short ears, round eyes, and whiskers reminiscent of a cat's pure white in hue, along with its webbed feet and robust, fur-covered tail, is one I hold in great admiration. It is a precious carnivore, primarily inhabiting the Arctic Circle of the Pacific, and due to frequent hunting by fishermen, it has become exceedingly rare, now facing the threat of extinction. Captain Nemo's companion hurried forward to retrieve the otter, hoisting it onto his shoulder as we continued our journey. For nearly an hour, we traversed a stretch of fine, flat sand, rising to less than 2 meters above sea level. At this juncture, I could clearly see our reflections in the water, creating the illusion of a group of individuals above us, mimicking our every move. In essence, there appeared a congregation of figures, inverted, walking on their heads, our own shadows. Another noteworthy phenomenon often graced our path: patches of dense clouds sweeping overhead, forming swiftly only to dissipate just as quickly. Upon reflection, I discerned that these so-called clouds were merely the reflections of the uneven waves beneath the surface. I also observed as the surf crashed down, transforming into countless frothy bubbles, creating a tumultuous white tide, akin to a flock of white sheep. I beheld the colossal shadows of birds sweeping swiftly above us, skimming the surface of the sea. At that moment, I witnessed a remarkable shot. I distinctly observed a magnificent bird, adorned with immense wings, soaring towards us. As the great creature approached within mere meters of the waves, Captain Nemo took aim and fired. Such a flawlessly executed shot may have never been attempted by any hunter before. The bird was struck and plummeted to the ground, landing beside this agile hunter, who promptly seized the magnificent creature. It was a splendid sea goose, one of the most esteemed among avian species of the ocean. I lay approximately 20 paces behind Captain Nemo. Suddenly, I saw him rush towards me, forcefully pinning me to the ground, while his companion did the same to Conseil. At the instant Captain Nemo tackled me, my mind raced with countless thoughts. However, upon noticing that he lay motionless beside me, I felt a sense of relief. I lay on the ground, partially obscured by a thicket of moss, and when I lifted my gaze, I beheld an enormous, phosphorescent body menacingly advancing towards us. I recognized it as a pair of fearsome horned sharks. My heart raced with terror. The horned shark is among the most formidable of its kind, possessing a long, powerful tail, eyes like glass, and a vacant stare, with numerous pores surrounding its mouth exuding phosphorescent substances. Their jaws are as unyielding as steel, capable of reducing a whole person to mere pulp. Observing their silvery bellies and their mouths filled with sharp teeth, I found myself pondering the thoughts that might occupy Conseil's mind at that moment. Perhaps he was meticulously categorizing them. However, rather than adopting the perspective of a biologist, I felt more akin to a potential meal, scrutinizing them with trepidation. Fortuitously, these gluttonous creatures possessed poor eyesight, allowing us to pass by unnoticed, only slightly brushed by their yellow and black tails. I can assert with certainty that this peril was far greater than an encounter with a fierce tiger in the depths of the forest. Escaping this danger truly felt miraculous. Chapter 24. For 1,000 leagues under the Pacific the following day, November 18th, I had completely recuperated from the fatigue of the previous day. Upon reaching the platform, I happened to hear the daily proclamation from the ship's first mate. I surmised that this statement was intended to report on the conditions of the sea, or perhaps it simply conveyed our lack of sighting anything. Indeed, the ocean lay desolate before us. Gazing into the distance yielded no sails or vessels. Crespo Island had vanished without a trace during the night. The sea absorbed the myriad colors emitted by the prism, reflecting only blue in all directions, presenting a breathtaking indigo expanse, reminiscent of a broad sky-blue curtain, neatly spread across the undulating waves. As I reveled in the ocean's beauty, Captain Nemo ascended to the platform, engrossed in a series of astronomical observations, seemingly oblivious to my presence. After completing his observations, he approached the lantern, resting an arm against its frame, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. Before long, around 20 robust men arrived on the platform. They were sailors from the Nautilus, here to retrieve the fishing nets cast behind the ship the previous night. Although these sailors bore the physique reminiscent of Europeans, they evidently hailed from diverse ethnic backgrounds. If my eyesight serves me correctly, I discerned among them Irishmen, Frenchmen, Slavs, Greeks, or perhaps Cretans. These individuals were not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. Even when they exchanged a few words, it was in dialects that I could not comprehend, and I could not even surmise the origins of their speech. Consequently, I relinquished any notion of attempting to converse with them. The stout men swiftly hoisted the fish aboard. The net resembled a vast pocket, akin to the trawl nets employed along the coast of Normandy, with its mouth held open in the water by a buoyant crossbeam and a chain that strung together the lower mesh. These pocket-like nets hung from an iron frame at the rear of the vessel. As the ship sailed, they acted like a broom sweeping the seabed, ensuring that no fish swept within their reach escaped untrapped. All were ensnared within the net. On this day, they caught a plethora of intriguing fish, such as the amusingly comical frogfish, also known as the clownfish, the black, tentacled, and noisy fish, the wrinkled and finely striped scad, the highly toxic crescent-shaped pufferfish, the olive-hued lampfish, the sealfish adorned with silvery scales, the spiny fish capable of producing an electric charge rivaling that of an electric eel, the bronze-striped and scaly dragonid, the pale green turtlefish, and various species of gobies. Additionally, there were some larger specimens, including a gular fish with a prominent forehead, several beautiful carp nearly a meter in length, and 3 tuna adorned with a striking blend of sky blue and silvery hues. Regardless of how swiftly these fish swam, upon encountering the net, escape was utterly impossible. The yield from this endeavor was quite commendable. I estimated that over 1,000 pounds of fish were caught. However, this was not an extraordinary achievement, for the net had been dragged behind the vessel for several hours, naturally ensnaring a variety of aquatic creatures. It appears that as long as the Nautilus maintains its remarkable speed and the allure of electricity continues to attract, we shall capture even more fish, ensuring a plentiful supply of high-quality sustenance. These marine delicacies were promptly transferred from the open panel to the food storage chamber below, some destined for immediate consumption while others were to be preserved. Professor, do you not see the ocean? Does it not possess genuine life? Does it not embody both rage and tenderness? Just yesterday, it lay in slumber, peacefully resting through the night, and now it stirs once more. The eccentric individual neither uttered a greeting of good morning nor a farewell of good evening. He was solely engrossed in the conversation that had already commenced. Professor, he continued, observe how the sun's caress awakens the ocean from its slumber. Its diurnal existence has commenced anew. Investigating the transformations occurring within its organic life reveals that it possesses a pulse, blood vessels, and undulations. This is truly a fascinating academic pursuit. I believe that the scientist, Professor Morley, is indeed correct in his assertion that the ocean possesses a genuine circulatory system, akin to the blood circulation found within animals. The captain ceased his discourse, turning his full attention to the ocean. After a brief interlude, he resumed, "Professor, are you aware of the salinity content of seawater? To put it simply, if one were to extract the salt dissolved within the sea and form a mound, it would span an area of 4,500,000 cubic miles. If these salts were to be spread across the surface of the Earth, their thickness could exceed 10 meters. Do not presume that such a vast quantity of salt exists by mere happenstance of nature. That is not the case." Captain Nemo fell silent once more, rising to pace upon the platform before returning to me, continuing, "Speaking of those innumerable microorganisms, such as ciliates, only visible under a microscope, a single drop of water harbors millions of them. 80,000 weigh merely 1 gram. Yet, their significance should not be underestimated. They absorb the salt and solid materials from the seawater, producing coral, and are indeed the architects of true calcareous land. If a droplet of water were to lose its mineral nutrients, it would become lighter, rising to the surface where it absorbs the salts left behind by evaporating seawater, thus becoming heavier and sinking once more, providing microorganisms with new substances to assimilate. This process creates a perpetual cycle of movement within the water, a continuous flow of life. Moreover, the vitality of this aquatic existence surpasses that on land, exhibiting greater vigor and boundless development. While some may claim that the ocean is a perilous realm for humanity, for countless creatures and me, the ocean is the true essence of life. As Captain Nemo spoke these words, his facial expression transformed dramatically, evoking a unique sentiment within those who listened. He continued, proclaiming that only life within the ocean is authentic living. "I envision constructing floating cities and underwater habitats, akin to the Nautilus, where inhabitants would surface each morning to breathe. Should this aspiration come to fruition, these cities would undoubtedly embody freedom and autonomy. Yet, one cannot predict the emergence of tyrannical overlords." Captain Nemo concluded his remarks with a vigorous gesture. He then directly inquired, seemingly to dispel any ominous thoughts, "Mr. Aronnax, are you aware of the ocean's depths?" "Captain, I am at least familiar with the findings of some primary depth explorations," I replied. "Would you care to share them with me? I can verify the information when necessary." Captain Nemo remarked, "Very well, Professor. I believe we can provide you with more precise figures. The average depth of this section of the Pacific Ocean in which we currently find ourselves is merely 4,000 meters. In the subsequent weeks, Nemo's first mate diligently recorded the ship's course, meticulously marking it down, thus granting me a thorough understanding of the Nautilus's trajectory. However, Captain Nemo rarely made an appearance. My encounters with him were exceedingly limited. The panels of the lounge would be opened for several hours each day, allowing our eyes to feast upon the secrets of the ocean floor, a spectacle we never grew weary of. Conseil, Ned Land, and I engaged in conversation while gazing at the sea. Conseil recounted to the Canadian the marvels we had encountered during our stroll on the ocean bed, leaving the Canadian with a sense of profound regret for not having joined us. Yet, I remain hopeful that opportunities for such underwater excursions will arise again. The Nautilus maintained a depth between 100 and 150 meters as it navigated southeastward. However, one day, for reasons unknown, the Nautilus, utilizing the 2 inclined panels on its side, descended diagonally to a depth of 2,000 meters. At that moment, the thermometer indicated a temperature of 4.25 degrees Celsius. Regardless of the marine region we traversed, the temperature at such depths appeared to be uniformly consistent. On January 26th, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the Nautilus crossed the Tropic of Cancer at a longitude of 172 degrees west. On the 27th, the Hawaiian Islands entered our line of sight. On February 14th, 1779, the renowned navigator Captain Cook met his demise at this very location. From the point of departure, we have traversed a distance of 4,860 miles. This morning, I ascended to the deck and beheld the Hawaiian Island approximately 2 miles downwind. The archipelago comprises 7 islands, with Hawaii being the largest among them. I could distinctly discern the boundaries of the fields on the island, the mountains running almost parallel to the coastline, and the volcanic formations at the base of Mauna Loa, which rises to an altitude of 5,000 meters. Amidst the diverse marine life in these waters, our nets have captured the exquisite peacock fan coral, a flattened and aesthetically pleasing species of hydroid, characteristic of this maritime region. The Nautilus continues its journey southeastward. On December 1st, it crossed the equator at a longitude of 142 degrees west, Following a swift and smooth passage, we sighted the Marquesas Islands on the 4th of the same month. I observed Martin Point on the island of Nukuhiva, situated at latitude 8 degrees 57 minutes south and longitude 139 degrees 32 minutes west, a mere 3 nautical miles from our position, and it stands as the most significant island within the French archipelago, due to Captain Nemo's aversion to approaching land. Beyond the horizon filled with densely forested mountains, I beheld naught else. Numerous exquisite fish have been ensnared in the nets within these coastal waters, including the golden-tailed bluefin, the delectably succulent Goliath fish, the scaleless yet palatable naked fish, the bony goggle-eye fish, and the black and yellow tachi fish, which is even more delectable than tuna. All of these species are worthy of being served in the dining quarters of the vessel. After departing from these enchanting French islands, the Nautilus embarked on a voyage spanning approximately 4,000 miles from December 4th to 11th. During this journey, we encountered a large congregation of gun squids, creatures resembling cuttlefish, which are intriguing cephalopods. They belong to the class Cephalopoda and the order Decapita, sharing this classification with both the cuttlefish and the squid. Ancient biologists devoted considerable study to these creatures, which provided rich metaphors for some orators of ancient Greece, while also gracing the tables of affluent Greek citizens as a culinary delight. On the nights of December 9th and 10th, the Nautilus encountered a vast multitude of nocturnal cephalopods. Their numbers beyond estimation, simply described as numbering in the tens of thousands. They migrated from temperate regions to warmer waters, following the migratory paths of the slot whitefish and sardines. Through the thick crystal portholes, we observed these cephalopods, propelling themselves swiftly in reverse with their siphon, pursuing other fish and cephalopods, consuming those smaller than themselves, or falling prey to larger fish. Regardless of the Nautilus's speed, we navigated among this throng of creatures for several hours. Countless squid and fish nets have been cast, and I observed 9 species of Pacific varieties classified by Aubin among them. Throughout this voyage, the ocean continually transformed its scenery and tableau, presenting us with an endless array of wondrous sights that left us spellbound and satiated our visual appetite. We were not only to admire the Creator's masterpieces within the ocean, but also to fathom the most astonishing secrets lurking beneath its depths. On December 11th, I spent the entire day in the lounge engrossed in reading. Ned Land and Conseil gazed through the open panel at the shimmering sea. The Nautilus had filled its tanks with water and halted its journey at a depth of 1,000 meters. This region was sparsely populated with marine life, with only a few large fish making occasional appearances. At that moment, I held an intriguing book in my hands, The Regulator of the Stomach by Jean Massey. As I was thoroughly absorbed in my reading, I was interrupted by Conseil's astonished voice. "Sir, could you come here for a moment? Conseil, is there something amiss? Sir, please come and take a look." I rose and approached the window, peering outside. Under the intense flash of lightning, I beheld a dark, colossal figure motionless in the water. I scrutinized it carefully, attempting to ascertain its nature, eager to identify this enormous creature. As I gazed, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. "It is a ship," I exclaimed. Ned Land was indeed correct. It was undeniably a vessel, its severed rigging still clinging to the iron post, and the hull remained largely intact, suggesting that the ship had sunk only a few hours prior. 3 masts were cut down from 2 feet above the deck, indicating that the ship had been compelled to abandon its masts as it tilted. Water had already flooded the interior, causing it to lean toward the port side. The sight of the sunken ship was utterly harrowing, yet the scene on the deck was even more tragic, with several bodies ensnared in ropes lying there. I counted 4 male corpses. I also noticed a woman standing on the stern's grating, cradling a child. She appeared quite youthful, and under the illumination of the Nautilus's electric light, I could discern her face, still uncorrupted by the sea. She raised the child above her head, making a final desperate effort, while the poor little life clung tightly to its mother's neck with both tiny hands. The expressions of the 4 sailors were horrifying. They were curled up in spasms, desperately trying to free themselves from the ropes that bound them. Only the helmsman appeared relatively composed. His features were distinct, his demeanor grave, with graying hair upon his brow, one hand firmly gripping the wheel, as if he were still navigating this sunken vessel. The scene was profoundly chilling. We stood in silence at the sight of the recent shipwreck, all of us rendered mute. Our hearts raced. I then observed a few large sharks approaching, their eyes gleaming red, drawn by the allure of human flesh. At this moment, the Nautilus circumvented the wreckage of the sunken ship and continued its voyage. In the fleeting instant as we passed, I beheld the name inscribed on the stern, Sandraland, Florida. Chapter 26. The Vanuatu Islands. Since the Nautilus ventured into more frequented maritime territories, this terrifying spectacle marked the inception of a series of maritime disasters encountered during our journey. We often glimpsed the decaying remains of shipwrecks adrift in the waters. Beneath the deeper seabed lay numerous rusted cannons, bullets, anchors, chains, and a myriad of other iron artifacts. Life aboard the Nautilus was one of seclusion, as it propelled us forward. On December 11th, the Pomoda Islands came into view, stretching from southeast to northwest. Situated between latitudes 13 degrees 30 minutes south and 23 degrees 50 minutes south, and longitudes 125 degrees 30 minutes west and 151 degrees 30 minutes west, extending over 500 miles from Dudu Island to the Rakari Islands. This archipelago comprises approximately 60 islets, encompassing a total area of 370 square miles. I also observed the Gambier Islands, which had fallen under French occupation. These islets are composed of limestone coral, continuously rising due to the influence of coral polyps. And one day, they will unite to form a contiguous landmass. The newly formed islands will eventually connect with neighboring landmasses, heralding the emergence of a fifth continent. Stretching from New Zealand and New Caledonia to the Marquesas Islands, this new land is not what the Earth seeks. Rather, it yearns for new souls. It is indeed fortuitous that the Nautilus encountered the enchanting Sainte-Mentine Island during its voyage, a most intriguing isle within the archipelago. Discovered in 1822 by Captain Bell of the Command, Virginia. Consequently, I embarked on a study of the coral reef systems that comprise the diminutive islands of the Pacific. It is noteworthy to mention that stony corals differ from ordinary corals. The fibrous structure of stony corals is enveloped in a calcareous outer layer. My esteemed mentor, the renowned Mr. Mill Edward, classified them into 5 categories based on the variations in this outer structure. These diminutive microorganisms, accumulating secretions to form coral trees, thrive in their billions within the cells. The rocks, reefs, islets, and islands are gradually formed from the calcareous substances they secrete. In certain locales, they create a circular formation, encircling a coral cay or an inland lake, with openings along the perimeter that connect to the sea. In other areas, they establish reef barriers, as seen along the coast of New Caledonia and the islands of the Paumotu archipelago. In places such as Union Island and Mauritius, they construct reef ridges that rise like sheer walls, with the surrounding waters deep and unfathomable. After merely walking a few hundred meters along the cliffs of Sainte-Mentine Island, I beheld the magnificent works wrought by these industrious microorganisms. These cliffs are the unique masterpieces of stony corals, each variety bearing a distinct name, such as porous coral, shore coral, star coral, and brain coral. In the tumultuous waters of the sea's surface, corals thrive and flourish remarkably well. Thus, the underwater structures they have constructed begin from the upper sections, extending downward incrementally with the edifices and the debris containing secretions that support them. At the very least, this is how Darwin's theory elucidates the phenomenon. Another theory posits that the summits of submerged mountains or volcanoes, lying a few feet beneath the surface, form the foundation of coral reefs. However, I find Darwin's theory to be more plausible. The depth indicated by the probe exceeds 300 meters, and the intermittent flashes of electricity aboard the vessel illuminate these vertical walls of basaltic limestone, allowing me to draw closer for observation. He then inquired, "How long did it take to form such towering walls?" "It requires 192,000 years, dear Consile," I replied, significantly extending the time frame recorded in the Bible. Furthermore, the formation of coal necessitates an even longer duration. Nevertheless, I must clarify that the days mentioned in the Bible merely signify certain epochs and do not refer to the period between 2 sunrises. For the scriptures also state that the sun did not exist from the very first day of creation. Once the Nautilus surfaced, the low-lying, tree-dotted island of Sainte-Mentine fully revealed itself before us. It is evident that the coral stones on the island have been transformed into fertile soil due to the erosion caused by hurricanes and storms. Some grains of fruit, unknown as to when they were carried by the tempest to the neighboring land, have settled upon the calcareous ground, while the verdant hues of the vegetation arise from the detritus decomposed by the fish and marine flora. Subsequently, some cocoa pods were washed ashore by the waves onto this new coastline. Before long, the seeds began to sprout and take root, gradually maturing into trees and forests that stored vaporous moisture, thus giving rise to streams of water and allowing the vegetation to flourish abundantly. Eventually, some creatures that had drifted here laid their eggs, and birds built their nests among the trees. Consequently, wildlife, thrived on the island. It was not long before the lush greenery and fertile soil of the island attracted humanity, marking their presence on this land. Thus, these islands were formed. A remarkable masterpiece of microscopic organisms. On December 15th, the enchanting Society Islands and the Pearl of the Pacific, the graceful Tahiti, emerged on our eastern horizon. In the early morning, I caught a glimpse of the peak of Tahiti, several miles away, downwind. This stretch of ocean provided us with an abundance of seafood delicacies, including finfish, carp, albino fish, and several varieties of eels. The Nautilus had already navigated 100 nautical miles. The Tonga-Tabou archipelago was the site of the shipwrecks of the crews of the Argo, the Prince of Port, and the Duke of Boulogne. The Navigator Islands were where La Bruce's friend, Captain Langle, met his demise. As the Nautilus sailed between these two islands, the distance recorded on the measuring device read 720 nautical miles. Soon after, the Viti Islands came into view, where the sailors of the Harmony and the charming Captain Bro of the Josephine, hailing from Knots, met their tragic fate at the hands of the indigenous people of this island. This archipelago is situated between latitudes 6S to 2S and longitudes 174W to 179W, comprising numerous small islands such as Viti, Vanua, and Kandapong. It spans a length of 100 miles from north to south and 90 miles from east to west. In 1643, Abel Tasman discovered these islands, coinciding with the invention of the barometer by Torricelli and the ascension of Louis XIV. It is unnecessary to elaborate on which of these events has been most beneficial to humanity. Subsequently, Captain Cook, along with Turgot and Dumont d'Urville, visited this region in the years 1714, 1793, and 1827 respectively. Dumont d'Urville meticulously surveyed the geographical features of the archipelago. The Nautilus approached the Walia Bay, the site where Captain Duivenbode experienced harrowing events, and it was Captain Duivenbode who first unraveled the mystery of the La Balleras shipwreck. During an extravagant oyster feast, Ned Land felt no remorse for his gluttony, as oysters do not induce a sense of fullness. Indeed, to fulfill a person's daily nutritional requirement of 315 grams of nitrogen, one would need to consume approximately 200 oysters. On December 25th, the Nautilus navigated among the New Hebrides Islands. In 1606, Quiros discovered this archipelago. In 1768, Bougainville explored the area, and in 1773, Cook renamed it to what is now known as the New Hebrides. The New Hebrides Islands lie between latitudes 15S to 2S and longitudes 164W to 168W, consisting of 9 principal islands that form a slender band stretching 120 miles from the northwest to the southeast. Our vessel glided along the shores of Ulu Island at noon, presenting a vista that resembled a vast expanse of lush woodlands crowned by a towering peak. This day marked Christmas, a cherished occasion for Christian families to gather, yet Ned Land felt despondent, unable to partake in the festivities. On the morning of the 27th, I was examining the route chart of the Nautilus when Captain Nemo entered the lounge, having been absent for 7 or 8 days. Yet his demeanor suggested he had just departed moments ago. Approaching me, he pointed at a specific location on the map and uttered a single name: the Vanikoro Islands. This name held an enchanting allure. It was the designation of the islands where La Perouse's fleet had mysteriously vanished. Startled, I rose to my feet and inquired, "Is the Nautilus to take us to the Vanikoro Islands? May I behold those renowned isles, the very locations where the compass and the astrolabe met their fateful demise?" "Certainly, Professor," he replied. "Whenever you wish, we can set sail." "When shall we arrive at the Vanikoro Islands?" I asked eagerly. "We shall reach them shortly, Professor." Captain Nemo guided me to the platform, and I gazed eagerly toward the horizon. 2 volcanic islands of varying sizes emerged in the northeast, encircled by a ring-like coral reef extending approximately 40 nautical miles. At that moment, the Vanikoro Island lay before us, and Dumont d'Urville insisted on naming it Search Island. We find ourselves precisely at the coordinates of 16 degrees 4 minutes south latitude and 164 degrees 32 minutes east longitude, on the small sheltered harbor of Vanuatu. The island appears to be adorned with a lush tapestry of greenery, stretching from the sandy beaches to the lofty peaks within. The highest summit, Mount Kaboge, rises to approximately 900 meters, offering a panoramic view of the entire island from its pinnacle. The Nautilus navigated through a narrow waterway, passing through a rocky reef, and entered the breakwater, where the water depths range from 50 to 65 meters. I observed a dozen or so indigenous people sheltered beneath the mangroves, their faces reflecting astonishment as they beheld our vessel approaching. Upon witnessing such a long, gray object gliding across the water's surface, they initially mistook it for a formidable cetacean that warranted caution. At that moment, Captain Nemo inquired about my knowledge regarding the misfortune of La Perouse. "Captain," I replied, "what I know is merely what is commonly known." "Then, could you recount those widely recognized facts to me?" he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Certainly." I proceeded to share the account as detailed in Dumont d'Urville's final work on the subject, which unfolds as follows. In 1785, King Louis XVI dispatched La Perouse and his first officer, Captain Langley, on a voyage to circumnavigate the globe. They set sail aboard the ship's compass and astrolabe, after which they vanished without a trace, and no further news of them was ever heard. In 1791, the French government exhibited great concern for the fate of two warships and thus equipped two large transport vessels, the Recherche and the ESP Rance. On September 28th, under the command of Captain Turgot, they departed from the port of Brest to undertake a search mission. 2 months later, a report from Captain Bowen, who commanded the Albemarle, revealed that the wreckage of the two ill-fated warships had been discovered along the coast of New Georgia Island. However, Captain Turgot, unaware of this report and its questionable credibility, directed his ships to continue towards the naval archipelago, prompted by Captain Hand's report indicating that this was the site of the La Brousse disaster. The ESP Rance and Recherche passed by the Vanikoro Islands without pausing, and tragically, 2 of Turgot's lieutenants and several crew members lost their lives during the voyage. Nevertheless, his search yielded no results. The first to definitively trace the lost vessels was Captain Dion, a seasoned mariner. On May 15, 1824, his ship, the St. Barthélemy, was navigating near de Quibia Island, one of the New Hebrides. An Indian approached in a canoe and offered to sell him a silver knife handle inscribed with markings. This Indian also recounted that 6 years prior, while residing on Vanikoro Island, he had seen 2 Europeans, former crew members from the shipwreck that occurred many years earlier on that very island. The disappearance of La Belarus's 2 ships had sent shockwaves across the globe. Dion speculated that the vessels that had met with misfortune could very well be those 2 ships. He intended to journey to the Vanuatu Islands, as an indigenous individual had mentioned that numerous shipwreck remnants lay scattered there. However, due to the prevailing winds and currents, he was unable to proceed. The search vessel finally reached the Vanuatu Islands on July 7, 1827, docking at the small harbor of Vanu, which was precisely where the Nautilus was adrift at that moment. Dumont d'Urville hesitated, uncertain whether to place his trust in the reports published by the newspapers. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to pursue Dion's trail. The Hesperus arrived at Tikopia Island on February 10, 1828, where they enlisted a deserter residing on the island as their guide and translator, setting sail for the Vanuatu Islands. On the 12th of the same month, the Vanuatu Islands came into view. They navigated around the island's submerged reefs and finally anchored within the breakwater of the small harbor of Vanu on the 20th. On the 23rd, several crew members conducted a search on the island, uncovering a few insignificant remnants. The local inhabitants exhibited a distinctly evasive demeanor, consistently refusing to lead them to the site of the disaster. Such behavior raised suspicions, further fueling the belief that they may have previously mistreated the unfortunate souls aboard the ship. It appeared they were genuinely fearful that Dumont d'Urville sought vengeance for La Belarus and his ill-fated companions. On the 26th, the indigenous people of Island Mountain received a few gifts and, reassured that Dumont d'Urville would not seek retribution against them, decided to guide him to the site of the shipwreck of the first mate, Aguino. The tragic location lay between the reefs of the islands of Bigu and Vanu, where the longboat of the Juan Tiani and a whaling vessel reached the area, in waters ranging from 5 to 6.5 meters deep. They discovered several anchors, cannons, iron blocks, and lead pieces, all encrusted in a calcareous sediment layer, haphazardly strewn about. The crew exerted tremendous effort to salvage an anchor weighing 1,800 pounds, an 8-pound iron cannon, a sizable piece of lead, and 2 bronze cannons. Dumont d'Urville also learned from the locals that after losing 2 ships to the nearby reef, La Belarus had constructed a smaller vessel and set sail once more, only to vanish again, with no one knowing the circumstances of his disappearance. Consequently, Captain d'Urville erected a monument beneath a red tree to honor this renowned navigator and his companions. The monument, built upon a base of coral stone, took the form of a simple square pyramid, deliberately devoid of any metallic adornments to deter the avarice of the indigenous people. Dumont d'Urville intended to return home, however. His crew succumbed to a fever, a consequence of the adverse climate of the islands, and he himself fell gravely ill, postponing their departure until August 17th. During this period, the French government expressed concern that Dumont d'Urville was unaware of the progress of de Jong's work, prompting the dispatch of Le Gorin de Touré-Emlyn to command the small warship Bayani to the Vanuatu Islands, where the vessel was stationed off the western coast of the Americas. Thus, several months after the departure of the astrolabe, the Bayani arrived at the Vanuatu Islands, discovering no new materials, but merely confirming that the indigenous people had not defaced the tombstone of Labrousse. This constituted the essence of the tale I recounted to Captain Nemo. Upon hearing my narrative, he inquired, "So, is it still unknown where the third ship built by the victims of the disaster at the Vanuatu Islands ultimately met its demise?" The answer remained elusive. Captain Nemo offered no further remarks, merely gesturing for me to accompany him to the listening chamber. At that moment, the Nautilus descended a few meters beneath the surface, and the panels of the lounge had been opened. I hastened toward the ajar panel, gazing through the glass partition toward the sea surface, where I beheld the coral reef's base adorned with a plethora of fungal flora, tubular plants, emerald seagrass, and delicate mosses, alongside countless exquisite fish swimming beneath, including abalone, patterned fish, pipefish, and goldfish. I recognized some of the remnants that the salvage apparatus could not recover, all relics left by the sunken vessels, such as iron horses, anchors, cannons, shells, capstans, and debris from the ship's bow, now adorned with vibrant flora. As I gazed upon the desolate remnants, Captain Nemo spoke to me with a grave tone. Captain Labrousse commanded the ship's compass and astrolabe, which departed on December 7th, 1785. He was the first to anchor at Plant Bay. After surveying the Loyalty Islands and New Caledonia, he set sail for the Santa Cruz Islands, stopping at New Guinea Island in the Hebrides. Subsequently, the two vessels arrived at the uncharted reefs of the Vanuatu Islands. The compass, navigating ahead, collided with the reefs along the southern coast. The astrolabe came to the rescue, but similarly struck the submerged rocks. The first vessel, the compass, swiftly succumbed to the depths, while the second, the astrolabe, grounded itself and endured for several days. The local inhabitants kindly hosted the shipwrecked crew, utilizing the materials from the two damaged vessels. The survivors constructed a smaller boat. A few sailors voluntarily chose to remain on the Vanuatu Islands, while the remaining weak and ailing crew members embarked with Labrousse towards the Solomon Islands. Ultimately, amid the island's main shore between Disappointment and Satisfaction Bay, disaster befell them. "How do you know of these events?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "I possess documentation found at the site of the final shipwreck," Captain Nemo replied, producing a white iron box, corroded by saltwater, adorned with the French coat of arms. Upon opening the box, I beheld a scroll of paper, its hue faded to yellow. Yet the inscription remained distinctly legible. "This is the directive from the Minister of the French Navy to Captain Labrousse," with a handwritten endorsement from King Louis XVI at the margin. Captain Nemo then remarked, "Such a death for a sailor is indeed fitting. This coral grave is a serene resting place. May I and my companions not find ourselves buried far from home." Chapter 28. The Straits of Torres. On the night of December 27th to 28th, the Nautilus departed the waters of the Vanuatu Islands with remarkable speed, charting a course northwest. In the span of 3 days, it traversed 750 miles, passing through the southeastern tip of the Papua Islands. On the morning of New Year's Day in 1868, Conseil came to the platform to seek me out. He said, "Such an opportunity will never present itself again, Conseil." Furthermore, Mr. Nemo truly embodies the essence of his Latin name. His presence or absence is equally unobtrusive. "What do you mean, Conseil?" "If it pleases you, I believe a prosperous year is one that allows us to behold all things." "You wish to see everything?" "Conseil, that will take a considerable amount of time." "And what will Ned Land think?" "As for me, I have adapted well to the provisions aboard the ship, so matters of sustenance do not trouble me." "Thank you, Conseil. However, the matter of New Year's gifts can wait for another time. For now, let me offer a handshake in its stead. Beyond that, I possess nothing." Having concluded our conversation, the young man took his leave. As of January 2nd, we have traversed a remarkable distance of 13,400 nautical miles, equivalent to 5,250 miles since our departure from the Sea of Japan. The Nautilus now faces the treacherous waters of the Coral Sea along the northeastern shore of Australia. Our submarine glides along the coastline, perilously close to the ominous coral reefs, mere nautical miles away. On June 10th, 1770, Captain Cook's ship narrowly escaped disaster in this very vicinity. His vessel collided with a rock, yet miraculously avoided sinking. As a piece of coral fortuitously lodged itself into the gaping hole created by the impact, I harbor a fervent desire to behold the expansive coral reef stretching 360 miles. The tumultuous waves crash against the reef, producing a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of rolling thunder. However, the Nautilus, with its inclined hydroplanes, guides us deeper into the abyss, allowing me only to glimpse the majestic coral barrier as we pass by. My observations are limited to the various fish ensnared in our nets. Among the multitude of captured fish, I discovered the majestic Jamon fish, comparable in size to a whale, adorned with pale blue sides and horizontal stripes that gradually fade as the fish matures. This species swims in schools alongside us, providing an exquisite culinary delight. Our nets also yielded several bluefin tuna, approximately 5 centimeters in length, reminiscent in flavor to the sea bream. Additionally, we captured the remarkable flying fish, a true marvel of the ocean, emitting a phosphorescent glow, soaring intermittently into the air and then plunging back into the sea. Within the fishing net, I discovered several species of mollusks and insect-like creatures, such as the emerald bug, sea snail, rough fish, spiny fish, compass fish, cherry fish, and glass fish. Additionally, some floral plants were ensnared in the net, primarily comprising the floating, exquisite seaweed, blade algae, and large bladderwort, all of which secrete a mucilaginous substance through pores in their bodies. Among these seaweeds, I collected a particularly beautiful gelatinous variety, which, in the museum, is regarded as a rarity of nature. After 2 days traversing the Coral Sea, on January 4th, we arrived at the shores of Papua Island. At this juncture, Captain Nemo informed me of his intention to navigate through the Torres Strait toward the Indian Ocean. Beyond that, he uttered not a single word. Ned Land appeared exceedingly pleased, believing this route would bring him closer to the European seas. On either side of the Torres Strait lies New Holland Island and Papua Island, also known as New Guinea. This strait is a perilous region, characterized by treacherous reefs and frequented by the indigenous people of the coast. Papua Island is situated between the latitudes of 0 degrees 19 minutes and 10 degrees south, and the longitudes of 128 degrees 23 minutes and 146 degrees 15 minutes west, extending approximately 400 miles in length and 130 miles in width, with a total area of around 40,000 square miles. At noon, as the first mate measured the sun's altitude, I beheld the summit of Ahuaz Mountain, where steep peaks rise layer upon layer. In the year 1511, the Portuguese explorer Francisco de Almeida discovered this island. Subsequently, various individuals arrived here, including Don Josta Menezes in 1526, Glenna in 1527, Spanish General Vero de Saavedra in 1528, Hugo Oides in 1545, the Dutchman Schutten in 1616, and Nikolai Sulik, Tasman, Hummel, Jadel, Edward, Bugwell, Cook, and Helrest in 1753. In 1823, there was Dubilier, and in 1827, Dumont d'Urville. Renzi once remarked that Papua serves as a stronghold for the black population throughout Malaya. I am certain that this voyage will bring me face to face with the fearsome Andamanese. Although the width of the Torres Strait is approximately 34 leagues, traversing it proves to be a formidable challenge due to the multitude of islets, islands, reefs, and rocks that obstruct the passage. Thus, Captain Nemo exercised particular caution while navigating through this strait. The Nautilus sailed at a moderate speed upon the surface, its propeller striking the water rhythmically like the tail of a whale. Seizing the opportunity, my 2 companions and I made our way to the deserted platform. Before us lay the pilot's cabin, where, if I were not mistaken, Captain Nemo himself was personally maneuvering the Nautilus. A highly detailed map of the Torres Strait was spread out before me, and I gazed upon it with rapt attention. This illustration was crafted by the hydraulic engineer, Captain Nemo, formerly a naval lieutenant aboard the ancient vessel de Bougainville, and now a vice admiral. During the final circumnavigation led by Admiral Dumont d'Urville, he served as one of the staff officers. This map, along with the title page of Captain Nemo's chart, represents the most comprehensive navigation aids, guiding us safely through perilous waters via this narrow passage. The waters surrounding the Nautilus roiled tumultuously, with waves surging from the southeast to the northwest at a speed of 2.5 nautical miles, crashing against the scattered coral reefs that peaked above the surface. The tumultuous seas were indeed fierce, as Ned Land remarked to me. The Canadian added that peculiar captain must be thoroughly acquainted with his navigational route, for I observed numerous coral reefs that could easily shatter his submarine upon impact. At that moment, it was 3 in the afternoon. The waves churned violently, and the tide rose high. The Nautilus approached Gabaloro Island, where a splendid grove of bandar trees stood, a vision still vividly etched in my memory. As the submarine glided past the island for about 2 miles, suddenly, a violent impact jolted me to the ground. The Nautilus had collided with a submerged reef, rendering it immobile and slightly skewed to the left. As I regained my footing, I noticed Captain Nemo and his first officer ascending to the platform. They examined the state of the vessel, exchanging a few words in a tongue I could not comprehend. Lost in my own thoughts, I observed that Captain Nemo exhibited no signs of distress. He approached me with an air of confidence. I hastily inquired, "Has there been an accident?" However, this minor predicament may once again render you a terrestrial dweller, a fate you surely despise. I continued, "Mr. Aronnax, our underwater journey has merely commenced. The Nautilus remains unscathed, capable of unveiling the ocean's mysteries alongside you. It is my utmost honor to partake in this voyage beneath the waves, and I wish for it not to conclude so swiftly. Captain Nemo, the Nautilus is stranded in shallow waters, even with the rising tide. It is unlikely that such a colossal vessel can ascend. In my estimation, extricating ourselves from this reef and returning to the open sea is almost an impossibility. I am at a loss for any further solutions," I conveyed to him, oblivious to the sardonic undertones in his previous remarks. After the captain departed, Ned Land approached me, inquiring, "Sir, what is the verdict? Is this truly our predicament?" "Indeed, it is as such," I replied. "This captain neither casts the anchor into the depths nor secures the chain to the machinery. Does he intend to extricate the vessel by sheer force?" The Canadian shrugged and, with the expertise of a seasoned sailor, remarked, "Sir, it is my belief that this heap of iron is utterly beyond salvage, aside from selling it for scrap. It serves no further purpose. It can no longer navigate the seas or the depths as it once did. I feel this is the opportune moment to part ways with Captain Nemo without bidding farewell." Ned Land then suggested, "Shall we not venture forth to explore our options? On this island, there are trees, and beneath them dwell terrestrial creatures from which we could procure a considerable amount of meat." "I yearn for a sumptuous feast," Conseil remarked. "My dear friend, Ned Land's idea is splendid. I wholeheartedly concur. Might I implore Captain Nemo to permit us a stroll upon the island, allowing our feet to once again experience the sensation of solid ground, so we may recall the habit of walking on land?" I replied. I could attempt to gauge his disposition, though I suspect he may decline. Conseil urged, "Please, sir, inquire. Assure him that we will not undertake any unforeseen actions, and we shall be immensely grateful for his kindness." Captain Nemo consented to lend us the small boat the following morning. I did not inquire whether he would accompany us, nor did I expect him to send someone to row for us. Hence, I resolved that Ned Land would assume the role of the rower. The shore of the islet lay merely 2 nautical miles away, and navigating the grand vessel through the treacherous waters among the reefs was perilous. Yet for a Canadian, rowing a small boat was as effortless as child's play. The next day, January 5th, we untied the small boat from its moorings, retrieved it from the storeroom, and lowered it into the sea via the platform. This task required only the efforts of 2 individuals. The oars were already aboard, and we needed only to take our seats. As Ned Land took the helm, he exclaimed, "Let us feast on hearty meat. We are off to indulge in a grand banquet, to savor plentiful wild game. Bread is unnecessary. I do not deny that fish and meat are delectable. Yet one cannot indulge in them daily. It would be refreshing to occasionally savor something novel to tantalize our palates. I propose that we must first ascertain whether there exist beasts upon this island large enough to consume a hunter." Ned Land continued, asserting that regardless of whether they run on the ground or soar through the sky, any creature I lay my eyes upon shall meet the fate of my bullet. "Fear not, Mr. Aronnax," the Canadian assured. "Merely row your boat with diligence, and in no more than 25 minutes, you shall relish the delicacies I have prepared." Our small craft navigated smoothly through the coral reefs encircling Gaparol Island, and gradually came to rest upon a sandy beach around 8:30. Chapter 30. 2 days on land. As my feet touched the ground, a profound sense of emotion welled within me. Ned Land stomped upon the earth with fervor, as if claiming it for his own. In truth, according to Captain Nemo, we had been passengers aboard the Nautilus for merely 2 months, which implies we had been captives of the captain for that duration. Moments later, we found ourselves within a mere shot's distance from the island shore. The coral composition constituted almost the entirety of this land. Scattered remnants of granite were faintly visible in the dry riverbeds, indicating that this island had formed in the primordial era. Lush forests adorned the landscape, creating a splendid backdrop that embraced the entire horizon. Here stand the silk tree, the fig tree, the firebird tree, the chestnut tree, the hibiscus, the bonda tree, and the palm tree, their lush branches intertwining in a harmonious embrace. Between the towering giants, vines weave together, resembling a natural hammock swaying gently in the breeze, with some of these trees reaching heights of 200 feet. At the roots of these stately trees or within their verdant hollows, numerous orchids, legumes, and ferns thrive. However, the Canadian did not regard these beautiful plants with any reverence. He sought something far more practical. He discovered a coconut palm, knocked down several coconuts, and split them open, delighting in the sweet nectar within and savoring the flesh, which momentarily alleviated our dissatisfaction with the daily fare aboard the Nautilus. Ned Land exclaimed, "How delicious! The flavor is simply exquisite." Conseil shared his enthusiasm, and I remarked, "I suppose he cannot object, though he surely would not partake." "That is his misfortune," Conseil replied. Ned Land chuckled, saying, "It is for the best that he abstains. We shall have more for ourselves." With that, he prepared to strike another coconut tree. I cautioned the Canadian, "Master Ned Land, I must remind you that while coconuts are delightful, we should not allow them to entirely fill our small boat. We ought to explore this island first to see if there are more delectable offerings, such as fresh vegetables, which would surely be welcomed by the kitchen aboard the Nautilus. I believe this would be our wisest course of action." Conseil nodded and remarked, "I concur with your assessment, sir. I propose that we divide the small boat into 3 compartments, one for fruits, one for vegetables, and one for game. However, thus far, I have yet to catch a glimpse of any wild game." "Then let us continue forward," I replied, "but everyone must remain vigilant, keeping their eyes wide open and alert, scanning our surroundings. Although the island appears desolate, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that there may be cannibalistic savages lurking about." Hearty laughter erupted from the Canadian, who smirked and chuckled twice. "What is the matter?" Ned Land shouted at him. Conseil inquired, Ned, what do your words imply? Do you have a penchant for cannibalism? If I were to share a room with you, would my life not be in jeopardy? You are my dearest Conseil, my friend, rest assured. I would not resort to eating you unless in dire circumstances." As we bantered, we ventured into the woods, traversing its expanse in a mere 2 hours. We were fortunate. The unexpected grounding of our submarine allowed us to fulfill our hopes and discover an abundance of edible plants. Among them was one of the most valuable products from the tropics, providing us with a rare foodstuff absent from our submarine. I refer to the breadfruit tree, which flourishes abundantly on Guble Island, particularly a seedless variety known in Malay as lima. This tree distinguishes itself from others by its straight trunk, soaring up to 40 feet, and its leaves, which are deeply lobed. The crown takes on a gracefully circular form, allowing biologists to instantly recognize it as the breadfruit tree. On the Mascarene Islands, this tree has been successfully transplanted. Its robust, spherical fruit, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, presents a rugged exterior resembling a hexagon, emerging from the lush greenery. This plant, a gift from nature to regions devoid of wheat, requires no management and provides sustenance for 8 months of the year. Upon seeing these fruits, Ned Land's appetite was instantly piqued. He could no longer contain himself. Having consumed this delicacy countless times during his travels, he was well acquainted with the breadfruit and knew how to prepare it. He exclaimed, "Sir, if I cannot taste these breadfruits, I might as well throw myself against a wall." "Well, Ned Land," I replied, "then go ahead. We are here to embark on new experiences. Let us indulge a little." Thus, he produced a fire lens, harnessing the sun's focused rays to ignite dry twigs. Conseil and I selected the finest fruits from the breadfruit tree. Some of the fruits were not yet fully ripe, their white flesh encased in a thick skin, yet they contained little fiber and no seeds. Most of the fruits had turned a yellowish hue and become sticky, eagerly awaiting harvest. Ned Land accepted a dozen or so fruits from Conseil, sliced them into thick pieces, and placed them over the bright flames. As he sliced, he chattered, "Sir, you shall soon discover just how delectable this bread is. It must be delicious. We haven't had bread in ages." Counsel remarked. The Canadian added, "This is no ordinary bread. It is a delightful pastry. You have never tasted anything like it, have you, sir?" "Indeed, I have not," replied Ned. "Then you must hasten to savor this delicacy. If you find it unsatisfactory, I shall no longer be the king of whalers." Moments later, the fruit facing the fire had turned a golden brown, revealing a soft, white dough within, reminiscent of tender bread, with a hint of a cabbage-like aroma. I had to concede that this bread was indeed exceptionally delicious, and I relished it. Regrettably, such a treat does not keep well. and I advised against bringing it aboard the vessel. I inquired of the Canadian, "But how do you preserve these fruits?" "By crafting a fermented dough from the breadfruit pulp. It can be stored for an extended period without spoiling. When we wish to indulge, I simply bake it in the ship's galley. Though it may have a slight sourness, it remains quite delightful." Ned Land, "It seems with this bread, we are not lacking in provisions, are we?" The Canadian remarked. "Certainly, we are still in need, Professor. We require some fruits, and at the very least, some vegetables. Then let us seek out fruits and vegetables." Thus, having gathered the breadfruit, we commenced our quest for additional sustenance to enrich our terrestrial repast. The fruit gathering this time consumed a significant portion of our time, yet the results were splendid, leaving no room for regret. As midday approached, we amassed a considerable bounty of bananas. This tropical delicacy, available year-round, is referred to as pisang by the Malay, signifying that it can be consumed raw without the need for cooking. While harvesting bananas, we also gathered some intensely flavored jackfruit, sweet mangoes, and astonishingly large pineapples. Conseil trailed closely behind Ned Land, who had a keen eye for identifying delectable fruits as we traversed the woods, enriching the variety of our forage provisions. "Is that not enough?" Ned Land retorted. "Where is our soup? Where is the meat? All these plants we have gathered can only serve as desserts, not a proper meal." I replied, "Indeed, it seems Ned Land's promise of ribs is fading away." "What time is it now?" inquired the Canadian. "Time on land passes far too swiftly," sighed Ned Land. He knew how to tackle those trees. Producing an axe, he swung it with vigor, soon felling 2 or 3 sago palms. The white powder scattered across the leaves indicated their maturity. Though I was ravenous, I could not help but observe Ned Land's actions with the eye of a naturalist. He skillfully peeled strips of bark, about an inch thick, from each trunk, revealing long, fibrous strands that formed intricate knots, each laden with a gelatinous powder. This type of sago is indeed practical, serving as a staple food for the inhabitants of Melanesia. The following day, January 6th, there was an eerie stillness aboard the ship. The small boat remained moored beside the Nautilus, exactly where we had left it the previous day. We resolved to venture once more to Gapperal Island. Ned Land proposed to explore another part of the forest, hoping that fortune would favor us today, allowing us to hunt some fowler game, and that our luck in hunting would surpass that of yesterday. At dawn, we boarded the small boat. The waves propelled us toward the island's shore, and we soon arrived. I deemed it wise to trust the Canadian's intuition as we proceeded, with Conseil and I following closely behind him. With his tall stature and long legs, he often left us trailing behind. Ned Land traversed the coast heading westward, fording several swift rivers until we reached an elevated plain, at the edge of which lay a lush forest. Some kingfishers flitted about by the riverbank, yet they were exceedingly wary, taking flight at the slightest hint of our approach. Observing how adeptly these birds eluded us, I surmised that even if the island were uninhabited, it had been visited before. After crossing a vast meadow, we arrived at a small thicket where numerous birds flitted and sang, embodying a vibrant life. "They are merely birds," remarked Conseil. Ned Land replied with gravity, "My dear Conseil, to a hungry man, a parrot is as valuable as a mountain chicken." I have yet to finish my thought. I must add that if prepared well, the taste of such birds can be quite delightful. Indeed, as Conseil articulated, beneath the dense foliage, flocks of parrots flitted between the branches. With careful training, these birds could learn the language of humankind. At this moment, several male parrots surrounded a colorful female parrot, chattering incessantly. The stately and serious macaw seemed to be pondering some profound question. Among them was a brilliant scarlet parrot, drifting through the air like a red silk banner in the breeze. This avian assembly also included the resounding green macaws, the pure blue Papuan parrots, and numerous other enchanting and delightful birds. Overall, these creatures were not suitable for consumption. Yet, there existed a unique species that had not made an appearance. This bird never ventured beyond the confines of the Aru Islands and the Papua Archipelago, and I had yet to spot it among this assembly of fowl. Fate merely withheld this bird momentarily. It would not be long before I beheld it. After traversing a less dense thicket, we emerged onto a plain, thickly overgrown with thorns. At that moment, I observed a multitude of magnificent birds soaring through the air, their elongated feathers necessitating that they fly against the wind. Their flight patterns undulated like waves, showcasing elegant curves against the sky. Even more captivating was their resplendent plumage. With ease, I recognized them. The unparalleled bird, the unparalleled bird, I exclaimed with excitement. Belonging to the order Passeriformes and suborder Passerida. Are they of the crane family? Ned Land inquired. I think not, Master Ned Land. However, I do hope to rely on your exceptional skills to capture this beautiful and charming bird, Professor. I am accustomed to using a harpoon, and my marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. The Malays engage in extensive trade with the Chinese using this bird. The various methods employed by the Malays to capture it are not suited for our use. At times, they set traps high in the trees where these birds prefer to dwell, and at other times, they utilize a highly adhesive birdlime. Once the bird comes into contact with this sticky substance, it is rendered immobile. Occasionally, they even poison the springs where these birds frequently drink. Currently, the only method available to us is to shoot them while they are in flight. We have expended considerable ammunition, yet have had scant opportunities to hit our targets. As we approached 11 o'clock, we had traversed the first ridge at the center of the island, but we still had nothing to show for our efforts. We had originally hoped to feast upon our catch, yet we found ourselves enduring the torment of hunger. After a short while, fortune smiled upon us. Conseil unexpectedly brought down a white dove and a turtle dove, and at last, our lunch was secured. Conseil hastily plucked their feathers, skewered them on a small iron spit, and ignited a fire with dry twigs to commence roasting. As these two small creatures sizzled over the flames, Ned Land had already prepared the breadfruit. These birds typically consume copious amounts of nutmeg, imparting a spiced flavor to their meat, rendering it a delectable delicacy. Before long, the white dove and turtle dove were reduced to mere piles of bones, and everyone remarked on how delicious they were. Council remarked, "The flavor resembles that of a hen raised on fragrant mushrooms." Ned Land, "Is there anything we still lack?" I inquired of the Canadian, Ned Land. "I shall not be satisfied unless I capture a rare bird." This was a prudent suggestion, and we proceeded in accordance with Council's advice. After approximately an hour's walk, we arrived at a genuine forest of sago palms. Several harmless little snakes slithered past our feet, and the rare birds took flight at our approach. Just as I was feeling disheartened by my inability to catch them, Council suddenly stepped before me, bent down, and exclaimed with joy. He approached me excitedly, revealing in his hand a remarkably beautiful rare bird. "Well done, my friend," I exclaimed. "No, my dear fellow. You are truly exceptional to have caught a living rare bird with your bare hands. It is remarkable. Sir, if you were to observe closely, you would not think me particularly remarkable," Council replied. "And why is that, Council?" "Because this is a drunken rare bird." "A bird intoxicated?" I asked, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, sir, this rare bird is quite gluttonous. It feasted excessively on the seeds beneath the cardamom tree and consequently became inebriated, allowing me to capture it. You see, Ned, the consequences of gluttony can be most dire." The Canadian responded, "What do you mean by that?" "For the past 2 months, I have consumed only a little genuine brandy. Does that make me gluttonous?" I have long grown accustomed to the playful banter between the two of them. Thus, while they were engaged in their light-hearted squabble, I took the opportunity to observe the bird closely. Its legs were limp and feeble, rendering it incapable of flight. It could only stagger a few steps unsteadily. Indeed, Conseil was correct. This exquisite bird was undoubtedly intoxicated, having succumbed to the allure of the bean juice. However, I felt no concern for its well-being. In due time, it would surely rouse from its stupor. This avian specimen is the magnificent double-colored bird, the most beautiful and rarest among the 8 species of double-colored birds found in Papua and its neighboring islands, measuring 30 centimeters in length. It possesses a relatively small head with tiny eyes situated near its beak. Its plumage boasts a myriad of vibrant colors, exuding an extraordinary splendor. It features a yellow beak, brown claws and talons, wings of a rich chestnut hue with reddish tips, a pale yellow head and nape, an emerald neck, and a chestnut-colored abdomen and chest. 2 long, downy feathers stand erect at the tail, which is adorned with graceful, elongated plumes, rendering this enchanting bird remarkably perfect. The locals have bestowed upon it a name steeped in poetic significance, the double-colored bird. Canadians seldom assess prey from an artistic perspective, and one of them inquired, in a tone of bewilderment, "Is this bird truly so extraordinary?" Indeed, it is exceptionally rare and quite elusive to capture alive, even in death. It serves as a significant commodity in trade. Consequently, the locals have devised various methods of imitation, akin to the creation of faux pearls and artificial diamonds. "What?" Conseil exclaimed. "Is someone producing counterfeit double-colored birds?" "Yes, Conseil. Do you happen to know the methods employed by the locals for deception, sir?" "It is truly remarkable," Ned Land remarked. "Although the bird is not of that kind, the feathers undeniably belong to it. If this bird is not meant for consumption, then I see no harm in it. Having obtained this unparalleled bird, my wishes have been fulfilled, though the Canadian hunter's desires remain ungranted. However, fortune finally smiled upon Ned Land. As the clock approached 2, a plump wild boar in the woods became his quarry, referred to by the indigenous people as a bariotin. Pleased with his marksmanship, Ned Land extracted half a dozen ribs from the pig, preparing them for roasting as dinner. Subsequently, he skinned it, eviscerated it, and cleared out the entrails. The two friends then resumed their hunt. While scouring the thickets, they startled a large group of kangaroos, which bounded away with their springy legs. Yet, before they could escape far, Ned Land and Conseil's electric bullets found their mark. The duo's hunting expedition proved fruitful, and with an abundance of game. Ned Land was particularly elated, his enthusiasm for the hunt intensifying. "Ah, Professor, the meat of these creatures blazes to perfection. Such delicacies are rare aboard the Nautilus. 2, 3, 5. There are 5 on the ground. The mere thought of indulging in this bounty, while those fools aboard the ship will not even secure a scrap of meat, fills me with immense joy. I believe that had it not been for his hesitation and excessive excitement in speaking, this Canadian might have annihilated the entire group of kangaroos. However, he only managed to shoot a couple before ceasing his efforts. These kangaroos are a variety of wallaby, characterized by their diminutive stature. They typically reside in tree hollows and possess remarkable speed. Despite their small size, their meat is delectable, regarded as a delicacy. This species of kangaroo is the first in the order of marsupials. Conseil remarked that we were quite satisfied with the outcome of the hunt, and Ned Land was equally delighted, proposing that we return to this enchanting island the following day to hunt down all the edible quadrupeds. Little did he anticipate the unforeseen events that would unfold. Without wasting a moment, Ned Land commenced preparations for dinner. He placed the tenderloin of the wild boar from Balearic on the fire, and soon the air was suffused with an enticing aroma. Faced with such freshly roasted meat, I found myself unable to contain my enthusiasm. Please forgive me for aligning myself with the Canadian. The dinner was simply exquisite. With the addition of 2 doves, this extraordinary meal was rendered even more sumptuous. We savored sago noodles, breadfruit, some mangoes, 6 or 7 pineapples, and a beverage crafted from a type of coconut. Enjoying ourselves immensely. Moreover, I sensed that my 2 companions were becoming somewhat giddy, their minds clouded. Just then, a stone that fell at our feet interrupted his proposal. Chapter 32. The thunder of Captain Nemo. We did not rise. Instead, we turned our faces toward the direction of the forest. My hand, which had been lifting food to my mouth, froze mid-air, and Ned Land's hand halted just as he was about to take a bite. Conseil remarked, "Apart from meteors, no other stones fall from the sky." Just then, another round stone descended, striking the delectable leg of a wood pigeon from Conseil's grasp, thus validating his assertion and warranting our attention. Consequently, we all raised our weapons and stood ready to confront this sudden assault. Could it be a band of apes? Ned Land speculated. "Hurry to the ship," I shouted to my companions as I sprinted toward the sea. Our small boat lay 20 meters away on the water. In light of the circumstances, retreating was our wisest course of action, for approximately 20 natives, armed with bows and slings, had emerged from a thicket, merely 100 paces from us. Ned Land, unwilling to forsake all our provisions, disregarded the imminent peril, hastily gathering wild boar and kangaroo meat. The natives, rather than rushing towards us, approached slowly, hurling stones and arrows like a torrential downpour. Their expressions and movements were brimming with hostility. After running for about 2 minutes, we reached the beach, swiftly stowing our food and weapons in the boat, pushing it into the sea, and affixing the oars with urgency. We had scarcely traversed 200 meters when approximately 100 indigenous people leaped into the waist-deep waters, gesticulating wildly and shouting at us. I quickly surveyed the scene, contemplating whether the appearance of these savages might entice some individuals from the Nautilus onto the platform. However, the colossal vessel lay still, as if in slumber, with not a soul in sight. Upon entering the salon, I was greeted by the sound of music. Captain Nemo was bent over the organ, enraptured in his melodies. I called out to him, "Captain." He seemed oblivious to my voice. "Captain," I repeated, reaching out to touch him. He shuddered slightly, turned, and asked, "What? 2-legged creatures?" "Yes. They are indigenous people." "Indigenous people?" Captain Nemo replied with a tone of derision. "Professor, you encounter savages the moment you set foot on land. Do you not find that peculiar? Savages are ubiquitous, yet those whom you refer to as such must be far worse than the rest, correct?" "But, Captain..." "Sir, for me, savages are encountered everywhere. I said, "Captain, if you do not wish for them to visit the ship, it would be wise to devise a strategy to address them. Professor, rest assured, there is little to be concerned about. But there are quite a number of them. How many do you estimate they are?" "At least over 100. Captain Nemo placed his fingers once again upon the keys of the grand organ and declared, "Mr. Aronnax, even if all the natives of Papua were to gather, the Nautilus would not flinch in the face of their assault." Upon concluding his statement, the captain's fingers danced across the organ-esque keyboard, producing melodies imbued with a distinctly Scottish flavor as he exclusively struck the black keys. He soon became completely absorbed in the exquisite music, utterly oblivious to my presence. Inspired by the captain's unwavering conviction, I too felt liberated from my fears of the natives. Choosing to disregard their existence entirely, I remained alone on the platform for several hours, reveling in the breathtaking beauty of the tropical night. Gazing at the zodiac constellations, my heart seemed to soar alongside them to France, for they had illuminated that land for several hours. The moon gleamed with a resplendent light in the starry sky, and I mused that this faithful and charming satellite would soon grace this very spot, causing the tides to rise and the Nautilus to return to the sea. As midnight approached, I observed the dark sea and the silent trees along the shore, the stillness profound and unbroken. I then retreated to my quarters, where I quietly succumbed to slumber. The night passed peacefully. The panels were ajar, allowing the natives easy access to the Nautilus, yet nothing transpired. I surmised that the natives must perceive the grounded Nautilus as a formidable monster, instilling in them a sense of trepidation that kept them at bay. On the morning of January 8th, at 6 o'clock, I ascended once more to the platform. The mist over the sea has dissipated, and through the fading fog, the island of Gabarol first unveils its beach, gradually revealing its peaks. The number of indigenous people stationed there has increased significantly since yesterday, now numbering around 500 to 600. A few of them have taken advantage of the receding tide to stand atop the coral outcrops, approximately 400 meters from the Nautilus. I can observe them clearly. They are true Papuans, a remarkable race, robust and vigorous, with well-developed foreheads, prominent noses, and gleaming white teeth. Their fiery red hair cascades over their dark, lustrous bodies. Bone earrings dangle from their elongated, drooping ears. These natives typically wear no clothing, often displaying their bare forms. Among them, I noticed some women adorned with rudimentary skirts crafted from grass leaves, covering their bodies from waist to knee. Certain leaders sport crescent-shaped ornaments around their necks, along with necklaces woven from red and white glass beads. Almost all carry bows, arrows, and shields, with slings loaded with stones slung over their shoulders, capable of expertly hurling these projectiles. One leader approaches the nearest point to the Nautilus, meticulously observing our submarine. Draped in a scarf woven from banana leaves, intricately patterned and dyed in vibrant colors, he appears to be a person of considerable status, likely a chief. He is positioned quite close to me, and while it would be effortless to take him down, I refrain, opting to wait until he exhibits any hostile intent before acting. Throughout the entire period of low tide, the indigenous people lingered near the Nautilus, yet they did not raise their voices. I heard them repeatedly uttering a phrase that seemed to convey an invitation for me to join them on land. Judging by their gestures, it was evident they were extending this request, but I deemed it prudent to decline such an offer. The waters in this region are remarkably clear, teeming with an abundance of shellfish, crustaceans, and marine vegetation. According to Captain Nemo's promise, the ship would rise with the tide tomorrow, indicating that today marks the final day of the Nautilus's stay upon these waters. Seizing the opportunity of having little to occupy my time, I resolved to explore the crystalline depths. I summoned Conseil, who provided me with a lightweight scoop reminiscent of a net used for gathering oysters. Conseil inquired about the indigenous people, and I candidly replied, "Please, do not take offense, but I do not perceive them as particularly ferocious." "Young man, they are indeed a tribe of cannibals," he retorted, to which I agreed, acknowledging their reputation for consuming the flesh of captives. However, I had no desire to become their meal, even if it were to be done in the most unceremonious manner. Captain Nemo seemed to have taken no precautionary measures. Thus, I must remain vigilant at all times. Let us proceed with our gathering without further delay. With great enthusiasm, we spent nearly 2 hours dredging, filling our catch with donkey ear clams, harp shells, river clams, sea cucumbers, pearl-producing oysters, and a dozen small turtles, alongside an abundance of rough fish, the most exquisite specimens I have ever encountered. All of these treasures were destined to grace our dining table. However, we lamented the absence of rare finds. Just as we were expressing our disappointment, my hand inadvertently brushed against an object, which could only be described as a naturally deformed specimen, an opportunity so rare to encounter. Conseil lowered the dredging apparatus, and upon retrieval, it revealed a plethora of common shells. My arm swiftly reached into the net, extracting a shell, and I emitted a distinctive cry unique to malacologists, a sound that resonates as the sharpest vocalization a human throat can produce. Upon hearing my exclamation, Conseil inquired anxiously, "Sir, what is the matter? Were you bitten?" "No, my dear lad," I replied. "If it leads to a significant discovery, I would gladly sacrifice a finger." "What have you found, sir?" I pointed to my prize, declaring, "This shell." "Indeed, you are correct. However, the pattern of this olive shell is unlike the ordinary. Typically, the pattern of an olive shell spirals from right to left, while this one spirals from left to right." "How can that be?" Conseil exclaimed in astonishment. "It is indeed true, my young friend. This is a left coiling shell." "What? A left coiling shell?" Conseil echoed with fervor. "Gaze upon the spiral patterns, and the truth shall unveil itself." "Sir, I hold your words in the highest regard." As Conseil trembled with excitement while grasping the precious shell, "I have never felt such exhilaration before. Indeed, it is a matter worthy of such fervor." Celestial bodies and their satellites, in both revolution and rotation, consistently move from right to left, a phenomenon observed by biologists. Thus, rightward rotation emerges as a natural law. It is common for humans to favor the right hand over the left. Opportunities to employ the right hand far surpass those for the left. Consequently, our tools and implements, stairs, locks, clock mechanisms, are all designed for rightward use. Nature, too, adheres to this principle, arranging the spiral patterns of shells predominantly in rightward turns, with leftward spirals being exceedingly rare. When one encounters such a shell, collectors are willing to pay handsomely for it. Both Conseil and I were enveloped in the delight of this unexpected treasure, and I silently rejoiced at the prospect of our museum acquiring yet another gem. Suddenly, a native hurled a stone, striking the precious shell in Conseil's hand, shattering it to pieces. I cried out in despair. Fueled by rage, Conseil seized my firearm, aiming it at a native standing 10 meters away, brandishing a stone. I attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The gun fired, obliterating the protective charm adorning the native's arm. "Conseil! Conseil!" I shouted in desperation. "What is happening?" he inquired. "This individual has begun to attack us. Did you not see, sir?" I said to him, "Young man, a shell is not worth a life of resignation." Conseil exclaimed in frustration, "This wretched thing, I would rather it shatter my shoulder than witness that shell being broken." I realized that Conseil spoke from the heart, yet I could not concur with his sentiments. Suddenly, I perceived a dire situation, though we had recognized it rather late. I saw more than 20 canoes encircling the Nautilus. These canoes, crafted from hollowed tree trunks, were designed for ease of navigation, elongated and narrow in shape, complemented by 2 bamboo poles floating on the water's surface. They allowed the canoe to maintain balance and sway without tipping. The paddlers, clad in minimal attire, maneuvered their oars with remarkable dexterity. As the ominous canoes drew closer, a sense of unease began to stir within me. These Papuans were evidently accustomed to dealings with Europeans, capable of recognizing European vessels. Yet, what thoughts would arise in their minds upon encountering our steel cone, lying motionless in the bay, devoid of masts or chimneys? Surely, their imaginations would not wander to benevolent interpretations. Otherwise, they would not have initially lingered at such a distance. As they observed our immobile craft, their courage gradually swelled, prompting them to approach this formidable entity, seeking to establish a connection. However, we must thwart such advances. The sounds of our weaponry were scarcely intimidating, failing to instill fear in these natives. What truly frightened them were the thunderous roars of cannons. Although danger lurked in the lightning rather than the thunder, the absence of thunder does not necessarily render lightning devoid of terror. At this moment, the canoe drew closer to the Nautilus, and arrows shot by the natives fell upon the vessel like raindrops. Conseil exclaimed, "Good heavens! It's hailing. Perhaps it's poisonous hail. We must promptly inform Captain Nemo." As I spoke, I made my way to the hatch. Upon entering the lounge, I found it entirely deserted. I knocked gently on the captain's door. "I hope I am not disturbing you," I said politely. "Indeed, you are not," he responded. "Yes, Captain, something of utmost urgency has transpired. Numerous native canoes have surrounded us, and in a matter of minutes, we shall be besieged by hundreds of attackers." Captain Nemo remained remarkably composed. "Are they approaching in their canoes?" "Yes, Captain. Very well. Just close the hatches, and all will be well. I came to inform you of this. It is a simple matter, Captain Nemo interjected, pressing a button to relay the command to the on-duty crew. Captain, I am no longer afraid, but there remains a peril. Oh, what peril might that be? Tomorrow. When the Nautilus needs to exchange air, we will have to open the hatches. Yes, indeed, for our vessel breathes much like a whale. So, what shall we do if the Papuans seize the platform at that moment? I truly do not know how you intend to prevent their entry. Do you believe they can board the yacht? That is my assumption. Then let them come aboard. I see no reason to prevent their ascent. Moreover, these Papuans are a wretched people, and it pains me to think that among these unfortunate souls, someone might pay the ultimate price for my visit to Gabaral Island. Upon hearing him speak, I was inclined to take my leave, but Captain Nemo insisted I remain, beckoning me to sit beside him. He then expressed a keen interest in our experiences hunting on land, seemingly oblivious to the Canadian penchant for meat. The conversation soon veered off course, as he began to discuss various topics with a casual air. Though he still refrained from revealing his emotions, his demeanor was notably more amiable than before. Dumont d'Urville is the captain cook of you Frenchmen, an unfortunate scholar. Indeed, he is a great navigator of France, distinguished by his wisdom among all seafarers. He boldly confronted the great icebergs of the Antarctic, navigated the coral reefs of Oceania, and faced the perils of the Pacific, only to meet a pitiable end in a train carriage. What a tragic fate! If this astute scholar had the capacity for thought in his final moments, one can only imagine the reflections that occupied his mind. As Captain Nemo spoke, his emotion surged, and I found myself swept up in his fervor. We then took up a map, revisiting the achievements of this French navigator, his circumnavigation of the globe, his 2 expeditions to the Antarctic, the discovery of Amelie and Louis Philippe, and his hydrological surveys of the principal islands of Oceania. Captain Nemo spoke to me. Everything that your esteemed Captain Aronnax has accomplished upon the surface, I have achieved beneath the waves, and I do so with greater ease and perfection. His ships, the Abraham Lincoln and the Nautilus, are perpetually besieged by tempests, while my Nautilus glides through the depths of the ocean as serenely as a tranquil office. However, I countered, there exists a semblance between Captain Aronnax's 2 three-masted vessels and your Nautilus. Pray tell, what similarities do you discern? He inquired. The Nautilus, much like them, has also run aground. Captain Nemo retorted coldly, Sir, the Nautilus has not run aground. It merely rests temporarily upon the seabed. The Abraham Lincoln and the Nautilus are on the brink of sinking, yet my vessel remains entirely safe. Should I desire the Nautilus to free itself from the rocks and return to the ocean, I need not exert such formidable efforts as Captain Aronnax has done. At the appointed hour, tomorrow, when the tide rises, my submarine shall resume its voyage across the sea. I replied, Captain, I harbor no doubts regarding the Nautilus's return to the ocean. Tomorrow, at precisely 2:45 in the afternoon, interrupted Captain Nemo. Rising to his feet, the Nautilus shall ascend and depart the Strait of Torres without a scratch. Conseil had been awaiting my return in my quarters, eager to learn the outcome of my conversation with the captain. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? There is nothing you need to do, my young friend. Where has Ned Land gone? Conseil has departed, and I am left alone in bed, unable to find slumber. Throughout the night, the natives incessantly emitted their piercing cries, relentlessly trampling the platform, yet the crew remained indifferent to their actions, taking no measures whatsoever. At 6 in the morning, I arose. The hatches had not yet been opened, and the air within the vessel was stagnant. However, the storeroom contained reserve air that could timely infuse several cubic meters of oxygen into the Nautilus. I toiled in my chamber until noon without catching a glimpse of Captain Nemo. No preparations for departure were being made aboard the submarine. After waiting a while longer, I ventured into the lounge. The clock indicated it was 2:30. In just 10 minutes, the tide would reach its zenith. If Captain Nemo's words held true, then the Nautilus would soon be freed from the rocks. Otherwise, it remained uncertain how long this submarine would linger in such a state. At that moment, I felt a foreboding vibration coursing through the vessel. I heard the sound of the submarine's hull scraping against the uneven limestone blocks of the coral reef. At 2:35, Captain Nemo appeared in the lounge. He announced, "We are about to depart." "Ah," I exclaimed. "I have already commanded the hatches to be opened. But what of those Papuans? Will they not rush into the Nautilus? How could they enter?" "Through the open hatches." I fixed my gaze firmly upon the captain. "Do you not understand?" He inquired of me, and I confessed I was utterly perplexed. "Very well, follow me, and you shall understand," he replied. I made my way towards the iron ladder in the center. Ned Land and Conseil were already standing there, their faces painted with confusion as they observed the crew aboard the vessel opening the panel, while the din of shouts from outside reverberated, truly deafening. As the panel swung outward, a multitude of ghastly faces emerged. Unexpectedly, the first native who placed his hand upon the iron railing was instantly repelled by a mysterious, invisible force, emitting a harrowing scream as he leapt away in panic. His dozen or so companions rushed forward, but the moment their hands grazed the railing, they too met the same fate, retreating in succession. Conseil, witnessing this spectacle, was overjoyed, flailing his arms in delight. The impetuous Ned Land, caught up in excitement, dashed up the stairs. However, upon grasping the railing with both hands, he encountered the same grim destiny. "There are spirits. I have been struck by lightning," he cried out. This revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. It was not merely a common railing. It was a metal cable, electrified and leading directly to the platform. Anyone who made contact with it would be jolted by the electric current. If Captain Nemo had connected all the ship's power to this conductor, the resultant shock could indeed be fatal. It could be interpreted as a web of electricity laid between the adversaries, rendering passage through it without harm impossible. At that moment, the terrified Papuans began their retreat, trembling in fear. As we chuckled, we consoled the unfortunate Canadian, who seemed possessed, incessantly cursing. At precisely 2:40 in the afternoon, as designated by the captain, the final waves of the sea lifted the Nautilus, its propeller beginning to majestically and gradually strike the water, finally liberating it from the coral bed. Subsequently, its speed gradually increased, and the Nautilus gracefully left behind the treacherous waters of the Torres Strait, racing towards the open sea. Chapter 34. Compelled to sleep the following day, January 10th, the Nautilus resumed its submerged voyage, its propeller propelling us remarkably swiftly, to the point where I could scarcely discern its movement. Based on my estimations, the submarine's speed could reach at least 35 knots, a truly impressive velocity. This wondrous electricity not only empowered the Nautilus with propulsion, heat, and light, but also rendered it a sacred and inviolable vessel, impervious to external assaults. I mused that should anyone attempt to attack it, they would undoubtedly face the dire fate of electric retribution. Contemplating this, a profound admiration welled within me, transcending from the vessel itself to the engineers who crafted this magnificent submarine. Our submarine continued its journey westward. On January 11th, we traversed Cape Wessel, located at 135 degrees east longitude and 10 degrees south latitude, the eastern tip of the Gulf of Carpentaria. The sea was dotted with numerous scattered reefs, all clearly marked on the map. The Nautilus effortlessly navigated past the Moai Reef on the port side and the Victoria Reef on the starboard side, both situated at 130 degrees east longitude and 10 degrees south latitude, as our vessel continued along this latitude. On January 13th, we arrived at the Sea of Emperor, at the longitude of 122 degrees east, where Captain Nemo beheld the island bearing the same name, Dima Island. This isle spans an area of 1,625 square miles and is ruled by Indian princes. These princes claim descent from crocodiles, asserting that their lineage represents one of the most ancient bloodlines known to humankind. Thus, their ancestors proliferated abundantly in the rivers of the island, becoming revered figures among the inhabitants. These creatures are safeguarded, cherished, and exalted by the islanders, who provide them sustenance, and even offer young maidens as their nourishment. Should an outsider dare to disturb these sacred beings, they would surely face dire consequences. However, the Nautilus had no desire to entangle itself with such grotesque creatures. Dima Island only made its brief appearance at midday, coinciding with the first officer's recording of our position. Likewise, I merely glimpsed the beautiful women of the nearby Roti Island, whose allure had long been praised in the markets of Malaya. We sequentially passed by Jade, Ibinia, Silingabadon, and the Scat Reef Group, the last of the reefs emerging above the water's surface. By January 14th, land had completely vanished from our sight. The Nautilus's speed diminished, becoming erratic, submerging at times and surfacing at others. Captain Nemo conducted a series of experiments regarding the temperature of seawater at various depths during this voyage. Typically, such temperature recordings are achieved through the use of intricate instruments. However, whether employing glass thermometers or metal devices activated by electric currents, the data acquired often lacks complete reliability and cannot undergo thorough verification. Moreover, glass thermometers frequently shatter under water pressure. Nevertheless, Captain Nemo eschewed these instruments, opting instead to personally descend with a thermometer to probe the different water layers. His thermometer, in direct contact with the seawater at each depth, instantly and accurately reflected the temperature. Thus, the Nautilus alternately descended to depths of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, and even 10,000 meters, relying either on filling its ballast tanks or utilizing the inclined planes on the submarine's right wing for support. The conclusive findings of these experiments revealed that at a depth of 1,000 meters, the seawater temperature remained consistently stable at 4.5 degrees Celsius, regardless of latitude. Captain Nemo exhibited a genuine fervor for these experiments. As I observed him with keen interest, I pondered the motive behind his observations. Was it for the benefit of humanity? Such a possibility seemed unlikely, for he and his records would eventually be entombed in the depths of the ocean. Unless he entrusted his experimental results to me, which would imply acknowledging that my peculiar journey was finite, a timeline of which I could not ascertain. Regardless, the captain divulged all of his experimental results to me. This data has culminated in a report concerning the density of seawater in the major oceans of our planet. From the moment he shared this information with me, I gleaned a personal insight unrelated to science. It was the morning of January 15th, when I strolled upon the platform with the captain, who inquired if I was aware of the varying densities of seawater across different layers. I replied in the negative, asserting that science had yet to conduct precise observations in this domain. He then informed me, I have undertaken such observations, and I can assure you of their accuracy. I responded, that is indeed commendable. However, the Nautilus belongs to another realm, where the secrets uncovered by scholars cannot be conveyed to the terrestrial world. After a moment of silence, he remarked, Professor, you are correct. The Nautilus is entirely disconnected from the land, akin to the planets that accompany the Sun, which bear no relation to Earth. The endeavors of scholars on Saturn and Jupiter are forever beyond the grasp of earthly knowledge. Nevertheless, since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall share the results of my observations with you. Captain, please proceed. I am all ears, I urged. As you know, Professor, the density of seawater surpasses that of freshwater, yet it is not uniform. If I denote the density of freshwater as 1, the density of Pacific seawater is 1.028, while that of the Mediterranean is 1.030. At this juncture, I could not help but ponder. Had he ventured into the Mediterranean in search of adventure? The density of the Aegean Sea is 1 and 18 thousandths, while the density of the Adriatic Sea is 1 and 29 thousandths. It appears that the Nautilus does not deliberately evade the densely populated European waters. Thus, I surmise that it will soon guide us to those more civilized coastal regions. If this particular news were to reach Ned Land, he would undoubtedly be exhilarated. In the days that followed, we devoted our time to conducting a myriad of experiments, investigating the salinity of different water layers, the electrochemical properties of seawater, its dyeing effects, and the transparency of light transmission. Throughout the entire experimental process, Captain Nemo's remarkable talents were fully displayed, and his fondness for me became increasingly evident. However, I found myself unable to catch a glimpse of him for several consecutive days, leaving me feeling solitary aboard the vessel. On January 16th, the Nautilus remained stationary just a few meters beneath the surface, as if it were in a state of slumber. The electrical devices aboard lay dormant, and the ship's wheels ceased their rotations, allowing the submarine to sway gently in the currents. I speculated that the mechanical operations might have been vigorous, possibly indicating a malfunction, and that the crew was engaged in necessary internal repairs. At that moment, my companions and I witnessed a curious spectacle. The panels of the lounge were ajar, and with the Nautilus's searchlights unlit, the seawater enveloped us in darkness. The sky was heavy with clouds, depriving the ocean's surface of sufficient brightness. Under such circumstances, even the largest fish appeared to me as indistinct shadows in the murky depths. At that moment, the Nautilus suddenly illuminated, and I initially presumed that the searchlights had been activated, casting their brilliance upon the ocean's surface. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that my assumption was misguided. The Nautilus had been adrift in this radiant sea for several hours. I beheld the majestic marine creatures frolicking in the water like fiery serpents, and my admiration swelled. In this luminous yet tepid water, I observed the graceful, agile dolphins, tireless jesters of the ocean, numerous swordfish, reaching lengths of up to 3 meters, often collided with the glass of the saloon, their keen instincts alerting them to the impending tempest. Following them were smaller fish, a myriad of needlefish, lively finfish, and wolffish resembling human heads, alongside countless other species. As they swam by, they traced shimmering trails across the glowing water, We had acclimated to this serene and natural existence, no longer contemplating the existence of an entirely different life on Earth. Yet, at this juncture, an event transpired that compelled us to recognize the peculiarity of our situation. On January 18th, the weather turned dire. The Nautilus had reached the coordinates of 105 degrees east longitude and 15 degrees south latitude. The sea was tumultuous, with fierce winds howling from the east. The barometer had been steadily declining for several days, heralding the approach of a storm. As the first officer ascended to the platform to take measurements, I was already present, awaiting his customary daily announcement. However, on that day, this phrase transformed into another utterance, still in a language that eluded my comprehension. Meanwhile, Captain Nemo made his appearance, holding a telescope aloft, gazing toward the horizon. He commanded the machinery to increase its propulsion, and the engines whirred into a faster motion. It seemed imperative to unravel the secrets concealed within, and it would not be long before the truth was revealed. At that moment, the first mate once again cautioned the captain to exercise vigilance. The captain paused, lifting the telescope to scrutinize the point in the sky indicated by the mate for an extended duration. Yet, before my eyes could rest upon the lens, the telescope was abruptly snatched away. I turned to find Captain Nemo standing before me. His features were contorted in such a manner that I nearly failed to recognize him. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light, teeth partially bared, body rigid, fists clenched, motionless, with his head positioned between his shoulders, revealing that his inner being was ablaze with intense fury, rendering him a figure of utter terror. The telescope slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the ground and rolling to his feet. Had I inadvertently provoked his ire? Or did this enigmatic man believe I had unearthed a secret concerning the guests of the Nautilus that I was not meant to know? No, his wrath was not directed at me, for his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon that mysterious point on the horizon. Eventually, Captain Nemo managed to rein in his emotions, reverting from his earlier terrifying demeanor to his usual self. After exchanging a few enigmatic words with the first mate, he turned to face me. He spoke to me with great agitation, saying, "Mr. Aronnax, I sincerely hope you will adhere to the terms we agreed upon." "Captain, which terms are you referring to?" I inquired. "At present, I must confine you and your companions. Rest assured, I shall grant your freedom when I deem it appropriate." "Sir, you are not permitted to pose any questions." I then proceeded to the cabin occupied by Ned Land and Conseil, where I conveyed the captain's decision to them. One can only imagine the reaction of the Canadian upon receiving such news. I trust the reader can envision it. Moreover, we were afforded no leisure to ponder the matter further, as 4 crew members awaited us at the door, escorting us to the very room where we had spent our first night aboard the Nautilus. I succinctly recounted the events to my 2 companions. They, like me, were equally perplexed, unable to articulate their thoughts. Behold, lunch is prepared. Indeed, he was correct. The meal was laid out on the table. Clearly, this order to dine had been issued by Captain Nemo, who simultaneously commanded an increase in the Nautilus's speed. Conseil then asked, "Sir, may I offer you a piece of advice?" "Very well, my good man. It is advisable to eat swiftly," he suggested, "for who knows what might transpire if we delay." "You speak wisely, Conseil," Ned Land lamented. "It vexes me that the dishes served are the same monotonous fare we have grown accustomed to on board." Counselor addressed him. "Ned, my friend, what do you intend to do if we are deprived of even our lunch?" His words interrupted the harangue of the harpooner. We sat silently at the table, partaking of our meal. I consumed only a meager portion, while Counselor, cautious by nature, forced himself to swallow with great effort. Although Ned Land was reluctant, he did not cease his eating. Once our lunch was concluded, we reclined in our seats. At that moment, the round lamp in the cell extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Before long, Ned Land succumbed to slumber, and to my surprise, Counselor too drifted into a deep sleep. As I pondered why he fell asleep so swiftly, I felt my own mind begin to cloud. I struggled to keep my eyes open, yet they inevitably closed against my will. I was beset by a disquieting illusion, which tormented me. Clearly, they had laced our meals with a sedative. It seemed Captain Nemo, intent on concealing certain secrets from us, found it insufficient to imprison us. He also desired to ensure we remained in a profound slumber. I fought against sleep with my eyes wide open, but to no avail. My breathing grew faint. I felt as though my body were ensnared in a frigid grip, becoming increasingly heavy. My eyelids, as if weighed down with lead, sealed my gaze, rendering me unable to open them. A morbid drowsiness, rife with hallucination, overtook my entire being. After a while, the phantoms vanished, and I succumbed to sleep, oblivious to all. Chapter 36. The Coral Kingdom. The Nautilus floated leisurely upon the surface of the sea, maintaining its customary quietude and mystery, showing no signs of alteration. Ned Land scrutinized the vast expanse of the ocean with his keen gaze. Nothing stirred upon the waters. The wind howled from the west, raising the waves to great heights, causing the vessel to sway unsteadily. After refreshing the air, the Nautilus navigated beneath the surface at an average depth of 15 meters, allowing for swift ascents. On January 19th, the Nautilus exhibited an unusual behavior, surfacing multiple times. The first mate also appeared on the platform, reiterating his oft-repeated phrase. Captain Nemo did not make an appearance. Aside from the expressionless steward who punctually delivered meals, no other crew members were seen. Around 2 o'clock, as I was organizing my notes in the saloon, Captain Nemo entered the room. I greeted him, and he offered a faint nod in return, so subtle that I nearly missed it. He remained silent, prompting me to continue my work, yet deep within, I fervently wished for him to elucidate the peculiar events of the previous night. I cast a glance at him. He remained reticent. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing signs of fatigue, and his countenance bore an unhealthy pallor, reflecting anxiety and distress. He paced restlessly, sitting only to rise again. He picked up a book, only to discard it moments later. His gaze flitted over the instruments without recording any observations. He appeared agitated, clearly in a state of unease. At last, he approached me and inquired, "Mr. Aronnax, are you a doctor?" I regarded him momentarily, caught off guard by his question. "That is splendid, sir," he continued. "Mr. Aronnax, one of my crew members has fallen ill. Would you be willing to attend to him? Are you saying someone aboard is unwell?" "Indeed, sir." "Please come with me at once." "Very well, lead the way." For reasons unbeknownst to me, my heart raced. I sensed a connection between the crew member's ailment and the events of the previous night, a secret that intrigued me as much as the patient himself. Captain Nemo guided me to the stern of the Nautilus, ushering me into a cabin adjacent to the sailors' quarters. A man, roughly in his 40s, lay upon the bed within. Possessing a sharply defined and resolute visage, unmistakably a typical Anglo-Saxon. I leaned down to observe him closely. His head was swathed in blood-soaked bandages, resting upon 2 pillows. It was evident that he was not only ill but had also sustained injuries. As I unwrapped the bandages, he gazed up at me with wide eyes, uttering not a sound of pain. The severity of his wounds was alarming. His skull had been fractured by a blunt instrument, with the injury penetrating deeply to the cerebral matter, exposing the brain. Clotted patches of blood, resembling the hue of wine, congealed around the wound. Not only had his head been injured, but he had also suffered a concussion. Muscle spasms caused his face to twitch uncontrollably, and his breathing was faint. Extensive inflammation of the brain rendered his thoughts and movements sluggish and unresponsive. How did he sustain his injuries? The captain reassured me, saying, "It's all right, speak freely." He does not understand French. I cast a glance at the injured crew member and remarked, "This man will not survive for more than 2 hours. Is there truly no remedy for his condition?" "There is no hope left," he replied. Upon hearing my words, Captain Nemo clasped his trembling hands together, tears streaming down his cheeks, an unexpected display from one I had believed to be incapable of such emotion. I observed the wounded sailor once more. His pallor was stark, the harsh glare of the electric light accentuating his ashen complexion as his vital signs gradually waned. I noticed the lines of premature wrinkles etched upon his forehead, a testament to the hardships and adversities he had faced in life. I sought to glean some secrets from his subconscious utterances in his final moments. At that moment, Captain Nemo addressed me, saying, "You may leave now, Monsieur Aronnax." The following morning, as I ascended to the platform, I found Captain Nemo already present. Upon seeing me, he approached and proposed, "Professor, how about a stroll beneath the sea today? Would you care to join? May I bring my companions along?" I inquired. "Of course, provided they wish to come," he affirmed. "We shall certainly accompany you, Captain." "Very well, then, please don your diving suits at once." He made no mention of the injured sailor's fate, whether he was alive or dead. I went to find Ned Land and Conseil to convey Captain Nemo's suggestion to them. Conseil readily agreed without a second thought, and Ned Land expressed his sorrow at our imminent departure, yet he too promptly consented. The Canadian, too, showed enthusiasm for joining us. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Half an hour later, we donned our diving suits, adjusted our lighting and breathing apparatus, and as the double doors swung open, Captain Nemo emerged, followed closely by a dozen crew members. Our feet then touched the ocean floor, 10 meters beneath the surface where the Nautilus lay anchored. Within the phylum Cnidaria, there exists a class known as Anthozoa, which encompasses 3 orders: the Corallomorpharia, the Hydrozoa, and the Scleractinia. Corals fall under the latter. This peculiar entity was once classified among minerals, later categorized as a plant, and ultimately reassigned to the animal kingdom. In ancient times, it was regarded as a medicinal substance, while in contemporary society, it is cherished as a beautiful ornament. The definitive classification of coral as an animal was established by the Marseille scholar Pisani in 1964. Corals are composed of minute organisms that cluster upon fragile, calcareous coral skeletons. The reproductive capabilities of coral polyps are particularly fascinating. They reproduce asexually, maintaining individual lives while sharing a common existence, a phenomenon that could aptly be described as a form of natural socialism. I have gleaned some recent research findings concerning these enigmatic cnidarians. According to precise observations by biologists, coral polyps undergo a process of mineralization during their branching reproduction. For me, the most captivating prospect lies in exploring the stone forest that nature has cultivated beneath the waves. The light cascades through the vividly colored foliage, creating a myriad of enchanting scenes. I seem to perceive these membranous cylindrical formations swaying gracefully in the undulating sea. Some agile fish dart about as if they were birds soaring through the waters, weaving between the coral branches. I yearn to collect some exquisite, fresh crowns of the tour guide's delicate antennae. Some of these floral adornments are in full bloom, while others are on the verge of blossoming. However, as soon as my hand approaches these living flowers, they emit an alarm akin to that of a sensitive plant, causing the entire coral colony to enter a state of alert, with their pure white petals retracting into their crimson calyxes. Thus, the blossoms before my eyes vanish, and the coral thicket transforms into a cluster of round stones. Fate, in a serendipitous moment, has led me here, allowing me to behold some of the most precious varieties of these zoophytes face to face. The value of the corals here rivals that of those found along the Mediterranean coasts of France, Italy, and Tunisia. Their vibrant hues are so striking that it is no wonder they have been bestowed with evocative names such as blood red flower and blood red bubble. This type of coral can fetch up to 500 francs per kilogram in the market, and the surrounding seawater holds the potential to make countless coral gatherers wealthy. Furthermore, this precious material often mingles with other coral species, forming dense and intricate masses of coral. Upon these masses, I observe exquisite specimens of rose coral. After 2 hours of continued exploration, we arrive at the final boundary where coral begins to form, approximately 300 meters deep beneath the sea. However, here there are no longer independent coral clusters or low-lying coral forests. Instead, vast expanses of woodland stretch before us, inhabited by colossal mineral vegetation and towering trees that have transformed into fossils. These majestic trees are entwined by sea vines and adorned with exquisite feather grass, their beauty accentuated by the play of light, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. We navigated successfully beneath the dim canopy of these towering branches, where various tubular corals, rain corals, star corals, fungus corals, and carnation corals shimmered beneath our feet, presenting a dazzling array of hues that formed a floral tapestry upon the ocean floor. I could not help but lament inwardly, why are we confined within this metallic, glass dome? Why are we unable to communicate our innermost feelings? Such breathtaking scenery. Yet we cannot converse or share, which is truly regrettable. I long to live as freely as the fish in the sea, or to possess the liberty of amphibians, where we could plunge into the water at will or linger on land as we please. How wonderful that would be. We stood at the center of a spacious clearing, surrounded by the towering, protruding branches of the underwater forest. Our illumination cast a blurred light across this vast expanse, elongating the shadows upon the ground. At the far end of the clearing, aside from the coral spikes that captured some scattered glimmers, darkness enveloped the area. Ned Land and Conseil stood beside me. We gazed in awe at the spectacle before us, realizing that we were on the brink of witnessing an extraordinary scene. Upon a brief examination of the ground, I noticed that certain areas were slightly elevated, yet not significantly so. The surface was adorned with a layer of limy soil, arranged in a remarkably orderly fashion, clearly indicative of human intervention. A coral cross stood prominently atop a haphazard pile of stones, resembling a petrified embodiment of blood. Captain Nemo gestured, prompting a crew member to step forward and retrieve a shovel from his waist, commencing to dig a pit several feet away from the cross. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. This clearing was a cemetery, and the pit constituted a grave. The elongated object borne upon the shoulders of the 4 crew members was none other than the body of their comrade who had perished the previous night. Captain Nemo and his crew had come to inter their fallen companion in this secluded, underwater graveyard. My heavens! I had never experienced such a surge of emotion and tension. My mind had never been assailed by thoughts so potent. I was loath to witness the scene unfolding before me. I could hear the clinking of the shovel against the limy ground, occasionally striking flint submerged beneath the water, sending forth sparks like stars. The startled fish darted about in a frenzy. The grave slowly expanded, deep enough to accommodate the remains. The body, swathed in white linen, was carried by several pallbearers to the grave's edge, where they gently laid it in the damp pit. Captain Nemo crossed his arms over his chest, and all of the deceased's friends knelt in solemn prayer. My companions and I also bowed in reverence. After changing my attire, I ascended the platform and took my seat beside the searchlight. My thoughts were ensnared by that dreadful notion. At that moment, Captain Nemo approached, and I rose to inquire. That man met the fate I anticipated. He perished during the night, did he not? He now rests in that coral graveyard, alongside his companions. The captain abruptly covered his face with his trembling hands, striving to suppress his sobs, yet ultimately he could not contain them. Then he replied, "That place is our cemetery. 100 feet beneath the surface of the sea, it is a most tranquil spot. Please do not grieve, Captain. Your deceased comrades can rest there in peace, undisturbed even by sharks." Chapter 38. The Indian Ocean. The most poignant memory from the first part of our underwater voyage was the mesmerizing sight of the coral reef cemetery. Now, the second part of our journey beneath the waves is about to commence. Captain Nemo's life is destined to be accompanied by the boundless ocean, for he has even prepared a serene resting place for himself in the ocean's deepest, most secluded corners. There, he shall be in the company of his crew, who have faced life and death together, free from the disturbances of sea monsters or unwelcome visitors that might disrupt the eternal slumber of the Nautilus's masters. They have once battled fate together, desiring not to share life, but to embrace death as one. He perceives that the captain, disillusioned by the treachery of the terrestrial world, has sought refuge in the ocean's depths, a realm that few can easily access, where he can embrace his instincts and do all that his heart desires. However, as an individual who has long resided on land, the vast expanse of the ocean surrounding me, stretching over 150 million acres, can sometimes present a serene visage, with its tranquil waves and crystalline waters. Yet, when one gazes upon it with a composed mind, a sense of vertigo often ensues. Over the past few days, the Nautilus has navigated at depths ranging from 100 to 200 meters. For those unable to fathom the ocean's profundity and allure, life within the confines of the cabin may indeed seem monotonous and interminable. For me, however, this poses no dilemma. I seize the opportunity to stroll upon the deck whenever the vessel surfaces, engaging in physical exercise while inhaling the unique essence of the sea. While submerged, I take delight in observing the ocean's abundant treasures through the glass windows of the lounge, enriching my research with newfound materials. I also immerse myself in the captain's extensive library, diligently penning my travel notes. This manner of passing time never breeds a semblance of tedium or ennui. Each of us enjoys robust health, a testament to the ship's thoughtful and regular provisions and routines. Only Ned Land occasionally expresses dissatisfaction over the absence of steak, devising alternatives to create dishes of varying flavors, though such efforts seem unnecessary. The temperature of the ocean floor remains relatively stable, shielding us from colds and ailments. In the southern region of France, there exists a herbaceous plant known as sea fennel, of which the Nautilus houses a considerable supply. This botanical marvel, when combined with the flesh of certain selenerates, serves as an ingenious remedy for coughs. The ship is also equipped with fishing nets, occasionally yielding delightful surprises, such as sea turtles. They belong to the family of sea turtles, characterized by their thick, prominently arched shells, which are also a precious medicinal resource. When sea turtles dive into the water, they can close the external nostrils with a fleshy plug to prevent seawater from entering. Their oxygen consumption is minimal, allowing them to remain submerged for extended periods. Some of these sea turtles, caught in fishing nets, may still be slumbering within their shells, seeking refuge from predators, yet inadvertently becoming our trophies. The flesh of the sea turtle is somewhat unpalatable, but the eggs are indeed a delicacy. We often take pleasure in observing various fish swimming in the sea through the open panels, an experience that is truly delightful. The diverse and graceful forms of these marine creatures never fail to elicit our admiration. I can, with utmost certainty. Declare that many of the fish species here are ones I have never encountered before. Each time we discover a new species, my assistant, Consile, meticulously records the details in his notes. Within his documentation, we can find unique species of the region, such as the needlefish with its red dorsal and white belly. This fish is easily identifiable, displaying 3 distinct vertical stripes, which can be spotted from a considerable distance if the light permits. Additionally, there is a vibrant, 7-inch-long electric fish. Another intriguing find is a dark brown, oval-shaped fish adorned with white stripes, curiously lacking a tail. The fish hog, akin to a porcupine of the sea, is covered in spines. When it puffs itself up, it transforms into a formidable ball of spikes, a truly intimidating sight for its adversaries, with those spines serving as fearsome weaponry. Within these waters, one can find the seahorse, a creature that inhabits every ocean, alongside the remarkable flying fish, whose broad and expansive pectoral fins resemble the wings of birds. There exists another species, which can rightfully be deemed a predator of the sea, endowed with an astonishing capability that would astound even the makers of Remington rifles. A single droplet of water shot from its body is potent enough to extinguish insects resting upon the water's surface. According to the classification by Latrell, the fish of the 89th genus belongs to the second subclass of bony fish, characterized by the presence of a gill cover and a gill membrane. Among these, I encountered the scorpion fish, adorned with spines upon its head and a singular dorsal fin. Some of these fish are equipped with scales, while others lack them, a distinction determined by their respective subgenera. Within the second subgenus, there resides a 2-toed fish, measuring 3 to 4 decimeters in length, marked by elongated yellow stripes and sporting a peculiarly shaped head. In the first subgenus, there is an oddly named creature known as the sea toad, possessing a large head, deeply etched features, and grotesque tumors dotting its body. Its exterior is covered in spines of varying lengths, and a wound from a sea toad's spine can be perilous. This fish's appearance is repulsive and instills a sense of terror. During the span of 3 days from January 21st to 23rd, the Nautilus glided through the waters at an average speed of 22 nautical miles per hour, completing a daily journey of 540 nautical miles, equivalent to 250 miles. Throughout the voyage, the luminescence emitted by the vessel attracted numerous fish, gathering around us and providing a visual feast. However, the majority of these fish could not match the ship's speed and soon fell behind. Only a small number of creatures accompanied our vessel, continuously frolicking in the waters surrounding the Nautilus. On the morning of January 24th, at a latitude of 12 degrees 5 minutes south and a longitude of 94 degrees 33 minutes east, we beheld the site of Ceylon Island. This island, formed by a congregation of coral reefs, had once been visited by Darwin and Captain Fitzroy aboard the HMS Beagle. In the waters not far from this desolate isle, the Nautilus circumnavigated the island, with our salvage apparatus retrieving numerous specimens of coelenterate and echinoderms, along with some intriguing mollusks. Subsequently, the ship set its course northwest, and soon, Ceylon Island faded from our view, our destination being the very tip of the Indian Peninsula. Ned Land, filled with excitement, remarked to me, "At last, we have arrived in the civilized world. I have had my fill of Papua, where the savages outnumber the rabbits on the plains. Professor, the Indian Peninsula boasts developed transportation, with both roads and railways, and is home to numerous British and French expatriates. In those densely populated cities, one cannot travel 5 miles without encountering a fellow countryman. It is finally time to cease being polite to Captain Nemo. Our departure from him is imminent. Sir, must we truly seek his permission?" From the moment we left Ceylon Island, the vessel's speed began to diminish, and our course became increasingly erratic, occasionally plunging into the depths of the ocean. The crew operated several times using the internal levers to maneuver the inclined wing flaps. At times, we can reach depths of 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface of the sea. However, in the boundless depths of the Indian Ocean, even the world's most profound submersible, capable of descending 13,000 meters, cannot reach the ocean floor. Thus, we remain merely on the surface of the ocean. As for the temperature of the water layers, for reasons unknown, the thermometer consistently registers 4 degrees. Undeniably, the temperature of the water below is always lower than that of the surface. On January 25th, the ocean above was desolate and endless. The Nautilus navigated gracefully upon the surface. The formidable propellers ceaselessly stirred the water, propelling a cascade of frothy white waves behind us. If one were to stand upon the deck of a ship and gaze into the distance, they might perceive the Nautilus as a colossal cetacean. For the majority of this day, I lingered on the platform, contemplating the vastness of the ocean, where the horizon melded seamlessly with the sea. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I observed a large steam and sail ship approaching from a distance. The two vessels were far apart, and due to the undulating waves, at times I could only glimpse the ship's main mast, while those aboard were unable to see the Nautilus gliding so close to the water's surface. I speculated that this vessel might be a merchant ship of the East India Company, typically traversing the route between Ceylon and Sydney, occasionally anchoring at King George's Point in the port of Melbourne. By 5 o'clock, at the twilight of the tropical day, as dusk cast its golden light, Conseil and I beheld a remarkable sight. It was a creature of enchanting appearance, which, according to ancient beliefs, foretold good fortune upon encounter. Even great scientists such as Aristotle have delved into its mysteries, employing the poetic expressions favored by ancient Greek and Italian scholars to describe it. They referred to it as Nautilus and Pompeius. Fortunately, modern science has forsaken this peculiar nomenclature, and this soft-bodied creature is now known as the Nautilus. The multitude before us traversing the ocean's surface belongs to a species of the Nautilus genus, and at a glance, one might estimate there are thousands of them. These are the tumor-bearing Nautilus, a variety endemic to the Indian Ocean. These elegantly poised mollusks propel themselves through the water by expelling it from a siphon, utilizing the ensuing current to navigate their bodies. They sport 8 tentacles, 2 of which unfurl against the wind like a small sail, while the others are slender and elongated, drifting gracefully upon the water's surface. We also observe their shells adorned with spiral ridges. Some have likened this shell to a finely crafted little boat, a most fitting comparison. This shell is formed from the mollusk's secretions, and unlike hermit crabs, the Nautilus does not cling tightly to its shell. The Nautilus can leave its shell to live freely. I remarked to Conseil, yet it never does. Is it akin to Captain Nemo? Conseil offered a slight jest, suggesting that calling the Nautilus would be more appropriate. Throughout the day, we found ourselves surrounded by a fearsome congregation of sharks. They were not unwelcome intruders, but rather the resident populace, stirred by our vessel, awakening their predatory instincts. With these ferocious fish lingering about, this stretch of ocean could indeed be deemed a realm of life as perils. Within these waters dwell the formidable smoke-colored sharks, their dorsal spines adorned with a rich chestnut hue, while their bellies exhibit a pallid gray. The spotted shark is notable for the prominent black dot encircled by a white ring upon its neck, resembling a large eye when viewed from a distance. The faces of the pale yellow sharks are round, embellished with gray speckles. These sovereigns of the ocean possess immense strength, frequently colliding with the glass windows of the Nautilus's salon, producing a resounding thud that sends shivers down our spines, instilling a fear that the glass might shatter, turning us into their delectable prey. Ned Land, brimming with excitement, eagerly rubbed his hands together, yearning to leap to the surface and engage these beasts with his harpoon, particularly upon spotting a massive whale shark that bore a striking resemblance to a creature he had previously dispatched. Additionally, a 5-meter-long tiger shark stirred his fervor even further. Fortunately, the Nautilus hastened its pace, swiftly leaving these terrifying beings in its wake. On January 27th, as the vessel traversed the Bay of Bengal, the sea expanded into vastness. Yet we were unnerved several times by ghastly sights upon the surface, where numerous corpses drifted, subject to the pecking of carnivorous vultures. These were the deceased from Indian cities, for it is customary in the locality to consign the bodies to the sacred Ganges, allowing the river to carry them to the sea. Should the vultures lack the strength to perform the funerary rites, the once dreaded sharks become the most efficient scavengers to fulfill the remaining sea burial tasks. At 7 in the evening, the Nautilus surfaced, with half of its hull rising above the waterline. We discovered that the seawater exhibited a milky white hue, akin to that of milk. Is this a transformation induced by the moonlight? Certainly not. The new moon is merely 2 days old, having long since concealed itself beneath the horizon. Occasionally, starlight flickers across the sky, yet it pales in comparison to the brilliance of the water's whiteness. This phenomenon is referred to as the Milky Sea. I explained to him that it is an expansive flow of white water, often witnessed along the shores of Albany Island and its vicinity. Sir, do you know what causes the seawater to assume such a form? He inquired. For the water we observed had not truly transformed into milk. Indeed, it is not milk, Conseil, I replied. I merely meant that the seawater appears reminiscent of it. The astonishing whiteness is a result of countless tiny organisms known as dinoflagellates, which are bioluminescent microanimals that are colorless. Their bodies are no thicker than a hair and measure approximately 1/5 of a millimeter in length. These innumerable dinoflagellates, distributed across a vast expanse of the ocean's surface, collectively create this extensive white spectacle. "My goodness, several miles long," exclaimed Conseil. "Indeed, the sheer number of these organisms is beyond calculation. I have heard tales of mariners navigating this milky sea for over 40 nautical miles. After several hours, the Nautilus broke free from this expanse of white water, its powerful prow slicing through the surface and generating frothy bubbles akin to soap. Such foam also forms when ocean currents collide from different directions upon the sea's surface." As midnight approached, the color of the sea underwent yet another transformation. However, behind us, at the horizon where the sky met the ocean, a glimmer of white water remained visible, reminiscent of the Arctic Ocean during the seasons of perpetual daylight, where the waters radiate with a clarity illuminated by the dawn. Chapter 40, Captain Nemo's New Proposal. Mr. Aronnax, Ceylon is renowned for its pearls. Would you care to visit a pearl diving site? I would be delighted, Captain. Captain Nemo issued a few instructions to his first mate, who promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, the vessel descended beneath the waves, the pressure gauge indicating we were 30 feet underwater. I located Mana Bay on the map before me. It lies to the northwest of Ceylon, approximately at latitude 9 degrees north. The bay is formed by the extension of the coastline of Mana Island. Have they consistently employed such rudimentary methods for pearl diving? I inquired. Captain, is the diving suit utilized aboard the Nautilus not of great assistance in pearl harvesting? It is indeed a dismal affair, I remarked. This vocation, devoid of security and human dignity, exists solely to cater to the extravagant whims of a privileged few. Captain, do you know how many pearl oysters a single boat can harvest in a day? Approximately 40 to 50,000. There exists a record indicating that in 1814, prior to the implementation of public regulation, private operators managed to have their divers collect 76 million pearl oysters within a span of 20 days. Then, I queried, how does a pearl diver fare? Is it sufficient to sustain a living? It is utterly impossible to find satisfaction, Professor. In Panama, the wages of pearl divers amount to merely $1 a week. For each shell that yields a pearl, they earn a mere cent. Yet the majority of the shells they collect are devoid of any pearls. These unfortunate souls see their employers prosper while they struggle to make ends meet. What a wretched world it is. Professor Aronnax, let us pause our discussion here. The captain informed me that you and your companions are welcome to explore the underwater reefs and ridges of Mana Bay. Should fortune smile upon us, we may witness the early divers as they plunge into the depths to gather pearls. Very well, it is settled then. By the way, Professor, do you harbor any fear of sharks? Sharks? I was taken aback by the question. Yes, why do you ask? Captain Nemo inquired once more. Frankly, Captain, I do not have much experience contending with sharks. We have grown accustomed to them, Captain Nemo remarked. I am confident that before long, you too shall acclimatize. Furthermore, we shall be armed. Perhaps we might even hunt a shark, which would surely be an exhilarating adventure. Very well, Professor, I shall see you tomorrow, precisely at dawn. Captain Nemo's tone was remarkably composed, as if sharks were merely ornamental fish kept at home. Once he departed the parlor, I mused to myself, we must give it some thought. There is nothing to fear, much like when we hunted otters in the woods of Crespo Island. The journey is indeed necessary. However, the prospect of encountering a shark beneath the waves fills me with trepidation, leading me to ponder how we might respond. I find myself envisioning the shark's formidable maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, capable of severing a person in half with a mere snap. This thought sends a jolt of pain shooting through my midsection. Moreover, when Captain Nemo extended this daunting invitation, his countenance bore an air of nonchalance that is utterly perplexing. Do they truly perceive this endeavor as straightforward as capturing a non-threatening fox beneath a tree? I resolved firmly, Conseil would undoubtedly be reluctant to partake, thus providing me with an excuse to decline. As for Ned Land, my intuition suggests he would eagerly accept, the greater the peril, the more alluring it becomes for his combative spirit. I resumed my reading of the book by Shell, yet my focus waned. The text overshadowed by visions of that gaping maw brimming with teeth. At that moment, Conseil and Ned Land entered, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, Ned Land addressed me, saying, Professor, it seems that Captain Nemo has extended a rather courteous invitation today. Is that so? But you must understand, I began, only to be interrupted by Conseil, who, in high spirits, exclaimed, the captain has invited us to accompany him on a visit to the renowned pearl fisheries of Ceylon. He spoke with such courtesy, like a true English gentleman. Did he not mention anything else to you? Indeed, it is so, I remarked. The captain has not provided you with the intricate details of this place, such as, Professor, you are a renowned biologist, and you will accompany us, correct? Well, of course, it seems you possess a keen interest in this matter. Do you not? Yes, witnessing the pearl diving grounds of Ceylon firsthand is quite a novelty for me. Perhaps it may prove perilous? I suggested subtly. Perilous? Ned Land appeared somewhat puzzled. Is it truly dangerous to stroll upon the pearl oyster reefs? Captain Nemo must not have mentioned the matter of the sharks to my companions. And apprehension gripped my heart, as if I could sense that their legs had already been severed by those very creatures. Should I now caution them of the risks? Certainly. But I was uncertain how to broach the subject. Sir, the curiosity of Conseil has once again been piqued. Could you enlighten us on the fundamentals of pearls? Are we to discuss the act of pearl diving, I inquired, or delve into tales regarding? Ned Land and Conseil took their seats side by side, with the Canadian posing the first question. Sir, what exactly is a pearl? Mollusks, Conseil interjected without delay, a class of headless creatures, belonging to the genus Pecten. As for the pearl oyster, I added, it is the finest shellfish capable of producing exquisite pearls, followed by the mother of pearl and the small scallop. Pearls typically adhere to the inner shell of the oyster or are embedded within the folds of the mollusk. Those on the shell remain immobile, while those on the flesh can exhibit movement. The formation of a pearl invariably begins with a minute solid substance, perhaps a pebble or a grain of sand. Around this nucleus, mollusks continuously secrete a transparent substance, gradually layering it over the years until a pearl is ultimately formed. Is it possible to find numerous pearls within a single pearl oyster? Conseil inquired. Indeed, some small scallops are practically prolific pearl producers. It is said that a single shell can contain up to, I hesitated, harboring some doubts, perhaps around 150 pearls. Professor, how can there be 150 pearls? Ned Land was perplexed. Did I say pearls? My mind is somewhat muddled. I meant 150 pearls, not fish. Where did the fish come from? Quite right, sir, Conseil replied earnestly. But how are the pearls extracted? There are several methods. If a pearl is adhered to the shell, the pearl diver will use pliers to detach it, to remove all the pearls without exception. The most common technique is to spread the pearl oysters on a grassy shore, where they will soon perish under the sun. After about 10 days, the flesh will begin to decompose, at which point workers will soak them in seawater pools, open the shells, and scrub them clean. Through scraping, boiling, and sifting, they extract even the tiniest pearls. It is indeed a complex process. Is the price of pearls determined by their size? Conseil asked. Size is one factor, I replied, but it also depends on shape, purity, color, and luster. The finest pearls are referred to as virgin pearls or exemplary pearls. They are typically formed as individual entities and are generally white and opaque. However, some exhibit a translucent quality akin to that of nacre, taking on both spherical and pear-shaped forms. Most spherical pearls are fashioned into bracelets and necklaces, while pear-shaped ones are more suited for earrings. The highest quality pearls are sold individually, whereas inferior pearls, such as those clinging to the shells, which possess irregular shapes, are sold by weight. The lowest grade of pearls, known as small beads, are sold in bulk. Professor, inquired Conseil, is pearl diving a perilous occupation? Not at all, I was eager to clarify. Provided that one takes the appropriate precautions in advance, the risks are minimal. Ned Land expressed skepticism. This job is as safe as can be, at worst. One might swallow a few mouthfuls of seawater. I altered my tone, mimicking Captain Nemo's nonchalant questioning style. Ned, tell me honestly, do you fear sharks? Fear sharks? Not at all, the Canadian exclaimed with enthusiasm. I am a highly skilled harpooner. Capturing them is my forte. In fact, sharks should be wary of me. Ned, I am not referring to standing on the deck with a harpoon or hook to catch them. I mean the kind of work where one hauls them onto the deck, severing their tails and slicing open their bellies, discarding the entrails into the sea. This does not frighten me. Are you suggesting that encountering them? Indeed. In the depths of the ocean? Indeed. If you were to swim in the ocean and a shark were to approach you, it would indeed be a formidable encounter. In such a scenario, one would certainly need a harpoon. Professor, as you are aware, the shark possesses certain vulnerabilities. It must first flip onto its back and twist in order to deliver a bite. Ned Land did not continue, as his words had already sent a chill down my spine. Conseil, what are your thoughts? Should you encounter a shark? Professor, I must confess my honesty. That would suffice. A sense of relief washed over me. If the professor were to engage the shark in combat, Conseil, with his unwavering integrity, would undoubtedly stand by my side as an assistant, I could conceive of no reason to refrain from joining you in battle. Chapter 41. The pearls of inestimable value. That night, my slumber was restless, filled with dreams of sharks performing a solo act. If one were to connect the concept of atonement in Hinduism with the shark, perhaps the fearsome creature would seem less daunting. At 4 o'clock the following morning, Captain Nemo sent for me, rousing me from my sleep. I was not particularly drowsy and promptly dressed before making my way to the parlor. Captain Nemo awaited me there. "Mr. Aronnax," he inquired, "are you prepared?" "I am ready, both mentally and physically." "Very well, please follow me." "Captain, what of my 2 companions?" "I have already informed them. They are awaiting us." I further inquired, "Is there no need for diving suits?" "For the moment, let us refrain from moving. I shall steer the Nautilus further from the shore, as we find ourselves near the Mana Reef. However, I have instructed the crew to prepare a small boat, allowing us to glide over the pearl beds, thus sparing us the arduous trek on foot. The small boat is equipped with diving suits, ready for us to don should we wish to descend into the depths. Captain Nemo's arrangements are meticulous as we approach the central staircase, poised to ascend to the platform. Ned Land and Conseil await us, their excitement palpable for the impending exploration beneath the waves. 5 crew members stand by with wooden oars, ever prepared to embark alongside the Nautilus. The dawn has yet to break. The sky is heavily overcast, and the stars intermittently twinkle through the gaps in the clouds. A slight heaviness weighs upon my heart amidst this tranquility, as my gaze fixates on the land, where, in the dim light of night, a sinuous coastline stretches into the distance, occupying 3/4 of the horizon from southwest to northwest. The term shark is colloquially referred to as jaguar in French. Etymologically, some believe it to have evolved from the Latin word for exorcism. Despite their similar forms, the meanings diverge greatly. Yet, the astute mind is never lacking in associations. Once bitten by a jaguar, one's fate is sealed, leaving only the hope of an exorcism to attend to one's posthumous affairs. Though this notion may be absurd, from a linguistic perspective, it serves as an intriguing method of comparative learning. The Nautilus cleaved through the darkened waters of the sea, ascending towards the western coast of Ceylon, halting not far from the harbor. To be precise, we had arrived at the western edge of the bay formed by Man Island. Beneath these waters lay a stretch of reef rock, extending for 20 miles, ideal for the cultivation of pearl oysters, a veritable treasure trove, inexhaustible in its bounty. Captain Nemo, Conseil, Ned Land, and I took our seats at the stern of the small boat, with the coxswain at the helm, while his 4 companions wielded their oars, deftly maneuvering us away from the great ship. The boat glided southward, and we refrained from plunging into the depths, awaiting our arrival at the designated spot. I observed the synchronized movements of the oarsmen, reminiscent of the rowing techniques employed on naval warships. With each vigorous stroke, the boat surged forward, its vigor causing droplets to spray, cascading onto the inky surface of the water. Waves lapped against the hull, gently rocking the boat and splashing a few drops upon us. At 6 o'clock, dawn broke, and in the tropics, the transition between day and night is strikingly pronounced, with little room for the soft gradients of dawn and dusk. As the sun forcefully pierced through the eastern clouds, a fiery orb began its ascent. The small boat continued its approach towards Mana Island, the southern tip gradually coming into clearer view, revealing the land and its sparse trees. Captain Nemo rose to gaze at the sea, nodding slightly as the anchor was cast into the depths. The vessel came to a halt in waters that were merely a meter deep, where the peaks of the submerged reefs, teeming with pearl oysters, lay just beneath the surface. At that moment, we encountered the ebbing tide, which nudged the bow towards the open sea. Captain Nemo said, "Mr. Aronnax, we have arrived at our destination. You may now admire this narrow bay. In a month's time, it will be teeming with countless pearl merchants' diving vessels. The topography of this bay is favorable, as it is sheltered from the fierce monsoons, and the surface is rarely beset by tumultuous waves, making it ideal for pearl diving. Let us don our diving suits and commence our underwater exploration." I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the enigmatic and uncharted waters, as the boat's crew assisted me in donning the cumbersome diving suit. Captain Nemo and my 2 companions had already equipped themselves, while the other crew members of the Nautilus remained aboard the small vessel, awaiting our return. Our bodies were tightly enveloped in rubber suits, reaching up to our necks, with air tanks secured to our backs. This time, we were not equipped with the Randolph lamp. Before donning the copper helmets, I inquired about the lighting. As Captain Nemo spoke, I turned to glance at Conseil and Ned Land. who had already donned their helmets and were unable to hear or respond. I posed another question. Are there any weapons, such as firearms? Guns? Are they of any use underwater? A steel knife is far more reliable. Here is a dagger. Fasten it to your belt. We shall set forth now. I cast another anxious glance at my companions, who each possessed a short knife, and Ned Land brandished a harpoon, clearly prepared for the task ahead. No longer hesitating, I joined the captain in donning the heavy copper helmet as the air tank began to supply us with oxygen. The crew aboard the small vessel assisted us one by one into the water, which was indeed shallow, not exceeding 1.5 meters. And our feet found firm purchase on the smooth sandy bottom. Captain Nemo led the way, gesturing for us to follow him along a gentle slope, gradually making our descent into deeper waters. As I began to walk, the fear that had long enveloped me concerning the rays dissipated, and my heart felt remarkably light. My attention wholly captivated by the curious sights around me and beneath my feet. Sunlight streamed from the surface to the ocean floor, allowing us to perceive even the minutest of objects. After 10 minutes of progress, we reached a depth of 5 meters, and fortunately, the seabed remained relatively level. Along our journey, we encountered schools of the fascinating single-finned fish, their movements fluid as they darted left and right, an entrancing spectacle, characterized by their singular fin located at the tail. I also spotted the Javanese eel, resembling a true serpent, approximately 80 centimeters long, with a pale underbelly that could easily mislead one into confusing them with the sea eels devoid of golden stripes along their sides. The bodies of the hard-finned species resembled compressed eggs. Among them, the bright-hued blennies displayed scythe-like dorsal fins, which are edible and, when dried and soaked in brine, can be transformed into delectable dishes. As the sun ascended higher, the ocean floor was illuminated even more brightly. The path beneath my feet began to change. The fine sandy stretch gave way to a raised rocky surface, carpeted with the remains of mollusks and plant life, yielding to our steps like a soft tapestry. On the rocky pavement, there exists some thin-shelled, irregularly sized placuni, a species of oyster unique to the regions of the Red Sea and Indian Ocean. Additionally, there are circular, orange moon shells, conical shells, and the resplendent Persian crimson shell, which contributes to the magnificent hues of the Nautilus. The polyhedral rock shells can measure up to 15 centimeters in length, standing upright beneath the water, resembling hands reaching from the seabed, yearning to seize us transient visitors. The angular conch is adorned with sharp spines, while the duck shell is a common seafood in the Indian fish market. Lastly, I beheld the widely acclaimed fan-shaped scallop, whose form is reminiscent of a beautiful fan, making it one of the most prolific branching creatures in these waters. At 7 o'clock, we finally arrived at the rocky outcrops, teeming with countless thousands of pearl oysters. These precious mollusks cling to the rocks, seldom in motion. In terms of mobility, pearl oysters are far less agile than seaweed, as even the hand of God has bestowed upon seaweed the potential for movement. The two shells of the pearl oyster are nearly identical, both round and robust. Their surfaces rendered coarse due to parasitic organisms. Some pearl oysters exhibit faint azure streaks on their shells, the tips of which subtly glimmer, a characteristic of the younger specimens. Those over 10 years old present a rougher surface, darker in hue, and can reach dimensions of up to 15 centimeters. Captain Nemo pointed to a large cluster of pearls, and I understood how this treasure could be inexhaustible. In certain pristine environments, nature's creativity far surpasses humanity's destructive tendencies. At this moment, Ned Land was engaged in his destructive activities, hurriedly stuffing the largest pearls into his net bag. We paused only briefly before continuing to follow the captain as he navigated along a path known solely to him. The water gradually rose, allowing me to stretch my arm above the surface, while the height of the rock formations diminished. We occasionally encountered towering conical rocks. As we maneuvered around these formations, we would discover large crustaceans lurking in the shadows, their elongated claws poised, eyes fixed and watchful, wary of our intrusion. Countless whiskered fish, vine fish, ribbon fish, and ringfish scuttled beneath us, seemingly displaying their extended tentacles and fleshy appendages. Suddenly, amidst a pile of various underwater vegetation, a spacious stone cave emerged. Upon entering the cave, I noticed the dim lighting. The sunlight that managed to reach this place was feeble, barely penetrating the water's surface, leaving behind only faint lines of illumination. Following the captain deeper into the cave, my eyes quickly adjusted to the light, revealing a vast dome-like structure formed by natural stone columns. The bases of these columns rose from a granite foundation, some appearing rather cumbersome, resembling ancient relics submerged by the sea, Why had our guide mysteriously led us to this underwater cavern? It soon became clear. Before us lay a colossal bivalve, the clam, a true crown jewel among marine life. I estimate that this giant clam measures approximately 2 meters in width, surpassing even the specimen housed in the salon of the Nautilus. As I approached this rare mollusk, its fibrous mantle firmly secured it to the granite slab, allowing it to thrive in the tranquil waters. The clam weighed an impressive 300 kilograms, and its adductor muscles were remarkably developed, likely yielding around 15 kilograms of pure flesh. There is no doubt that Captain Nemo was well aware of this regal mollusk, often referred to as the king of clams. Judging by the path he chose, it is evident that he had visited this place on more than one occasion. And his intent in bringing us here was undoubtedly to showcase this extraordinary find and his private collection. However, I was mistaken. Captain Nemo had a specific purpose for this journey. He sought to investigate the condition of the clam. The two massive shells of the clam were partly opened, and the captain approached, inserting his short knife between them to prevent them from closing. He then delicately peeled back the mantle of the mollusk. Within the layers of its membrane, I beheld a pearl the size of a coconut, perfectly spherical and entirely transparent. This was an invaluable treasure of immeasurable worth. Driven by curiosity, I reached out to grasp this magnificent pearl, longing to feel its weight and texture. The captain halted my advance, withdrawing his knife and allowing the clam's shells to close once more. I understood Captain Nemo's intent, to leave the pearl within the confines of the shell, for the mollusk's secretions would continue to accumulate on its surface, allowing it to grow ever larger. It was Captain Nemo who discovered this natural cave and the extraordinary treasures within. One might say it is the pearl he has nurtured, destined to one day grace his display cabinet. At that moment, I pondered whether I would still be aboard the vessel. The captain could even emulate the practices of the Chinese or Indians, placing foreign objects within the shell, and over time, new pearls would emerge. Regardless, this pearl is the largest I have ever seen, significantly surpassing those in the captain's collection, valued at no less than 10 million francs. It is a natural gem intended for display, rather than extravagant jewelry, for no woman's ear could withstand the weight of such a large pearl. 5 meters away from us, a dark shadow appeared above the water's surface, rapidly descending. Could it be a shark? Moments later, I discerned that it was not the monstrous creature of my fears. Due to distance and angle, the pearl diver remained unaware of our presence. How could this unfortunate Indian man imagine that a fully equipped group was observing his every move? I watched him intently, noting his apparent expertise and methodical approach. For half an hour, nothing disturbed him. Suddenly, the diver halted his motions, and I saw him make a gesture of alarm as he sprang upwards, striving to reach the surface. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed above the unfortunate diver's head, and I comprehended the source of his terror. It was an enormous shark. It opened its terrifying, glowing eyes, and its gaping maw was filled with razor-sharp teeth as it lunged towards the pearl diver. A nightmare had transformed into reality, rendering me paralyzed with fear. Clearly, this was a ravenous shark. Otherwise, it would not have initiated an attack on a human. The colossal creature thrashed its fins with great force, propelling itself towards the diver. Fortunately, the unfortunate Indian managed to remain composed in the face of danger, skillfully evading the shark's lethal jaws, but he could not escape the onslaught of its tail, which struck him fiercely and sent him tumbling beneath the water's surface. This transpired in an instant. The shark had already turned around, poised to sever the pearl diver in one swift bite. At that moment, I sensed Captain Nemo springing into action beside me, brandishing a dagger as he swam directly towards the shark, intent on rescuing the diver from its jaws. Just as the shark was about to seize the diver, it spotted a new adversary and, driven by its combative nature, immediately flipped onto its back and charged towards the captain. Captain Nemo assumed a ready stance, preparing to confront this formidable foe. The shark soon surged before him, its massive jaws and fearsome fangs instilling dread. The captain nimbly dodged to the side, evading the shark's onslaught, while simultaneously thrusting his dagger into the creature's belly. Thus began the fierce battle between man and shark. Enraged by the wound, the shark became frenzied, indifferent to the blood gushing from its injury. The seawater churned into a murky chaos, mingling with the blood and obscuring all visibility. We hurried to the brightly lit area, where we beheld the valiant Captain Nemo gripping the fin of a fierce shark with one hand, while wielding a knife to strike at its belly with the other. However, due to the angle and the inadequacy of the blade's length, he failed to pierce the creature's fatal spot. The shark, unable to thwart this audacious warrior, thrashed about in a fit of rage, causing waves that nearly toppled me. Despite my fervent desire to assist the captain, I was paralyzed by an overwhelming fear, unable to move an inch. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The captain could not withstand the shark's immense strength and was flung from its massive body, plunging into the depths. The shark, a true predator of the ocean, seized the opportunity to launch an attack. And it seemed the captain was on the brink of perishing beneath its razor-sharp teeth. In this perilous instant, Ned Land charged forward, spear in hand. With remarkable swiftness and strength, he hurled the harpoon, striking the shark with precision. A torrent of blood gushed from the wounded creature, which thrashed desperately. But the harpoon had found its mark in the heart. In its final moments, the shark's tail struck Consol, who had ventured too close to witness the struggle, sending him tumbling. Ultimately, the shark succumbed in a convulsion of death. Ned Land aided Captain Nemo to his feet. The captain was uninjured, though somewhat weakened. He rose and approached the pearl diver, severing the rope that tethered him to the stone, and swiftly lifted him, propelling them both to the surface. Captain Nemo's first concern was to ascertain whether he could revive the unfortunate diver. I fervently hoped for the diver's survival. Although he had been unconscious for only a brief time, the force of the shark's tail could have inflicted severe injuries. Thanks to the timely ministrations of Consol and the captain, the diver gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he must have been filled with the same dread at the sight of four peculiar copperheads gazing down at him. Captain Nemo withdrew a cloth pouch brimming with pearls from the pocket of his garment and placed it into the hands of the pearl diver, a legendary figure who had vowed never to set foot on land again, bestowing charity and aid upon the most impoverished inhabitants of Ceylon. The diver's hands trembled, and his eyes sparkled with reverence and worship towards the divine. This small pouch was undoubtedly his lifeline. "Mr. Land," he said, "thank you for saving me just now." The small boat glided swiftly across the water's surface, and moments later, we beheld the lifeless body of a shark floating upon the sea. By the dark coloration of its fins, I recognized it as the most aggressive black marlin in the Indian Ocean, typically exceeding 25 feet in length. Its fearsome maw accounted for a third of its total length. From its gaping jaws, one could faintly discern the upper jaw adorned with 6 rows of nearly equilateral triangular teeth, confirming it to be an adult shark. As we scrutinized the carcass of the shark, a dozen or more sharks appeared around our small boat, clearly attracted by the scent of blood in the water. They paid us no heed and lunged towards the deceased shark, vying for its flesh. When I shared this observation with Captain Nemo, his tone grew fervent as he exclaimed, "Professor, this Indian pearl diver hails from a nation long oppressed, and as long as I draw breath, my heart remains with this country and its people." Chapter 43. The Red Sea. On January 29th, the Nautilus departed from Ceylon, navigating through the serpentine waters nestled between the Maldives and the Lakshadweep Islands. At a speed of 20 nautical miles per hour, swiftly leaving Ceylon far behind, we sailed along Ceylon Island, a coral isle discovered by the Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama in 1499, and one of the 19 principal islands of the Lakshadweep archipelago. Situated between latitudes 10 degrees and 14 degrees 30 minutes north, and longitudes 69 degrees and 50 degrees 72 minutes east. According to my records, since our departure from the Sea of Japan, we have traversed a total of 16,220 nautical miles, equivalent to 7,500 miles. On January 30th, the Nautilus surfaced, and I ventured onto the platform, where the land was no longer visible. The bow faced a north-northwest direction, leading us toward the Sea of Oman. This sea lies between the Arabian Peninsula and the Indian subcontinent, serving as the essential maritime route from the Persian Gulf to the Indian Ocean. The Canadian was visibly discontent with the current situation, prompting me to advise, "Ned Land, let us heed the captain's wishes. Wherever he intends to take us, I shall follow." "And how do you gauge this?" he retorted, his stubbornness flaring. "After rounding the Cape of Good Hope, we could enter the Atlantic, my friend. Are you not weary of today's underwater voyage? Faced with such a novel and vibrant underwater realm, how could one remain indifferent? This journey is truly unparalleled. If it were to conclude hastily, I would feel an immense sense of regret. No, Ned, I neither know nor wish to know. I do not measure each day by the clock of time. We cannot dictate our own futures. The successive discourse on how to depart is utterly futile. Ned, if one day you were to say to me, 'We have an opportunity to escape,' I would then be inclined to discuss it in detail. However, the present circumstances do not permit such a conversation. Furthermore, I must candidly inform you that Captain Nemo may never take the risk of venturing onto the European seas. As we departed the Sea of Oman, we beheld the city of Muscat, the largest city in Oman. Its unique and magnificent appearance framed by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on the 4th. Yet, we had no time to savor this sight, for the Nautilus soon plunged into the depths. Subsequently, it navigated just 6 miles from the coast, along the Arabian coast near Hadramaut. This region is characterized by undulating hills, interspersed with remnants of ancient human civilization. On February 5th, the Nautilus entered the Gulf of Aden, heading northwest toward the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is distinctly funnel-shaped, with the narrow mouth serving as the strait itself. Here, the surface waters of the Indian Ocean flow into the Red Sea. On February 6th, we surfaced and caught a distant glimpse of Aden Harbor, connected to the mainland by a narrow isthmus running northeast to southwest. I had anticipated that the captain would retreat upon reaching this point. However, I was mistaken, for he did not turn back, but rather continued onward, which astonished me greatly. On February 7th, the Nautilus navigated to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, a name that translates to Gateway of Tears in Arabic. This strait, a mere 20 kilometers wide and 52 kilometers long, could be traversed in just 1 hour at full throttle. However, the overwhelming presence of British and French vessels departing from Suez to reach Mumbai, Kolkata, Melbourne, or Mauritius rendered the waters exceedingly congested, preventing the Nautilus from surfacing and compelling it to maneuver cautiously beneath the waves. Consequently, we were deprived of the opportunity to admire the scenic beauty within the strait, including Piling Island, the largest island in the area, which the British government utilizes for the defense of Aden port. By midday, we had arrived in the Red Sea region. In the Bible, Moses miraculously led the Israelites across the Red Sea as they fled Egypt. This area is characterized by perpetual heat and scant rainfall, with neither significant rivers flowing into its shores. Excessive evaporation has resulted in a loss of 1.5 meters in sea level. This inland sea, connected to the Indian Ocean solely by the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, shows no signs of water scarcity. Had it been an inland lake, it would have long since dried up. I did not ponder Captain Nemo's intentions nor his reasons for venturing here, yet I wholeheartedly endorsed our journey to the Red Sea, for it is indeed a realm steeped in wonder. The Nautilus advanced at a moderate pace, occasionally surfacing for air and submerging to evade passing ships, allowing me to experience both the depths and the surface of the sea. On the morning of February 8th, the port of Mocha emerged before us, a haven situated along the eastern coast of the Red Sea. Subsequently, the Nautilus traversed along the African coastline, where the waters ran deep. Through the open portholes, I meticulously observed the vibrant coral reefs and the expansive rocks adorned with brown kelp and emerald-hued seaweed in the crystalline waters. These dark reefs and islets, born from volcanic eruptions, connected seamlessly with the Libyan shore, creating a tapestry of undulating carpets adorned with marine flora, presenting an ever-changing panorama. As the Nautilus approached the coast of Tahama, a layer of flower-like zoophytes thrived beneath the surface, forming a resplendent mosaic of colors at a depth of 20 meters. Descending further, the variations intensified, though the hues grew dimmer. The upper layer, illuminated by sunlight and influenced by the currents, displayed a more vivid palette. Standing by the glass window of the lounge, under the glow of electric searchlights, I indulged in countless delightful moments, marveling at the myriad of fascinating marine life. There were umbrella fungi, slate-colored tunicates with long appendages, particularly the crystalline forms of sea tunicates, tubular corals, resembling flutes waiting for the god of the sea, Poseidon, to play. And the local shells, which clung to the hollows of the reef-building corals, their bases encircled by short spiral ridges. Lastly, I encountered countless ordinary sponges of the class Porifera, which I had never seen before. Sponges, though often mistaken for plants by some biologists, are indeed animals, among the most primitive, even more so than corals. The animal nature of sponges is indisputable. I cannot accept the opinions of some ancient individuals who regarded them as intermediaries between the animal and plant kingdoms. However, concerning the structural organization of sponges, the scientific community has yet to reach a consensus. Some biologists classify sponges as colonies of aquatic organisms, while others, such as Mr. Edward, assert that they are independent, singular entities. The class of sponges encompasses approximately 300 distinct species, most of which thrive in marine environments, with a few varieties, known as freshwater sponges, existing in river habitats. Nonetheless, sponges predominantly flourish in the Mediterranean, particularly around the Greek peninsula, the Syrian coast, and the Red Sea. The waters in these regions are exceptionally conducive to the growth of these soft and delicate sponges, which reproduce rapidly and possess considerable market value. The finest specimens can command prices as high as 150 francs, such as the golden sponge from Syria and the resilient sponge from Brazil. The Nautilus is currently separated from the Atlantic by the Suez Isthmus, rendering it impossible for me to study these sponge-reproducing havens. I can only observe them in the Red Sea. Thus, as the Nautilus glided slowly through waters averaging 8 to 9 meters deep, I summoned Conseil to take notes. Before our eyes lay an array of sponges in various forms, foot-shaped, umbrella-shaped, spherical, and finger-like. To fishermen, these diverse shapes inspire poetic musings, as reflected in the names they bestow upon them, such as flower basket, date palm, antelope horn, lion's hoof, peacock tail, and glove, all of which are vividly evocative and aptly descriptive. Within the sponge's body, a continuous flow of filamentous water emerges from the semi-liquid, gelatinous fibrous tissue, infusing life into every cell before being expelled through rhythmic contractions. This semi-liquid gelatin ceases to secrete upon the sponge's demise, and as the gelatin decays, it emits ammonia gas, leaving behind only the keratinous fibers of the once-living sponge. The sponge exhibits a tea-brown hue, and its elasticity, permeability, and resistance to saturation determine its diverse applications. These hydroid colonies typically thrive attached to rocks or the shells of mollusks, displaying a variety of forms. Some smooth out the slightest irregularities, while others spread out, stand erect, or hang down, resembling coral formations. I informed Conseil that there are two methods for harvesting sponges, by using a dredging machine or manually, the latter relying on divers. The manual method is preferable, as it minimizes damage to the hydroid fibers, thereby preserving their high utility value. Adjacent to these sponges, other fascinating sessile creatures proliferate, notably a particularly beautiful species of jellyfish. Surrounding them are various mollusks, such as the gun squid, a specialty of the Red Sea. We also encountered reptiles, including a striped soft-shelled turtle from the family Trionychidae, which is edible. The chef aboard the Nautilus could prepare it into a dish that is both nutritious and delectable. Here lies an abundance of fish species, some of which are truly extraordinary. The Nautilus has captured several, including the gilled fish known as the S-fish. Characterized by its oval shape, brick-colored body adorned with varying sizes of blue-black spots, and easily identifiable by its dual-toothed spines. There are also the silver-backed whitefin fish and the red fish with small spots on its tail. The ornamental tan fish, resembling a 2-meter-long broad casing, swims with an imposing presence through the water. The toothless S, akin to the shark, is a cartilaginous fish with no teeth. The camelback oyster boasts a curved, sharp spine and measures about 1.5 feet in length. The sea eel belongs to the snake fish category. The one I observed had a silver-white tail, a pale blue back, and a brown chest accented with gray lines. The gleaming fish is a type of fin species, featuring narrow golden stripes alongside the tricolor of the French flag, red, blue, and white. The wedge-shaped hard-finned fish measures approximately 4 decimeters. While the stunning gallon fish is adorned with 6 pitch-black stripes, its scales shimmering in blue, yellow, gold, and silver. Furthermore, there are the groupers, yellow-headed ear-shaped dolphins, hard-finned scad, sea bream, barracuda, shrimp goby, and countless other species that inhabit the ocean. On February 9th, the Nautilus surfaced in the broadest expanse of the Red Sea, with Suakin gracing the western shore and Gwangsangda to the east, stretching approximately 190 nautical miles. Captain Nemo approached me, offering a cigar, and inquired, "Professor Aronnax, do you find joy in this Red Sea? Have you meticulously observed the wonders concealed within these waters, including the myriad of fish, the crustaceans, the sponge gardens, the coral forests, and the remnants of sunken cities resting beneath the waves?" You are absolutely correct, sir. The Nautilus is both astute and audacious, impervious to harm even amidst tempestuous storms, treacherous reefs, or the formidable cannons of human warships. I concur, and I will add that the Red Sea is often referred to as the Sea of Storms. If my memory serves me right, in ancient times, it was shunned by sailors due to its fierce winds and tumultuous waves. Indeed, the Red Sea has earned a reputation for being quite vexatious in the eyes of the world. Historians of Greek and Latin descent have critiqued it. Strabo noted that during the northern winds and rainy season, navigation becomes exceedingly arduous. The Arab historian Al-Idrisi likened the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aqaba, stating that numerous vessels have met their demise here, and even the most seasoned captains would hesitate to navigate its waters by night. He believed that the winds in the Red Sea are both powerful and capricious, With numerous islets that pose threats of grounding to vessels, there is no safe harbor at any depth or surface. It is evident, I remarked, that this is because these historians have never had the fortune to sail aboard the Nautilus. Yes, the captain chuckled in this regard. Modern men are not any wiser than their ancient counterparts. The invention of steam power is but a mid-19th century development, while human civilization extends far beyond that. No one can predict whether a second Nautilus will emerge in the next century. I beg to differ, as the progress of technology is rather gradual. After a few moments of silence, I inquired of Captain Nemo. It seems you have conducted a particular study of the Red Sea. Could you enlighten me on the origin of its name? Mr. Aronnax, this question has myriad answers, yet I find myself inclined towards the opinion of a 14th century historian. Would you care to hear it? Certainly. This historian posited that the name Red Sea derives from the Bible, when Moses led the Israelites across this sea. The waters vanished without a trace, and when the Egyptian pharaoh's army pursued them onto the surface, the waters returned unbidden, engulfing the pharaoh's troops. Captain Nemo. I shook my head and remarked, this is merely the perspective of a literary figure, which I cannot accept. I am far more interested in your personal opinion. In my view, the name Red Sea originates from the Hebrew term Edom, later referred to by the ancients as the Red Sea due to a particular hue present in its waters. Since entering the realm of the Red Sea, I have observed nothing but crystalline waters devoid of any distinctive coloration. That may be so, yet as you delve deeper into these waters, I am convinced you shall behold it. I have previously visited Dore Bay, where the waters exhibit a sanguine hue, reminiscent of a blood lake. Do you believe that this is due to some colored algae within the seawater? Indeed, that algae is known as dinoflagellates, which produce a viscous scarlet substance. These organisms are minuscule, with 40,000 of them occupying a single square centimeter of sea surface. Should we navigate to Dore Bay, you may witness this wondrous flora with your own eyes. So, Captain, this is not your inaugural passage through the Red Sea? No, it is not my first time, Professor. You initially mentioned the passage of the Jewish people through the sea and the subsequent drowning of the Egyptian pharaoh's army. May I inquire if you have ever witnessed any remnants of this legendary history beneath the Red Sea? I have not, Professor, for there exists a glaring inconsistency. What inconsistency? The location where Moses led his people should now be entirely desert, a place where even a camel's legs would remain dry. You see, it is impossible for my Nautilus to navigate through a desert. Where's this place? Indeed, that serves as an excellent method of verification. I express my hope that archaeologists will soon embark on excavation endeavors. Once the Suez Canal is completed, many new cities will surely rise from this land. However, for the Nautilus, the utility of this canal appears rather limited. Captain, once this canal is operational, it will connect the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea, significantly reducing the journey from the port of Cadiz in Spain to India by 9,000 kilometers. The ancients failed to achieve this monumental feat, yet now it falls to Count Ferdinand de Lesseps to oversee the construction. I believe it will not be long before Africa is severed from Asia, becoming a vast island. Indeed, it is unfortunate, he sighed, that I cannot take you through the Suez Canal. When you arrive in the Mediterranean in 2 days, you will behold the long breakwater of port set in Egypt. The Mediterranean? In 2 days? I exclaimed. Yes, Professor, do you find it strange? I am perplexed. How can we possibly reach the Mediterranean in just 2 days? It is quite simple. What is it that you find so perplexing? The Nautilus is not meant to circumvent the Cape of Good Hope, nor to circle the African continent. It is impossible for you to reach the Mediterranean in just 2 days. My dear Professor, who informed you that we would be making a detour around Africa? A subtle smile of pride appeared on the captain's lips. Unless the Nautilus possesses wheels, allowing us to traverse overland, I cannot conceive of any other means. What if we were to journey beneath the earth? What do you think, Professor? You propose we traverse underground? Without a doubt, Captain Nemo's tone remained calm. What humanity accomplishes upon this earth, nature has already achieved beneath its surface. Is there truly a passage below? Indeed, I refer to it as the Arabian Sea Tunnel, located beneath the Suez Canal, leading to the Gulf of Suez. Is this subterranean passage formed of loose sand? The sandy portion reaches a certain depth, and below 50 meters lies a layer of solid rock. Did you happen upon this underground tunnel by chance? I find it quite astonishing. It was a serendipitous discovery. Yet it ultimately derived from sound reasoning. Professor, I believe that the element of deduction outweighs mere chance. Captain, I regard your words as utterly truthful. Yet my ears resist them. Professor, in today's world, there exist many who possess ears yet hear nothing. This enigmatic underwater passage indeed exists, and I have navigated it several times. If it were not so, why would I venture into this treacherous Red Sea, risking all for a mere detour? May I inquire how you stumbled upon this passage? I hope this does not come across as intrusive, the captain remarked, among those of us who shall never part. There ought to be no secrets. I paid little heed to the underlying significance of his words, patiently awaiting his revelation of this mystery. He stated, Chapter 45, The Subterranean Passage of the Arabian Sea. Later that day, when I shared portions of my conversation with Captain Nemo with Conseil and Ned Land, it instantly piqued their interest. Upon my disclosure that we would reach the Mediterranean in 2 days, Conseil nearly leapt with joy, while Ned Land merely shrugged, scoffing, a subterranean tunnel? You mean a passage connecting 2 great seas, Professor? Dear Ned Land, Conseil retorted, before you arrived here, had you ever heard of ships that could traverse the ocean floor? No, yet it lies beneath our very feet. Do not presume that what you have not heard of does not exist. So spare us the skepticism. Ned Land shook his head and said, We'll see. I would dearly welcome such a passage. Heaven bless us. May this omnipotent captain lead us to the Mediterranean. That evening, at a latitude of 21 degrees 30 minutes north, the Nautilus surfaced, approaching the Arabian coast. I beheld the lights of Qaeda, a crucial market nestled between Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and India. Soon, Qaeda vanished into the shadows along the coastline, and upon a sea aglow with phosphorescence, the Nautilus submerged once more. On February 10th, several vessels approached us on the waterway, while the Nautilus submerged beneath the waves. By midday, the surface of the sea had returned to tranquility, and we resurfaced, rising until we reached the buoy line. I, Ned Land, and Conseil sat upon the platform, engaging in casual conversation, when a large object intermittently emerged from the mist on the eastern shore ahead. At that moment, Ned Land pointed towards a spot on the horizon and inquired, Professor, do you see what that is? Ned, I replied, my vision is not the best, as you are well aware. Take a closer look, Ned urged. There is something moving just ahead on the right, nearly in line with the searchlight. Do you see it? Straining my eyes, I responded, is it a long, grayish-black object? Indeed, could there possibly be another Nautilus? Conseil interjected. Nay, it is not a vessel, Ned asserted, but perhaps a manatee or some similar creature. Or could I be mistaken? Are there whales in the Red Sea? Conseil queried. That cannot be a whale, the Canadian replied with certainty, his gaze fixed ahead. I am too familiar with the form of whales, and I would not mistake it. In a moment, we shall have our answer, Conseil remarked. We are heading in that direction, so let us await the revelation. As the ship advanced, we gradually drew nearer to the grayish object. Now less than a nautical mile away, it appeared as a rock jutting from the ocean, and I found myself at a loss to identify what it truly was. Look. It has moved, submerging into the water, Ned Land suddenly exclaimed. How peculiar. It must be some form of creature. What could possess a tail that separates like that of a whale? Its fins bore an odd resemblance, akin to severed limbs. Could it be? I began. But before I could conclude, the impatient Canadian interrupted my thoughts. Look, it has flipped over, revealing its belly. It is a mermaid. Conseil exclaimed with fervor. It is undoubtedly a mermaid, Professor, forgive my bold assertion. Conseil's declaration conjured images of this creature's mythological origins in my mind, reminiscent of the enchanting mermaid. A water spirit of lore. No, I replied to Conseil, it is not a mermaid. It is a manatee, a peculiar creature not commonly found in the Red Sea. It belongs to the order Sirenia, an aquatic subclass of mammals. Within the phylum Chordata, Conseil elaborated with precision. His detailed insight left little room for debate. And I had nothing further to add. Ned Land's gaze fixed upon the creature with a glint of avarice, and I sensed his hunting instincts igniting once more. His hand seemed to grasp an imaginary harpoon, poised to leap into the sea for a decisive strike. Professor, the Canadian's voice, tinged with excitement, lost its customary composure. I have never hunted such a beast. Clearly, our harpoonist was eager to showcase his prowess. At that moment, Captain Nemo appeared on the platform and beheld the manatee in the water. He addressed the harpooner, Mr. Aronnax, saying, You must be itching to try your hand at this. If I were you, I would seize the opportunity. You are absolutely right, Captain, responded Ned Land, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But I have one condition, the captain interjected. I implore you not to let it escape, as it would be beneficial for us all. Is hunting such a creature perilous? I inquired, disregarding the nonchalant shrug of the Canadian beside me. At times, yes, the captain replied. This creature can capsize your small boat, but for a seasoned harpooner, it is hardly a threat. Mr. Land possessed keen eyesight and formidable strength, thus I urged him to ensure the manatee did not evade capture, for it represented a rare delicacy. I was well aware that Mr. Land had a penchant for substantial, rich fare. Indeed, the Canadian remarked, his enthusiasm palpable. One would hardly suspect this creature to be a delectable dish. Yes, its flesh is undeniably exquisite. In the Malay archipelago, it is regarded as a sumptuous feast. This very desirability has made it a target for hunters, leading to a significant decline in their population. If that is the case, Conseil said with a hint of concern, if this manatee is the last of its kind in the world, would it not be wiser to spare it in order to preserve the species? Mr. Land, by all means, proceed, the captain urged. Captain Nemo made his final decision. At this moment, 7 crew members silently ascended to the platform, each wielding a harpoon and a whale fishing rod. The small boat was lowered into the sea, with 6 crew members acting as oarsmen, while the helmsman took the position of the boat's captain. Ned Land, Conseil, and I filed onto the small boat, settling into the rear seats. Captain, will you not join us? I inquired, glancing up. No, sir. I shall remain here to observe you and wish you a successful hunt, he replied. The small boat glided away from the larger vessel, the 6 oars moving in perfect unison as we swiftly approached the location of the manatee, which was currently drifting 2 nautical miles from the Nautilus. Upon reaching a distance of several hundred meters from this cetacean, we slowed our pace, the wooden oars entering the water silently, creating only a few splashes. Ned Land stood at the bow of the small boat, spear in hand. This harpoon was specifically designed for whaling, with a long rope attached to the end of the spear shaft, ensuring that when the harpoon pierced the prey, the rope could be carried away by the creature. The rope measured approximately 20 meters, with the other end tied to a wooden barrel that floated on the water's surface, indicating the location of the prey. I too rose to observe the Canadian estuary. This manatee, scientifically known as the dugong, bore a striking resemblance to a manatee, the primary distinction being that the dugong possessed a long tail, akin to a dolphin's bifurcated fin, whereas the manatee's tail was rounded. Additionally, the dugong's upper jaw featured 2 elongated teeth, serving as its defensive weaponry. This particular dugong was massive, measuring over 7 meters in length. As we approached, it lay motionless upon the water's surface, seemingly in slumber, a rare opportunity for a hunter. When our small boat was merely 5 or 6 meters from the manatee, all paddles ceased, resting in their iron rings. I elevated my body to gain a clearer view. I observed Ned Land leaning back, skillfully brandishing his harpoon. And with a powerful throw, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The manatee suddenly sank beneath the waves, and the harpoon missed its mark. What a wretched creature! The Canadian exclaimed in frustration. I missed. There are traces of blood. You struck it, I replied. It is the blood of that creature. It is wounded. Yet you have not harpooned it. My harpoon. I must secure my catch. Ned Land insisted, eager to enlarge his conquest. The manatee intermittently surfaced for air, though injured. Its strength and speed remained unimpaired, fleeing with remarkable swiftness. The 6 robust sailors propelled the small boat rapidly in pursuit, at times merely meters away from the prey. It seemed that the Canadian's harpoon was on the verge of being thrown, yet the cunning manatee would promptly descend. If this continued, we would surely lose our chance. One could imagine the reaction of an experienced hunter being toyed with by its quarry. The impatient Ned Land was thoroughly incensed, unleashing the most potent curses upon this unfortunate manatee in English. For me, should this crafty manatee elude capture, it would only result in a slight disappointment from the time and effort wasted. Just in time. Everyone, be cautious, hold tight, he shouted. The boat's captain communicated with the sailors in an unusual tongue, informing them that the manatee, halting abruptly 20 feet from us, was breathing heavily through its large nostrils before charging towards us with ferocity. The small craft could not evade the wrathful assault of the manatee, which caused the vessel to tilt and allowed approximately a ton of seawater to inundate its interior, necessitating immediate efforts to expel the water. Thanks to the captain's prior arrangements, the bow of the boat remained unscathed, preventing it from capsizing. Ned Land positioned himself at the bow, seizing the moment to thrust his harpoon into the creature. The renewed injury incited further fury within the beast, which clamped its jaws around the edge of the boat, desperately attempting to heave the vessel beneath the waves. Akin to a lion gripping a fawn, the occupants of the boat were thrown off balance, and had it not been for the Canadian's harpoon striking the creature's heart, this perilous hunt might have ended in calamity. Mortally wounded, the manatee sank from sight, dragging Ned Land's harpoon with it. Shortly thereafter, a small barrel surfaced, followed closely by the lifeless body of the manatee, its back turned skyward. We maneuvered the boat forward, towing it towards the Nautilus. This enormous manatee weighed 5 tons, and the Nautilus employed a lifting pulley to hoist it onto the platform. The Canadian witnessed the entire slaughter, insisting on participating, seemingly eager to bring a sense of closure to his extraordinary hunt. At lunch that day, every plate bore a dish prepared from this meat by the chef, which I sampled. It was quite delectable, surpassing veal, though still falling short when compared to beef. On February 11th, a flock of swallows took the Nautilus as a resting place, and the crew unceremoniously captured several of them for a feast of wildfowl. These were local Nile swallows, characterized by their black beaks, grayish-black heads adorned with speckles, and a ring of white surrounding their eyes. Their backs, wings, and tails were also grayish-black, while their bellies and throats were white, complemented by their crimson claws. To our fortune, we also managed to catch about 10 wild ducks from the Nile. Distinguished by their white necks and heads marked with black spots, the meat of these ducks proved to be quite delectable. As I stood on the platform, I beheld a towering mountain rising between two bays, Mount Sinai, also known as Horeb. It is said that Moses once met God atop this mountain to receive the 10 Commandments, and in the hearts of the people, its summit is perpetually shrouded in lightning. At 6 o'clock, our vessel glided over the waters of Dore Bay, sometimes surfacing, at other times descending. The waters of Dore Bay exhibited a distinct red hue, as Captain Nemo had previously indicated. Soon, night enveloped the surroundings in silence, occasionally interrupted by the calls of moorhens and nocturnal birds, alongside the sounds of waves crashing against the rocks and the stirring of waters by passing steamers. Between 8 and 9 o'clock, the Nautilus continued its journey several meters underwater. According to my calculations, we must be nearing Suez. Through the panels of the lounge, the illumination from the ship distinctly cast images of the seabed's rocks as the strait narrowed further. At 9:15, the vessel ascended once more, and I stepped onto the platform, my heart tinged with impatience, pondering when we would traverse the underwater passage to the Arabian Sea that Captain Nemo had spoken of. The air, imbued with the briny scent of the sea, dispelled the unease within my heart. In the darkness ahead, I discerned a faint flicker of light, perhaps a nautical mile away, intermittently revealed through the thick fog. It was a lighthouse floating upon the water's surface, as someone beside me pointed out. He continued, "That is the floating lighthouse situated at Suez. Shortly, we shall arrive at the channel." "Is navigating through the channel an easy endeavor?" I inquired. "Somewhat challenging, Professor, which is why I typically consult the pilot to personally oversee our passage," he replied. "Please, come down. We are about to submerge. We will ascend only once we reach the Mediterranean." "Professor, would you care to accompany me to the pilot's compartment?" "I would be delighted," I responded with enthusiasm. "Then please follow me. You will witness firsthand how we navigate both beneath the land and within the depths of the sea." We arrived at the central staircase, where the captain opened a door in the middle of the railing, revealing a corridor that led directly to the pilot's compartment, located at the very tip of the platform. This small chamber measured approximately 6 feet on each side, reminiscent of the pilot houses found on steamers along the Mississippi and Hudson rivers. In the center of this compartment stood a rotating wheel, its gears connected to the rudder cables that extended toward the rear of the vessel. The windows were fitted with 2 convex lenses set into the walls of the chamber, enabling the helmsman to observe all directions. The room was dimly lit, but I quickly acclimated to the darkness. The pilot, a robust figure, steadied himself against the wheel. On the platform, a searchlight illuminated the waters ahead, casting a glow upon the sea. Captain Nemo proclaimed, "Let us now seek the passage." A multitude of wires connected the control room and the engine room, allowing the captain to issue commands to the Nautilus regarding its course and speed from the control area. With a deft motion, the captain pressed a metallic button, immediately reducing the vessel's speed. Through the portside window, I beheld a stunning array of coral reefs, interconnected and forming the foundational architecture of the seabed, where innumerable creatures, seaweed, and crustaceans swayed their tentacles and limbs, extending beyond the rugged rocks. At 10:15, a broad, dark, and profound corridor loomed ahead, with Captain Nemo himself at the helm, guiding the Nautilus into the depths. Outside, a rustling sound emerged, a noise unlike any I had encountered before. It was the waters of the Red Sea rushing through this tunnel towards the Mediterranean. The Nautilus was navigating downstream, yet the current surged with such velocity that even in reverse, our speed remained swift. On either side of the tunnel, The rocky walls reflected brilliant lines and fiery hues under the spotlight, causing my heart to race, and unconsciously, I pressed my hand against my chest. Time seemed to stretch interminably. After enduring 20 minutes, Captain Nemo relinquished the wheel and turned to me, saying, "Professor, we have arrived in the Mediterranean." The Nautilus, carried by the current, had traversed the Suez Canal in merely 20 minutes. Chapter 46, The Greek Archipelago. The following day, the Nautilus surfaced with the dawn, and I hastened to the platform, eager to be the first to inhale the essence of the Mediterranean. In the distant waters of the southern seas, the silhouette of the city of Nautilus can be faintly discerned. With the aid of swift ocean currents, we navigated from one sea to another, had we encountered opposing currents. Even the formidable power of the Nautilus would have rendered our journey impossible. At 7 o'clock, Ned Land and Conseil ascended to the platform. Oblivious to the grand exploits of the Nautilus the previous night, having slept soundly, unlike my own restless state filled with trepidation, my Canadian biological expert, with a tone tinged with sarcasm, inquired, "What of the Mediterranean you spoke of? My dear friend, it lies right beneath your feet." "How so?" Conseil interjected. "Did we arrive last night?" Indeed, at 10:30, the vessel traversed the impassable canal in a mere 20 minutes. I still found it hard to believe. The Canadian remained obstinate. "Mr. Land, what will it take for you to accept that I am correct?" I gestured towards the low-lying coastline extending to the south. "That is the coast of Egypt. As for the geographical features, perhaps you should explain them to others." The Canadian persisted in his skepticism. Yet, with the professor's unwavering conviction, Conseil, displaying a sense of reason, decided to trust him. "Ned, now you must believe," Conseil urged Ned Land. "I believe your profession has honed your keen perception." Continuing, I said, "Ned, can you see that long jetty extending into the sea at Sidon?" The Canadian scrutinized the view and replied, "Professor, you are indeed correct. This is the Mediterranean Sea, and that captain is truly an exceptional individual. Very well, let us deliberate on our matters, but let us keep our conversation discreet. Ned, we are all ears. Do you have any valuable thoughts to share?" I inquired first. I must confess, whenever the Canadian broached this subject, I felt a profound inner turmoil. I did not wish to hinder my companion's quest for freedom, yet I had no desire to part ways with Captain Nemo. It is aboard this remarkable vessel he has crafted, filled with wonders, that I tirelessly engage in underwater exploration and research, gathering material for my forthcoming tome on submerged treasures. Where else could I delve so intimately into the secrets of the ocean? Nowhere. Thus, until my investigations are complete, the notion of departing the Nautilus has never crossed my mind. To speak candidly, I do not regret embarking on this underwater voyage. I am delighted to share this journey with you all. However, when will this endeavor reach its conclusion? Must it indeed be completed? Yes, Ned, it must be concluded. But when and where will it culminate? I cannot assert where, nor can I determine when. Surely, there will come a day when our voyage reaches its end. A day when the vast ocean can no longer bestow upon us new wonders to explore. Believe me, in this world, every beginning inevitably leads to an end. I concur with the professor's assertion. As Conseil remarked, after traversing all the oceans of the earth, Captain Nemo would likely grant us three the liberty to depart. Depart? The Canadian exclaimed, "Do you mean to say fly?" "Well, how do you suggest we accomplish that?" Ned Land inquired. "I hope that we might seize, and indeed should seize, such an opportunity as this, perhaps 6 months hence." "My professor," the Canadian continued, "may I inquire if you can foresee where we shall be in 6 months? Perhaps here. Perhaps in the China Sea. You know, this vessel is remarkably swift, navigating the seas with the same grace as a swallow gliding through the sky or a train crossing a continent. Who can say it will not draw near the coasts of France, Britain, or North America? At that time, the chances for escape would be as present as they are now." Respected Aronnax, the Canadian stated, "I cannot accept your recent remarks. You perpetually speak of the future, at some future time, in some future place. What I assert is the present. We have arrived at the Mediterranean, and I intend to seize this opportunity before us. I admit I can no longer persuade Ned Land. His reasoning has cornered me, leaving me devoid of counterarguments, and I feel inexplicably defeated." "Sir," Ned Land pressed on, "let us entertain a hypothetical. If Captain Nemo were to grant you freedom today, would you choose to leave? If a Canadian were to inquire, if today you were granted your freedom, but it would not be offered again in the future, would you choose to depart?" Faced with such a perplexing question, I fell into silence. "Counsel, my dear friend, what is your perspective on this matter?" Ned Land then turned to his next target. "Ned," Counsel earnestly replied, I have nothing to contribute regarding this issue. I remain indifferent. I shall follow my master, just as I will accompany you, my comrade Ned. Counsel is solitary, devoid of family, with no parents or children awaiting him back home. He serves the professor, aligning his thoughts and efforts with those of his superior. He lamented his inability to participate in the voting. Now only two remained, one being the professor and the other, Ned Land. Counsel would merely heed the decisions made by the two of you. Hearing Counsel's peculiar reasoning, I felt a mix of consolation and amusement. The Canadian, observing Counsel's neutrality rather than bias towards me, appeared quite pleased. He continued, Professor, since Counsel has chosen to withdraw, let us deliberate on this matter ourselves. Do you have any thoughts on what I just stated? Now that we had arrived at this juncture, a conclusion must be reached. I no longer wish to evade the issue. Ned, you previously opposed my viewpoint, and I concede that you are correct. My arguments grounded in hope for the future are indeed unfounded. We cannot place our aspirations for freedom in the benevolence of Captain Nemo. Even the average individual understands the necessity for caution and would not permit our disembarkation. Conversely, if we were to exercise prudence, could we perhaps seize an opportunity to escape from the Nautilus? Indeed, Professor, your words resonate profoundly. However, I must remind you that we are afforded but a singular opportunity. We must approach it with utmost certainty. Should we falter in our initial attempt to escape, Captain Nemo shall undoubtedly deny us a second chance. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments, replied Ned Land. Yet I believe your counsel applies equally to all escape plans, regardless of whether they are conceived 2 years in advance or merely 2 days hence. Thus, our course of action must be clear when the opportunity arises. We must not allow it to slip away unseized. Ned, your analysis bears merit. Pray tell, what precisely do you envision as this opportunity? I refer to a pitch-black night when the Nautilus rests upon the surface of the water near some coastline of Europe. Do you intend to swim to shore? If the coast is within reach, we shall swim. If it lies far off and the vessel fortuitously rests upon the seabed, we shall be compelled to remain. Remain? And then what? I shall endeavor to procure a small boat. Once we manage to board it and release the screws, we shall ascend to the surface. The helmsman, stationed at the bow, will remain oblivious to our escape. Very well, Ned, you shall be entrusted with devising the plan and selecting the opportune moment. Let us not forget, failure is not an option for us. Fear not, Professor. Ned, may I share my thoughts on your scheme? I am all ears, Professor. I wish to express that I hope this plan does not come to fruition just yet. Why so? The astute captain could not possibly remain oblivious. He was acutely aware that we had not abandoned our aspirations for freedom, and he was undoubtedly exercising heightened caution, particularly at this juncture. The professor's analysis was indeed sound. As remarked by Conseil, I remain skeptical. We shall see, came the indifferent response from Ned Land. To this matter, I added, Ned, let us leave it at that. Refrain from bringing it up lightly in the future, unless the day arrives when you feel prepared to inform us. We shall accompany you then. Thus concluded our clandestine discourse. In the ensuing days, everything transpired as I had anticipated. Under Captain Nemo's command, the Nautilus remained submerged for several days, even when surfacing. It did so at considerable distances from the shore. Perhaps the bustling maritime traffic heightened Captain Nemo's vigilance, or perhaps he sought to evade vessels hailing from various nations. I could not discern his motives. The only certainty was that the Canadians were shrouded in disappointment for several days. Between the Greek archipelago and Asia Minor, it is challenging to locate a seabed that reaches depths of 2,000 meters. I can only recognize the island of Cabados, situated in the Sporades archipelago, through the verses of the ancient Roman poet Virgil. I distinctly remember Captain Nemo pointing to a specific location on the map and reciting, on Cabados dwells the prophetic sea god Glaucus, son of the sea king Nereus. At that moment, I was engaged in a discussion with the captain regarding the geographical features of the surrounding waters. As the panel was sealed, I suddenly felt a surge of heat in the parlor. Could it be that the ship's speed was causing excessive heat from the generator? Captain, might you reduce the speed? It is quite warm here. Alas, the heat emanates from outside. However, we could accelerate to distance ourselves from this thermal source. Is this heat originating from the sea? Indeed. Our vessel is traversing boiling waters. How can that be? See for yourself. The panel was opened, and through the glass, I beheld the surrounding waters of the Nautilus shimmering white. What is our current position? I inquired. Professor, the captain replied, we are near Sandorio's Island, specifically in the channel between Nia and Bailey Islands. I wish to showcase to you the astonishing spectacle of an underwater volcanic eruption. I thought to myself, I believed that the geological activities that formed these new islands had long ceased. Which channel are we navigating? I asked. Look here. Captain Nemo produced a map of the Greek islands. You see, I have marked these newly emerged isles. Is it possible for this waterway to be obstructed by islands? Indeed. After 1866, 8 volcanic islets emerged on the sea surface opposite St. Nicholas Harbor on Bealaria Island. I surmise that in the near future, Nia Island and Bealaria Island will be joined together. I approached the glass window, observing the Nautilus anchored in the water, motionless. The surrounding air grew increasingly oppressive, rendering it unbearable. Initially, the seawater appeared white, but due to the iron salts on the seabed, a chemical reaction had stained the water a vivid red. Despite the confined space of the lounge, the pungent sulfur gas infiltrated our surroundings. Not far ahead, I beheld the incandescent flames of magma erupting, dazzling enough to obscure the light from our searchlights. My body was drenched in sweat, and I struggled to catch my breath, feeling as though I were being boiled alive. In truth, the ocean resembled a churning cauldron, and we were regrettably ensconced within it. We must hasten to escape this boiling current, I urged the captain, following his directive. The vessel turned, distancing itself from this great furnace, for lingering here would surely invite peril. God willing, 15 minutes later, I would once again breathe the crisp air above the sea. As I reveled in the refreshing sea breeze, I pondered that had the Canadians chosen to flee here, we might truly have perished in this inferno. On the following day, February 16th, we departed from this expanse situated between Rhodes and Alexandria, its depths reaching an impressive 3,000 meters. The Nautilus glided swiftly across the surface of the Sherry Sea, soon leaving the Greek islands behind after rounding the Cape of Montalban. Chapter 47, 48 Hours in the Mediterranean. It can be said that the Mediterranean is the most azure and picturesque of seas. The Hebrews refer to it as the Great Sea, while the Romans deem it our sea. Surrounding this maritime expanse are numerous orange trees, aloe, cacti, and sea pines, with the air perfumed by the fragrance of guava blossoms. Venturing further inland, one encounters mountains embraced in lush greenery, with the air crisp and pure. The land appears to be a terrestrial paradise, yet beneath the surface, fierce flames burn in torment. Since ancient times, the sea has served as a battleground for the god of the sea and the lord of the underworld, never lacking in fierce skirmishes and combat. As Michel observed, the Mediterranean, with its shores and waters, stands as a testament to the might and power of the earth. Although the Mediterranean is breathtakingly beautiful, I could only afford it a fleeting glance. This maritime region spans approximately 2 million square kilometers, with Captain Nemo being its most knowledgeable inhabitant. However, I gleaned little from him, as he mysteriously retreated into the cabin and did not emerge. To date, we have traversed 600 miles beneath the Mediterranean in just 2 days. On the morning of February 16th, we still found ourselves upon the Greek waters. And by the dawn of the 18th, we had already passed through the Strait of Gibraltar. The Nautilus travels at a speed of 25 nautical miles per hour, equivalent to 46 kilometers per hour. Ned Land was greatly dismayed to temporarily abandon his escape plan. At a velocity of 12 to 13 meters per second, it was impossible to defy the laws of motion to utilize the small boat. Departing from the Nautilus at such speed would be akin to leaping from a speeding train. Undoubtedly a jest with one's own life. Furthermore, according to Captain Nemo's orders, the Nautilus could only surface at night to refresh the air, while the captain remained in the cabin, navigating by compass and log. As the Nautilus surged forward at high speed, I gazed through the window at the sea, akin to a passenger on a swift train, where the scenery flashed by in an instant. I could only discern distant landscapes, while the immediate surroundings whizzed past like lightning, allowing me to perceive only their outlines. Fortunately, both Conseil and I were able to observe some species of fish in the Mediterranean. Their robust fins enabled them to linger in the currents near our vessel. We eagerly awaited these transient visitors, and the detailed notes I had previously taken aided in my classification of Mediterranean fish. The searchlights on board illuminated the surrounding waters, revealing graceful specimens of eels, each measuring about a meter in length, gliding elegantly through the depths. This species is nearly ubiquitous across oceans of varying climates. The needlefish, belonging to the family Belonidae, boasted a width of 5 feet, with a white underbelly and a spotted back, appearing from a distance like a broad scarf drifting along the current. Some carp swam rapidly, leading me to ponder whether they deserved the title of eagles bestowed upon them by the Greeks, or the peculiar names given by modern fishermen, such as mouse, toad, and bat. Around the vessel, a cluster of rays, measuring an impressive 12 feet in length, congregated, They are indeed formidable creatures that would instill trepidation in any diver. These rays darted through the water, seemingly engaged in a contest of speed. The fox mackerel, extending up to 8 feet, possesses an acute sense of smell, occasionally emerging from the depths like a pale blue shadow. The flatfish, belonging to the sole family, can grow to over a meter, adorned with silvery and sky blue hues, interlaced with stripes. Their deep black fins stand in stark contrast, with eyes set within golden brows, exuding an alluring charm. In ancient times, they were specifically offered in devotion to Venus, the goddess of love. The ribbonfish, equally resplendent, measures between 9 to 10 meters, renowned for its swimming prowess, gliding through the water with astonishing speed. Their powerful tails often strike the glass of the living room, while their light blue backs are speckled with diminutive chestnut spots, reminiscent of the rays, albeit lacking their strength. They can be encountered in oceans worldwide, and, during spring, they ascend rivers against the current. Later, in Consile's notebook, I discovered descriptions of several Mediterranean fish species. The boxing electric eel, with a pale white body, appears to vanish before your eyes as it glides like elusive gas. The moray eel, stretching 3 to 4 meters, resembles a terrestrial snake, adorned in beautiful shades of green, blue, and yellow. The sea perch, reaching lengths of up to 3 feet, is renowned for its delectable liver. The band fish, when swimming, resembles slender seaweed, while the opus, referred to by sailors as the flute fish, possesses a triangular, multi-toothed mouth, reminiscent of the instrument of the ancient bard Homer. The swallowtail fish swims with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a sea swallow gliding over the surface of the water, which is how it acquired its name. Adorned in golden hues, its head is a striking red, and its dorsal fin is embellished with fine, thread-like patterns. The reed fish is adorned with an array of spots in black, gray, chestnut, blue, yellow, and green. Intriguingly, it emits a sound akin to the chiming of bells. The splendid butterfly fish, colloquially known as the mountain chicken of the sea, boasts a diamond-shaped body, pale yellow fins, and small chestnut spots. Lastly, we encounter the exquisite flying gurnard, a remarkable avian-like creature of the ocean. We also observed various marine mammals in the Mediterranean. As the Nautilus traversed the Adriatic Sea, we glimpsed 2 or 3 grand-headed whales, belonging to the genus Visitor. Though not as colossal as the blue whale, they are nonetheless formidable rulers of the sea. A few sea pigs, a native of the Mediterranean, exhibited round heads adorned with shimmering patterns. Additionally, there were over a dozen seals, their sleek black fur contrasted with white bellies, each measuring around 3 meters in length. Their nickname, monks, is a brilliant metaphor, as their appearance bears a striking resemblance to the Dominican friars. I once inadvertently beheld a beautiful species of zoophyte in the Mediterranean, a splendid orange-yellow hydra. At that moment, it was clinging to the glass on the port side of the ship, initially appearing as a slender, elongated ribbon from which numerous branches and leaves sprouted. The tips resembled the exquisite lace often seen in the garments of young ladies. No artisan in the world could weave such intricate patterns. Regrettably, I was unable to capture this enchanting creature. Had I succeeded, it would have held a singular place in my collection of specimens. On the evening of the 16th, the Nautilus decelerated considerably, affording us the opportunity to observe the underwater realm with greater detail. At that moment, our vessel was navigating the waters between the island of Sicily and the coast of Tunisia, where the seabed in the narrow Straits of Messina abruptly rose to form a ridge, merely 16 meters beneath the surface, while the depths on either side plummeted to over 170 meters. This topography posed significant challenges for the Nautilus as it proceeded cautiously, wary of colliding with this submerged barrier. I located the Mediterranean Sea on the map and indicated the position of the reef to Consile. "Professor, pardon my ignorance," Consile remarked. "Is this not the isthmus connecting Europe and Africa?" "Undoubtedly, it would seem so," I replied. "Did you know that between Gibraltar and Ceuta, there exists a similar barrier?" In geological epochs, the Mediterranean was entirely sealed off by it. Consile nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and returned to his keen observations of the shallows outside the vessel. The seabed in this region primarily consisted of volcanic rock, teeming with a rich diversity of marine life. Against the backdrop of vibrant, blooming corals, one could observe sponges, sea cucumbers, and transparent sea urchins, alongside pale pink sea fans emitting a faint phosphorescence. The sea cucumbers, drenched in a spectrum of colors, are commonly referred to as sea cucumbers. Patrols of large red starfish, each measuring a meter across, roamed the sandy bottom, their vivid hues staining the surrounding waters crimson. We also observe the most exquisite sea daffodils and the long-stemmed stone-patterned flowers, along with numerous varieties of edible sea chestnuts. Additionally, there exists the verdant sea sunflower, characterized by its pale gray stem, with a chestnut-hued flower head concealed within tendrils that form olive-hued filaments, rendering it quite difficult to discern. Among the mollusks documented by conchology, one finds the persimmon-shaped sea fan, gregarious donkey-hoofed bivalves, triangular indent spirals, translucent three-toothed clams, orange-yellow sea slugs, oval clams adorned with faint blue speckles, the commonly known sea hares. Ancient chisel-shaped shells, fleshy non-tentacled clams exclusive to the Mediterranean, and the sea ears, which produce a precious shell nucleus. There is also the flame-shaped sea fan without a head, which is said to be favored by the inhabitants of southern France over oysters. The Marseille locals cherish the downy ink and the plump, white double-layered grass clam. The seabed here is home to certain razor clams, which are abundantly harvested along the North American coast and constitute one of the primary varieties in New York's seafood market. The colors of the cap-shaped scallops are diverse, often lurking within their shells. The meat of the leopard clam possesses a natural peppery flavor, which is my personal favorite. Thin-gilled clams feature a prominent shell on top, with striking banded lines on their sides. Furthermore, conchology records the large red, tumor-laden sintered clams, the small boat-shaped carnivorous clams with curved tips, the crowned iron clams, the spiraled shell-like human column clams, gray sea god clams, and those resembling small crickets with white spots, the whelk clams, ear clams, and the tea-brown silk hanging clams, each exhibiting their unique characteristics. As for varieties such as conchs, clams, scallops, rock shells, thin-shelled clams, gem clams, and vase shells, there are comprehensive and varied accounts. The Nautilus, having traversed the shallow seabed of the Libyan Strait, re-entered deeper waters more suitable for underwater navigation, regaining its forward momentum. Through the glass, the soft-bodied and plant-like creatures became obscured from view, leaving only a few large fish, which flitted past the glass in a state of panic, illuminated fleetingly by the light. On the night of February 16th to 17th, the Nautilus entered the second stratum of waters in the Mediterranean, where depths plummeted to 3,000 meters. Our vessel, propelled by the machinery's wheels, descended to the ocean floor, although no vibrant natural creatures were visible. The inky darkness concealed terrifying and heart-stirring scenes. This region of the sea is notorious for shipwrecks. From the coast of Algeria to the shores of Provence, countless vessels have succumbed to the depths since humanity embarked on its conquest of the oceans. Under the illumination of the Nautilus, I beheld numerous remnants of shipwrecks. Some vessels, perhaps ancient, were encrusted with coral and a layer of marine vegetation, while others had recently sunk, their structures rusted and scattered. Anchors, cannons, ammunition, iron frameworks, propeller blades, machine parts, damaged boilers, and fragments of hulls bobbed in the water, some standing upright, others overturned amidst the seabed's gravel. The reasons for the shipwrecks are manifold. Some vessels collided with others amid dense fog, while others ran aground, and some were simply overturned by fierce storms and dragged into the depths of the sea. A few ships remained relatively intact, quietly resting as if they could set sail at any moment. As the Nautilus glided through these sunken vessels, its searchlights swept over them, as if paying homage to those valiant forebears. As our ship drew closer to the Strait of Gibraltar, the remnants of submerged wrecks became increasingly abundant. In the narrow waterways of the strait, collisions occur with alarming frequency. Among the wrecks, some possess iron hulls, yet wooden vessels still predominate. Each ship, with its unique form, has claimed many lives. In the murky waters, they exude an aura of gloom and terror. One ship bore a gash along its side, likely inflicted by a collision prior to its sinking. Its chimney was bent, the wheel reduced to mere skeletal remains, and the rudder lay discarded nearby, still tethered by iron chains. The stern, ravaged by seawater, presented a dismal sight. The bodies of the perished sailors have long since vanished. Yet it is possible that some fortunate souls escaped, retreating from the ocean to recount the harrowing tales of maritime disasters to those who dream of conquering the seas. Perhaps Captain Nemo, unable to endure the sight of such tragedy, abruptly accelerated the Nautilus, swiftly navigating past the debris. At 3 o'clock in the early morning of February 18th, we emerged at one end of the Strait of Gibraltar. The Nautilus serves as the quintessential instrument for demonstrating the direction of the underlying currents. It swiftly navigated into the narrow waterway, and in an instant, I seemed to behold the magnificent ruins of the submerged Temple of Hercules. along with the small island that supports this temple beneath the waves. Within mere minutes, we found ourselves floating upon the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 48. The Bay of Vigo. Today, upon the vast expanse of the Atlantic's undulating waters, vessels from various nations traverse these seas, their flags fluttering in the breeze. To the west, the continents exhibit two prominent capes each, namely the dreaded Cape Horn and Cape of Storms. The latter, known as the Cape of Good Hope, was named by the Portuguese king after the successful navigation through the Indian Ocean, symbolizing a new era of hope. The formidable engine of the Nautilus propelled the prow, slicing through the Atlantic's waves as we advanced. In the preceding 3.5 months, we had sailed nearly 10,000 miles. Where would Captain Nemo direct us next? What fresh and vivid stimuli would our future voyages unveil? As the Nautilus emerged from the Strait of Gibraltar and entered the Atlantic, it resurfaced, and our daily promenade on the platform resumed. Ned Land and Conseil flanked me, and at a distance of 12 nautical miles, we faintly discerned Cape St. Vincent, the southwesternmost point of the Iberian Peninsula. Suddenly, a fierce southern wind swept across the sea, causing the surface to churn violently with crashing waves. We struggled to maintain our footing, and after taking a few breaths of fresh air, we descended into the cabin. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the Nautilus rocked vigorously. Yet we found a semblance of stability within our quarters. The Canadian, visibly agitated, trailed behind me into my room, having departed from the Mediterranean at such a swift pace. He was unable to execute his escape plan, leaving him with a countenance marked by disappointment and despair. As I closed the door, Ned Land sat silently in a chair, his gaze fixed upon me. "Ned, gather your spirits," I reassured him. "There is no need for self-reproach. The Nautilus is moving too rapidly. Under these circumstances, attempting to carry out your scheme would be utterly imprudent." Ned Land offered no response. The furrowed brow betrayed the tumult raging within him. "Fear not," I continued. "Circumstances will surely shift in our favor. We are currently navigating along the Portuguese coast, with France and England not far ahead, where we can find a suitable place to make our escape. However, should the Nautilus venture southward after passing through the Strait of Gibraltar, it would take us further from the mainland, which would be disastrous. Nonetheless, I believe Captain Nemo will not shy away from cultured waters. In a matter of days, you shall have the opportunity to safely execute our plan." Ned Land fixed his gaze upon me, hesitating briefly before speaking. "Professor, tonight presents the most opportune moment to realize our scheme." I was astounded, rising involuntarily to my feet, acknowledging that I was utterly unprepared for such news. I wished to articulate my thoughts, yet words eluded me. Previously, we had agreed to await the opportune moment together, and he continued, asserting that now presented such an opportunity. This very night, we were merely a few nautical miles from the Spanish coast. The night was cloaked in darkness, and the wind provided the perfect cover. "Professor, you have spoken with conviction. You are not one to renege on your word, and I have every reason to believe that." Noticing my silence, the Canadian stood and approached me, declaring, "I have informed Conseil. We shall act at 9 o'clock tonight. By then, the captain will likely be in his quarters, perhaps even asleep, and the engineer and crew will be oblivious to our movements. Conseil and I will first make our way to the central staircase, while you, Professor, should remain in the library not far from there, awaiting my signal. I have prepared all the necessary tools. The wooden planks, mast, and sail are stowed in the small boat, along with provisions of food and water. Additionally, a British screwdriver will aid me in detaching the screws that connect the small boat to the Nautilus. Once everything is in order, we shall proceed without a hitch. The sea is quite tumultuous at present, is it not?" I hesitated slightly. "The waves are indeed fierce," the Canadian replied, "but we must take this risk. The price of freedom can sometimes be steep. However, rest assured, our small boat is sturdy enough to withstand a few nautical miles, even amidst rough seas. By the time they discover our absence tomorrow, we will have already reached the shore. If all goes well, we shall land at some point on land in 2 hours. Of course, there exists the possibility of the ship capsizing and lives being lost, thus we must also implore divine providence. Now, it is imperative to seize the moment for rest. We shall reconvene this evening." After the Canadian spoke, he departed, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I had initially assumed that when the opportunity truly presented itself, we would engage in further discussions, although the obstinate fisherman would not easily accept a refusal from me. Indeed, I cannot go back on my word. Ned Land is correct in his anticipation of such a moment, and I cannot allow my personal desires to jeopardize the welfare of my companions. Perhaps before dawn, Captain Nemo will order the Nautilus to set sail onto the open sea, far from the continent. At that moment, a resounding noise echoed through the vessel, a sound I had grown quite familiar with, the sound of the water tanks being filled. The Nautilus began its descent. Since my solitary encounter with the captain near Sandoran Island, I had not seen him again. Would there be an opportunity to meet him once more before we depart? I yearned to see him, yet I harbor a fear of encountering him, anxious that he might perceive my trepidation. I listened intently to the sounds emanating from the adjoining room, but heard nothing. It seemed there was no one within. I then pondered, does this peculiar individual truly remain aboard the ship? Since that day when we accompanied him in the small boat to the pearl beds, my perception of his thoughts and ideals has shifted somewhat. Regardless of his proclamations, Captain Nemo retains a certain connection to the terrestrial realm. Does he never leave the Nautilus? During the weeks when I do not encounter him, what might he be engaged in? Is he a cynic, harboring a disdain for life, which leads him to shun the company of those on land? Or has he embarked on a distant journey to fulfill a clandestine mission of which I remain oblivious? Such thoughts, along with countless others, surged within my mind. One can easily imagine that within our confined underwater abode, the breeding ground for wild conjectures and delusions is particularly fertile, inciting an unbearable restlessness within me. The day's waiting felt interminable, with time dragging at an agonizingly slow pace. Dinner proceeded as usual. I dined in my quarters, distracted by my preoccupations, and my meal was hastily consumed. I left the table at 7, silently calculating the time remaining until my rendezvous with Ned Land at 9 o'clock, 120 minutes yet to endure. The mere thought of departure quickened my heartbeat and hastened my breath, revealing my inability to engage in any nefarious deeds. Unable to find tranquility, I resolved to take a stroll, hoping that some physical exertion might bring me solace. The prospect of potentially perishing in this audacious escape did not evoke much sorrow within me. Yet, the mere thought of our plan being discovered before we could leave the Nautilus, of being forcibly brought before the wrathful Captain Nemo, or, even more distressingly, the pain of his deep hurt from our abandonment, sent my heart racing uncontrollably. Before my departure, I felt compelled to visit the lounge one last time. Traversing the corridor, I arrived at the display room, a space that had borne witness to countless moments of joy and enrichment in my life. Gazing upon the displayed wealth and treasures, I felt as though I were on the eve of a desperate flight, a profound emotional bond tethering me to these treasures and artistic masterpieces, which encapsulated much of my scholarly endeavors, yet I now found myself compelled to distance from them. I turned to the glass window of the parlor, yearning to immerse my gaze into the mesmerizing underwater world that had captivated me countless times. However, the panels of glass were firmly shut, separating me from the vast ocean I had yet to truly explore. I paced restlessly in the parlor, approaching the door at the corner of the room, leading to the captain's quarters. To my astonishment, the door was ajar. I instinctively took a step back, aware that if Captain Nemo were within, he might catch sight of me. Yet, silence enveloped the interior, prompting me to cautiously advance. Upon entering, I found the room to be as simple and solemn as ever, exuding the aura of a solitary sage. Several copper engravings adorned the walls of the room, which I had previously overlooked during my earlier visits. These are portraits of illustrious figures from history, all of whom devoted their lives to the noble cause of humanity. Among them are Kosciuszko, the hero who fell at the cries of Poland's demise; Bakari, the modern-day Leonidas of Greece; O'Connell, the defender of Irish independence; Washington, the inaugural president of the United States; Mazzini, the patriot of Italy; Lincoln, the president who abolished slavery and ultimately met his tragic end through assassination; and finally, the insurrectionist John Brown, a pioneer of emancipation, whose likeness, hanging on the gallows, is as haunting as the pencil sketches of Victor Hugo. What kind of spiritual resonance and connection could Captain Nemo derive from these heroic figures? Might I uncover some secrets of the captain's life through this collection of portraits? Is he the protector of the oppressed and the liberator of slaves? Was he a hero in the tragic yet glorious American Civil War? With only a few minutes to 9, I pressed my ear against the wall, hoping to catch a sound from the captain's adjacent quarters. Once assured of silence, I exited my room and entered the dimly lit, empty parlor. I opened the door connecting to the library, which too was shrouded in darkness and desolation. Standing close to the door, facing the central staircase's enclosure, I anxiously awaited the signal from the Canadian. Suddenly, the vibrations of the propeller diminished significantly, and shortly thereafter, all sound ceased. The Nautilus came to a complete halt, Whether this was advantageous or detrimental to Ned Land's plans, I could not ascertain at that moment. Then, I felt a slight jolt, indicating that the vessel had anchored at the bottom of the Atlantic. I was quite uneasy, as the Canadian's signal had yet to be received. I contemplated venturing outside to assess the situation and persuade him to reconsider his plans. For I sensed that this unexpected stop was decidedly irregular. Was it a prelude to some special undertaking? As I pondered, the door to the parlor swung open. It was Captain Nemo, who, upon seeing me, forwent pleasantries and in a cordial tone inquired, "Professor, I did not expect to find you here. I was just seeking you. Are you well versed in the history of Spain?" "Professor Aronnax," he continued, "did you hear my question? Are you familiar with the history of Spain? Many scholars lack insight into the rich history of this nation, renowned for its navigators." The captain settled into an armchair and gestured for me to sit. "Professor," he said, "you will find this event intriguing, as it may provide answers to a question you have yet to unravel. This convoy was destined for the port of Cadiz. But upon learning that the British fleet was patrolling these waters, the French naval commander opted to redirect the fleet towards the Bay of Vigo. So far, have you understood?" "Professor, I comprehend fully." "Very well, I shall continue. The formidable British Navy would not idly observe the new maneuvers of the French. The British fleet advanced with great fervor towards the Bay of Vigo, encircling this open harbor. In such a port, it is exceedingly challenging for the fleet to fortify and withstand an enemy assault. Although Admiral Reynaud was outnumbered, he made valiant efforts to resist bravely. Eventually, the admiral recognized that the port's fall was inevitable to prevent the British from seizing the treasures. He ordered the sinking of merchant ships laden with gold and silver at the bottom of the Bay of Vigo. The loss for Philip V was immense. Yet the British did not reap significant rewards either. However, our situation differs. In this Bay of Vigo, we need only to gather the remnants. My underwater map contains the coordinates of these sunken vessels. Now you understand how I possess boundless wealth in the billions, do you not? How much could the treasures aboard those ships be worth, Captain? Then you are the wealthiest person in the world, I said with a hint of irony. "Professor, I do not concern myself with my personal wealth as you might think. I contemplate the millions of impoverished souls across the globe, and how meaningful it would be to distribute this wealth among them. Yet this wealth remains in your possession, rendering it of no use to the destitute." I had not intended to convey this sentiment delicately, as I sensed it might wound Captain Nemo's feelings. "Of no use?" Captain Nemo replied with great emotion. "So, sir, do you believe that the wealth I have personally amassed is now lost? Do you think my arduous efforts in salvaging these treasures were for my own benefit? Who has informed you that I lack a rightful plan for their utilization? Are you under the impression that I am unaware of the countless suffering souls and oppressed races inhabiting this world? Just as the pearl divers of the Indian subcontinent, there exists an innumerable multitude of impoverished individuals yearning for relief and a downtrodden society seeking retribution. Do you not comprehend this?" Captain Nemo concluded his statement abruptly, perhaps regretting his excessive candor. Regardless of his motives for descending to the depths of the ocean in search of independence and freedom, it is evident that he remains a compassionate individual. I realized that when the Nautilus traversed the rebellious waters of Crete, the millions of gold coins dispatched by Captain Nemo were intended for whom? On the morning of February 19th, the Canadian entered my chamber, his countenance haggard, as though he had not rested well, and I had been anticipating his arrival. "Professor, the situation is utterly dire." "Indeed, Ned. Yesterday we faced a most unfortunate turn of events. It is truly peculiar. Just as we were poised to execute our plan, that eccentric captain commanded the vessel to halt. That is because the captain is currently engaged in discussions with his banking manager." "His banking manager?" "Or rather, his bank, which resides beneath our very feet, the ocean itself, where his wealth lies buried. This is far more secure and reliable than any national bank vault." I recounted in detail the events of last night and their causes to the Canadian, aiming to clarify that the captain's sudden decision was not directed against us. However, Ned Land's dissatisfaction remained unabated. He lamented his lack of suitable tools and opportunity to visit the battlefield site of Vigo Bay. He stated, "This matter is far from resolved. Yesterday, my harpoon failed to strike its target, but next time I shall undoubtedly succeed, if possible, even tonight." I inquired, "Do you know the direction in which the Nautilus is sailing tonight?" "Well, at noon, I shall observe the ship's position at the compass in the lounge," he replied. Ned went in search of Conseil, and I donned my attire before heading to the lounge. The compass displayed an ambiguous reading, indicating a course of southwest by south, suggesting we were sailing away from Europe. I noted the ship's position on the map, my heart racing with anxiety. At 11 o'clock, the water from the reservoir was released, allowing the ship to resurface. I ascended to the platform and saw Ned standing there. From this vantage point, no land was visible, only the vast expanse of water. In the distance, a few sailboats were faintly discernible, likely making their way to Cape San Roque to catch favorable winds toward the Cape of Good Hope. At that moment, the sky began to darken, and the winds over the sea intensified. Ned, both angry and despondent, strained his eyes to pierce through the mist. Yearning for the land he so desperately sought. After dinner, I felt a sense of unease and decided to stroll into the living room, where I found Captain Nemo seated in contemplation. Upon noticing my presence, his eyes lit up as he said, "Professor, I have a matter to discuss with you. I wonder if you might be interested? Please, do continue. Regarding the vast ocean we inhabit, would you care to join me for a stroll beneath the waves?" I was taken aback that the captain would choose to venture out of the Nautilus at night. However, with nothing pressing to occupy my time, the prospect of measuring the depths of the Atlantic with my own feet seemed an intriguing endeavor, and thus I readily agreed without further hesitation. The captain did not summon my companions. Instead, he gestured for me to accompany him to the forward chamber, where the crew assisted us in donning our diving suits. Drawing from my previous experience at the pearl beds, I cautiously picked up a lamp, only to elicit a comment from the captain. "There is no need for that, Professor." I could not comprehend why illumination was unnecessary in the depths of the dark sea, yet I refrained from pressing the matter, as the captain was undoubtedly an expert in matters of diving. Both Captain Nemo and I secured our metallic helmets, and he handed me an iron staff. Moments later, I found myself standing on the ocean floor of the Atlantic at a depth of approximately 300 meters. It was now close to midnight, and the water was an inky black. Captain Nemo directed my gaze towards a distant, faintly glowing red mass, somewhat nebulous, akin to a dim light, situated about 2 nautical miles from the Nautilus. What could this light be? What substance emitted such luminescence? Why did it shimmer within the depths of the sea? A multitude of questions plagued my mind. Beneath the gentle illumination of the faint light, I swiftly acclimated to the underwater twilight, gaining a glimpse of Captain Nemo's aversion to electric lamps. Closely following the captain, we advanced toward the luminous sphere, our path marked by an even terrain that gradually ascended. With the aid of our walking sticks, we were able to make significant strides. However, in terms of pace, we could not quite compare to a brisk walk on land, as our feet frequently sank into the mire, thick with seaweed and stones. As I ambled along, I remained vigilant of my surroundings, when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from above, fluctuating in intensity before evolving into a continuous hum. I looked up, but found nothing amiss. It dawned on me that rain was falling upon the surface, likely a torrential downpour to produce such a cacophony. Instinctively, I touched my body, fearing the dampness of the rain, only to realize with a chuckle that I was traversing the ocean floor, clad in a thick diving suit. I felt as though I were enveloped not by water, but by a medium slightly denser than air. The stones scattered across the seabed appeared to be arranged in a peculiar order, the rationale behind which eluded me. In the distance, immense trenches stretched far beyond my sight, their lengths unfathomable. Additionally, I encountered bizarre geological formations that defied my imagination. The heavy iron soles of my shoes clattered against the roadway composed of shipwreck remnants, producing a sharp, crackling noise. I longed to inquire of the captain why, on this dark, rain-soaked night, he led me across this vast underwater plain. In the depths of the ocean, where conversation is rendered impossible, the captain and his crew have mastered a unique gestural language for communication beneath the waves, though I remain utterly oblivious to its meanings. Ahead, a faint crimson glow intensifies, illuminating the seabed with a vivid red hue. The source of this light emanates from below. Provoking my curiosity, could it be the work of electricity, or perhaps a natural phenomenon that eludes the understanding of terrestrial scholars? Alternatively, a sudden thought crosses my mind. Could it be a result of human ingenuity, a flame ignited by some extraordinary means? In this enigmatic underwater realm, I ponder whether I might encounter the captain's acquaintances, companions, or those in need of his assistance, individuals living in seclusion akin to Captain Nemo. Is he here to pay them a visit? Furthermore, I contemplate the plight of the wretched, exiled souls who, weary of oppression and poverty on land, seek refuge in the ocean's depths, yearning for a life of freedom. Such musings regarding the crimson light swirl within my mind, conjuring visions of a fantastical underwater city that Captain Nemo might have envisioned, a notion both exhilarating and novel. Before us rises a towering mountain, reaching 800 feet into the abyss, from which a pale luminescence cascades down, illuminating our path ahead. This white light is but the pure reflection of crystalline formations shaped by the water layers, the elusive source of illumination residing on the opposite side of the mountain. Captain Nemo navigates with unwavering familiarity through the stony forest that he has traversed in the depths of the Atlantic, showing no sign of hesitation. He must frequent this place often, for he strides confidently, assured of his path. I follow closely behind him, enveloped in a palpable sense of security. His robust silhouette resembles that of a towering deity navigating through the sea. At 6 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at a series of naturally formed stone barriers on the mountain, which we must traverse by navigating through a dense thicket where only narrow pathways exist. I was captivated by the myriad of trees and rocks shaped by the sea, marveling at the ineffable beauty that words could scarcely convey. The crimson glow reflected by the water intensified as the captain and I climbed over jagged rock formations, often causing the already eroded stones to collapse dramatically behind us with a thunderous roar. Broad fissures flanked our path, suggesting that this area had once been meticulously cleared by human ingenuity when the sea first took form. A persistent thought lingered in my mind. Could there be hidden inhabitants dwelling in the depths of the ocean ahead? Captain Nemo consistently opted for an upward route, and I, unwilling to lag behind, closely trailed him. The heavy iron staff proved invaluable, as the steep slopes of the ocean floor bordered perilous abysses. A misstep could lead to a fall into the depths below. I took each step with care, my mind sharply focused. At times, the path would abruptly end, revealing a narrow chasm that required a leap to cross. At other moments, I had to take a risk to navigate past swaying, fallen tree trunks. I endeavored to disregard the perils around me, instead immersing myself in the rugged beauty of the landscape. Here, enormous rocks stand prominently, their lower sections sharply hewn. Yet the entirety of the stone is tilted, defying the laws of equilibrium. Some naturally formed pavilions, their walls resembling jagged peaks akin to fortifications bristling with defensive armaments, are marvelously supported by the flowing water, causing the entire structure to lean precariously at the seabed. Had it been on solid ground, it would have surely succumbed to the pull of gravity long ago. Under the sea, I felt no pressure from the surrounding water, though my equipment was heavy: copper helmet, lead-soled boots, and diving suit. This weight would render me breathless on land. However, due to the buoyancy of the seawater, I experienced no sense of burden. On the rugged slopes, I could leap forward with ease, as nimble and swift as an antelope or a goat. At this moment, we had been away from the Nautilus for 2 hours. After traversing a thicket, we found ourselves beneath a peak approximately 100 feet above us. Where are we now? What mysterious purpose does the captain have in bringing me here? I pondered the questions but could not voice them. Instead, I obstructed his path, tugged at his arm, and spread my hands in inquiry. He shook his head and pointed toward the peak as if to say, "Not far now, continue onward, hasten." Summoning my courage, I pressed on behind him. Within minutes, we ascended the peak, which towered over the largest rocks by a considerable margin. The terrain here is divided into 3 tiers. From our vantage point on the ascent, the summit rises merely 700 to 800 feet above the plain. From another perspective, the summit rises at least 15 to 1600 feet above the ocean floor. I gazed into the distance, and 50 feet beneath the peak, a vast volcanic crater was erupting, spewing forth magma infused with sulfurous gases. The crater lay amidst stones and debris, with the magma cascading like a flowing fire waterfall, rendering the seawater scalding and boiling. Precisely, the underwater volcano serves as a colossal fiery candle within the ocean, illuminating the seabed plains extending to the distant horizon. The lava erupting from the submarine vent did not produce flames. Only when exposed to the air above land could flames emerge. Underwater, the essential conditions for flame production, such as oxygen and adequate space, are absent. Due to the extreme temperature of the lava, it instantly vaporized the seawater upon contact. While the surrounding waters replenished and carried away these gases, the swift currents of lava continued to surge down to the mountain's foot, reminiscent of the devastating eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, when the searing volcanic lava flowed into the harbor of Gricco in the Bay of Naples. At that moment, Captain Nemo gestured for me to observe the side of the mountain's base. Illuminated by the red glow of the crater, I vaguely discerned a desolate scene. More accurately, it appeared to be a submerged, toppled, and forsaken tableau. Suddenly, it dawned on me that it was not merely a picture, but rather a long-abandoned city. I beheld the collapsed rooftops, ruined temples, dilapidated arches, and shattered columns, some of which bore a resemblance to the Doric style. Further in the distance, traces of drainage works were discernible, while nearby lay the rounded city highlands, bearing the indistinct silhouette of the Parthenon. Among them lie the remnants of embankments, resembling an ancient harbor that sheltered returning merchant vessels and warships. In the distance, towering walls have all succumbed to collapse, revealing a broad thoroughfare behind them. This scene evokes the image of an underwater Pompeii, as Captain Nemo miraculously conjures it before my eyes. Where exactly is this place? Which city or nation could this be? My heart swells with exhilaration, yearning to inquire of the captain, my fingers instinctively reaching to remove the copper helmet from my head. The captain gestured for silence, picked up a small stone, approached the nearby black basalt, and inscribed a single word with force: Atlantis. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within me. Atlantis? The kingdom of a highly advanced civilization that mysteriously vanished 9 millennia ago has truly been discovered by the captain? This ancient city of Meroboth from the mind of Iron Pompeii, the Atlantis of Plato, which had been dismissed by the likes of Olivian, Thales, Youngblick, Tangile, Malta-Berlin, and Han Pol as mere myth, has now emerged before my very eyes. Yet, at the same time, it was acknowledged by figures such as Posidonius, Pliny, Ammianus Marcellinus, Tertullian, Engel, Zool, Dunophor, Bayfoam, and Davicek. Now, this land reappears in tangible form before me. I can even discern the irrefutable evidence of the calamity it endured at the moment of its submergence. This sunken territory, beyond Europe, Asia, and Africa, was once home to the formidable Atlantic race, who engaged in numerous conflicts with the ancient Greeks. Plato stands as the inaugural historian to immortalize the tale of Atlantis within his personal writings. His dialogue, Timaeus and Critias, draws inspiration from the poet and legislator Solon. As my recollection serves me, Solon once engaged in conversation with a council of wise elders from the city of Sais. He recounted that, according to the annals inscribed upon the sacred wall of the temple, the city had a history spanning 8 centuries. Among these venerable men, one narrated the Chronicle of Athens, asserting that it predates Sais by a millennium. This ancient bastion of human civilization had once faced incursions from the Atlanteans, resulting in the devastation of several urban structures. The Atlanteans occupied a vast continent, larger than the combined territories of Asia and Africa, extending between latitudes 12 degrees north and 40 degrees north. Their dominion reached as far as Egypt, with aspirations to extend their influence into Greece. However, due to the resolute resistance of the Greeks, they were compelled to abandon such ambitions. Centuries later, a cataclysmic disaster unfolded. First, a deluge ensued, followed by a seismic upheaval. In the span of a mere day and night, the entirety of the Atlantean continent was submerged, leaving only the peaks of the Madeira, Azores, and Canary Islands to rise above the ocean's surface. By the serendipitous orchestration of fate, I now stand atop a summit of this magnificent continent, my hand brushing against relics from 100 millennia past. Traversing the very paths once forged by these ancient ancestors, the skeletal remains of ancient creatures from the primordial era, alongside the remnants of timber, have long since transformed into fossils, cracking beneath the weight of my heavy boots, splintering into numerous fragments. I lament the decision to delay my departure, wishing I had embarked sooner, allowing ample time to traverse the steep slopes of this mountain and explore the vast expanse that connects Africa and America. Visiting the grand cities submerged by floodwaters. Before my eyes, the valiant and fierce city of Machimos emerges, as does the devoutly faithful city of Ospis. The ancestors of this civilization thrived there for millennia, possessing the strength to construct stone embankments capable of withstanding any flood's onslaught, though they now lie in eternal slumber. It is conceivable that one day, a volcanic eruption or the movement of tectonic plates might thrust these sunken ruins back to the surface. It has been noted that in the Atlantic Ocean surrounding this region, numerous underwater volcanoes exist. Vessels passing over these volcanically heated seabeds occasionally experience a peculiar tremor. While some sailors report hearing an odd sound, the fierce clash between seawater and molten rock. Additionally, certain ships have encountered volcanic ash scattered across the ocean's surface. Stretching from here to the equator lies an area imbued with the core's fiery essence, and who can predict that, at some future moment? As a result of volcanic eruptions and the accumulation of lava, the peaks of these volcanoes may once again rise above the Atlantic surface. Our descent proceeded smoothly, and we quickly passed through the fossil forest, with the lights of the Nautilus appearing ahead, akin to a star fallen into the sea. The captain and I continued forward without pause, making our way directly to the ship. Upon our arrival aboard the vessel, the first rays of dawn had already begun to illuminate the surface of the sea. Chapter 52, The Undersea Coal Mine. The following day, February 20th, I awoke late. Having been utterly fatigued by the previous evening's undersea journey, only rousing from my slumber at 11 o'clock in the morning, eager to ascertain the ship's course. I donned my attire and made my way to the salon. The compass indicated that we were still heading south, at a depth of 100 meters beneath the surface, traveling at a speed of 20 nautical miles per hour. At that moment, Conseil entered the salon, and I recounted our nocturnal escapade to the underwater volcano and the journey to Atlantis. Through the open panel, he could still glimpse a fragment of the submerged, enigmatic continent. The Nautilus was currently navigating through 10 meters of water above the Atlantis plain, advancing swiftly, akin to a balloon carried by the wind across a terrestrial prairie. As we sat within its salon, the spectacle beyond the glass whirled past us, reminiscent of a ride in a high-speed train. Among the sights that flashed before our eyes were bizarrely shaped boulders, forests of flora and fauna, and elongated serpents, all concealed beneath a tapestry of cylindrical grasses and white-headed anemones. We also beheld vast formations of uniquely contoured volcanic rock, which had become contorted and deformed under the immense heat of the Earth's molten core. I soon discerned that the marine life in this region bore no significant differences from the fish we had previously observed in the Atlantic. Among them are the elongated gaff-topsail catfish, which can reach lengths of 5 meters, brimming with vitality as they frequently leap from the ocean's surface. There exists a variety of sharks, including one known as the oceanic whitetip, stretching 15 feet in length, adorned with sharp, triangular teeth. Its body is a pale blue, almost translucent, rendering it nearly indistinguishable to the human eye in the depths of the sea. Among the bony fish, Conseil named numerous species, including the dark-hued sailfish, measuring approximately 3 meters, equipped with a formidable upper jaw featuring sharp bony spines. Vividly colored moray eels, referred to as sea dragons in the era of Aristotle, possess dorsal spines that make capturing them a perilous endeavor. The dorsal surface of the Goliath grouper is brown, embellished with blue stripes, bordered by a golden frame. The moonfish radiates a cerulean glow, reflecting silvery spots when sunlight graces their bodies. Lastly, the majestic manta ray, extending 8 meters in length, glides gracefully past the ship in schools. Their pale yellow fins, measuring 6 feet, resemble scythes or long swords. This species exhibits both courage and audacity, displaying an omnivorous diet, with a particular fondness for seagrass rather than small fish. Upon observing the movements of the female manta ray, the male obediently follows, much like a domesticated husband in the human realm. While I marvel at these marine creatures, I also pay heed to the vast plains beneath the sea. Due to the rugged terrain of the seafloor, the Nautilus occasionally must reduce its speed, weaving through narrow, winding waterways formed by numerous hills, and at times surfacing through the complex topography. After overcoming obstacles, it swiftly descends a few meters, resuming its rapid course. This evokes images of balloons soaring through the sky, with the sole distinction being that the Nautilus is under the deft control of its navigator. At 4 in the afternoon, the conditions beneath the sea began to transform. The original thick layers of sediment, laden with fossilized branches and leaves, gradually receded, giving way to an increasing abundance of stones, metamorphic rocks, basalt tuff, sulfurous stones, and obsidian. This is characteristic of mountainous terrains, and I surmised that peaks would soon emerge in our path. Indeed, as I anticipated, a towering wall came into view ahead of the Nautilus, obstructing our route. It was evident that the summit of this wall protruded above the surface of the sea, possibly indicating a continent or, at the very least, an island, perhaps part of the Canary Islands or the Cape Verde archipelago. The nautical charts provided no indication of our position, and it seemed the captain had deliberately chosen to obscure this detail, leaving us in ignorance of our whereabouts. Could this wall signify the edge of Atlantis? The vessel exhibited no noticeable sway, suggesting that the surface winds and waves were minimal. Approaching the porthole, I peered outside only to be greeted by an enveloping darkness, far removed from the morning light of 8 o'clock. Where exactly were we? Had I miscalculated, and was it still night? No. The absence of twinkling stars indicated that even in darkness, it should not be this profound. I found myself in a state of mounting anxiety when I heard a voice behind me. Is it you, Professor Aronnax? Below, Professor. Below? The Nautilus was afloat on the water's surface, was it not? My voice trembled with excitement. It invariably navigated through or upon the water's surface. I find myself rather perplexed. In a moment, the spotlight aboard the vessel will illuminate, and should you desire to clarify matters, you shall succeed. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, were momentarily blinded by the sudden light, prompting me to close them. Upon reopening my eyes, I discovered the Nautilus nestled against the shore of a makeshift dock. Motionless upon the water's surface, the expanse of water resembled a lake, seamlessly connected to the sea, its surface level with that of the ocean. Surrounding the lake were towering walls, the lower sections inclined, while the upper parts formed a dome-like structure, akin to an inverted funnel. Rising to a height of approximately 500 or 600 meters, the faint glow I had previously observed emanated from the aperture above. Geographically, it appeared we were ensconced within a colossal cavern. Instead of pondering the cavern's origins and formation, whether it was a natural phenomenon or the result of human endeavor, I approached Captain Nemo and inquired, "Captain, where are we?" "Indeed. This is the vent of a volcano," he replied. "In times long past, it was filled with lethal lava, sulfurous gases, and flames. Yet now it teems with life. And the air we breathe is the purest." "Is this volcano isolated?" I continued to question. "It was once a small island in the ocean. Merely a hidden reef for passing ships. For us, however, it is a vast cavern. I stumbled upon it by chance. Anchoring the vessel here has proven highly advantageous. Will anyone venture from the volcanic vent to the lake's surface? It is impossible. No one can descend from the edge of the volcano's crater. Just as I cannot ascend from here. The lower tier of this mountain is traversable, but beyond 100 feet, the cliffs become particularly steep, rendering it insurmountable for an ordinary person. Captain, you truly are a friend of nature. You can harness the gifts bestowed upon you by the natural world at any moment. You are safe here. No one else can reach the surface of this lake. You treat this place as a harbor. But it must serve a greater purpose than merely docking, does it not? You are correct. The Nautilus does not need to use this location as a mere anchorage. This vessel is powered by electricity, which requires a substantial amount of energy. In generating power, we need sodium, and producing sodium consumes a great deal of coal. This area is rich in coal. In ancient times, seawater submerged the forest here, and over subsequent geological epochs, vast quantities of trees transformed into fossils, which later, under pressure, became coal. To me, this is akin to another Vigo Bay. Captain, are your crew members currently mining coal in the coal mines? Indeed, this place resembles Newcastle in England, with coal seams beneath the seawater. My men are clad in diving suits, wielding pickaxes and shovels, extracting coal underwater. I shall burn the coal on site to produce sodium. And the smoke and flames generated during this process will billow from the crater, leading the uninformed to believe that it is still an erupting volcano. May I witness your companions as they mine for coal? I regret to inform you that this time it is not feasible. I possess merely a day to manufacture and store sodium, as I must also hasten to continue my exploration of the ocean depths. However, should you wish to meander through the caverns of this volcano and admire the vistas of the saline lake, I believe, dear Professor, you could fully capitalize on this day. After expressing my gratitude to the captain for his considerate arrangements, I sought out Conseil and Ned Land, who had yet to emerge from their quarters. I invited them to join me on the platform without divulging the nature of our surroundings. Conseil exhibited no skepticism regarding the scene before us. He regarded it as entirely natural that we had sailed through the waters at night only to awaken moored at the base of a mountain. The Canadian, too, did not ponder deeply. He was merely searching for a possible route to the mainland from this locale. After breakfast, we disembarked from the vessel at 10 o'clock, once again treading upon solid ground. Conseil appeared somewhat exhilarated. "This is not just any land," the Canadian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "for we find ourselves underground. Between the saline lake and the base of the cliffs lies a stretch of beach, measuring 500 feet at its widest point. We strolled along the sandy shore encircling the lake, where the terrain became rugged near the cliffs, strewn with stones formed from the cooling of lava post-eruption. These stones, worn by the passage of time, had disintegrated, and under the influence of subterranean heat, their surfaces had developed a smooth enamel-like layer, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the beam of our searchlight. The beach was scattered with countless particles of mica, disturbed for perhaps the very first time by human presence as they clung to our shoes. "Imagine," I said to them, "the vast funnel brimming with boiling lava, the surface of which has risen to the very edge of the volcano's mouth, akin to a furnace filled with molten iron. What a spectacle that would be." "I can envision it," Conseil remarked. "Yet I have a query, Professor. How could this ferocious ironworker of a volcano cease its labor? How did it empty the magma from its crucible, replacing it with tranquil, cool lake waters?" "Conseil, you pose a most astute question. It is highly probable that significant geological changes occurred beneath the sea, creating an underwater passage for the Nautilus to traverse. Concurrently, the Atlantic's waters surged into the volcano's interior, The breathtaking scene of water and fire colliding must have been truly magnificent, culminating in Neptune's triumph. Over the course of eons, this submerged volcano transformed into a serene and tranquil cavern. "I concur," said Ned Land. "Professor, I find your explanation quite compelling. However, from our vantage point, I lament why this passage does not lie above sea level." "Mr. Land," I continued, "had the seawater not surged in from the mountain's base, the volcano would remain as it once was. Thus your assumptions and lamentations are mere flights of fancy." We ascended to a height of 200 feet, only to encounter an insurmountable obstacle, halting our progress upwards. We find ourselves at the slope of the mountain, where resilient flora has begun to thrive, contending with the minerals of the earth. Some small trees have sprouted branches from the uneven cliffs, and I can still recall the names of certain plants, such as the euphorbia, also known as the sun plant, a name quite misleading, for sunlight rarely graces them. The leaves of the euphorbia harbor a corrosive liquid, and its floral clusters emit a faint fragrance. When in bloom, the flowers quickly fade, presenting a rather desolate appearance. Along the roadside, wild daisies flourish beneath the long leaves of aloe. Beside the volcanic stones, I observe delicate violets exuding a subtle scent. I take delight in inhaling the aroma of this terrestrial vegetation, for fragrance is the very essence of flowers. Those blossoms that bloom in the sea are merely beautiful aquatic plants, devoid of any soul. We arrive beneath a dragon's blood tree, a member of the lily family, its resin a striking red, which lends the tree its evocative name. This red resin serves as an excellent preservative. Suddenly, Ned Land exclaims, "Professor, look, a beehive." "A beehive? In such a place?" I find it hard to believe. I can assure you, a honeybee's hive. The Canadian is exhilarated, for numerous bees flutter nearby. I approach to observe. And indeed, Ned Land is correct. Within the cavity formed by the dragon's blood tree, there exists a magnificent hive, produced by a species native to the Canary Islands, whose honey is regarded as a delicacy. The Canadian will not let this culinary treasure crafted by terrestrial insects slip away. He is prepared to harvest the hive. I bore no obstruction. I could discern that the Canadian's fondness for honey is as undeniable as my affection for the fragrance of violets. Ned Land procured some hay, sprinkled it with sulfur readily available, and ignited it with his lighter. Under the acrid smoke, the bees within and around the hive were gradually dispersed, revealing several pounds of sweet spoils within the hive. Ned Land stowed the honey into his tool bag and remarked to us, "How splendid! Consile dreams of making delectable, fragrant French bread." We began our descent, navigating around the rocky peaks ahead, when I noticed something soaring through the air. Within this volcanic interior, species were scarce. Those low-flying birds were great bustards, belonging to the order Gruiformes. Some circled slowly in the darkness, while others lingered near their nests perched upon the rocks. These birds, aesthetically pleasing and corpulent, would not escape the notice of the Canadian seeking a delectable feast. Observing a few great bustards sprinting down the slope, Ned Land armed himself with a stone, yet his attempts to strike were in vain, leaving him regretting his decision not to bring his shotgun. Eventually, he managed to wound one, daringly climbing the slope, and with deft agility, the Canadian finally secured this quarry in his bag. In a daze, I heard Consile's voice calling out, "Wake up, there's trouble." "What is it?" I inquired, propping myself up. "The water is rising." I swiftly rose to my feet, realizing that the lake's waters were rushing towards our cave at an alarming rate. Lacking gills like fish, we had no choice but to seek refuge at a higher elevation. Fortunately, our limbs were still agile, and within mere minutes, we ascended to an elevated ridge within the cavern. Chapter 54. The Sargasso Sea. It is this secondary tributary, resembling a collar-like current, that generates numerous warm water eddies along its course, encircling a portion of the frigid, tranquil waters of the North Atlantic and forming the Sargasso Sea. This region is akin to a lake within the Atlantic, where the warm currents encircle this singular body of water, a process that takes no less than 3 years. The surface of the Sargasso Sea is strewn with countless blades of grass, which some authors speculate may have originated from the ancient continent of Atlantis. Theoretically, this maritime expanse could encompass the vast territories of Atlantis, with the grass on its surface consisting primarily of kelp and various seaweeds that have drifted from the coasts of Europe and America, carried here by the warm Atlantic currents. At this moment, the Nautilus was navigating through these waters, where the sea's surface indeed resembled a dense meadow, a substantial carpet woven from kelp, black sargassum, and tropical sea grapes. To part the verdant foliage required significant effort from the vessel's bow. To prevent the propeller from becoming ensnared by the elongated seaweed, Captain Nemo ordered the ship to submerge to a depth of several meters. Sargasso is derived from Spanish, meaning seaweed. This seaweed consists primarily of floating algae, forming the predominant component of the expansive grassy surface of the sea. According to Morley, the author and scientist of Natural Geography of the Earth, the reason these marine plants congregate in the tranquil waters of the Atlantic is both simple and profound. He elucidates this phenomenon through a familiar experience from our daily lives, when we place fragments of cork or other buoyant debris into a basin of water and agitate it to create a circular current. We observe that the scattered pieces coalesce at the center of the flow, the area of least disturbance. Thus, if the Atlantic were likened to a basin and the ocean currents to circular flows, the Sargasso Sea emerges as the focal point for these floating materials. I find this explanation both accessible and deeply insightful. Observing the unique environment from aboard the Nautilus is a privilege not afforded to ordinary vessels. Above us, the water's surface is adorned with thick, dark purple strands of seaweed intermingled with colossal trunks transported from the Andes by the Amazon and Mississippi rivers, alongside remnants of various shipwrecks, including keels and deck planks. Some of these planks, heavily encrusted with barnacles, have become so weighty that they can no longer rise to the surface. On March 22nd, we traversed the Sargasso Sea for the entire day, where fish that feast on marine plants and mollusks regarded this dense water as a paradise. By the 23rd, as the strands of vegetation thinned, we ascended once more to the crystalline waters of the Atlantic. During these 19 days, our journey remained tranquil and uneventful, with Captain Nemo seldom making an appearance. In the library, I often observed various books being perused, left open upon the tables. These must undoubtedly belong to the captain, primarily focusing on the realm of biological sciences. My humble manuscript regarding the secrets of the ocean floor was also among his readings, adorned with annotations in the margins. I noted that his critiques merely pointed out inaccuracies in my work, subsequently refuting some of my theories and viewpoints. The captain rarely engaged me in direct discourse on these matters, preferring instead to immerse himself in the melodies of his grand organ. Occasionally, I would hear the organ's melancholic tones echoing through the night. I pondered what thoughts occupied the captain's mind as he played those somber compositions. In the depths of darkness, I could not fathom, for the night rendered all souls silent, with only the Nautilus gliding through the desolate waters. Conseil and I conducted observations and studies on the local fish species, concluding that they bore little distinction from those we encountered at other latitudes, primarily comprising fearsome specimens of cartilaginous fish. They were categorized into three subfamilies: the striped shark, the bead shark, and the dolphin. The striped shark measures 5 meters in length. Its enormous, flattened head appearing larger than its body, while its tail fin is rounded, adorned with 7 parallel black stripes on its back. The bead shark possesses a grayish hue, characterized by 7 openings between its gills and a dorsal fin along its midsection. Dolphins are social creatures, often seen swimming in groups of 5 or 6, displaying their graceful aquatic prowess. They measure 3 meters in length, with dark backs and white bellies, embellished with rare spots. The culmination of this aquatic observation is Conseil's account of the flying fish, and there exists no spectacle more remarkable than witnessing dolphins preying upon these creatures. Regardless of the distance the flying fish traverse, the height of their arcs, or their passage over the Nautilus, some unfortunate individuals invariably find themselves ensnared by the jaws of dolphins. Among these fish are the flying fish and the butterfly fish, whose traces can be discerned even in the nocturnal hours. In the night sky, their luminous mouths etch fiery trails, momentarily revealing the brilliance of their existence before they plunge into the obsidian depths. On March 13th, the Nautilus was set to conduct an experiment to measure the depth of the ocean floor, piquing my interest. Since our departure from the Pacific, we had traveled approximately 13,000 miles. Our current coordinates were 45 degrees 37 minutes south latitude and 37 degrees 53 minutes west longitude. In this region, Captain Dunhan of the Holler had previously deployed a probe extending 14,000 meters, yet it failed to reach the seabed. Additionally, Captain Ilk of the British second-class warship Meeting had launched a probe of 15,000 meters, which also did not touch the ocean floor. For us, the Nautilus itself serves as the probe. Captain Nemo resolved to navigate the vessel to the ocean's deepest recesses to validate the depths recorded in previous explorations and to strive for a new record. I was fully prepared to document the results of this endeavor. The panels of the lounge were opened, and the ship began its descent, destined for the ocean's profoundest depths. One can envision that during a profound descent, the Nautilus can no longer rely on the method of filling its ballast tanks, for the tanks possess a finite capacity. This implies that at a certain depth, the vessel will reach a state of equilibrium. When ascending, if there is a need to expel the water within the tanks, the pump cannot exert pressure greater than that of the external water, resulting in the inability to discharge even a single drop. Consequently, the captain employed the lateral trim tanks of the ship, angling them at a 45-degree angle to the buoyancy line of the Nautilus, harnessing the vessel's propulsion to descend along an adequately extended diagonal path. Once all arrangements were meticulously set, the propellers were engaged at maximum velocity, vigorously churning the seawater, a truly magnificent spectacle. Under the immense thrust, the hull of the Nautilus quivered as it plunged into the depths. Adhering to the angle and trajectory prescribed by the captain and I remained stationed in the lounge, our eyes fixed upon the swiftly oscillating needle of the pressure gauge. Before long, we found ourselves in a stratum where most fish could not survive. The rules of the ocean are unequivocal. The majority of marine inhabitants dwell in shallow waters, with only a rare few species capable of exploring the secrets of the ocean floor. Among this minuscule population, I beheld the six-gilled shark, distinguished by its 6 respiratory openings, the telescope fish, adorned with enormous eyes reminiscent of a telescope, and the armored fish, sporting a reddish-brown carapace, gray pectoral fins, and black pelvic fins. Ultimately, we encountered the grenade fish, aptly named for its resilience, inhabiting depths of 1,200 meters and enduring atmospheric pressures of 120 degrees. I inquired of the captain whether he had ever observed fish at greater depths. He replied, "Fish? Rarely do we ponder the extent of human knowledge regarding this matter." Indeed, Captain, common wisdom dictates that the deeper one ventures into the ocean's abyss, the more challenging it becomes for flora to thrive due to the increasing water pressure, which renders plants, with their delicate structures, more vulnerable than animals. While one may occasionally encounter shelled creatures such as mollusks in the depths, marine vegetation remains elusive. Notably, bivalves and oysters have been discovered at depths of 2,000 meters, and the intrepid polar explorer, Mike Grintock, once retrieved a shell at a depth of 2,500 meters in the Arctic Ocean. Furthermore, crew members of the British Royal Navy's vessel, the Dog, found a living starfish at a depth of 2,620 feet, over a nautical mile beneath the surface. Captain Nemo, your knowledge surely surpasses that of us ordinary individuals. Would you not agree that we are not entirely ignorant? Not at all, Professor, the captain replied. I do not hold such stringent views. However, from my perspective, life embodies a harmonious union of the finite and the infinite. The movements within the biological realm often defy predictable patterns. I wish to inquire how one might elucidate the vitality of organisms in the depths of the ocean. I possess 2 perspectives and relish the opportunity to engage in this face-to-face discourse with you. Firstly, the varying salinity and density of seawater engender a dynamic interplay between the upper and lower layers, while the temperature of the ocean and the abundance of microorganisms create an environment conducive to sustaining the basic life needs of crinoids and starfish. I concur, the captain affirmed. Secondly, the foundation of life is oxygen. It is well known that oxygen dissolves in seawater, and its concentration does not diminish with increasing depth. Rather, it tends to augment. In the depths, the water pressure further compresses the oxygen. How do you know this? Captain Nemo inquired with a hint of astonishment. We are certainly aware, for this is a truth. Furthermore, the air composition within the swim bladder of fish varies with depth. At the surface, the swim bladder contains more nitrogen than oxygen, whereas in the depths of the ocean, oxygen predominates over nitrogen. Now, let us ascertain our current depth. I glanced at the pressure gauge, which indicated 6,000 meters. We had been descending for an hour. The Nautilus, utilizing its inclined fins, thrust powerfully towards the ocean floor. We were enveloped by the boundless sea. And even at such profound depths, the water remained remarkably transparent, a clarity beyond the capacity of words to convey. Another hour passed, and we had reached a depth of 13,000 meters, yet the ocean floor still felt distant. At 14,000 meters deep, I observed black, pointed peaks materializing outside the window. If these mountain tips belonged to a range akin to the Himalayas, then we were still at least 8,000 or 9,000 meters away from the seabed. In such depths, the water pressure was immense. Yet Captain Nemo did not command a halt. The Nautilus continued its descent, enduring the tremendous pressure. I found myself seated within the vessel, acutely aware of the vibrations emanating from the steel plates at the bolted joints. The white, grid iron plates exhibited a slight curvature, while the glass in the lounge seemed to bow inward under the relentless pressure of the seawater. The entire hull emitted a series of creaks and groans, lending an air of unease to the atmosphere. Fortunately, this ship, akin to Captain Nemo's descriptions, was as robust as iron. Otherwise, it would have succumbed long ago. As our craft glided over the sloping underwater rocks, I glimpsed various mollusks, serpentine creatures, and spiny organisms, along with a solitary starfish. Yet, it was not long before these resilient representatives of the marine realm vanished, for at a depth of 15,000 meters, we had surpassed the limits of life beneath the ocean, much like a balloon ascending into the rarefied layers of the atmosphere. At 16,000 meters, the pressure of the seawater had become so immense that it could crush anything in its path. The Nautilus endured the staggering force of 1,600 pascals, equivalent to bearing a weight of 1,600 kilograms per square centimeter. What a marvel this place is, I exclaimed. For humanity has never ventured to such profound depths of the ocean. Captain, behold those magnificent rock formations and those immense caverns. These are the creations of Earth. Yet humans cannot thrive here. This is the deepest sanctuary of our planet, yet devoid of any trace of life. Such a breathtaking panorama can only be preserved within our memories. It is truly a lamentable fate. Professor, Captain Nemo inquired, is there a method more exquisite than merely retaining these memories? I could not conceive of one. In this abyssal realm, there is nothing simpler than capturing a photograph. The captain's proposal astonished me. I must admit that I had never contemplated such a notion, revealing the limitations of the human intellect. At Captain Nemo's command, the crew brought a camera into the lounge. Gazing through the open panel, illuminated by the ship's lights, the seawater and the underwater scenery appeared remarkably clear. Our artificial illumination exhibited no shadows or unevenness. For indoor photography, even sunlight could not rival the suitability of our current lighting. At that moment, the Nautilus reduced the power of its propulsion system, and, under the control of its own inclined planes, the vessel remained motionless in the water. Seizing this relatively tranquil moment, we directed the camera towards the ocean floor to capture the landscape. In a matter of seconds, we obtained exceedingly clear negatives. In my hand lay the positive plate, from which one could discern the primordial bedrock, enduring in the cold, dark abyss of the ocean, untouched by the warm embrace of sunlight. There were also the granite formations, the steadfast foundation of the earth, concealed within a labyrinth of boulders. All of these elements manifested on the negative with remarkable clarity, their outlines resembling black lines, akin to the strokes of a Flemish painter's brush. Further in the distance, a beautifully undulating line emerged, representing the mountain range that spanned the ocean floor, framing this picturesque tableau. At the very bottom of the film, there lay clusters of glossy, jet-black rocks, devoid of lichen and spots, sculpted into fantastical shapes by nature. They stood resolutely atop a mound of fine sand, which glimmered under the spotlight's illumination. After capturing the photograph, Captain Nemo addressed me, saying, "Professor, we must ascend. Lingering here too long raises my concerns about certain components of the Nautilus enduring such pressure." "Very well, we shall take our leave. Please steady yourself." Before I could fully comprehend the captain's warning, I stumbled and fell onto the carpet. Under the captain's command, the propellers whirred into action, and the inclined plane rose vertically. The Nautilus ascended swiftly, akin to a helium balloon soaring through the air. The bow forcefully parted the sea, creating a cheerful splashing sound. The scenery outside blurred into obscurity, rendering everything indistinct. In just 4 minutes, we traversed 4 miles, leaping from the ocean's surface like flying fish, causing the water to churn into frothy white waves before crashing back down heavily. Chapter 56. The Sperm Whale and the Bowhead Whale. From the night of March 13th to 14th, the Nautilus continued its southerly course. I estimated that at the latitude of Cape Horn, which is 56 degrees south, our vessel would veer westward, enabling us to reach the Pacific and complete its grand circumnavigation of the globe. However, in reality, Captain Nemo did not alter our course. The bow remained directed southward, heading towards the Antarctic region. Where could the captain possibly be intending to go? To the Antarctic? This is rather ostentatious. I am beginning to believe that the captain's audacious actions sufficiently validate the Canadian's concerns. This peculiar voyage has cast a shadow over my companion's spirits. In recent days, the Canadians have appeared morose and taciturn, no longer broaching his escape plans with me. I understand all too well that this indefinite extension and the uncertainty of the future weigh heavily upon him, and I can almost feel the simmering anger festering within him. When he encounters Captain Nemo, his gaze is laden with gloom and resentment. At times, I worry that he may not be able to contain his fiery temper and might commit some folly. On March 14th, Ned Land and Conseil visited my quarters. expressing a desire to converse. "Go ahead, Ned," I encouraged. "How many individuals are aboard the Nautilus?" "I cannot say for certain, my friend," he replied. "I believe that operating such a vessel does not require a large crew." I concurred, stating that, based on my observations of the tasks aboard, a mere dozen individuals could adequately manage the entire ship. However, the Canadian interjected, "Why are there so many people on board?" "How do you know there are numerous individuals aboard?" I immediately inquired, fixing my gaze on Ned Land, whose intentions were quite apparent. "Because," he said, "from my deductions and my understanding of the captain's lifestyle, the Nautilus is not merely a ship. It is, like its captain, a refuge for those who seek to sever ties with the land." "Indeed," replied Conseil, "however, for a vessel that frequently navigates beneath the waves, it can accommodate only a limited number of individuals." "Sir, shall we estimate the maximum capacity? Are you suggesting we arrive at this figure through calculations?" I inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Precisely." Conseil's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "By assessing the known volume of this ship, we can deduce the amount of air it contains. Then, by comparing this with the oxygen consumed by each person under normal circumstances and considering that the Nautilus must surface daily to replenish its supply of fresh air." In just a few words, I grasped his methodology. "Conseil, I comprehend your approach," I remarked, "though this calculation may not yield highly precise results." "No matter. A rough estimate will suffice," insisted Ned Land. "Very well, I shall proceed with the calculations," I stated. "A person typically consumes 100 liters of oxygen per hour, amounting to 2,400 liters over a day. Now, let us determine how many batches of 2,400 liters are contained within the Nautilus." "Exactly," Conseil affirmed. "Thus," I continued, "the volume of the Nautilus is 1,500 tons, which converts to 1,500,000 liters of air. Divided by 2,400 will yield our answer." I calculated diligently with a pencil on paper. The result was 625, indicating that the air aboard the vessel could sustain 625 individuals for a day. 625, murmured Ned Land. "That means," I continued, "the three of us constitute less than 1% of the total crew." "For the three of us, 600 is far too many," Conseil whispered. "Ned, my friend." "We can only endure," I said. "Endure is not the word," Conseil replied, "but rather resign ourselves to fate. However," I continued, "Captain Nemo cannot perpetually navigate southward. Upon reaching the icebergs of Antarctica, he will inevitably alter course towards the inhabited seas. At that juncture, we shall seek the opportunity to execute Ned Land's plan." The Canadian, despairingly rubbing his head, shook it in silence and walked away. "Sir," Conseil remarked, "it seems poor Ned can no longer bear life aboard this vessel. He constantly yearns for the past, longing for the day of liberation, which only exacerbates his torment. He deeply regrets boarding this ship, and his sorrow is palpable. We must counsel him, assist him. His existence aboard this vessel is utterly devoid of joy. Unlike you, who are a scholar capable of quietly pursuing knowledge. The Canadian is different. He harbors no interest in the enchanting creatures of the sea. His sole desire is to stand upon solid ground and dine at his favorite establishments." I understood the plight. The Canadian had grown accustomed to a life of freedom and adventure, and he could scarcely endure the monotony of ship life. Out at sea, little could ignite his spirit. On this particular day, a fortuitous event rekindled the cherished memories of Ned Land's days wielding a harpoon. At 11 in the morning, pods of whales graced the surface of the sea surrounding the Nautilus. It is not uncommon for whales to appear in this region. These gentle giants retreat to the sparsely populated, high-latitude polar waters when threatened by human endeavors. Whales have played a pivotal role in aiding mankind's conquest of the oceans and the discovery of new lands. In ancient times, the scarcity of resources compelled fishermen to pursue and hunt these magnificent creatures, which offered copious amounts of meat and oil, including the ancient Giscardians, the Aztecs, and the maritime powers of England and the Netherlands. In their quest for whales, they disregarded the perils of the sea and the hardships of long voyages. Traversing from one end of the earth to the other, my companions and I were seated on the platform as autumn graced the Antarctic waters. With a temperate climate and calm seas, suddenly the Canadian rose, pointing towards a whale in the eastern waters. Following his gesture, we beheld the whale's dark gray back, approximately 5 nautical miles away, as it continuously submerged and resurfaced. Alas, Ned Land stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting that if he were aboard a whaling vessel at that moment, encountering such a whale would be sheer fortune. Look at the immense body of that whale. The spout of water from its blowhole attests to its immense strength. How vexing it is to be bound to this steel vessel. Ned, I remarked. Have you not yet forgotten the art of being a harpooner? Sir, the harpooner shall never forget his vocation. It is a calling imbued with an irresistible passion. Have you ever hunted whales in this vicinity? No, my endeavors have been exclusively in the Arctic Ocean, particularly near the Bering Strait and Davis Strait. Thus, it seems you are not well acquainted with the whales of the Antarctic. The ones you have previously captured were the common belugas, which do not dare traverse the warm equatorial waters to reach the southern hemisphere. Professor, what do you imply? The Canadian's tone was laden with skepticism. I merely stated the facts. Very well, let us discuss the facts. I must inform you that, merely 2.5 years ago, in the vicinity of Greenland at 65 degrees north latitude, I captured a whale that bore a harpoon embedded in its flesh, one utilized by fishing vessels from the Bering Strait. May I inquire how a whale, struck in the western waters of North America, could subsequently perish in the northeastern waters? Did it embark on a long detour around Cape Horn or the Cape of Good Hope? This is a practical and intriguing question, Consul interjected. And I too am eager to hear your elucidation on this matter. My dear friends, you must understand that whales are creatures of region. Different species select their habitats accordingly and generally refrain from straying far from their accustomed locales. If, as Ned Land suggested, a whale traversed from the Bering Strait to the Davis Strait, the explanation is rather simple. It would never venture southward to circumvent the equator. There must exist a navigable passage between these two oceans, nestled along the coasts of Asia and America. Do you expect me to accept this reasoning? The Canadian remarked with a wry smile, one eye closed. We ought to trust the professor's words, Conseil loyally asserted. The Canadian then flipped through his ledger, stating, You just mentioned that I have never hunted whales in the Southern Ocean. Does that imply I am unfamiliar with the local species? I previously suggested, Ned, that should you recognize them, it would only further demonstrate your vast knowledge, Conseil interjected diplomatically. Look, it is swimming towards us. The Canadian chose not to pursue the topic that had left me somewhat embarrassed, directing all attention to the approaching whale, which was rushing towards us, seemingly taunting us. Mocking a seasoned whaler. It was cunning, fully aware that we possessed no means to contend with it. Ned shouted and stomped his feet, his arms flailing as if wielding a harpoon. Professor, are the whales of the Antarctic as large as those of the Arctic? The Canadian inquired with utmost reverence. Nearly so. Ned, you see, Professor, I have personally witnessed a super whale measuring 100 feet in length, and it is said that the whales near the Aleutian Islands, particularly around Kirilmak and Ungaric Islands, exceed 150 feet. I perceive this as mere hearsay. Upon calm analysis, these creatures are nothing but aquatic cetaceans, adorned with dorsal fins, classified into two suborders, Mysticeti and Odontoceti. The largest of them all, the blue whale, measures merely 30 meters in length, approximately 100 feet. This colossal being, with Ned Land's gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the ocean's surface, exclaimed with fervor, It approaches once more, drawing near to the Nautilus. It drew closer. Not just one, but a multitude. No, indeed, over 20 of them, a whole pod. What am I to do? Alas, I find myself ensnared, my hands and feet immobilized. The Canadian cried out in excitement. My companion, Conseil, suggested, why not beseech the captain for permission to hunt? These Antarctic fin whales could fill an entire fleet of whaling ships to capacity. Captain, the Canadian inquired, may I venture to hunt one of them? Do not forget, I was once a harpooner. Hunting for sport offers no discernible advantage, Captain Nemo replied. Our vessel has no need for whale oil or meat. But, Captain, the Canadian persisted. Was it not you who permitted us to hunt that dugong in the Red Sea? That was to replenish my ship's supply of fresh provisions. While your current desire is merely for amusement through slaughter, humanity may claim a right to kill in the presence of such creatures, yet aboard my ship. Such barbaric pastimes are strictly prohibited. They are gentle, harmless creatures, the Antarctic whales, much like the belugas of the Arctic. Mr. Land, your peers have committed a universally condemnable act. They have eradicated the entire population of whales in Baffin Bay, extinguishing an entire class of animals from the taxonomy with harpoons and firearms. These whales are already unfortunate enough, for even without the threat of harpoons, they are perpetually endangered by the likes of sperm whales, dogfish, and sawfish. Ned Land turned away, dismissing the captain's advice, idly humming a march. Captain Nemo gazed at the large group of whales before us, expressing his concern. Aside from humans, these docile creatures have many natural enemies. Soon, this pod will encounter a band of marauders. Mr. Aronnax, do you see those moving dark spots 6 nautical miles away on the surface of the sea? My fears were unfortunately confirmed. Captain Nemo continued, Those are sperm whales, highly aggressive creatures. I once encountered a vast group, numbering 200 or 300. They are the super predators of the ocean, fiercer than sharks. Their eradication is indeed warranted. Upon hearing this, Ned Land excitedly turned around. Captain, may I venture to engage with these sperm whales, if only to protect the Antarctic fin whales? Mr. Land, it would be unwise to take such risks. A mere harpoon will not suffice against these marauders. The Nautilus is the finest weapon. It possesses a steel ram, and I believe it is as sharp as your harpoon. The Canadians shrugged in disbelief as they witnessed a battle between the ship's prow and the formidable whales, an unprecedented spectacle. Professor Aronnax, I shall present to you a hunting activity unlike any you have ever encountered. There is no room for mercy towards these vicious creatures, for they are nothing more than jaws capable of inflicting bites and a set of sharp teeth. It is most fitting to describe the sperm whale in terms of its mouth and teeth. This magnificent animal can reach lengths of up to 25 meters, with its colossal head accounting for 1/3 of its entire length. The weaponry of the sperm whale far surpasses that of the baleen whale, boasting 25 robust teeth, each shaped like a cylinder or a cone, measuring 20 centimeters in length and weighing 2 kilograms. Yet, the sperm whale is not without its merits. Nestled within the cavities of the cartilaginous structure atop its head lies 300 to 400 kilograms of prized whale oil. This group of monsters had already spotted the pod of baleen whales, poised to launch their attack, and it was destined to be a one-sided battle. This was not only due to the gentle and non-aggressive nature of the baleen whales, but also because the sperm whales could sustain prolonged underwater assaults. Time was of the essence. It was indeed the moment to initiate a rescue. I, along with Conseil and Ned Land, sat before the glass window of the lounge, while the captain was at the helm, deftly maneuvering the Nautilus, our formidable vessel of combat. I felt the propulsion system surge with sudden acceleration. The battle had commenced. By the time the Nautilus arrived, the sperm whales and the baleen whales were already entangled in combat. Our first task was to intercept these monstrous sperm whales, separating them from the baleen whales before systematically annihilating each one. At the outset, the colossal squid seemed indifferent to the unfamiliar presence, but soon they were struck with terror by the ferocious assault of the Nautilus. Under the authoritative command of Captain Nemo, the Nautilus transformed into a lethal harpoon, mercilessly piercing the great beasts. Each strike rendered the hapless whales into mere masses of flesh, punctured repeatedly, each attack leaving behind writhing remnants. We were left dumbfounded by the one-sided massacre. Even Ned Land, who had initially displayed indifference, now found himself exhilarated by the spectacle. Yet, the great squids were not without their own defenses. They valiantly counterattacked, some slamming their massive tails against the sides of the vessel, while others collided forcefully with the hull. On numerous occasions, 10 or 12 of the squids united in a desperate attempt to crush the Nautilus beneath their weight. Through the glass portholes, we beheld their menacing jaws lined with sharp teeth and their furious, beady eyes. Unable to contain himself, Ned Land rushed to the window, shaking his fists in an effort to intimidate them, hurling curses in their direction. I felt as though we were at their mercy, much like a pig ensnared by the jaws of a dog. Nevertheless, this was a clash between steel and flesh, and the Nautilus remained unfazed, accelerating onward, shaking them off, dragging them into the upper layers of the sea, indifferent to their massive weight and relentless gnashing. It dispatched one squid, then surged toward another. Even when the colossal beasts dove into the depths in fright, we pursued them, and when they resurfaced, we followed suit. The combat maneuvers of the sperm whales were remarkably diverse, encompassing frontal collisions, lateral piercings, as well as slicing and tearing actions, transforming the Antarctic seas into a veritable hellscape. The surface of the ocean surged with tumultuous waves, and even within the confines of our vessel, we could discern the piercing cries of these leviathans, accompanied by their distinctive snoring sounds. The once tranquil and crystalline waters had been churned into a murky pool of blood and silt by their powerful tails. This fierce battle endured for an hour, after which the surviving sperm whales scattered in disarray, restoring tranquility to the sea. The Nautilus ascended to the surface, its hatch opened, and we hurried onto the platform. The ocean was strewn with the grotesque carcasses of whales. Not even the most violent explosion could wreak such devastation upon these creatures. The enormous masses of flesh lay torn and shattered, exposing their crimson muscles and white layers of fat. We stood as if amidst a whale graveyard. The bodies adorned with slate blue backs and white bellies, each bearing large lumps, the telltale signs of parasitic life in the ocean. Captain Nemo joined us, inquiring, "Mr. Land, what do you think?" "I much prefer my harpoon," retorted the Canadian, unwavering in his stance. Each individual possessed their favored weapon, the captain fixating his gaze on Ned Land. I was apprehensive that Ned might succumb to his temper or undertake some rash action, which would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. However, upon witnessing the Nautilus nearing a fin whale, his fury dissipated. This unfortunate fin whale could not evade the onslaught of the sperm whales. Its head was flattened, a quintessential black Antarctic whale. From an anatomical perspective, this baleen whale is fundamentally distinct from the ordinary beluga and the whales of North Cape Island. Its 7 cervical vertebrae are fused, and it possesses 2 additional ribs compared to its northern counterparts. This is a female whale, her abdomen marred by wounds inflicted by a sperm whale, which ultimately led to her demise due to the severity of her injuries. Captain Nemo steered the Nautilus alongside the carcass of this baleen whale, where 2 seasoned crew members disembarked to extract all the milk from the whale's teats, amounting to 2 or 3 tons. That evening in the lounge, the captain offered me a steaming cup of whale milk. Unaccustomed to such a beverage, I hesitated, but the captain assured me of its delightful flavor, likening it closely to that of cow's milk and extolling its nutritional value. Upon tasting it, I found his words to be true. The flavor was indeed exquisite. This batch of whale milk was meticulously preserved for the production of cheese and butter, significantly enhancing the ship's menu. However, since then, I have grown increasingly concerned about the Canadian, whose demeanor towards the captain has been deteriorating. I resolved to keep a vigilant eye on his movements. Chapter 58. Iceberg. On March 14th, we entered the region of latitude 55 degrees south. The sky was clear as I stood on the deck, gazing out over the distant sea, where I spotted floating blocks of ice. These were fragments of grayish-white ice, measuring between 20 to 25 feet, forming numerous submerged reefs. Any ordinary vessel would need to navigate carefully to avoid a direct collision with them. Ned Land, having previously ventured into the Arctic, was well acquainted with such icebergs, while Conseil and I were witnessing them for the first time. On the horizon of the southern expanse lies a vast expanse of pristine ice, described by British whalers as a resplendent band of ice that remains untainted by even the thickest clouds. This heralds the impending presence of immense floating ice or ice fields ahead. Shortly thereafter, larger ice formations emerged, reflecting varying hues as the sky's clouds shifted. Some icebergs displayed green streaks on their surfaces, reminiscent of artistry rendered with copper sulfate, while others resembled colossal amethysts, allowing light to penetrate their surfaces and casting shimmering reflections upon the facets of the crystals. As we ventured further south, the number and size of floating ice islands increased dramatically. In the Antarctic, myriad birds nested upon the icebergs, including albatrosses, petrels, and sea ducks, their incessant chirping becoming a source of irritation. Some birds mistook the Nautilus for the carcass of a whale, alighting upon it and pecking at the steel hull, producing a resounding clatter. While navigating through the ice, Captain Nemo frequently ascended to the platform, keenly observing this remote and desolate seascape. At times, his usually composed gaze would flicker with excitement. Was he contemplating that this unreachable southern ocean was his true home, that he was the sovereign of these untraversable realms? He would stand motionless for extended periods, only regaining his composure and indifference upon the realization of his role as the vessel's master. Deftly maneuvering the Nautilus to skillfully evade the colossal icebergs, some stretching several nautical miles in length and towering 70 to 80 meters high. At latitude 60 degrees south, the sea surface occasionally appears entirely impassable. However, Captain Nemo meticulously searches for a narrow passage, soon discovering a slender route through which he boldly navigates the vessel. He is well acquainted with the characteristics of icebergs, understanding that this narrow opening will close behind him once he has passed through. Thus, the Nautilus, under the captain's command, traverses these colossal ice formations. Based on the shape and size of the icebergs, Conseil eagerly categorizes them. There are mountainous icebergs, flat ice fields, floating or drifting ice, circular formations known as ice rings, and elongated pieces referred to as ice floes. The external temperature is exceedingly low, with the thermometer outside registering between -2 and 3 degrees Fahrenheit, approximately -20 degrees Celsius. Clad in sealskin and walrus hide, we remain warm. The Nautilus is frequently heated by electric machines, rendering us unaffected by the biting cold. Moreover, to maintain a comfortable human temperature, one need only descend a few meters. Had it been 2 months earlier, this region would have experienced continuous daylight, with 24 hours of sunlight. Now, however, there are 3 to 4 hours of darkness each day, and this pattern will continue to shift towards longer nights and shorter days. By late June, the Antarctic Circle will fully embrace the depths of winter, when darkness and frigid temperatures will envelop these polar regions. On March 15th, we passed the South Shetland Islands and the South Orkney Islands. On the morning of March 16th, at 8 o'clock, the Nautilus proceeded southward along the meridian of 55 degrees west, crossing the Antarctic Circle at latitude 66 degrees south. The surrounding sea surface was strewn with ice, rendering the path ahead seemingly elusive. Captain Nemo remained remarkably composed as he deftly navigated the vessel through a series of narrow passages, pressing onward. What could be his ultimate destination? I inquired of Conseil, filled with perplexity. It is difficult to ascertain Captain Nemo's intentions, I replied. Frankly speaking, this relentless adventure filled me with a sense of novelty and exhilaration, the uncharted territories. The enchanting landscapes and the myriad forms of life captivated my senses, immersing me in sheer delight. I relished this journey and wished for it not to come to an abrupt halt. At present, the surrounding ice formations grew ever more magnificent. One iceberg resembled an ancient eastern city, its countless spires akin to the minarets of a mosque, while another appeared as a city in ruins, toppled and askew from seismic upheaval. Under the sun's radiance, these icebergs morphed through an array of shapes and hues, only to be soon enveloped by the gray mists wrought by a brewing tempest. The icebergs were in a constant state of transformation, their interiors fracturing, bursting, and collapsing, with even entire masses tumbling headlong into the sea. The entire tableau above the water shifted in tandem, resembling a translucent landscape painting. As the icebergs crumbled and toppled, the Nautilus would submerge to evade danger. The thunderous sounds of the icebergs splintering resonated beneath the surface, a startling cacophony. The upheaval of the icebergs generated terrifying whirlpools, akin to the aftermath of a colossal underwater explosion, sending shockwaves deep into the ocean's layers. The Nautilus swayed violently in the tumultuous waters, compelling us to cling tightly to our quarters to avoid being thrown off balance. At times, the surface of the water ahead is ensnared by towering icebergs, rendering the passage invisible, and I fear we are ensconced in a formidable trap. However, the captain, relying on his experience and instinct, discerns a new route from subtle indicators, such as the delicate, pale blue ripples etched upon the icebergs. I am convinced that he has previously navigated the Nautilus through these treacherous Antarctic waters. On March 15th, the glacial expanse completely obstructed our path. It was not merely the icebergs, but rather an extensive, frigid stretch of ice. Such an impediment could not deter Captain Nemo. He commanded the Nautilus to charge forward with full power against the icy terrain. The immense bow of the vessel acted like a wedge, cleaving through the ice field. And with a cacophony of cracking sounds, a fissure was created. It resembled an ancient siege engine battering the gates of an enemy fortress. The Nautilus then retreated and surged forth once more, sending shards of ice soaring into the air, which subsequently cascaded around us. At times, the force of our impact would cause the ship to leap directly onto the ice, its weight fracturing the surface beneath. Under such terrifying collisions, the ice field swiftly yielded, shattering completely, allowing our vessel to proceed along the newly forged waterway. The Antarctic climate is notoriously capricious, oscillating between brilliant sunshine and fierce snowstorms. When a tempest descends, laden with icy debris and enveloped in dense fog, one cannot see beyond the platform's edge. In such extreme weather, the exterior of the hull quickly becomes encased in a thick layer of hard ice and snow, necessitating the use of sharp shovels to dislodge it. At a frigid temperature of -5 degrees Fahrenheit, an ordinary sailboat is rendered incapable of navigation, as all the rigging becomes ensnared in the pulleys, rendering the sails utterly unfurlable. Only the Nautilus, an electric vessel, dares to venture into such lofty latitudes. At this juncture, the barometer aboard registers alarmingly low figures, occasionally plummeting to 73 degrees and 5 minutes. The compass needle oscillates erratically, lacking a definitive orientation, a phenomenon attributed to the formidable magnetic field of the Antarctic. Throughout history, numerous observations have been made regarding the position of the Antarctic magnetic pole, with findings that are relatively consistent. Hansen's measurements indicate the magnetic pole resides at 70 degrees south latitude and 130 degrees east longitude, whereas Dubrev's observations place it at 70 degrees 30 minutes south latitude and 135 degrees east longitude. Due to the influence of the magnetic pole, the compass direction remains unstable. Thus, the most prudent method to ascertain our navigational course involves relocating the compass to various positions aboard the ship and averaging the results. Though even this approach yields unsatisfactory outcomes. On March 17th, the Nautilus, after enduring numerous attempts, found itself thwarted by an expanse of colossal icebergs, immovable and seemingly infinite. Icebergs! The Canadians exclaimed in despair. I recognized that for someone as seasoned in maritime affairs as Ned Land, such icebergs are insurmountable. At midday, the sun emerged, prompting Captain Nemo to seize the opportunity to conduct an accurate measurement. Our position was recorded at 51 degrees 30 minutes west longitude and 67 degrees 39 minutes south latitude. We had delved deep into the heart of the Southern Ocean. In the expanse between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, we are accustomed to the ceaseless flow of boundless seawater. Yet, upon arrival here, the surface of the sea has vanished, replaced by a vast, rugged expanse of ice. Icebergs drift in a chaotic melee, jostling against one another in disordered disarray, reminiscent of the tumultuous ice jams that occur in a river before thawing. Towering ice peaks dominate the landscape, some soaring to heights of 200 feet, tapering to needle-like points that pierce the sky. As far as the eye can see, the surroundings are enveloped in a blinding, ashen-white world, with the sun shrouded in mist, revealing only half of its face, casting an aura of desolation and despair over the entire scene. Occasionally, a seabird or a duck flits by, their wingbeats and sharp calls swiftly frozen in the chilling air. The Nautilus, having traversed a lengthy journey of over 10,000 miles, seems weary, coming to a complete halt in this immense ice field. Professor, Ned Land remarked to me, if the captain can navigate the vessel away from here, what then? He would be considered an extraordinary individual. Ned, why do you say that? I inquired. Because no one can penetrate the icebergs before us. Captain Nemo is indeed powerful, but he remains vulnerable in the face of nature. At the point where nature draws a line, he must, whether he desires it or not, come to a stop. Ned, your words carry some weight. However, I personally yearn to discover what lies beyond the iceberg. This wall of ice obstructing our path is truly vexing. You are correct, Professor. Conseil interjected. For a scholar, the need for freedom of space is paramount, and walls are specifically designed to constrain us. Indeed, the Canadian remarked. Yet one need not inquire to comprehend the nature of what lies beyond this iceberg. What lies beyond? I inquired. Ice and more ice, eternally ice. Ned, your assertions seem rather absolute. I replied. I cannot ascertain the world that exists beyond, hence my desire to witness it with my own eyes. Though I did not voice it, I had to concede that Ned Land was correct. A vessel ought not to navigate such treacherous waters. In the face of this iceberg, even the Nautilus was rendered impotent, regardless of its previous endeavors to strike the ice with its ram. Under normal circumstances, should we find ourselves unable to advance, retreating would remain a viable option. Yet, the situation had dramatically altered. Both retreat and advance were now rendered impossible, as the waters behind us were frozen solid, thoroughly sealed off. The temperature was alarmingly frigid. The moment the ship shifted even slightly, the exposed sea surface would rapidly freeze. I found Captain Nemo's reckless venture into the heart of the Southern Ocean to be rather imprudent. As I ascended to the platform, I observed the captain surveying the situation. Upon noticing my presence, he remarked, Professor, what is your perspective on our current predicament? Captain, I fear we are utterly trapped. Trapped? Completely? I fail to grasp your meaning. It is evident that we are unable to proceed or retreat, which is precisely why I assert that we are trapped. At least, I see no means of extricating ourselves. Professor Aronnax, do you believe my Nautilus cannot find a way out? It is indeed quite arduous, Captain, as autumn has now arrived. The thawing of the seawater will require at least 6 more months. Professor, you remain as you always have, Captain Nemo remarked with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Your eyes are more adept at spotting difficulties, hunger, and obstacles. I assure you, my Nautilus not only can extricate itself, but will also continue to advance. Are we heading southward? I inquired, gazing intently at the captain. Indeed, our destination is the South Pole. The South Pole? I could not help but elevate my tone, expressing my skepticism and distrust. Yes, the captain replied coldly, his irritation at my doubts evident. I intend to journey to the South Pole, the very point where all the meridians of the Earth converge, a feat no one has accomplished before. You are well aware that I can command the Nautilus to do anything I desire. Captain, have you ever been to the South Pole and discovered its location? I posed this long-buried question. Never, sir, he responded. Let us embark on a journey to uncover what others have failed to achieve and succumb to. I shall not falter. I have never taken the Nautilus this far into the Southern Ocean, he continued, but I am certain it shall persist in its forward motion. I believe in you, Captain. I retorted with a tone of irony. Yes, we shall press on, undeterred by any obstacles. We shall shatter this foolish iceberg, and if it resists stubbornly, we will have the Nautilus soar over it. Professor, you suggest we pass over it? Captain Nemo remained calm. I never suggested we traverse above. My intention was to navigate beneath the iceberg. Indeed, why not proceed from below? A sudden clarity washed over me as the captain's plan illuminated my understanding. I had been blinded by the iceberg, which had clouded my mind. How could I have forgotten that the Nautilus is capable of submersion? It seems our perspectives have begun to align once more, the captain remarked with a smile. You can now perceive the feasibility of my endeavor, or rather, my scheme. No ordinary vessel could achieve this, but for the Nautilus, it is considerably simpler. Should Antarctica transform into a continent, we would prudently abandon the ship and set foot on land. However, as Antarctica remains a realm of unbounded ocean, let us not hesitate. Let us sail towards the South Pole. You are absolutely correct. Influenced by the captain's fervor, my thoughts began to flow freely. The density of seawater is twice that of its frozen state. If the surface were entirely encased in ice, the underlying waters should remain navigable. The submerged portion of an iceberg, compared to its visible part above the surface, is approximately 4-to-1. This is nearly accurate. To be precise, for every foot of iceberg visible above water, there are 3 feet submerged. Thus, estimating the iceberg before us at no more than 100 meters high, its underwater section would be a maximum of 300 meters. What does a 300-meter dive signify for the Nautilus? It signifies little, Captain. We can plunge into deeper waters, which would be far more comfortable than enduring a snowstorm on the surface. Without a doubt, sir, I am quite exhilarated. There is but one concern. If we descend for several days, Captain Nemo has mentioned that we cannot surface to replace the fresh air. This is not a challenge. I replied, the Nautilus possesses ample storage compartments, and if we fill these reservoirs with oxygen, we could remain submerged for several days without surfacing. A splendid idea, Professor. The captain smiled. I do not wish to be a tyrant or a reckless adventurer. I am merely presenting all potential adversities we may encounter, and I kindly ask for your assistance in contemplating solutions. Do you have any further inquiries? Only one last question. If the surface of the Antarctic is completely frozen, then even if we traverse the area of icebergs, we would still be unable to ascend to the surface. Indeed, Captain, your concern is plausible. However, do not forget the enormous ram of the Nautilus. If the surface is frozen, as long as it is not an iceberg, we can certainly strike diagonally towards the surface. Ordinary ice sheets will not impede our progress. Excellent, Professor. You have indeed offered a wealth of ideas today. Captain Nemo continued. You previously voiced numerous objections to my plans, and now you present a multitude of reasons in support of them. The workings of the world are truly remarkable. Captain Nemo's reflection was astute. I was boldly persuading him to pursue this grand endeavor, propelling him forward. Captain Nemo did not delay any further. He signaled for the first mate to join him, and the two swiftly exchanged thoughts. The first mate displayed no surprise at the captain's orders and proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. When I eagerly shared the news of our imminent escape and our journey to the South Pole with Conseil, his reaction was utterly indifferent. He merely stated, Sir, as you wish, I shall follow. As for Ned Land, he conveyed his sentiment through his characteristic shrug, expressing, Professor, regarding your and Captain Nemo's grand scheme. How shall I put it? I find you both rather pitiable. Ned, we are bound for the South Pole. Regardless of Conseil's and Ned Land's pessimistic outlook on this venture, the audacious plan commenced. The ship's powerful vacuum pumps drew in the frigid air into the storage chamber, adding to the pressure. At 4 p.m, Captain Nemo informed me that the panels on the platform were about to close. I cast one last glance at the icebergs ahead. The air was fresh yet piercingly cold. The wind had ceased, but the temperature remained low. As we descended to a depth of 300 meters, we reached the undulating water layer at the base of the iceberg, as Captain Nemo had anticipated. However, the Nautilus did not level off, but continued its descent until it reached 800 meters underwater. At this depth, the temperature had dropped from 12 degrees to 11. Sir, please forgive my earlier indifference, Conseil remarked. We shall surely prevail. It is of no consequence, dear friend. I too am resolute in my belief, I replied with unwavering conviction. The Nautilus sailed along the meridian of 52 degrees west, heading towards the South Pole. We currently find ourselves at a latitude of 67 degrees and 30 minutes south, with a mere 22.5 degrees, or over 500 miles, remaining until we reach the pole. At present, The Nautilus is traveling at a speed of 26 nautical miles per hour, which means that in 40 hours we shall arrive at our destination. This descent possesses dual objectives: to breach the blockade of icebergs and to reach the South Pole, which fills both Consile and myself with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. We stood by the glass of the lounge, illuminated by the beams of our searchlights, revealing the sea floor's crystalline brilliance. Unlike the South Atlantic, the seabed here is stark and desolate, with scarcely any signs of life. It seems that even fish shy away from residing in such a prison-like underwater realm. Our vessel glided smoothly, the subtle vibrations of the steel hull attesting to our steady progress. A flutter of apprehension stirred within me. Would we ascend to the surface and breathe the liberating air of the Antarctic? Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the vessel. The Nautilus had encountered the ice surface. We were still at a depth of 3,000 feet, indicating that the ice layer above us was 4,000 feet thick, with 1,000 feet protruding above the water's surface. This thickness was insurmountable, and a sense of unease began to creep into my mind. Throughout the following day, the Nautilus made several attempts to ascend, each time meeting the ice wall above. Gradually, the thickness of the ice diminished, with one encounter occurring at a depth of 900 meters. I meticulously recorded the depths at which we struck the ice during each ascent, allowing me to trace the underwater silhouette of this iceberg range. Chapter 60. Antarctica. Overwhelmed with excitement, I rushed onto the platform without greeting Captain Nemo. Before me lay an expanse of water, navigable and inviting, with only scattered icebergs and drifting ice floes flanking the Nautilus. In the distance, the horizon melded seamlessly with the sky, where flocks of birds soared above, while beneath the surface flourished a vibrant aquatic world. The hue of the sea shifted with the varying depths, transitioning from deep indigo to olive green. I could distinctly feel the sea breeze, now gentle and notably warmer, with the thermometer reading 3 degrees Celsius. Beyond the towering icebergs seemed to exist an alternate realm, just a few dozen kilometers to the north lingered an icy wasteland. Yet here, closer to the pole, the air was imbued with the essence of spring. "Captain, are we still in Antarctica?" I inquired, my heart racing with exhilaration. "Can the sun penetrate these clouds?" I gazed up at the gray sky. 2 nautical miles south of the Nautilus lay an isolated island, its highest point rising over 200 meters. We steered towards the island, the Nautilus proceeding cautiously and at a slow pace, aware of the treacherous reefs lurking beneath the surface. After an hour, we arrived at the island and spent an additional 2 hours circumnavigating it. The island's circumference was approximately 4 to 5 nautical miles, separated from a vast expanse of land by a narrow waterway. This landmass might very well be a continent, its boundaries invisible to the eye. The existence of this territory substantiated the hypothesis of the American scholar, Molyneux, who posited that between the South Pole and the latitude of 60 degrees south, vast ice formations floated upon the ocean. These ice masses were indeed colossal, yet they were utterly unreachable in the northern regions of the Atlantic. Based on this fact, he arrived at a hypothetical conclusion that there exists a vast expanse of land within the Antarctic Circle. Icebergs, he reasoned, cannot form in the open sea, but rather only exist near the edges of land. According to his calculations, the ice mass enveloping Antarctica formed a spherical dome with a width extending up to 4,000 kilometers. To avoid running aground, the Nautilus anchored in waters 6 meters away from the land. A small boat was lowered into the sea, carrying the captain, 2 crew members, myself, and Consile, along with some equipment. It was 10 in the morning, and the Canadian had not yet made an appearance. He had intended to witness the captain's folly and was undoubtedly reluctant to acknowledge our arrival at the South Pole. The small boat swiftly reached the shore, and just as Consile was about to disembark, I held him back and addressed the captain. "I believe the honor of being the first human to set foot on this land should rightfully belong to you, Captain." "Indeed, I consider myself entitled to it. Until this moment, no human footprint has graced this territory." With that, the captain lightly leaped onto the beach, promptly climbing a rock from which he gazed eagerly across this virgin land. At that instant, I was convinced that his heart was enveloped in profound joy, silently declaring himself the sovereign of this territory. 5 minutes later, he regained his composure, turned to us, and called out, "Professor, you may come ashore as well." Consile and I jumped from the small boat, leaving the 2 crew members to wait aboard. Upon reaching the edge of the beach, I first took note of the soil beneath my feet. The ground was predominantly composed of a reddish tuff, resembling a layered brick structure. Moreover, the pumice and gravel produced by volcanic activity are strewn across the ground, suggesting that the formation of this land is also a consequence of volcanic movements. In certain areas, faint wisps of white smoke emerge, exuding a pungent scent of sulfur, indicating that volcanic activity persists within this land, poised for eruption. I ascended a towering cliff, gazing into the distance, but within a radius of several nautical miles, no signs of volcanoes were discernible. It is well known that in Antarctica, the British explorer James Ross discovered the highly active Erebus and Terror volcanoes at 160 degrees east longitude and 77 degrees 32 minutes south latitude. This desolate continent, characterized by its harsh climate, harbors an exceedingly sparse variety of plant species. The most prevalent is a moss species thriving upon the black rocks, alongside certain microscopic flora and primitive diatoms, as well as quartz-like cellular plants congregating between two shells. Additionally, there are black coral and algae washed ashore by the tides. All of these constitute the entirety of the flora in this barren expanse. After conducting research in geology and botany, I began to observe some mollusks along the coastline, including small clams, sea snakes, heart-shaped smooth shells, and rectangular bivalves with two rounded auricles forming tentacles. In the northern seas, I had witnessed countless bivalves, each measuring 3 centimeters in length, easily devoured by a single whale in one gulp. The predominant type of sessile marine life is coral, according to James Ross's accounts. These coral trees can thrive in Antarctic waters down to a depth of 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there are small emerald corals belonging to the sea anemone family, as well as numerous starfish scattered across the ground. The most abundant species here are the birds that inhabit both the skies and the ground. Gazing upwards, one can witness a myriad of seabirds soaring through the air, their cacophony reaching a deafening crescendo. Groups of birds perch upon the rocks, unperturbed by human presence. As we approach, they gather around us with an inviting demeanor. These birds are penguins who hunt in the waters and rest on land to breed and recuperate. I observed Antarctic petrels, roughly the size of pigeons, adorned in pure white plumage, with short conical beaks and red rings encircling their eyes. Kinsale captured several Antarctic petrels, and when prepared properly, the meat of this avian delicacy is remarkably flavorful. Majestic albatrosses glide overhead, their wingspan exceeding 4 meters. Some refer to them as sea vultures, a fitting moniker, for these robust birds are known to seize food caught by other birds with great prowess, embodying the essence of maritime scavengers. There exists a plethora of storm petrels, among which is the arched-wing variety, fond of feasting on seal meat. The sea chest bird resembles a small duck, its plumage a blend of white and black. Furthermore, a particularly unique grayish-white storm petrel, endemic to the Southern Ocean, boasts chestnut-edged wings. I remarked to Kinsale that this grayish-white storm petrel is rich in oil. On the Faroe Islands, locals, upon capturing them, would insert wicks into their abdomens, allowing them to be ignited directly. I hope that such birds will frequent the Faroe Islands less in the future, Kinsale remarked. Conversely, one cannot help but wonder about the imaginative nature of the inhabitants of the Faroes. Do they wish for the Creator to endow these birds with a wick, transforming them into flying lanterns? As the clock approached 11, the mist had yet to dissipate, and the sun stubbornly refused to reveal itself. Without sunlight, our various observations and measurements to ascertain whether we had indeed set foot on Antarctic soil were rendered impossible, causing a tinge of anxiety within me. By midday, the sun still had not graced us with its presence, and we could not discern its hiding place. The sky remained shrouded in fog. Soon, as the temperature dropped, the mist morphed into delicate snowflakes. "We shall return tomorrow," the captain decisively declared. After making this relatively simple decision, we all cast our eyes towards the distant Nautilus. The fish typically measure around 10 centimeters, exhibiting a grayish-white hue, categorized as cartilaginous fish, adorned with slanted pale stripes and equipped with spines. Furthermore, there existed the peculiar chondrichthyon, elongated and reaching up to 3 feet in length, with a silvery, smooth skin, a rounded head, and 3 fins on its back, while its snout curved towards its mouth, resembling a trumpet. Although the flesh of this fish is rather bland, Kinsale and I held differing opinions. He rather enjoyed its taste. On March 20th, after the tempest had passed, the temperature had dropped slightly, and the thick fog had been swept away by the wind. We hoped for a sun-drenched day to facilitate our measurements. Captain Nemo remained absent, and Kinsale and I took the small boat to the shore first. The soil here is identical to that of yesterday, both being products of volcanic eruptions, predominantly composed of volcanic rock and basalt. Similarly, I have yet to discern the location of the volcanic crater. Above us, and upon the rocks, countless birds imbue this land with vibrant vitality. Coexisting with these avian creatures is a substantial congregation of marine mammals, a diverse array of seals that have never encountered humans, thus regarding us with gentle curiosity. Some recline upon the ground, while others rest on slanted ice, half raising themselves. Certain seals have just returned from foraging in the sea, while others are eager to plunge into the waters. In Antarctica, they occupy a significant position within the food chain, preying upon fish and penguins. As we approach, they do not flee in alarm. There are nearly 10,000 seals here, enough to accommodate several hundred vessels. It is now 8 in the morning, leaving us with 4 hours until we can utilize sunlight for navigation. My companion, Conseil, and I make our way towards a spacious bay, encircled by granite cliffs, resembling a crescent moon. Every available patch of ground within this bay is teeming with seals. I cannot help but recall the shepherd Proteus from Greek mythology, who was tasked with guarding the livestock of the sea god. The seals are not merely huddled together. They are loosely grouped into several large colonies. Within these colonies, the male seals assume the role of leaders, responsible for safeguarding their kin, while the females nurture their young. The fully grown seals meander about with an air of nonchalance. On land, they appear somewhat clumsy, lacking the gracefulness they possess in the water. They rely on their underdeveloped flippers to support their weight, advancing in a series of leaps through the undulation of their bodies. In their aquatic realm, they exhibit elongated forms adorned with sleek, oily fur, which enables them to maintain their core body temperature amidst the frigid ocean. These physical attributes render them exceptional swimmers. Overall, while their appearance may evoke amusement, they remain undeniably charming. I conveyed to Conseil that seals are remarkably intelligent creatures, endowed with highly developed brains, aside from humans and primates. No other mammals possess such advanced neural capabilities. Consequently, many individuals have taken to domesticating seals, imparting a degree of training that transforms them into cherished pets or star performers in circuses. Furthermore, I concur with certain biologists who suggest that training seals could serve as an aid in fishing endeavors, akin to the ancient practice in Eastern nations where fishermen trained ospreys to assist in their catches. When resting, seals prefer to lounge upon rocks or sandy shores. Their external characteristics distinctly differentiate them from otters, primarily due to the absence of prominent external ears. Within this bay, I also observed several variants of otters, measuring 3 feet in length, cloaked in white fur, with heads resembling those of hunting dogs. They possess a total of 10 teeth in their upper and lower jaws, including 4 incisors and 2 pronounced canine teeth resembling lilies, which serve as formidable tools for gnawing their food. Amidst the otters, I noticed walruses lumbering about. These magnificent creatures represent the largest species of Antarctic fauna, reaching lengths of 10 feet and equipped with a mobile, short snout. As we approached, they paid us no heed. Do they ever attack humans? Conseil inquired of me. Goodness, but that is their rightful act of self-defense, he remarked. Absolutely correct. I nodded in agreement. We continued onward, and after 2 nautical miles, we were obstructed by a sharp cape. This cape jutted out towards the sea, providing protection to the harbor from the southern winds. Here, the waves crashed violently, accompanied by a roaring sound reminiscent of cattle and sheep ruminating. What is that? Conseil asked. Is it a water buffalo? No, I replied. It is the symphony of sea lions. Are they fighting? It could be a scuffle, or perhaps they are merely frolicking. Sir, we should go take a look. Indeed, Conseil. These creatures are not often seen. We navigated over the rocky terrain, our feet treading upon the slick, sea-soaked pebbles, traversing the gray-black rocky expanse. I stumbled more than once, resulting in a sore lower back. Unlike me, Conseil appeared more cautious, or perhaps due to his robust physique and strong legs, he did not fall. He helped me up, saying, if you would not be so gentlemanly, spreading your legs a bit while walking would help maintain your balance. Upon reaching the ridge of the cape, we were met with a vast plain inhabited by numerous sea lions. The roaring we had heard moments ago was not the sound of their anger, but rather the joyous symphony of their revelry. The sea lions, in terms of appearance, bear a striking resemblance to seals. Their lower jaws lack the prominent canine and incisor teeth, while the most notable feature of their faces is the pair of elongated canines, approximately 80 centimeters in length, found in the upper jaw. These teeth, characterized by their dense and flawless texture, surpass even ivory in hardness and resist yellowing, making them highly sought-after treasures. Consequently, these sea lions have historically been subjected to excessive hunting and slaughter. The indiscriminate killings by hunters spared no mercy, even for pregnant females, with annual fatalities exceeding 4,000, swiftly leading them to the brink of extinction. As I strolled past these magnificent creatures, I felt a sense of ease and tranquility, allowing myself to observe them without trepidation. Their skin is notably thick, adorned with numerous wrinkles, and exhibits a hue reminiscent of reddish-brown tea. The fur on their bodies is short and sparse. The largest sea lions can reach lengths of up to 4 meters. The species here appears comparatively less agitated than those in the Arctic, perhaps due to the absence of natural predators. They exude a serene demeanor and do not assign sentinels to guard their encampments. I stood quietly beside one, refraining from uttering a word. As noon approached, the sun remained concealed behind dense clouds, thwarting our observations once again. Should fortune continue to elude us tomorrow, we may have to abandon our efforts. Tomorrow marks the vernal equinox on March 21st, when, in Antarctica, the sun will begin its descent, ultimately vanishing beneath the horizon, heralding the long night within the polar circle. It is only on September 23rd, during the autumn equinox, that the sun will re-emerge from the northern sky, gradually ascending until it reaches its zenith on December 21st. At this juncture, the Antarctic region will enter the summer solstice, after which daylight will gradually wane and night will lengthen. Thus, the cycle of the seasons continues, perpetually repeating. I conveyed my judgments and concerns to Captain Nemo, who replied, "Your analysis is quite astute, Professor. If we are unable to measure the sun's altitude tomorrow, we shall be deprived of such an opportunity for 6 months. However, let us consider this from a different perspective. Without this voyage, we would not have arrived in the Antarctic waters by March 21st. Should the sun grace us with its presence tomorrow, we shall find it quite simple to ascertain our bearings." "What is your reasoning, Captain?" I inquired. To measure the sun in the sky from the horizon is indeed a challenging endeavor if one seeks precise data, unless at certain pivotal moments such as the solstice or equinox. Tomorrow coincides with the equinox. If the sun's path is bisected by the northern horizon, then I would truly be at the South Pole. "You are correct in your analysis," I conceded, "but according to strict mathematical theory, this method lacks complete accuracy, as the equinox does not invariably occur at noon." "Professor, theoretically you are correct, yet the margin of error in my method will not exceed 100 meters. Given that this planet boasts a surface area of over 500 million square kilometers, such a discrepancy is negligible." "Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow." I did not hoard the item in question. Rather, I placed it within a glass cabinet in the display room for all to admire. After a day spent in the great outdoors, my appetite was robust. At dinner, I savored a piece of seal liver, which was as delectable as pork liver. As I prepared for slumber, I emulated the practices of the Indians, praying for a radiant sun on the morrow. On March 21st, as anticipated, I awoke at the break of dawn, embarking upon the platform by 5 o'clock in the morning. The captain was already present, remarking that the weather had cleared and the sun was likely to emerge. After partaking in our breakfast, we disembarked, selecting a location to prepare for our observations in advance. Once our plans were established, I sought out Ned Land, hoping to invite him along, for he had been rather reclusive in recent days. However, the Canadian remained obstinate, his surly temperament and silence seemingly intensifying. I felt a pang of regret, as the shoreline was teeming with seals, which should have been used to entice this fisherman. The Nautilus had sailed southward several nautical miles the previous night, and our current position lay a full mile from the coast. Post-breakfast, we boarded the small boat, which housed not only myself, the captain, and 2 crew members, but also an array of measuring instruments such as a marine chronometer, telescope, and barometer. From the small boat, we beheld several towering peaks, rising 400 to 500 meters high along the shore. The sea beneath our vessel was alive with the leisurely movements of numerous whales, belonging to 3 species unique to the Antarctic: the fin whale, devoid of a dorsal fin, and the humpback whale, characterized by its numerous abdominal pleats and pronounced back. Lacked wings. The right whale, with its tawny brown hue, was among the most spirited of cetaceans. From a distance, we could hear the resonant calls of these colossal creatures, as they forcefully expelled columns of gas-infused water into the sky, resembling plumes of dense smoke wafting into the air. These cetacean mammals frolic in the tranquil waters of the ocean, in their quest to evade the relentless onslaught of hunting. The waters surrounding Antarctica have become a sanctuary for these whales. Our small boat made landfall at 9 o'clock, as the dense clouds in the sky drifted southward, and the mist hovering over the water gradually dissipated, revealing a clear and pristine sky. Captain Nemo selected a peak as his observation point, and in the morning light, he led us on our ascent. The air was infused with the distinctive scent of volcanic gases, and we struggled upward, navigating the sharp volcanic rocks and pumice layers. Although the captain had spent a considerable time at sea and must have grown unaccustomed to traversing land, he moved with remarkable agility on the steepest slopes, as if the very ground beneath him propelled him forward. In comparison, I found myself utterly inadequate. Even those hunters adept at pursuing goats would find themselves compelled to commend him. After 2 arduous hours, we reached the summit composed of clouded granite and basalt, where a vast expanse of ocean unfolded before our eyes, allowing us to discern the horizon to the north. Beneath us lay a dazzling expanse of ice fields, while above, the sky exuded a refreshing azure hue. The long-awaited sun now hung in the northern sky, its disk resembling a blazing orb, with a sliver cleaved from it by the edge of the horizon. Sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, creating ripples of exquisite spray like bouquets of water. The Nautilus was also distinctly visible, resting upon the water like a slumbering cetacean. Behind us, expansive land stretched to the east and south, dotted with rocks of various sizes and shapes, interspersed with chaotic clusters of ice. Captain Nemo stood atop the peak, employing a barometer to ascertain the mountain's height, ensuring utmost precision by factoring in the elevation. At 15 minutes past 12, the sun, refracted by the atmosphere, appeared as a resplendent golden disk, poised to descend into the scarcely trodden waters, casting its final luminescence upon the desolate land and the creatures yearning for warmth. Captain Nemo raised his telescope, utilizing its lens to correct for the refractive effects. I understood he was observing the elongated diagonal line and the sun gradually sinking beneath the waves. Clutching the maritime chronometer, my heart raced with anticipation. If the sun's disk were to be halved at precisely noon, it would indicate our position at the South Pole. Noon, I exclaimed. The South Pole. Captain Nemo's voice resonated with a solemn, yet penetrating intensity as he handed me the telescope. Within its view, the sun was bisected perfectly by the horizon. At that moment, the sunlight atop the peak began to fade, and the encroaching night crept over the southern ridges. Captain Nemo made an unprecedented gesture of warmth. Resting his hand on my shoulder, and with palpable excitement, he recounted. In 1600, the Dutchman Yerrick was cast by waves and storms to latitude 64 degrees south, discovering the South Shetland Islands. On January 17, 1773, the illustrious Captain Cook, following the 38th meridian east, reached latitude 67 degrees 30 minutes south. On February 30th, 1774, he ventured to latitude 71 degrees 15 minutes south at longitude 109 degrees west. In 1819, the Russian Bellingshausen arrived at latitude 69 degrees south. In 1821, he reached latitude 66 degrees south at longitude 111 degrees west. In the year 1820, the British explorer Bransfield found himself halted at latitude 65 degrees south. In the same year, the American Morel, whose accounts I regard as dubious, claimed to have journeyed south from longitude 42 degrees west, discovering free-flowing seas at latitude 70 degrees 14 minutes south. By 1825, the British navigator Powell reached latitude 62 degrees south, unable to advance further. That same year, the seal-hunting fisherman Weddell, also British, pressed onward from longitude 35 degrees west to latitude 72 degrees 14 minutes south, and subsequently to latitude 74 degrees 15 minutes south at longitude 36 degrees west. In 1829, the British Captain Foster commanded the Chanticleer to latitude 63 degrees 26 minutes south and longitude 63 degrees 26 minutes west, within the Southern Ocean. On February 1, 1831, the British explorer Biscoe discovered Enderby Land at latitude 68 degrees 50 minutes south. On February 5th, he found Adelaide Land at latitude 67 degrees south. And on February 21st, he encountered Graham Land at latitude 64 degrees 45 minutes south. In 1833, the Frenchman Dumont d'Urville paused beneath an iceberg at latitude 62 degrees 57 minutes south, documenting the position of Louis Philippe. 2 years later, on January 21st, he reached another southern pinnacle at latitude 66 degrees 30 minutes south, which he named Adelaide. 8 days later, he arrived at latitude 64 degrees 40 minutes south, designating it as Clary Coast. In 1838, the British explorer Wilkes advanced to latitude 69 degrees south at longitude 100 degrees east. In 1839, the British navigator Balleny discovered Sabine Island on the fringes of the Antarctic Circle. In the year 1842, the British explorer James Ross ascended the peaks of Mount Erebus and Mount Terror. On January 12th, at a latitude of 76 degrees 56 minutes south and a longitude of 171 degrees 7 minutes east, he discovered a location he named Victoria. On the 23rd of the same month, he determined a position at 74 degrees south, and by the 27th, he had reached 76 degrees 8 minutes south, followed by 77 degrees 32 minutes south on the 28th, and finally, on February 2nd, he arrived at the southernmost point of the Earth at 78 degrees 4 minutes south. Now, I, Captain Nemo, on March 21st, 1866, have reached the South Pole, precisely at 90 degrees south latitude. I am the first to truly claim this land. Captain, under whose name do you wish to designate this territory? Professor, in my own name. With that, Captain Nemo produced a black flag, unfurling it to reveal a golden lettern emblazoned at its center. He then turned with great fervor to face the last rays of the sun above the horizon, exclaiming, "Farewell, sun, glorious golden sphere. Sink away, and let your light rest beneath this free ocean, allowing the 6-month-long night to envelop my new domain." Chapter 62. Accident or Coincidence? At 6 o'clock on the morning of March 22nd, the Nautilus was prepared to set sail. The dawn's light gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness, and the temperature plummeted. The sky shimmered with countless stars, and overhead shone a brilliant celestial body, the pole star of the Antarctic region. The ship's water tanks were filled to capacity, and the Nautilus began its descent, plunging slowly to a depth of 1,000 feet, where it came to a halt and leveled off. The seawater was stirred into rippling waves by the powerful propellers as we sailed northward at a speed of 15 nautical miles per hour. By nightfall, we had reached the vicinity beneath the northern icebergs. At 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by a violent impact. I immediately sat up, straining to discern any sounds, when suddenly I was thrown from my bed, rolling to the center of the cabin. Clearly, the Nautilus had collided with something, causing the hull to tilt precariously. Fortunately, I was unharmed. Regaining my composure, I leaned against the wall and made my way to the door, slowly navigating the corridor to the lounge. The power had not been disrupted. The lights on the lounge ceiling still shone brightly, though the furniture was strewn about. Fortunately, the lower sections of the glass display cabinets were firmly nailed to the floor, preventing them from toppling over. The ship was tilting sharply to the right, with paintings hanging on the port wall plastered against the embroidered tapestry. The Nautilus had come to a complete stop, and I could hear footsteps and the din of voices outside the lounge. Captain Nemo was absent, and just as I was about to exit the lounge, Ned Land and Conseil entered. "What has happened?" I inquired. "I do not know. I was about to ask you," replied Conseil. "Strange," exclaimed the Canadian. "I know that the Nautilus must have struck something. Given its tilt, I suspect this incident is far more severe than the last in the Strait of Torres. It cannot extricate itself. So, I asked, are we on the surface of the water? "I do not know," Conseil said despondently. "This is quite easily ascertainable." I turned and approached the pressure gauge, astonished to see the needle indicating a depth of 360 meters. "Perhaps we should inquire of Captain Nemo," suggested Conseil. "Where is he?" questioned Ned Land. "Follow me. Let us seek him out," I replied. After a 20-minute wait, I strained my ears, desperately attempting to catch the faintest sounds emanating from the Nautilus, yearning for the familiar roar of the propeller to resonate once more. At that moment, Captain Nemo entered, seemingly oblivious to our presence, and walked directly to the compass, his expression unaltered, as if nothing had transpired. However, I soon discerned a hint of unease upon his countenance. He repeatedly glanced at both the compass and the pressure gauge, his fingers tracing lines across the nautical chart. I endeavored to restrain my inquiries, fearing I might disrupt his train of thought. It was only when he turned to face me that I ventured to pose a question. Echoing his words from the Torres Strait, "Captain, is this an unforeseen incident?" "No," he replied. "This is an accident." "Is it serious?" "It could be quite serious." "Is there danger?" "No." "Have we run aground?" "Yes." "How did this happen?" "We are on the seabed. What have we struck?" Our course and navigation were flawless. Yet nature has played a trick on us, taking us by surprise in a manner we could neither foresee nor avert. Humanity may defy the laws crafted by man, but it cannot resist the laws of nature. Captain Nemo's philosophical reflections and comments appear rather peculiar when confronted with the harshness of reality. His response left me bewildered. "Captain," I inquired, "what is the cause of this incident? Could you elaborate further?" We had drained the water from the reservoir to allow the Nautilus to rise, thereby enabling the vessel to regain its balance and liberate me from my predicament. "Indeed, Professor," he replied, "the crew is diligently attending to this task. You can hear the pump whirring. Observe the needle on the pressure gauge, which indicates that we are ascending. However, the ice pack will also rise with us until the Nautilus is obstructed by an impediment, at which point our situation may improve." I contemplated Captain Nemo's analysis and considered another possibility. If the ice pack halted alongside our vessel, it might achieve balance. Yet, would we then find ourselves trapped between two ice masses? At that moment, I chose to remain silent, focusing intently on our current predicament and the potential consequences that might ensue. The captain stood beside me, fixated on the pressure gauge. After the Nautilus had expelled the water, it had ascended only about 150 feet, and the issue of the starboard tilt persisted. Suddenly, a slight motion was felt within the hull. The Nautilus began to right itself, and items suspended in the salon visibly returned to their original positions, the panels nearing vertical alignment. None of us uttered a word. My heart raced. Thus, we sensed the vessel gradually erecting itself, the floor beneath us slowly returning to a level plane. 10 minutes later, we were standing upright. I exclaimed. Yes. Captain Nemo clenched his fist and hastily strode towards the door of the lounge. Can we ascend? I inquired earnestly. Shortly after the captain departed, under his command, the ascent of the Nautilus came to a halt. It was likely that we had encountered the lower extremity of an iceberg, nonetheless. Remaining submerged was preferable to being tilted and resting upon the seabed. What a stroke of luck, we have escaped. Conseil sighed with relief. It's not that simple. We might become ensnared amidst these icebergs, crushed by the weight of the ice or hopelessly trapped, murmured the Canadian. At that moment, I lacked the inclination for futile arguments with the Canadian. I remained silent and continued to wait. Suddenly, a panel opened, allowing external light to stream through the glass. I gazed through the glass intently. The Nautilus was utterly motionless in the water, just as I had surmised. However, on either side of the Nautilus, approximately 10 meters away, stood dazzling white walls of ice. Simultaneously, above and below the vessel, identical ice walls were present. We found ourselves ensconced within an icy cavern. Above the ship, the underside of the iceberg formed a broad ceiling, while below, the dislodged ice blocks gradually slid down, finding a fulcrum against the ice walls on either side, maintaining their original positions. Thus, the Nautilus was temporarily encircled by ice, in a space roughly 20 meters wide, filled with tranquil water. However, I find it not difficult to depart from this place. One may advance forward or retreat backward, then descend several hundred meters to discover a passage beneath the iceberg. Suddenly, the lights on the ceiling of the parlor extinguished, yet the room did not succumb to darkness. A resplendent radiance streamed in through the glass, a consequence of the icy walls reflecting the beam of light with fierce intensity. Countless arbitrarily cut facets adorned the ice walls, upon which the light emitted an indescribable power. Each angle, edge, and surface of the ice, influenced by varying mineral distributions within the glacial mass, radiated distinct hues. Before me lay a dazzling array of gems, featuring the green of jade, the blue of sapphires, the gentle white of nephrite, and countless brilliant diamonds that one dared not gaze upon directly. The intensity of the spotlight was magnified 100-fold, as if the illumination penetrated through a set of convex lenses. It was breathtaking, Conseil exclaimed. Indeed, it is truly magnificent. I replied, quite spectacular, is it not, Ned? Conseil, what ails you? Sir, quickly close your eyes. Do not look. Conseil uttered this while shielding his eyes with his hands. What is wrong with you? I am dazzled. I can see nothing. My gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, unable to resist the blinding brilliance that pierced through the glass. It became evident that the Nautilus was advancing swiftly, transforming the tranquil luminescence of the ice walls into rapidly flashing beams of light, akin to the convergence of millions of sparkling diamonds, as the Nautilus navigated through this electric furnace propelled by the wheels. Fortunately, the panels in the parlor closed promptly, shielding our eyes from the overwhelming intensity of light. Even with our eyelids drawn, the vivid imagery of the brilliant flashes lingered upon our retinas. We were compelled to press our hands against our eyes, taking a moment to calm the chaotic visions that danced before us. After a while, we finally lowered our hands. My word, what an astonishing spectacle, exclaimed Conseil. Such a statement from one typically so reserved indicated the extent of our excitement. However, the Canadian swiftly doused our fervor with a splash of cold reality. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I felt another jolt. It was the Nautilus's prow colliding with a mass of ice. The underwater passage was fraught with numerous icebergs, making navigation perilous and leading to this unfortunate collision. I had surmised that Captain Nemo would alter our course to circumvent these obstacles. Nonetheless, we continued to forge ahead. Yet, to my surprise, the Nautilus began to retreat. What shall we do now? It seems we are pressed for time, remarked Ned Land. It would be well if we could emerge, replied Conseil. Professor, is your book particularly engaging? I suppose not, considering you are perusing your own written work. My book? Friends, please hold for a moment, I implored. Let us remain here until the Nautilus extricates itself from this icy path. In the subsequent hours, I periodically glanced at the mechanical pressure gauge hanging on the living room wall. The Nautilus remained ensconced in 300 meters of water. The compass unwaveringly pointed south, and the speedometer indicated our velocity at 20 nautical miles per hour. In this constricted waterway, such speed seemed somewhat excessive. I presumed Captain Nemo was well aware of the optimal speed for the vessel. However, at this juncture, time was of the essence, and we needed to break free before the passage behind us succumbed to the encroaching ice. At 8:25 a.m., another collision occurred. This time at the stern of the ship. My complexion paled, and my companions gathered around me, seeking mutual encouragement. I grasped Conseil's hand, and we exchanged glances, rendered speechless. At that moment, words seemed inadequate to convey our thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Captain Nemo entered. I approached him and inquired, "Is the southern passage also blocked?" "Yes, sir. All exits are frozen. Are we completely trapped beneath the ice?" "Indeed." Chapter 63. A lack of air. This meant that the Nautilus was entirely encircled by insurmountable walls of ice, imprisoned alongside the vessel by the Antarctic icebergs. The Canadian struck the table with his robust fist, while Conseil fell into a profound silence. I fixed my gaze upon the captain, hoping to glean a glimmer of hope from him. Soon, the captain's countenance transformed from one of anxious turmoil to his customary calm and seriousness. With his arms crossed, he spoke loudly, his voice steady and resolute. "Gentlemen, you may believe that our escape is impossible and that we are undoubtedly doomed. However, I must convey that within our current predicament, there are two distinct fates awaiting us." Captain Nemo resembled a mathematics instructor elucidating an arithmetic problem to his pupils as he continued. "The first fate is death by crushing, and the second, death by asphyxiation. The likelihood of starving is minimal, as the Nautilus is well stocked with provisions. Therefore, let us analyze the probabilities of being crushed or asphyxiated." "Captain," I interjected, "isn't asphyxiation impossible? I recall that the storage holds ample compressed air." "Professor, you are considering only one facet," the captain replied. "This stored air can sustain us for merely 2 days. We have already been submerged for 36 hours, and the stale air within the Nautilus requires renewal. At the 48-hour mark, our air supply will be depleted. Captain, can we extricate ourselves within 48 hours? We must at least endeavor to try. Our plan is to break through the ice walls that enclose us. From which direction shall we dig? We can position the vessel atop the lower ice layer, utilize a detector to locate the thinnest section of ice, and then have my crew don diving suits to excavate beneath the surface. Will the panel in the lounge open?" Indeed, the ship has come to a halt. Shortly after Captain Nemo departed, we were startled by a sound, a whistle signifying the seawater being drawn into the ballast tanks as the Nautilus began its descent, ultimately halting at a depth of 350 meters, the very depth of the ice beneath the iceberg. "My friends," I proclaimed, "the situation is dire. Yet I have faith in your courage and strength." "Fear not, Professor," the Canadian replied. "Now is not the time for complaints and lamentations. I shall exert myself to ensure our collective safety." "Excellent, Ned," I said, firmly grasping the Canadian's hand. "Moreover," he continued, "I am equally adept with a pickaxe as I am with a harpoon. I wish to join the ice-cutting crew and shall heed the captain's orders." "Ned, your decision is commendable. The captain would surely welcome your invaluable assistance. Let us seek him out." Together, Ned Land and I made our way to the crew's quarters, where they were changing into diving suits. I conveyed the Canadian's request to the captain, who readily acquiesced. Ned swiftly donned his diving attire, shouldering an air tank filled with pure air from the storerooms, like his fellow ice cutters. Although the air tanks consumed a significant portion of the Nautilus's air reserves, such expenditure was deemed essential. As for the lanterns, they were not equipped. The seawater shone brightly under the searchlights, rendering headlamps ineffective. Moments later, more than a dozen crew members departed the Nautilus, descending onto the icy terrain. Among them, I spotted Ned Land, his tall figure easily recognizable. Captain Nemo was also present with them. Before commencing the ice drilling, Captain Nemo instructed his crew to conduct some preliminary explorations to ensure the correct trajectory for the endeavor. Long detection ropes were affixed to the ice walls on either side, and the findings revealed that at a height of 15 meters, formidable ice barriers still obstructed the path. Thus, drilling from above was deemed impractical, as it would equate to a struggle against the very essence of a 400-meter-high iceberg. Captain Nemo then directed the team to assess the thickness of the lower ice layer, which revealed a 10-meter-thick ice sheet isolating us from the surrounding seawater. Although this thickness was modest, the necessity to carve out a substantial expanse of ice was imperative, one that must equal the area of the Nautilus's buoy line above. To create such a large aperture, approximately 6,500 cubic meters of ice would need to be excavated, representing a formidable undertaking. Without wasting a moment, Captain Nemo ordered the immediate commencement of the drilling. The crew, fueled by unwavering determination and immense effort, set to work diligently. They refrained from excavating around the Nautilus, as such actions could pose significant complications and inconveniences. Instead, Captain Nemo marked a vast circle on the ice surface, 8 meters away from the ship's port side. The drilling teams commenced their efforts simultaneously at various points around this circle, wielding their shovels with vigor against the resilient ice surface, chiseling away at the frozen expanse. Due to the effects of density, these ice blocks did not possess the weight of water, thus they floated to the surface. Consequently, the lower ice layer gradually thinned, while the upper layer thickened. Yet, the relentless thinning of the lower ice continued unabated. After 2 hours of arduous struggle, Ned Land and the first team of divers ascended to the ship, utterly fatigued. Others relieved them of their diving suits and donned them themselves, including Conseil and me. As we joined the second team, the first officer of the Nautilus led and guided us. Upon leaving the vessel, I felt the icy grip of the seawater. But after wielding a pickaxe for a while, my body warmed. Although we were subjected to a pressure of 30 atmospheres, my work remained surprisingly manageable. We still need to excavate for 5 nights and 4 days. I informed my 2 companions, but the air in the storehouse was only sufficient for 2 days. After a night's rest, I estimated that about a meter of ice had been removed from this immense circle. However, as I donned my diving suit early the next morning and approached the excavation site in water temperatures hovering around -6 or 7 degrees, I observed that the ice walls we had carved were gradually reuniting in the water layers further from the site. Due to the absence of human labor and the absence of tools, freezing was imminent. Faced with this newly emerged peril, our chances of salvation seemed increasingly bleak. Should the seawater freeze, it could potentially crush the hull of the Nautilus, and we needed to avert the further escalation of this trend. "Thank you, Professor, I have noticed," he replied calmly. Even the most terrifying danger could not alter his composure. This was a novel threat, and I possessed no means to prevent it or evade it. Our sole chance of survival lay in our ability to excavate faster than the freezing could take hold. It was a race against time. I had long understood that this was the course of action to take, and there was no more effective method than this. On that day, I labored for several hours, wielding a shovel, which certainly was not as pleasurable as reading in my study. However, this toil augmented my hope for salvation, signifying a chance to escape the confines of the Nautilus and breathe in the pure air supplied by the storage chamber. Far removed from the murky atmosphere aboard that left one feeling slightly dizzy, Captain Nemo was compelled to open the valves of the storage chamber that evening, releasing a portion of the pristine air. Failure to do so would likely result in some of us not awakening the following morning. On the second day, March 26th, I commenced my work early, akin to a coal miner. Today, I was tasked with removing 5 meters of ice. I observed that the sides and the base of the iceberg had evidently thickened. These ice blocks seemed to mock us, as if they awaited the optimal moment to solidify before the Nautilus could escape, ensuring our descent from the pinnacle of hope into despair. A twinge of hopelessness enveloped me, causing my shovel to nearly slip from my grasp. Was there any purpose in chiseling away at the ice? I contemplated suffocating, enduring a painful struggle before succumbing to a gruesome demise, blood seeping from all orifices. Alternatively, I could be crushed by the encroaching icy waters. Witnessing the steel hull of the vessel buckle under pressure, our bodies being mercilessly crushed, even the savagery of barbarians did not exhibit such cruelty. I felt ensnared in the jaws of a monstrous beast, immobilized as my body was gradually pierced by its tightening fangs. At that moment, Captain Nemo was present, directing the efforts, actively chiseling away at the ice himself. As he passed by me, my hand brushed against him, and I pointed out to him the walls of our icy prison. The ice wall on the starboard side was now less than 4 meters from the hull of the Nautilus. Professor Aronnax expressed to me that the current situation was rather dire. We must employ some extraordinary and effective methods, lest we find ourselves utterly entombed here, akin to being encased in setting concrete. "Quite right," I replied, "but what course of action shall we take?" "There is a way," he responded. But I must consider whether my Nautilus possesses the fortitude to withstand such pressure without being crushed. What do you propose? I inquired, feeling somewhat perplexed. What I mean is that the freezing properties of seawater could assist us, for the solidification of water might shatter the ice that confines us, much like it can fracture the most resilient of stones when frozen. While frost can annihilate, it can also be a means of salvation if wielded judiciously. Captain, your concerns are valid. I too believe that the Nautilus's resilience may not suffice against such formidable pressure, and it could very well be compressed into a mere sheet of steel. I understand perfectly, he said. However, we cannot rely on the benevolence of nature. We must depend solely on ourselves. If we wish to avoid being crushed, we must combat this freezing phenomenon or eliminate it entirely. You have observed that not only are the ice walls closing in from both sides, but there remains merely 10 feet of water at either the bow or the stern of the Nautilus. The threat of freezing assails us from all directions. How long can the air in the storeroom sustain us aboard the vessel? I queried. The day after tomorrow, the storeroom will be empty. The captain, pallid, declared. Captain Nemo remained silent, his mind evidently preoccupied with a scheme. Yet, he appeared discontented, seemingly seeking a familiar negation to his thoughts. Eventually, a phrase escaped his lips: boiling water. What? Boiling water? I inquired. Indeed, boiling water. Professor, you are aware that our vessel is confined within a rather narrow space. Might it not be possible to elevate the temperature of the seawater within this enclosure by projecting scalding water, thereby delaying its freezing? I believe it is feasible. We must certainly attempt it. I affirmed his analysis. Follow me, Professor. We shall commence immediately. Outside, the temperature was a biting -7 degrees. Captain Nemo escorted me to the galley, where numerous intricate distillation apparatuses resided, typically employed to purify seawater into potable freshwater. The machine brimmed with water, and the entirety of the battery's power was dedicated to the spiraled coils submerged within. After a few moments, the water reached a vigorous boil. The boiling water was directed into the ejector, while simultaneously cold water was replenished. The battery's thermal efficiency proved remarkable. The cool seawater, upon passing through the machinery, transformed into steam the instant it entered the ejector. Captain Nemo commanded the expulsion of boiling water into the frigid exterior, and 3 hours later, the thermometer registered a -6 degrees, an elevation of 1 degree. After another 2 hours, the thermometer indicated -4 degrees. I was elated to witness the efficacy of this method, and after conducting numerous checks, I finally conveyed to the captain, "We shall surely succeed." As night fell, the temperature of the water rose by another degree. The power of boiling water could no longer elevate the temperature further, fortunately. The freezing point of seawater is at -5 degrees. Thus, as long as we continued to release boiling water, the seawater would remain unfrozen. On March 27th, we excavated 6 meters of ice from this icy refuge, leaving 4 meters still remaining. A simple calculation indicated that an additional 48 hours of labor would be required. Yet within the confines of the Nautilus, the air could no longer be exchanged, rendering the situation increasingly dire. On board, the intolerable staleness of the air made each breath an arduous task. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this torment reached its zenith. The act of gasping for air contorted my jaw. Like a fish stranded on the shore, my lungs desperately sought the invigorating embrace of oxygen. Yet the air grew ever more scarce, plunging my mind into a state of lethargy. I reclined, utterly drained, my senses blurred. The faithful Conseil struggled to breathe just as I did, enduring the same agonies. He remained by my side, grasping my hand and offering encouragement. I could hear him murmuring softly to himself, "Oh God, I would rather not breathe at all. Let the professor have more air." His words touched my heart profoundly, and tears welled in my eyes. Such is the truth of friendship revealed in times of adversity. Each minute aboard felt like an eternity. And when it was our turn to descend into the water to excavate ice, everyone swiftly donned their diving suits with evident delight, promptly plunging into the sea to commence their labors. Shovels swung against the ice, arms fatigued and hands bloodied, yet none of that mattered. For within our mouths and nostrils flowed the refreshing air. People can finally breathe freely. We have come to a profound realization regarding what is most essential for ordinary life. Through our collective efforts, progress is accelerating, and only the final 2 meters of ice remain. Between us and the liberating seawater lies just 2 meters of ice, which fills everyone with exhilaration. However, the air in the storage chamber is nearly depleted. The remaining air is barely sufficient for the underwater workers, and the air quality aboard the Nautilus has dramatically deteriorated. As of now, only 1 meter of the icy prison remains. Breaking through this final meter would grant us our freedom. Captain Nemo, perceiving that the manual excavation is progressing too slowly, resolutely decides to employ a high-pressure water jet to breach the last layer of ice. He maintains his characteristic composure, his unwavering conviction fortifying his body against the suffering induced by oxygen deprivation. He contemplates, strategizes, and executes his plan with determination. Following his orders, the vessel lightens its load, and due to the change in buoyancy, it rises from the icy layer. The captain maneuvers it to the expansive ice pit delineated by its buoy line. Then, he fills the ship's water tanks to facilitate its descent and impact upon the ice pit. The valves of the water tanks are fully opened, allowing 100 cubic meters of water to flow in, increasing the Nautilus's weight by 100,000 kilograms. We are all on edge, our ears attuned, our heartbeats seemingly suspended as we wait and listen, momentarily forgetting our pain. Our hearts brimming with hope yet tinged with the fear of failure that could usher death into this submerged vessel. We are gambling, placing our final bet. Our salvation hinges upon this last decisive moment. My mind was a cacophony of thoughts, yet I perceived a tremor in the hull of the Nautilus. The force of descent shattered the ice above, producing a novel sound akin to the tearing of paper, a veritable symphony of nature. The Nautilus gradually sank. "We've made it," Conseil whispered in my ear. I was rendered speechless, clinging feebly to his hand, my body convulsing involuntarily. Suddenly, under the weight, the Nautilus plummeted into the depths like a cannonball, having breached the ice and entered the liberating embrace of the ocean. At the captain's command, all crew members instinctively engaged in their duties, fully aware of the imperative actions required at that moment. All power was directed to the pumps, which promptly expelled the water from the reservoirs. Minutes later, our descent ceased, and soon the pressure gauge indicated that we were ascending rapidly. The ship's propellers roared to life, and the steel hull vibrated with a delightful resonance. Each bolt seemed to echo a cheer of liberation as the Nautilus carried us northward. However, how long would it take us to reach the surface? Would it require an entire day? If so, I was certain I would perish before then. Reclining on the sofa in the library, my face grew ashen, my lips turned blue, and I struggled to breathe. Deprived of oxygen, my bodily organs faltered, leaving me blind and deaf, and I had lost all sense of time. My entire body felt as though it had become unresponsive to the commands of my brain. I began to perceive the ominous call of death, aware that my end was near. I lifted my gaze to the grand clock, noting it was 11 in the morning. On what should have been the 28th of March, beneath the icy waters, the Nautilus surged forward at an astonishing speed of 40 nautical miles per hour, engaged in its final desperate dash. But where was Captain Nemo? Surely he had not succumbed? Would his comrades fall alongside him? The pressure gauge indicated we were merely 20 feet from the surface. Could we not breach it? I sensed the Nautilus preparing for such a maneuver, tilting its position, lowering its rear while raising its prow. By augmenting the water in the aft ballast tanks, it could elevate its bow. Then, propelled by its powerful engines, it surged upward from beneath the ice, akin to a formidable siege engine. Following a violent impact, the prow shattered the ice field, and then, in reverse, it sped back towards the fractured ice. Ultimately, driven by tremendous force, it leapt onto the splintered icy expanse. The hatches opened with remarkable swiftness, allowing pure air to flood into every corner of the Nautilus. Chapter 65, From Cape Horn to the Amazon River. Professor, how splendid! Exclaimed Conseil. Oxygen is now abundant. We are no longer deprived of it, and everyone can breathe freely. As for Ned Land, he had no time for words, his mouth agape. He appeared capable of scaring away a shark. The Canadian resembled a blazing furnace, vigorously breathing life into the flames. The role of oxygen is truly remarkable. I swiftly felt my strength returning. Casting a glance around, I noticed that only the three of us remained on the platform, while the other crew members were still confined within the ship's cabin, steadfastly adhering to their duties. Captain Nemo had yet to emerge. The indigenous people of the Nautilus had but a simple request. The ability to breathe the fresh air circulating within the vessel sufficed for their contentment. None chose to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Once my mind resumed its normal function, the first words I uttered were heartfelt expressions of gratitude to my two companions. In the final hours before the Nautilus broke through the ice, Ned Land and Conseil risked suffocation to prolong the last remnants of air that sustained my life. To repay such a spirit of sacrifice with gratitude is hardly excessive. Enough. Professor, no more need be said, the Canadian said, somewhat embarrassed. Conseil, my faithful friend, you must have suffered greatly as well. Honestly, the professor speaks the truth. But I am still holding on. I merely took a few shallow breaths. Upon seeing you faint, my mind went blank, and my only thought was to save you. Even at the cost of my own life, as Felsher spoke, he perhaps realized he was becoming somewhat verbose and ceased mid-sentence. Friends, I declared with fervor, we shall remain united forever. You shall have the authority to dispose of me at any moment, Ned. What do you mean? Conseil inquired. Fear not, my friend. Ned Land replied. The right I intend to exercise is that when I choose to leave this inferno of the Nautilus, I shall take the professor with me. Very well. Let us discuss more serious matters, Conseil remarked. Is the current course favorable to our plans? Ned Land added, moreover, we must ascertain whether we are advancing towards the Pacific or the Atlantic. This distinction is crucial, as it determines whether we are heading toward populated regions or delving into the desolate, uncharted seas. I believe that this uncertainty will soon be clarified. After enduring this ordeal, the Nautilus increased its speed, and before long, we had crossed the Antarctic Circle with our bow set toward Cape Horn. On the evening of March 31st at 7 o'clock, we passed the southernmost point of South America. At that moment, we had completely forgotten the torment of being trapped beneath the frigid waters. Our minds were solely occupied with planning for the future. Captain Nemo, as was his custom, remained elusive, absent from both the salon and the deck. The first officer diligently recorded our position on the map each day, allowing me to clearly discern the Nautilus's navigational route. That night, I observed a gratifying outcome. Our trajectory was unmistakable, heading northward through the waters of the Atlantic. I promptly shared this result with the Canadian and Conseil. What splendid news! We have survived the worst, and fortune may soon favor us, would it not? The Canadian's tone was light and cheerful, though the ultimate destination of the Nautilus remained uncertain. I cannot say for certain, Ned, I replied. Then, the Canadian declared, we can no longer afford to wait idly. When the opportunity arises, we shall not hesitate to depart immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, Conseil added, Captain Nemo is indeed an extraordinary figure, and we shall never regret having known him, particularly after being imprisoned by him for several months and finally departing. Ned Land promptly remarked, the Nautilus, in this bountiful underwater realm, showed no reluctance to leave. Gliding swiftly onward, by nightfall, it was already not far from the Malouin Islands, and the following day, I would behold the steep peaks of those islands. During calm weather, the Nautilus's fishing nets often yielded unexpected treasures. In these waters, our nets captured exquisite kelp and various species of seaweed, including a particular type known as blackhorn weed, whose roots are exceptionally delectable. The crew also caught a dozen resting sea geese and sea ducks on the platform, which were naturally sent to the kitchen for preparation. Among the fish, I observed members of the goby family, particularly the mudskipper, measuring approximately 2 decimeters in length, adorned with numerous grayish-white and yellow spots. Countless jellyfish, the most beautiful variety I had ever seen, floated in the waters, specifically the unique cocoon-shaped jellyfish of the Malouin Sea. At times, they appeared hemispherical, resembling smooth, beautiful umbrellas embellished with reddish-brown stripes, from which dangled 12 elegantly arranged tentacles. At other times, they resembled inverted flower baskets, with red leaves and slender branches extending from within. As they glided through the water, they gracefully swayed their 4 leaf-like appendages, their abundant tentacles drifting and swirling in the currents. I am deeply inclined to capture and retain these exquisite marine creatures, yet they elude me like ethereal spirits of the Malouin Sea, vanishing without a trace once they depart from the embrace of their maternal ocean. The Malouin archipelago gradually recedes from our view, ultimately disappearing beneath the horizon. The Nautilus descends to depths of 20 to 25 meters, continuing its journey along the eastern coast of South America, during which Captain Nemo remains conspicuously absent. On April 3rd, we spent the entire day traversing the waters off the coast of Patagonia in Argentina, the vessel at times submerging into the depths, and at other times braving the waves upon the surface. On April 4th, we sailed past the mouth of the La Plata River, subsequently passing Uruguay. Navigating 50 nautical miles eastward from the continent, our course consistently oriented to the northeast, strictly along the elongated eastern coastline of South America. Since our departure from the Sea of Japan, we have traversed a distance of 16,000 miles. At this pace, on the night of April 9th, we beheld from afar the easternmost point of South America, Cape St. Roque. Before reaching this point, the Nautilus plunged into the ocean's depths to seek out the underwater valley that lies between this location and the western coast of Africa near Sierra Leone. This underwater valley exists at the same latitude as the Antilles, serving as the demarcation between the North Atlantic and South Atlantic. From here, extending towards the Lesser Antilles, lies a rugged cliff approximately 6 kilometers in length, exceedingly steep. At the same latitude as the Blue Cap Islands, another similarly extensive stone wall encircles the submerged Atlantis, also known as the Atlantic continent. In the depths of this vast valley, rugged mountains are widely dispersed, creating a picturesque underwater scene akin to a beautiful painting. My ability to sketch a rough outline of this underwater realm relies heavily on the manuscript maps housed within the library of the Nautilus, which are evidently crafted by Captain Nemo himself, depicting the topography drawn from his personal observations. The surrounding waters are desolate and devoid of life. The Nautilus employs its inclined plane mechanism for descent, a brilliant invention of Captain Nemo, enabling the vessel to navigate to profound depths. On April 11th, we abruptly ascended from our submerged state, and upon reaching the surface, I beheld the mouth of the Amazon River. In this expansive estuary, the water is abundant, with the saline content diminishing for several miles. After crossing the equator from south to north, we found ourselves 20 nautical miles westward of Guyana, a French overseas territory. We could have enacted an escape plan and easily found a place to hide. However, the weather proved uncooperative, with strong winds and tumultuous waves posing a threat to any daring small craft. Ned Land was well aware of this, and thus refrained from speaking of the plan. I, too, chose not to broach the subject of his escape, unwilling to encourage him in pursuits fraught with peril that were destined to fail. In such a helpless and disheartening environment, I preferred to pass the time with engaging research. During the 2 days from April 11th to 12th, the Nautilus remained above the surface, and the nets aboard captured an abundant array of invertebrates, fish, and reptiles, showcasing a remarkable diversity that would surely delight any seasoned fisherman. The nets dragged up numerous invertebrates, predominantly belonging to the family of sea anemones, characterized by their exquisite appearance. Another type of seaweed, a local specialty of the Atlantic waters, features a cylindrical body of diminutive size adorned with elegant linear patterns and red spots, from which peculiar, tentacle-like flowers bloom. In this region of the ocean, I had previously lacked the opportunity to conduct a thorough study of the fish, yet I shall highlight a few representative species. Among the cartilaginous fish, there exists the spotted fish, measuring 15 inches in length, with a pale blue head, purplish-red fins, a blue-gray spine, and a belly adorned with striking silver or reddish-brown spots. The golden circles around their eyes enhance their beauty. Originally freshwater fish, they were transported from the tropical forests by the waters of the Amazon into the Atlantic, where they thrive in the sea. The mullet has a sharply pointed snout and a long, slender tail, with only a single, tooth-like spine along its body. Additionally, there is a petite shark, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, with a grayish-black skin tinged with pale white, possessing sharp teeth arranged in several rows. Local fishermen refer to them as slipper fish. The batfish, resembling an isosceles triangle in its striking red hue, boasts long pectoral fins extending from its prominent body, evoking the appearance of a bat, with horn-like appendages flanking its nostrils, thus earning it the name of horned fish. The body of the soft-shelled turtle is adorned with numerous spines on both sides, presenting a rather fearsome appearance, accentuated by its vivid golden hue. The purple hues of the acid-spined fish emit a gentle luster, reminiscent of the soft throat of a homing pigeon. To conclude this somewhat tedious yet precise outline of North Atlantic fish, I shall introduce a collection of multi-boned species. The bass fish, belonging to the genus of wingless finned fish, boasts a blunt snout, a head of pristine white, and a body cloaked in black, complemented by an elongated, slender, fleshy tail. The serrated fish is armed with numerous sharp spines. Sardines reach a length of 30 centimeters, gleaming with a silvery sheen. The oval-finned fish possesses 2 anal fins, while the black-spined fish is entirely dark, drawing fishermen who often ignite hay to attract them. They can grow up to 2 meters in length, with remarkably firm flesh. Freshly caught fish are promptly cooked, tasting similar to eel, and when dried, they transform into exquisite smoked delicacies. The labyrinth fish is partially red, adorned with scales only along its dorsal fin and beneath its anus. The body of the cocoon fish shimmers with golden and silvery brilliance, interspersed with hues of ruby and topaz. The flesh of the golden-tailed silk fish is exceptionally tender, and at dusk, the phosphorescence on their body sparkles in the ocean's depths. The pseudobrachium fish has an exceedingly small head and an orange-yellow body. Additionally, there are the scaly lizardfish, the black spiny fish, and the bulging-eyed fish from the Suriname Islands, among others. Here, I must solemnly introduce a particular fish that remains vividly etched in Conseil's memory, an indelible presence. However, Conseil was suddenly overwhelmed, falling into a disarrayed heap, his legs flailing in the air, half of his body paralyzed, as he incessantly cried out, "My master, come quickly to my aid. I have lost all feeling." This was the first time he had called out to me in such a state of panic. The Canadian and I hurried over to assist him, lifting him up. We both massaged his upper body, aiding him in regaining consciousness. Once his thoughts returned to normal, this individual, captivated by the classification of species, murmured in a vague voice, chondrichthyes, soft-finned, fixed-gill, squaliforms, family Gymnotidae, genus Electrophorus. Chapter 67. The octopus. In recent days, the course of the Nautilus was unmistakable. Captain Nemo had no intention of venturing into the Gulf of Mexico or the waters of the Greater Antilles. In truth, the waters in that region are not shallow. With an average depth of 18,000 meters, more than sufficient to accommodate the Nautilus's hull. Perhaps the multitude of islands and the busy maritime traffic posed a considerable nuisance for Captain Nemo. On April 16th, we surfaced, and from a distance of approximately 30 nautical miles, we beheld the peaks of Martinique and Guadeloupe, along with the mountainous terrain of both islands. The Canadian had initially intended to execute his plan within the Gulf of Mexico, where the chances of successfully escaping to land, surrounded on three sides by the North American continent, were significantly greater, or perhaps even to the eastern shores of Cuba. Thus, when he realized the Nautilus was evading the Gulf, he felt a profound sense of disappointment. In the Gulf of Mexico, seizing a small boat and escaping while Captain Nemo was unaware seemed a feasible endeavor. However, remaining in the Atlantic was utterly out of the question. The Canadian, Conseil, and I had previously conferred on this matter. It has now been 6 months since we found ourselves captives aboard the Nautilus. We have traversed 17,000 leagues alongside Captain Nemo, and as Ned Land aptly remarked, this journey appears to be without end. Thus, he proposed an unexpected suggestion, to directly inquire of Captain Nemo, "Captain, do you intend to confine the three of us aboard this vessel indefinitely?" Such a conversation left me in a state of great discomfort, even bordering on irritation. In my view, such discussions would yield no fruitful outcome. Our various speculations and hopes would be ruthlessly shattered by the Nautilus's sudden course changes or its plunges into the abyss. Therefore, we must harbor no illusions. Our fate rests solely upon our own actions. Moreover, my concerns have been heightened by Captain Nemo's recent demeanor, which has grown increasingly morose. He seldom makes an appearance and rarely engages me in discussion as he once did. I sense that he is intentionally avoiding me. Previously, he delighted in sharing the wonders of the ocean depths and his personal experiences, yet now he disregards my solitary presence in the saloon, engrossed in reading and research. While he retreats to a concealed corner of the ship, what is he plotting? What motivates his enigmatic behavior? I am acutely aware that I have done nothing to offend him, nor do I feel any guilt that warrants self-reproach. Could it be that some of our actions aboard have caused him distress? Regardless, I cannot entertain the hope that he will one day voluntarily propose to restore our freedom. Following Ned Land's suggestion, I must arrange a private meeting with Captain Nemo. I need to contemplate this matter deeply. Should the meeting prove unfruitful, it may not only thwart our initial intentions, but also inadvertently heighten his suspicions, rendering our predicament even more precarious. I cannot request to leave the Nautilus on the grounds of physical health. Indeed, apart from some discomfort experienced beneath the icebergs of Antarctica, both Ned Land, Conseil, and I have remained in excellent health. Aboard the Nautilus, the wholesome diet, invigorating air, regular routine, and stable temperature ensure that one is seldom afflicted by illness. For someone like Captain Nemo, who harbors no fondness for terrestrial matters, remaining aboard the Nautilus is a profound joy, akin to residing in one's own home. He can traverse to any destination he desires, steadfastly pursuing his objectives. To us ordinary mortals, his chosen path may appear enigmatic, yet he perceives it otherwise. This is a way of life I am willing to comprehend, and indeed, it is understandable. However, for us, we harbor no deep-seated animosity towards humanity and do not wish to sever our ties with the solid land. Personally, I do not wish for my peculiar and novel explorations to rest alongside me in an oceanic sepulchre. I possess the right to compose this book to illustrate to my readers the true essence of the ocean, and I have the right to aspire for it to be published one day, cherished by its audience. In the waters of the small Antilles, at a depth of 10 meters, I gazed through the open panel and discovered a plethora of fascinating marine creatures, all meticulously recorded in my journal. Among the myriad of invertebrates, there exists a species known as the sea cucumber, a boat-shaped coelenterate with a robust rectangular body that emits a radiant, uranium-like glow. When they unfurl their membrane against the wind, the blue tentacles float gracefully in the water, resembling enchanting jellyfish, yet secreting a highly corrosive liquid. Among the fish, there exists the snakefish, a colossal cartilaginous creature measuring 10 feet in length and weighing up to 600 pounds. With triangular pectoral fins and slight protrusions along their dorsal spine, their eyes are situated at the forefront of their heads. They drift through the water like the remnants of sunken vessels, akin to an opaque windowpane that often obscures our glass windows. The American needlefish, adorned solely in hues of black and white by nature, glides through the depths. The boxy shrimpfish, with its elongated and robust body, flaunts vibrant yellow fins. The jinglefish, measuring approximately 15 to 16 decimeters, boasts short, sharp teeth and a body covered in fine scales. The sea carp turtle congregates in schools, frequently casting shadows upon the sunlit water's surface. Adorned with golden stripes running from head to tail, their fins are particularly exquisite as they navigate through the water. The golden applefish, draped in emerald bands, appears as if clothed in velvet, exuding an air of mystery, reminiscent of regal figures from a Veronese painting, swimming imperiously before our eyes. The spiny silk fish, with its rapidly fluttering pectoral fins, often darts past in a fleeting moment. The phosphorescent whale, despite its name, is modest in size at merely 15 inches, enveloped in shimmering scales. The loach, with its thick, fleshy tail, continuously stirs the seawater. Lastly, the red abalone, wielding its sharp pectoral fins, seems to slice through the ocean's depths. Silver-white moonfish glide through the depths, unlike the phosphorescent whales whose names reflect their nature. They rise in the water like a gentle moon, casting a soft glow. On April 20th, we maintained an average depth of 1,500 meters, with the nearest land to the Nautilus being the Lugai Islands. The scattered islets of this archipelago resembled a collection of slates strewn upon the sea's surface. This region boasts numerous underwater cliffs, standing tall like vertical walls. Between these walls lie many deep black voids, so profound that our ship's searchlights could not illuminate their depths. The seabed is adorned with expansive layers of marine grass, comprising broad kelp-like plants, such as the gigantic black horn kelp, stacked upon one another. Navigating this underwater realm felt akin to entering the world of giants beneath the waves. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Ned Land pointed to the tumultuous activity among the enormous blades of grass outside the window, urging me to observe. Professor Conseil inquired, "Are you referring to that cephalopod?" "The squid?" "Indeed, it is Clark," the Canadian replied with a tone of sarcasm. "Yes, it is Clark," Conseil acknowledged, disregarding the Canadian's mockery. "I cannot believe such a creature exists," Ned Land declared. "Oh, Conseil, I was mistaken that time." "It is possible, Conseil, but as an experienced harpooner, I must personally slay this monster to fully accept its existence. Indeed, no one would believe such tales belong solely to myth." The Canadian exclaimed. "Ned, many people hold this belief." I spoke slowly, certain that it is not the fishermen, but rather those scholars who relish in the pursuit of knowledge. "Indeed, both fishermen and scholars are believers," I remarked. "Ned, do not be so obstinate. The individual conversing with you now, such as myself, possesses a serious tone. For I distinctly recall witnessing a grand vessel being dragged beneath the waves by the arm of a cephalopod." "Have you ever seen such a thing?" the Canadian inquired, astonished. "Indeed, Ned. Where did this occur? In the harbor, perchance?" Ned Land responded with a mocking tone. "In a church?" the Canadian exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." Ned Land laughed heartily, realizing that Mr. Conseil was jesting with him. "Have you all finished?" the Canadian scoffed. "The bishops of your truly spun marvelous tales," Ned Land remarked. "Ultimately, ancient biologists once spoke of a creature so monstrous that its mouth resembled a bay, its girth so vast that it could not traverse the Strait of Gibraltar. Truly, a marvel beyond compare," the Canadian declared. "Is there any truth amidst these tales?" Conseil asked. "Has anyone ever encountered one of these beings?" the Canadian inquired. "No, but some sailors have at least witnessed them firsthand. I have a friend, Captain Paul Boss of Havre, who often recounts an encounter with such a colossal beast in the Indian Ocean. Moreover, a terrifying incident transpired several years ago, in 1861. "What do you think?" asked Ned Land. "Indeed, in the year 1861, in the northeastern waters of the island of Turneffe, at approximately the same latitude as we currently find ourselves, the crew of the communications vessel Albatross witnessed a colossal gun squid drifting upon the surface. Captain Booger ordered the ship to approach this creature, and the crew attacked it with harpoons and guns, yet it remained unperturbed. The bullets and harpoons pierced the squid's flesh, which was as soft as cotton, as if they had been thrust into a completely decayed mass of slime. After several rounds of assault, it remained indifferent, ultimately. The crew fashioned a lasso from rope and ensnared the cephalopod, the rope sliding down to rest at the edge of its tail fin. They endeavored to haul this monstrous being aboard, but its body was too heavy. As the rope tugged, the squid's body separated from its tail, and after losing its appendage, it vanished beneath the waves. At last, we have a verifiable account, Ned Land remarked. It is undoubtedly true, Ned. Someone has named this squid after the captain. Dubbing it Booger's gun squid. How long was it? Inquired the Canadian. Was it 6 meters in length? Conseil interjected, standing by the glass, gazing at the rugged cliffs. Were its eyes positioned atop its forehead, large and formidable? Indeed, Conseil. Did its mouth resemble that of a parrotfish, to a terrifying extent? How do you know this, Conseil? I looked at Conseil in bewilderment as Ned Land swiftly approached the glass window. What a dreadful creature, he exclaimed. This is a fortuitous opportunity, allowing me to observe this creature up close. I cherished this moment, and after overcoming my aversion to its appearance, I took up a pencil and began sketching it. Is this monster the same one the crew of the Nautilus encountered? Conseil inquired. Professor, Ned immediately interjected, if this is not the Nautilus' beast, then perhaps among these many, one is indeed it. Suddenly, the Nautilus halted, a tremendous jolt causing the vessel to shudder. Did we collide with something again? I asked, a twinge of anxiety in my voice. The Nautilus was ascending, yet it remained motionless. We could not hear the hum of the propellers, clearly indicating we had lost power. After about a minute, Captain Nemo entered the lounge, accompanied by the first mate. I approached the captain and spoke directly to him. I fixed my gaze upon him, for I had not fully comprehended his words. Hand-to-hand combat? I echoed one of the key phrases. What do you wish to do? Quite simply. We shall surface and slay this beast. Will it be dangerous? A little. We cannot employ firearms, as electric projectiles are ineffective against the soft flesh, which lacks sufficient resistance for the projectile to detonate. We must revert to the primitive hunting methods of our ancestors, using axes to confront them. Harpoons could also suffice, Captain. The Canadian remarked, if you do not refuse me, I shall certainly take up the challenge. Thank you, Mr. Land, for your assistance. We shall accompany you in confronting these monsters. It is our duty. With that, we followed Captain Nemo towards the central staircase. A group of about 10 individuals had gathered by the stairs, armed with axes, poised for an assault. Conseil and I each took up an axe, while Ned Land wielded a harpoon. I was grateful for the opportunity to repay you, Mr. Land, Captain Nemo gasped to the Canadian. This fierce battle endured for a quarter of an hour, culminating in the complete defeat of the monsters. Those that were not dead were grievously wounded, ultimately retreating in disarray from the platform and vanishing beneath the waves. Chapter 69, The Gulf Stream. The fierce battle on April 20th was a harrowing test of life and death. I believe that each of us will forever remember the bloody and brutal scene. Driven by intense emotion, I recorded it in detail. I recited it to Conseil and Ned Land, both of whom found my account to be profoundly accurate, mirroring the actual events, yet lacking the visceral impact of the live experience. To truly capture this tableau, we would require a master like Raphael among us. Personally, the final, desperate cries of that unfortunate compatriot during the battle shattered my heart. This poor Frenchman, in his final moments, forgot the language agreed upon aboard the ship and, in a heartfelt utterance, spoke the words of his homeland as his last cry for life. All the crew aboard the Nautilus are bound by unwavering loyalty to Captain Nemo, united in their shared desire to evade humanity. Among them, one is my compatriot. Is he truly the sole representative of France in this enigmatic assembly? This question continually surfaces in my mind, yet it remains one destined to go unanswered. After drifting freely for 10 days, on May 1st, the Nautilus entered the Bahamas Channel. Upon distant sight of the Luigia archipelago, we navigated further north. We were traversing the largest current of the North Atlantic, a current with its own origins, specific marine life, and unique temperature, known to us as the Gulf Stream. This warm current flows freely within the Atlantic, its waters remaining distinct from those of the ocean surrounding it. Its average depth is 3,000 feet, with an average width of 60 nautical miles. In certain areas, its flow velocity reaches 4 kilometers per hour, possessing a volume greater than that of any river on Earth. At this moment, the Nautilus was sailing within this warm current, emerging from the Bahamas Channel, where the current is 14 miles wide and 350 meters deep, advancing at a speed of 8 kilometers per hour. This velocity diminishes as one moves further north. A pattern supported by scientific reasoning, it has been noted that should the speed and direction of the Gulf Stream alter, the climate of Europe would follow suit in unpredictable ways. At noon, I joined Conseil on the platform, where I shared intriguing facts about the Gulf Stream. After concluding my remarks, I invited him to place his hand into the flowing water. Conseil meticulously followed my instructions, dipping his hand into the seawater, his face exhibiting a look of astonishment, for he felt neither warmth nor chill. The temperature was akin to that of the human body. This, I explained to him, is due to the Gulf Stream emerging from the Gulf of Mexico, where the water temperature bears little difference from that of human flesh. The warm current acts like a colossal radiator, rendering the coastal climate of Europe as temperate as spring, perpetually enveloped in lush greenery. Should we heed Morley's assertions and manage to harness the full extent of the warm current's thermal energy, the heat it provides could sustain the boiling point of entire rivers such as the Amazon or the Missouri indefinitely. At this moment, the warm current flowed at a velocity of 2.25 meters per second, its waters markedly distinct from the surrounding seas. Due to compression, the warm water particularly surfaced on the ocean's surface, creating varied levels between the warm and cold waters. Furthermore, the warm current exhibited a deep, dark hue, rich in salinity, its unique, pure indigo starkly contrasting with the surrounding green waves. When the Nautilus and the Carolinas found themselves at the same latitude, the vessel's bow entered the warm current. As the ship's propellers churned the seawater, a clear demarcation appeared between the two currents. An entire biological chain was ensnared within this flow, with schools of the common mullet, familiar in the Mediterranean, swimming in abundance within the warm current. At night, the bioluminescent waters of the Gulf Stream could rival the brilliance of the Nautilus's searchlights, particularly when the weather shifted and a storm loomed on the horizon. On May 8th, we found ourselves at the same latitude as the Carolinas, facing the side of Cape Hatteras from a distance. At that moment, the width of the Gulf Stream stretched an impressive 7,500 nautical miles, with a depth of 210 meters. The Nautilus continued to sail aimlessly, seemingly devoid of management and oversight. I must concede that under these circumstances, Ned Land's escape plan was likely to come to fruition. I firmly believe that along the inhabited coasts, there exist numerous hiding places for those seeking refuge, and the seas are frequented by various steamers, regularly traversing routes from New York or Boston to the Gulf of Mexico. Additionally, numerous small two-masted sailing vessels engage in cargo transport along the American coastline, offering us a promising opportunity for assistance. Thus, the present moment seemed to be an advantageous time for an escape. Even though the Nautilus was a mere 30 nautical miles from the shores of the United States. However, the sudden onset of inclement weather shattered the Canadians' plans. The conditions deteriorated, plunging us into waters notorious for storms, the breeding grounds of typhoons and whirlwinds, primarily caused by the Gulf Stream itself. Battling the roaring waves in a fragile little boat would undoubtedly be an imprudent endeavor. Ned Land himself acknowledged this harsh reality, although he was madly yearning for his homeland. Believing that only an escape could provide him solace, he could only grit his teeth and endure for a while longer. Matters must reach a conclusion. One day, he hastily approached me and declared that the current situation was abundantly clear. That esteemed Captain Nemo persistently chose to depart from the land and sail northward. But to where? I can assure you, I have endured enough of that perilous Antarctic realm, and I shall never accompany him to the Arctic. What do you propose to do, Ned? At this juncture, escape is simply not an option. I remain steadfast in my previous notion, Professor. We must engage in a serious dialogue with the captain. When we were traversing the coastline of your homeland, you refrained from speaking with him. Now that we are near my homeland shores, I intend to address him. In a few days, the Nautilus shall reach the same latitude as New Scotland, where lies Newfoundland and the expansive Gulf, into which the mighty St. Lawrence River cascades. What a magnificent sight! The St. Lawrence is my mother river, the very waterway upon which my city of Quebec is situated. The mere thought of being relegated to a distant observer, powerless to act, ignites a profound fury within me. My hair stands on end at the thought. Sir, I would sooner leap into these waters than remain confined in this cage-like cabin. I am nearly suffocating. Ned, do you wish me to inquire of Captain Nemo his intentions regarding the three of us? Indeed, sir. He has previously articulated his stance quite clearly. Is further inquiry necessary? It is most essential. I wish to clarify this matter once and for all, Professor. If you feel uneasy, you may converse with him in my name. However, of late, I find it exceedingly difficult to encounter him. He appears to be evading me. This provides even greater justification. We must ascertain what troubles him. Ned, I shall seek him out for a conversation. When shall this occur? The Canadians afford me no respite. Perhaps when I meet him. If that is the case, Mr. Aronnax, would you permit me to find him? No, I shall go myself, tomorrow. Today. Ned Land remains resolute. Very well, today it is. I shall pay him a visit. I am left with no alternative, for should the Canadians go themselves, they would undoubtedly complicate the matter. I am determined to speak with the captain. Having resolved upon this course, I will see it through without delay, as I detest leaving matters unresolved for an extended period. Professor, is there something amiss? The captain's tone carries a hint of displeasure. Indeed, I wish to discuss a matter with you, I replied calmly. What is it? Impossible, sir. Never dare entertain such thoughts. Captain Nemo brusquely interrupted my words, speaking with urgency. Freedom? Nemo exclaimed loudly. Yes, sir, it is indeed freedom. I have come to inquire whether, having spent 7 months aboard your vessel, you intend to confine us here indefinitely, on behalf of my companion and myself. Captain, your actions amount to sheer tyranny. You may say what you will. Even a slave retains the right to reclaim his freedom at any moment, should the opportunity arise. And he shall seize it if he deems it favorable. The captain stood before me, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes glaring with a fierce intensity. Captain, I began. This marks our second discussion on this matter, and I am certain you are displeased to hear my reasoning, though it is not my desire to engage in this discourse. However, since we are already at this juncture, let us converse openly. I reiterate once more, this issue does not pertain solely to my individual concerns. Throughout the span of over 7 months navigating beneath the waves, my research has served as a respite, a beneficial diversion, a source of allure, and a fervent passion that has allowed me to momentarily forget all else. In this regard, I share a commonality with you, the pursuit of a life free from the scrutiny of others. My sole hope and aspiration in life is to encapsulate the essence of my work during these days, to encase it within a box, allowing it to drift with the tides, a gift for the future discoverer. After gaining insight into some of your endeavors, I find myself admiring you. And following you on this underwater journey has brought me no discontent or distress. Yet, certain aspects of your conduct in other realms of life leave me feeling perplexed and enshrouded in mystery. These enigmas, unknown to the world, remain entirely opaque to myself and my companions. Throughout these 7 months, our hearts have often raced with exhilaration at your remarkable feats, stirred by the pain you have endured, and inspired by your genius or bravery. Nevertheless, we are acutely aware that, regardless of whether we approach this from the perspective of friends or foes, or even from the faintest whisper of basic human empathy, we must stifle these sentiments within our hearts, never allowing them to surface. Out of this sentiment, all that pertains to your feelings has turned into an enigma and a strangeness, rendering our predicament somewhat unbearable. I, too, share this sentiment, let alone Ned Land. This Canadian is quite forthright, his ardent love for freedom, his vehement hatred of oppression, and the vengeful schemes that ensue from such sentiments are bound to incite action. Have you pondered these thoughts in your heart? So be it. We now firmly ascertain, as Ned Land proclaims, that we can harbor no further expectations from this cold-blooded individual. The Nautilus is approaching Long Island, and regardless of the weather, we must hasten our escape. The conditions outside are deteriorating, with ominous signs indicating that a great tempest is imminent. The once clear sky has transformed into a grayish, milky hue, with dense clouds accumulating on the horizon, while other low-hanging clouds are being propelled across the sky by the wind. The sea swells, producing waves reminiscent of small mountains. Except for the storm-loving petrels, all avian creatures have vanished from sight. The barometer's needle is evidently dropping, the air temperature is elevated, and humidity is abundant, heralding the impending ferocity of the storm. On May 8th, the tempest commenced, with the Nautilus and Long Island situated at the same latitude, merely a few nautical miles away from the waters of New York. I could describe the might of this storm, for, due to some peculiar whim, Captain Nemo forbade the Nautilus from submerging, allowing it to brave the tumultuous surface. The wind is currently from the southwest, with speeds reaching 15 meters per second. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind speed escalated to 25 meters per second, a velocity characteristic of a tempest. Captain Nemo, braving the raging storm, stood resolutely on the platform, tethered to the ship's hull with a rope around his waist, steadfast against the relentless onslaught of towering waves. I too ascended to the platform, emulating the captain by securing myself with a rope, observing the fury of the tempest while simultaneously admiring this indomitable man who faced the storm without fear. The tumultuous sea was a canvas of colossal, dark clouds racing across the horizon. The once placid surface, previously marred by swirling vortices and the fleeting crest of small waves, was now dominated by the ominous, coal-black swells that surged towards us, overwhelming in their force. Some have aptly dubbed the warm currents of the Atlantic as the king of storms. And this title holds a semblance of truth. The warm water, residing in the upper layers of the ocean, generates temperature disparities in the air at varying altitudes, ultimately culminating in the formation of a formidable typhoon. The wind continued its relentless assault, soon followed by a torrential downpour. Captain Nemo's actions seemed akin to striking a rock with an egg. Perhaps he sought a demise befitting his stature, inviting the tempest, thunder, and lightning to assail him. Suddenly, I was jolted by a terrifying jolt as the Nautilus, under the influence of the waves, elevated its prow skyward like a lightning rod, emitting a long trail of sparks. The relentless battering of wind and rain swiftly drained my energy, compelling me to crawl onto the platform, pry open a panel, and descend into the lounge. At that moment, the storm had reached its zenith, causing the ship's hull to sway violently, rendering it impossible to maintain my footing within the cabin. Through the open glass window of the parlor, I beheld numerous panicked fish, frantically fleeing from the onslaught of thunder and lightning. Some were tragically struck down before my very eyes by the terrifying bolts. The Nautilus continued its descent. I hoped that at a depth of 15 meters, tranquility would finally envelop us. Contrary to my expectations, the turmoil in the upper water layers was excessively intense. And it was only when we reached a depth of 50 meters that the sea began to settle. The ocean floor was silent and serene, devoid of the harrowing sights and experiences I had just witnessed. Who could dare assert that, at this moment, the surface of the sea was a realm of storm and fury? Chapter 71, latitude 47 degrees, 24 minutes north, longitude 17 degrees, 28 minutes west. In the wake of the storm, the Nautilus was swept far eastward by the surging waters. Ned had originally intended to escape to land near New York or the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, but this plan was now rendered futile. The Canadian was profoundly disheartened, adopting the same solitude as Captain Nemo, becoming increasingly withdrawn. Conseil and I provided mutual encouragement and support, remaining together each day. As I previously mentioned, the Nautilus was carried eastward by the sea. More precisely, it was directed northeast. Over the past few days, it had alternated between floating upon the surface and navigating beneath the waves, persevering through the dense fog. This thick mist was a result of melting snow, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly humid. Fog is a mariner's bane, and many vessels in this vicinity have encountered thick fog, losing their bearings and, in their desperate search for the lights of the shore, tragically running aground or colliding and sinking amidst the treacherous reefs beset by crises. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks is drowned out by the howling winds. Despite the presence of lights aboard the vessels indicating direction, they remain obscured by the fog, rendering humanity profoundly vulnerable before the vastness of the ocean. As we descend beneath the surface, we can discern the haunting tableau of the seabed, reminiscent of a battlefield, where the vanquished lie in silent repose. Some ships have succumbed to complete decay, enveloped by marine flora, while others, still relatively intact, boast iron components and copper hulls that glimmer under the beams of our searchlights. These vessels, along with their passengers and crew, have plunged into the depths, and tragedies occur with alarming regularity. Their silent sacrifices serve as a stark reminder to steer clear of perilous locales such as Race Point, St. Paul Island, the Bay of Fundy, and the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. On May 15th, we reached the southernmost extremity of the Newfoundland reef chain. This reef, forged by the relentless action of seawater, comprises a massive assemblage of organic remnants and rubble. The warm currents of the Atlantic flow northward from the equator, while the frigid waters cascade southward along the American coast from the Arctic, carrying with them fragments of ice and the remains of countless deceased fish, mollusks, and crustaceans. Over time, these remnants have accumulated, giving rise to the reef chain. The waters surrounding the Newfoundland reef are not particularly deep, reaching a maximum of merely a few hundred meters. However, just a short distance further south, the seabed descends abruptly, forming a chasm that plunges to depths of 3,000 meters. Here, the Atlantic warm current expands dramatically, the water flow disperses entirely, the velocity diminishes, and the temperature gradually decreases, ultimately transforming into the depths of the sea. In addition to the aforementioned descriptions, there are various species of small fish that inhabit the Arctic Ocean, known for their tendency to accompany vessels for extended periods. The silver-spotted needlefish is a unique inhabitant of the northern Atlantic. I also observed members of the pike family, particularly fond of residing in these waters. The reefs surrounding Newfoundland teem with an astonishing variety of species, seemingly endless and inexhaustible. It is often said that the pike is a fish of the mountains, for Newfoundland itself rises as a grand underwater mountain, As the Nautilus carved a path through the throng of pikes, Conseil exclaimed, "What a splendid assembly of fish!" He remarked, "I had thought pikes belonged to the same genus as butterfly fish and sole, all characterized by flattened bodies." "You were mistaken," I corrected him. "Pikes only appear flattened when displayed in grocery stores, severed in half for sale. Underwater, akin to eel-like fish, they possess a fusiform shape, facilitating swift movement through the water." "Professor, your analysis is astute," Conseil replied. "Indeed, their numbers are astonishing, like a cloud or a swarm of worker ants." "Conseil, were it not for their natural enemies, the lampfish and humankind, their population would likely be even greater. Do you have any idea how many eggs a female pike produces? You underestimate them. It is a staggering 1,100,000, dear Conseil. 1,100,000? I shall never believe it unless I count them myself." "Conseil, you may indeed count them. This may swiftly lead you to trust my figures. The French, the British, the Americans, the Danes, and the Norwegians all engage in the mass capture of soft-shelled turtles, with consumption rates reaching staggering heights. Were it not for the remarkable reproductive capacity of this species, their presence in the seas would have long since vanished. In both the United Kingdom and the United States, approximately 5,000 vessels embark each year on the quest for these turtles, manned by 75,000 sailors. On average, each ship captures around 40,000 turtles annually, culminating in a staggering total of 200 million. The situation along the Norwegian coastline mirrors this phenomenon. "What does that signify?" Conseil inquired. "It amounts to 11 million eggs." "But I must emphasize one point," came the reply. "What is that?" "If all the eggs were to mature, the total number of turtles would sufficiently meet the demands of the United Kingdom, the United States, and Norway." As we navigated through the reefs off the coast of Newfoundland, I distinctly observed that each vessel ahead had deployed several long fishing lines from both sides, each adorned with 200 barbed hooks. One end of each line was anchored with a small weight, while a line attached to a buoy ensured it remained afloat. The Nautilus skillfully maneuvered through these lines, making no pause as it headed directly towards latitude 42 degrees north. This latitude aligns with the ports of St. John's and Inner Harbor in Newfoundland, the latter being the terminus for countless cables traversing the ocean floor. Instead of continuing northward, the Nautilus veered eastward, seemingly intent on following the underwater cables, which meandered around certain rocky elevations much like utility poles on land. These submerged reefs have undergone numerous explorations, with precise records indicating their undulating heights. On May 17th, as we navigated approximately 500 nautical miles from our innermost harbor, at a depth of 2,800 meters, I beheld an electric cable resting upon the ocean floor. Before I could alert Conseil, he mistakenly identified the robust cable as a colossal sea serpent and intended to classify it in accordance with his usual methods. I promptly corrected Conseil's misapprehension and, to alleviate any undue frustration, I recounted the process of laying this underwater cable. Between the continents, nations endeavored to establish telegraphic communication, and between 1857 and 1858, the first successful installation of a submarine cable was achieved. However, due to a lack of experience, this cable ceased functioning after transmitting over 400 messages. In 1863, engineers devised a new line, extending 3,400 kilometers and weighing 4,500 tons, which was entrusted to the Great Eastern for transport and installation. Yet, this ambitious undertaking met with failure. On May 25th, the Nautilus descended to a depth of 3,832 meters, reaching the site where the installation had faltered and the cable lay severed. This location was situated approximately 638 nautical miles from the Irish coast, where it was noted that communication with Europe had been interrupted at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The electrical workers aboard the vessel resolved to sever the cable before attempting to retrieve it. That evening at 11 o'clock, they hoisted the damaged segment of the cable, performed repairs and reconnections, and returned it to the ocean floor, restoring communication that very day. Yet, within a few days, the cable was severed once more, this time beyond the possibility of recovery from the depths. The American advocates for laying submarine cables did not relent in their endeavors. The audacious Cyrus Westfield invested his entire fortune into this venture and introduced a novel method for raising capital. Once sufficient funds were amassed, a state-of-the-art submarine cable was meticulously assembled. Conductive steel wires were encased in rubber, entirely insulated from water, and further enveloped in a protective sheath made of fiber, ultimately secured within a metal conduit, rendering it seemingly infallible. On July 13, 1866, the Great Eastern set sail once more, tasked with the installation of the submarine cable. Initially, the laying process proceeded smoothly, with the new line proving robust and durable. However, unforeseen complications arose on several occasions as the electricians unfurled the cable for installation. They discovered that new nails had been driven into it, damaging the internal copper wires and rendering it non-conductive. Captain Anderson of the Great Eastern convened a meeting with his crew and engineers to devise a solution. Following their deliberations, they issued a proclamation stating that anyone found tampering with the operation would be cast into the sea by the captain without the need for trial. Thereafter, no one dared to defy the law. By July 23rd, the Great Eastern successfully laid the submarine cable 8 kilometers from Newfoundland. At this juncture, a telegram from Ireland reached the captain, announcing that Prussia and Austria had signed an armistice following the conflict at Zadava. On the 27th, amidst dense fog, the Great Eastern completed the installation of the cable at the harbor of Heart's Content, signifying the successful culmination of the entire operation. The inaugural submarine telegram was sent from the youthful Americas to the aged Europe, bearing the profound words, "Glory be to the merciful God in heaven. Peace to the benevolent people on earth." I find it hard to fathom that the underwater cables laid down in those days still retain their original form. This resilient, serpentine conduit lies upon a seabed strewn with remnants of shells, its outermost layer teeming with foraminifera, while a protective coating of stone resin shields it from the burrowing mollusks. It steadfastly fulfills its purpose, impervious to the tumult of tempestuous seas, as messages traverse from the Americas to Europe in a mere 0.32 seconds. The enduring nature of this underwater cable is attributed to its resinous sheath, which, immersed in seawater, has solidified and fortified the wires within. The chosen position for the cable is remarkably apt, entwined around reefs, avoiding the depths where it might be severed. The Nautilus journeyed along the cable to the ocean's abyss, plunging to a depth of 431 meters, where the cable lay undisturbed, showing no signs of being dragged. Subsequently, we arrived at the site of an unfortunate incident during its installation in 1863. While my thoughts wandered, I noticed a shadowy figure emerging in the water ahead. It was a sunken vessel. I strained to recall the historical accounts to ascertain the identity of the ship. Suddenly, beside me, I heard Captain Nemo's deliberate voice. This vessel was originally named the Marseilles, armed with 74 cannons, and launched in 1762. On August 13, 1778. Under the command of La Poire de Viltalou, the vessel bravely engaged in combat with the HMS Preston. On July 4, 1779, it joined Admiral d'Estaing's fleet to conquer Guadeloupe. On September 5, 1781, it participated in the naval battle at Chesapeake Bay under the Earl of Glass. In 1792, the French Republic changed its name. On April 16 of the same year, it joined the fleet commanded by Villaret-Joya, escorting a convoy of grain ships led by the American Admiral Stable. On the 11th and 12th of the Republican era, this fleet encountered the British fleet at sea. Professor. Today is June 1, 1868, precisely 74 years ago, at this very location, at latitude 47 degrees 2 minutes north and longitude 17 degrees 28 minutes west. This warship endured a valiant battle, during which its 3 main masts were regrettably shattered. Seawater surged into the compartments breached by cannon fire, claiming 1/3 of the crew's fighting capability. Ultimately, the captain, resolute in his defiance, refused to surrender to the British, going down with the ship alongside 356 sailors. Fastening the flag to the stern, amidst the resounding cheers of "Long live the French Republic," this heroic vessel met its watery grave. "Is it the Revenge?" I exclaimed. "Indeed, sir, the Revenge. What a powerful name." Captain Nemo crossed his arms and murmured softly. Chapter 72. The slaughterhouse, gazing upon the wreckage of the valiant warship before me. I listened intently as Captain Nemo recounted historical events in his distinctive manner. Initially, his tone was gentle, yet as he uttered the final words, it was imbued with fervor and passion. The name Vengeance, articulated from Captain Nemo's lips, took on an enigmatic significance, capturing my attention. Simultaneously, the patriotic actions of this battleship profoundly moved me. My eyes remained fixed on the captain, eager to glean more from his presence. Captain Nemo extended his hands toward the ocean, his luminous gaze lingering on the remnants of that illustrious vessel. Perhaps I shall forever remain unaware of his true identity, his origins, or his destination, yet the image of this man crystallizes in my mind. An erudite individual, not merely a scholar ensconced in study, but the creator of the Nautilus, who has navigated it through numerous life and death trials, traversing the underwater realms. Such a person, however, has chosen a life of solitude, akin to a carefree wanderer among the clouds. What confines Captain Nemo and his companions within the Nautilus is not a mere cynicism, but rather a profound and extraordinary hatred, one that time cannot diminish. Deeply rooted within their very essence. I ponder whether this hatred might transform the Nautilus into a new vengeance. I trust that the answer will soon reveal itself. Slowly, the Nautilus ascended to the surface, and the image of the vengeance grew ever more indistinct until it ultimately vanished from my sight. Shortly thereafter, amidst the gentle undulations of the waves, we found ourselves above the ocean's surface. Suddenly, a faint explosion resonated from a distance. I glanced at the captain, who remained utterly still. "Captain?" I inquired. I stepped from the parlor to the deck, where Conseil and the Canadian were already present. "What was that explosion?" I asked them. At that moment, a steamboat emerged from the distant mist, advancing towards the Nautilus. It was accelerating, rapidly closing the distance to us, now only 6 nautical miles away. "Ned, what kind of vessel is that?" I asked. "Ned," Conseil interjected, "will it pose a threat to the Nautilus? Can the Nautilus launch an underwater assault? Can the artillery on that warship reach beneath the surface?" "Ned," I continued, "are you able to identify the nationality of that ship?" For 15 minutes, we observed the imposing vessel approaching us. I found it hard to believe that it could recognize the Nautilus from such a distance. Nor did I think the crew aboard the warship understood the purpose of our submarine. The Canadian quickly discerned its nature and informed me that it was a formidable warship, equipped with a powerful ram and protected by double iron plating. Thick clouds of black smoke billowed from its 2 smokestacks, while its sails were densely packed, intertwined with the rigging. The ship bore no flag, and I could not discern the colors of its signal flags. All I could see was a signal flag fluttering like a silk ribbon in the sea breeze. This vessel had locked onto the Nautilus, rapidly closing in. And if Captain Nemo allowed it to approach, we would find ourselves with a rare opportunity for escape. "Professor, our opportunity has arrived," exclaimed Ned Land, visibly excited. "If this ship comes within a mile of us, I shall leap into the sea, and I suggest you do the same." "Professor, you have not forgotten, have you?" Counsel interjected. "Considering our previous experience of swimming in the ocean, you may fully trust me, should you deem it appropriate to follow Ned's lead. I shall ensure your safe passage to that vessel." "How could they possibly fire upon us?" I inquired, bewildered. "Brave souls," murmured the Canadian. "They do not perceive us as desperate castaways yearning to escape this prison." "Mr. Professor," Counsel remarked, as he splashed away the water from another shell's detonation. "Please forgive my candor. They believe we are a narwhal, and they are firing upon a narwhal." "But they must discern the truth," I cried. "How could a narwhal possibly have 3 individuals standing upon it?" I understood entirely. Ned Land was correct. The denizens of the land had already become aware of the Nautilus's existence. They were exhaustively devising methods to locate it, to seize control, and to force its submission. 7 months prior, when it inadvertently crossed paths with the Lincoln and was struck by a Canadian harpoon, Commander Farragut had merely identified the so-called narwhal as a monstrous vessel, far more perilous than the most ferocious sperm whale. Now, there was no doubt that the inhabitants of the land had mobilized, scouring every ocean surface in pursuit of this fearsome, destructive machine, intent on extinguishing it with haste. The tale of the Nautilus returns to my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. The prospect of Captain Nemo commanding the Nautilus to exact vengeance is indeed a terrifying thought. I vividly recall the moments when we were imprisoned within a small chamber amidst the Indian Ocean as the Nautilus launched lethal assaults on various vessels. Was it not a crew member, solemnly interred by Captain Nemo in the coral graveyard, who perished due to the impact instigated by the Nautilus? It appears that the situation is becoming increasingly lucid, as fragments of Captain Nemo's enigmatic underwater existence are unveiled. Although his identity remains unverified, it is evident that several nations have united in their quest to locate him, with intentions to eliminate him. For my companions and me, however, this is an utter tragedy. The pursuing vessel, unaware of our presence aboard the Nautilus and oblivious to our desire to escape and seek refuge with them, stands before us as a merciless adversary. Shells rain down around us, some striking the water's surface only to rebound and vanish into the distant sea, none finding their mark on the Nautilus. The ironclad warship accelerates in its pursuit, now a mere 3 nautical miles away. Despite the relentless bombardment, Captain Nemo does not ascend to the platform. I ponder the consequences if one of those enormous conical shells were to strike the hull of the Nautilus. It could spell disaster. The Canadian grows anxious and turns to me, exclaiming, "Sir, we must devise a plan to alter our precarious situation. Let us signal, regardless of the consequences. For we must make it known to those aboard the Nautilus that there exist individuals of integrity and kindness, akin to us. Ned Land, arms outstretched, swayed in the air. Just as he intended to perform a gesture of significance, a hand resembling an iron claw swept him off the platform, despite the Canadian's immense strength. "Scoundrel!" a voice bellowed. "When the Nautilus strikes that warship, I shall first impale you upon the prow. Ah, you now know who I am, cursed vessel of your wretched nation. I need not gaze upon your flag to recognize you. Behold, I shall reveal my own banner." Captain Nemo unfurled a small golden flag upon the platform, identical to the one he had planted on the Antarctic continent. At that moment, a cannonball struck the hull of the Nautilus at an angle, gliding off the smooth surface and splashing into the sea before detonating, causing no significant damage. Captain Nemo shrugged dismissively and then turned to me, commanding in a tone of authority, "All of you, descend. Go below, you and your companions." "Captain," I exclaimed, "will you engage that ship?" "Indeed, Professor," he replied. "I shall sink it utterly." "You cannot do that. To which nation does the ship belong? Do you not know? Perhaps it is for the best. At least its nationality shall remain a secret to you. Hurry down to the hold, unless you wish to be shattered by their cannonballs." The Canadians, Conseil and I, could only acquiesce helplessly. Around the captain, a dozen or so sailors of the Nautilus cast fierce, hate-filled glances toward the pursuing warship. As I descended, another cannonball struck the Nautilus, sending tremors through the hull. I heard the captain's voice bellow, "Fire away, you foolish madmen. Unleash your volleys. You shall not survive this day. The ram of the Nautilus is invincible. Your sinking will taint these sacred waters. The glorious wreck of the Avenger wishes not to be associated with your kind. This is my right, granted to me by the heavens. Here, I am justice. I have suffered enough oppression. Behold, there lies the oppressor. It is they who have obliterated all that I cherish, my beloved home, my loved ones, my parents and children, all destroyed. They are the source of my hatred, aboard that vessel. It would be best if you remained silent. Let us flee." "Very well, it should be so," Ned remarked. "Professor, do you know to which nation the warship belongs?" "I do not know, nor do I care. Before nightfall, it shall undoubtedly be sunk by the Nautilus. In any case, rather than witness the Nautilus's vengeance, it is preferable to share the fate of the warship." As night descended, the ship was enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of the day's clamor. From the compass, it was evident that the Nautilus had not altered its course. The propellers churned vigorously, swiftly, and rhythmically stirring the waters. It remained upon the surface of the sea, gently swaying from side to side with the rhythm of the waves. My companions and I resolved to make our escape once the warship had traversed a certain distance. Perhaps our hurried footsteps would be heard, and our disheveled figures seen. For in just 3 days the moon would be full, and the current moonlight shone brilliantly. Regardless, as long as we managed to board the warship, even if we could not prevent it from facing a fatal assault, we would at least have done all that was within our power. Several times, I sensed that the Nautilus was preparing to strike, yet it merely drew its adversary closer, only to swiftly accelerate away moments later. The night silently faded away, and we remained poised, ever ready to act. None of us spoke, as our emotions were too heightened. Ned Land, in his fervor, attempted several times to leap into the sea, but I compelled him to remain seated and wait. In my estimation, the Nautilus would launch its attack upon the double-decked warship on the surface of the water, marking our opportunity to flee. The warship continued its course 2 nautical miles away, resolutely maintaining its alignment towards the Nautilus. I observed the colored lights indicating its direction, as well as the white lantern suspended from the foremast. In the darkness, bursts of sparks and clumps of burning coal were expelled from its funnel, signaling an increase in firepower as it surged forward at full speed. I remained on the platform until morning, and Captain Nemo seemed oblivious to my presence, lost in his own thoughts. At this moment, the warship remained a mere 1.5 nautical miles away from us. As the first rays of dawn broke upon the horizon, the thunder of the ship's cannon reverberated once more. The time had come for the Nautilus to retaliate, and for my companions and me to make our ultimate escape from this place. Just as I was about to descend to the cabin to inform them, the first mate ascended to the platform, followed closely by several sailors. Under the silent gaze of Captain Nemo, the first mate commenced preparations for battle, instructing the sailors to lower the netting that served as a railing around the platform. They then concealed the searchlights and the helmsman's cage within the hull, ensuring they were snugly positioned just above the water's surface. Thus, the exterior of this cigar-shaped steel vessel was rendered devoid of any protruding features that might hinder its maneuverability. "My friends," I solemnly declared, "the moment is nigh. Let us clasp hands and pray for God's presence with us." Ned Land appeared resolute, while Conseil maintained an air of calm. Only I felt the tension mounting within me, nearly overwhelming my composure. We proceeded to the library, and as I pushed open the door leading to the central staircase, I heard the upper panels abruptly close, an ominous sign for us. The Canadian sprang onto the steps, eager to take action, but I restrained him. The forces of man are no match for those of machinery. With a familiar sound, I realized that water was being drawn into the ship's storage tanks. Before long, the Nautilus had submerged several meters beneath the surface. I felt a profound rigidity enveloping my entire being, a numbing sensation rendering me almost breathless, my eyes wide open in terror as the tragic curtain slowly ascended. There was no breath, no sound. An irresistible force held me tightly against the glass. The colossal battleship began its gradual descent, when suddenly an explosion erupted aboard. The tremendous shockwave tearing apart the deck. The influx of seawater became increasingly formidable as the vessel sank rapidly, and the desperate crew members were mercilessly dragged into the abyss by an overwhelming whirlpool. I turned my gaze towards Captain Nemo, the architect of this horrific tragedy, the true avenger. As calm returned to the scene, Captain Nemo walked toward his chamber, and I watched him enter. Within his room, upon the panels adorned with portraits of heroic figures, I beheld the likeness of a young woman and 2 children. Captain Nemo stared blankly at the portraits, extending both arms towards the figures, and knelt upon the ground, weeping bitterly. Chapter 74, Captain Nemo's final words at 11 o'clock. The lights illuminated the space. I entered the lounge, finding it devoid of any presence. I surveyed the various measuring instruments within the chamber. The Nautilus was swiftly traversing northward at a speed of 25 knots, occasionally skimming the surface, at other times plunging 30 feet beneath the waves. According to the records on the map, we had passed over the mouth of the English Channel, our course directed towards the Arctic Ocean. By nightfall, we had navigated 200 miles across the North Atlantic, darkness enveloping us as the moon rose in the east. From that day forth, none dared to assert the destination of the Nautilus within the waters of the North Atlantic. Enshrouded in a hazy maritime mist, it consistently maintained a velocity akin to flight. Would it approach the sharp promontory of Spitzbergen or the cliffs of Newcomer? Would it traverse the enigmatic White Sea, the Kara Sea, the Gulf of Ob, and the Liolov Islands? Might it venture towards the desolate shores of the Asian coastline? I had lost all sense of time. It felt as if the ship's great clock had ceased to function. In these frigid northern waters, night and day had relinquished their natural order. I found myself ensnared in a bizarre realm of imagination, a peculiar space reminiscent of Edgar Poe's whimsical creations. The Canadian appeared more anxious than ever, ultimately retreating into his cabin, rendering Conseil unable to elicit a single word from him. We feared his mind might snap under the dreadful weight of homesickness, leading him to contemplate a tragic end. Thus, Conseil remained vigilantly by his side. In such circumstances, our plight was utterly dire. One morning, in a state of languorous stupor, I awoke to find Ned Land leaning over me. Upon noticing my eyes open, he whispered urgently, "Professor, we must escape." I rose to inquire, "When do you intend to flee?" "Tonight," he replied. "The Nautilus is devoid of management and oversight, as if the vessel has succumbed to a state of complete numbness." "Sir, will you be prepared by nightfall?" "Yes," I responded, "but what is our current position?" "This morning, while gazing at the sea where land is within sight, I discerned, through the dense fog, the silhouette of land approximately 20 nautical miles to the east. What sort of land it is remains a mystery to me. Nonetheless, it matters not, for we must escape to that distant shore." "Indeed, Ned, we shall flee tonight, even if we are engulfed by the sea. It is a sacrifice we are prepared to make. The waves are formidable and the winds howl fiercely. We must navigate the 20 nautical miles in the small dinghy of the Nautilus. Yet, this is but a trifling task, for we have awaited this day for far too long. I have discreetly amassed some provisions and fresh water, unnoticed by the crew. Fear not, Ned. I shall act in concert with you. Furthermore, the Canadian has insisted that, should we be discovered, I will resist fiercely, even at the cost of my life. To continue in this manner is akin to living a fate worse than death. If we must perish, let us do so together, my friend." I am resolute, unencumbered by hesitation, determined to flee. The Canadian has stealthily departed, and I ascended to the platform above. The winds were so fierce that I could scarcely maintain my footing, and the relentless waves heightened the challenge of our escape. Nevertheless, with land concealed behind the veil of fog, we must flee without a moment's hesitation. We can no longer afford to delay, not for a day, an hour, or even a minute, if fortune favors us. This day aboard the Nautilus will mark my final day. I find myself alone, as Ned Land and Conseil deliberately avoid me. refraining from conversation lest our plans be inadvertently disclosed. 6 o'clock marks the hour for dinner. Though I am not hungry and reluctant to eat, I nonetheless compel myself to consume a small amount, for fleeing requires stamina. At 6:30, Ned Land entered my chamber and whispered, "Professor, we shall meet at our departure. Set for 10 o'clock, when the moon has yet to ascend. We can escape silently in the darkness. At 10, the three of us will rendezvous by the skiff. Remember this." I sought to ascertain the direction of the Nautilus and ventured into the lounge. We were still 50 meters beneath the surface, moving with astonishing speed. Heading northeast by north. I donned robust attire suitable for the sea, organized my notes, and secured them tightly in a pocket close to my person. My heart raced uncontrollably, and I struggled to contain my emotions. Should Captain Nemo glimpse my attire and anxious demeanor, it would undoubtedly arouse his suspicions. What might the captain be doing at this moment? I approached his door and listened intently, hearing footsteps within. Captain Nemo was still awake. Sensing his movements, I feared he might emerge to confront me, demanding to know why I intended to escape. My exaggerated imagination magnified my inner panic, and this sensation was profoundly distressing. In that moment, I considered rushing into the captain's quarters to confront him face to face, challenging him with gestures and glances. Perhaps that would alleviate my discomfort. As the clock struck 9:30, my thoughts became chaotic, reaching a fever pitch. I pressed my hands tightly against my head, fearing it might explode. I dared not close my eyes, apprehensive that the vivid scenes would once again disrupt my peace of mind. I found myself ensnared by trepidation, fearing that this escape plan might ultimately meet the same dismal fate as the previous ones. Each fleeting moment felt as interminable as a century. At that juncture, I was enveloped by the somber tones of the organ, a melody imbued with an indescribable sorrow. I relinquished 4 of my senses, attuning myself solely to the auditory, even curtailing my breath to the barest whisper, akin to Captain Nemo, wholly enraptured by the intoxicating strains of music. Before long, a dreadful thought intruded upon my reverie. Instilling a profound fear within me, Captain Nemo had exited his chamber and was now in the parlor, poised to intercept me as I attempted my escape, eager to converse. My fear escalated to its zenith, as though a mere gesture from him could cast me into the abyss, rendering me eternally adrift. Fortunately, as the clock struck 10, I summoned the courage to vacate my quarters and rendezvous with my companions. In that moment, a serene calm washed over me, dispelling any lingering doubts. Even if Captain Nemo stood before me, I would charge forward without hesitation. I cautiously opened the door, navigating the dim corridor with deliberate steps, pausing intermittently to restrain my breathing and heartbeat. Upon reaching the door at the corner of the parlor, I gently pushed it open. The room was shrouded in darkness, the organ's sound barely perceptible, indicating that Captain Nemo was still within, oblivious to my presence. I mused that even under brilliant illumination, he would remain unaware of me, for his essence had become entwined with the ethereal music. I moved slowly across the carpet, exercising utmost care to avoid any collision that might betray my presence. Taking a full 5 minutes to traverse the parlor and arrive at the threshold of the library. As I was about to open the door, Captain Nemo's sigh anchored me in place, rendering me immobile. I was aware that he had risen, and I could even discern his silhouette as he approached me, arms crossed. Silent as a specter, I heard him utter the following words, which would be the last I would hear from him. "Almighty God. Enough. Enough." Was this a confession of remorse and self-revelation from the depths of his conscience? What did he deem sufficient? Was it the act of vengeance or perhaps our confinement? My mind was in turmoil as I fled the library in haste. Ascending the central staircase, I traversed the upper corridor until I reached the small boat, where my 2 companions were already waiting. "We must go. Hurry," I exclaimed. Ned Land wielded a wrench, beginning to detach the screws that linked the small boat to the deck of the Nautilus. Suddenly, sounds emanated from within the ship, voices urgently calling to one another. What was amiss? Had someone discovered our escape? Ned Land handed me a short knife. "Excellent," I whispered. "We fear not death." The Canadian completed his task, and at that moment, we discerned a phrase that the crew repeated incessantly, a truly ominous statement that revealed the true cause of the turmoil aboard the Nautilus. The Arctic storm. The Arctic storm, they shouted. The Arctic storm? Were we navigating through perilous waters off the coast of Norway? Would the Nautilus be engulfed by the tempest before we could depart in our small boat? Experienced mariners are well aware that during high tide, the waters trapped between the Faroe Islands and the Rofton Islands surge with an intense and tumultuous fervor. They give rise to perilous whirlpools, from which no vessel has ever managed to escape. At such times, Towering waves crash upon your ship from every direction, threatening to overturn it completely, while the whirlpool's pull extends as far as 15 kilometers. Surrounding these vortices, not only ships but also whales and polar bears fall prey to their inexorable grasp. Thus, the Nautilus was inadvertently guided into this peril, swiftly ensnared in a spiraling descent, the radius of its rotation diminishing with each passing moment. The small boat tethered to the Nautilus spun alongside at an astonishing velocity. In our extreme terror, our blood felt as though it had frozen, our nerves were utterly overwhelmed, and our bodies dripped with cold sweat. Around our fragile craft echoed the howling of the storm and the terrifying cacophony of waves crashing against the sharp rocks below. Upon these rocks, even the sturdiest of objects would be shattered. As the Norwegians aptly describe, even a mighty trunk could be reduced to mere fluff. In this incredibly dangerous and terrifying predicament, the Nautilus stood resolutely like an indomitable warrior, its iron sinews creaking under pressure. It occasionally surged upward, prompting us to rise with it. "Hold fast," shouted Ned, tightening the screws once more. Clinging to the Nautilus, we might yet find safety. He had scarcely finished speaking when a cacophony of grating sounds, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, erupted, followed by the clattering of screws. The small vessel was suddenly freed from its restraints, akin to a stone hurled from a catapult, cast into the swirling depths of the ocean. My head collided with a metal bar, and amidst the violent impact, I immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 75. Conclusion. Will the people on land regard my detailed account as credible? I remain uncertain. The world's belief or disbelief holds little significance for me. What I am assured of is my rightful and ample reason to narrate the tales of these oceans, which encompass 70% of our planet's surface. In less than 10 months, my companions and I have traversed 20,000 leagues through the profound depths of these oceans, journeying across the Pacific, Indian, Red, Mediterranean, Atlantic, and the Arctic and Antarctic Oceans, a voyage imbued with the wonders of an underwater global expedition. What has become of the Nautilus? Did it withstand the fierce tempest of the Arctic? Is Captain Nemo still alive? Does he continue to enact that dreadful vengeance beneath the waves? Or, after the last massacre, did he experience a moment of repentance, just as I heard in those final words, and cease his retaliatory actions altogether? Will the sea one day deliver a manuscript chronicling his entire life to the surface? Is there still a possibility for me to learn his true name? The Nautilus may reveal its nationality. Might it also disclose Captain Nemo's? Postscript. Among all the science fiction authors in the world, none have matched Jules Verne in becoming a mentor to numerous inventors. Moreover, the humanitarian concern reflected in his novels is truly exceptional. In 1884, during a meeting with Jules Verne, the Pope expressed his sentiments. "I am not unaware of the scientific merit of your works, but what I cherish most are their purity, moral value, and spiritual strength." According to data from UNESCO, Verne ranks among the top 10 authors whose works have been translated most extensively worldwide. Acknowledged as the father of modern science fiction, Verne's oeuvre is extensive, with his seminal works including The Children of Captain Grant, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and The Mysterious Island, collectively referred to as a trilogy. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the second installment of this trilogy, was published in 1870. The narrative is not overly complex, primarily chronicling the adventures of the submarine Nautilus on its global voyage beneath the waves. The phrase 20,000 leagues refers to the ancient French league, which varies between land and sea. One ancient league corresponds to approximately 556 kilometers. Given that this journey occurs underwater, the 20,000 leagues should be interpreted as 20,000 marine leagues, equating to approximately 110,000 kilometers. This extensive underwater expedition undoubtedly offers a wealth of content, filled with wonders and peculiarities. In the enigmatic depths of the ocean, we experience sensations previously unfelt and witness sights we could scarcely imagine, revealing an abundance of marvels. You would be astonished to discover that one can stroll through underwater forests and even hunt. Astonishingly, underwater coal deposits exist in the Indian Ocean. Crew members engage in a thrilling battle with sharks. In the Red Sea, they pursue a nearly extinct dugong, whose flesh is served at the dinner table that very evening. Have you ever tasted dugong meat? Are you aware of how coral reefs are formed? Do you know the true depth of the oceans? Can you fathom the astonishing speed at which sound travels through water? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea illustrates a myriad of adventures, at times fraught with peril and at others, adorned with breathtaking beauty that captivates the soul. The narrative is steeped in exoticism, vibrant as a myth, embodying humanity's age-old yearning to explore the heavens and the earth, to soar freely through the skies.